Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, as no one can control them, so Byakuya and the others will still play a role. Tenshinhan's descending speed is very fast. Of course, there was a delay in the middle, because the 72 barriers are a bit troublesome. To be honest, these barriers are indeed very useful, even though Hueco can take advantage of the loopholes. With the barriers, he couldn't go up by himself, so he could only wait for a weak spot before heading to the Soul King Palace. The Zero Division is also quite weird. At first, they were as fierce as the tigers, but later easily defeated by Hueco's stern ritter. Ikubai is okay, as he was defeated by Hueco himself, but the others were quite shameful as they are defeated by Hueco's subordinates. The reputation of the Zero Division is gone with this. At any rate, except for Hikai Funkario, the others are all thousand-years-old monsters, but they are all defeated so easily. Just look at Tatsu. Everyone thought that since he had created so many Zanpakuto, his abilities would be very awesome. Then, he would bring a lot of Zanpakuto to fight with others, which is very awesome, but in the end, this guy just took out a sword with no soul, and its only advantage is its sharpness. It makes people speechless, as he jumped directly from Bleach's style to One Piece's style. After passing through the barrier, Tenshinhan directly landed to the ground, and then a huge pit was formed. Immediately after, the gate opened and a few people walked out from the inside. At this moment, there are Genri Uzai and the others, who had been waiting for a while. It's been a long time since I came down to take a look. After the Zero Division came out, they began to feel emotional. After all, the number of times they came down can really be counted on one hand. Chapter 322: The mountain is high, the Emperor is far away. Not to mention the feelings of Ikubai and the other Zero Division's members, the captains can be said to have their own thoughts, and Soifon looks confused. She knows about Asahi's plan, and she herself volunteers to help Yoruichi. In this case, Yoruichi will be able to come back, and she doesn't have to worry about her position preventing her from going to Human World to see Yoruichi, which is very cost-effective. As for Mayuri, well, this is a guy who is simply controlled, so he doesn't have any thoughts. The other who is also a little confused is Byakuya. He doesn't understand what's going on. Since Asahi belongs to the Zero Division, then his authority will definitely be very high, and with that, it's very easy to change Soul Society. So why does the other party find him? This is a big question. In fact, to be honest, Asahi himself did not think that Soul King still has consciousness, and he would also find him, and then became his subordinate after pledging his allegiance. He also felt a little awkward, but this did not hinder anything. Byakuya can be said to be the existence that starts the situation, and it is not bad to have him express his opinion afterwards. This is the so-called impermanence of the world, and Asahi himself cannot control the development of things. Well, he wanted to dig some people first, and then use these people to open a gap. Unexpectedly, it is not necessary now. In addition, other people also have some careful thoughts. Aizen's goal is the Soul King, so after knowing that Joshiro has the power of Soul King, and the pressure is so strong, Aizen is also a little bit timid. Now that he hasn't fused with Hogyoku, even though his strength is quite good, but compared with the hidden combat power of Soul Society, it is still a lot worse. What he relies on is nothing more than Kyoka Suigetsu, but now, it seems that the only person in the Zero Division that has been hypnotized by him is Garyo, and the others hasn't been hypnotized them. As for hypnotizing these people now, he is not brain-disabled. How can he do such a brain-dead thing like using Kyoka Suigetsu in front of Zero Division's members? He didn't have the guts yet. Who knows if the Zero Division's members will have any hidden cards? Although he is confident, he has not reached the blindness level yet. However, he still wanted to take a peek of these people's strength. In addition, Genryuzai was curious about what the other party was doing. Retsuo Nohana looked at Tenjiro with a helpless look. After all, this is her Kaido teacher. As the first generation of Kinpachi, she is more like a berserker that was directly transferred to a priest. Although Shunsei wanted to ask about Soul King, he still held back. After all, there's nothing to say about Joshiro's affairs. The power of Soul King has allowed the other party to live for hundreds of years before he died. The other party did not kill Joshiro directly, but saved him for a long time, so Shunsei didn't dare to open his mouth casually even if he wanted to ask. Why are you here this time? Is it to recruit new member? Genryuzai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. After all, he still has the seniority. Although he couldn't enter the Zero Division because he doesn't have outstanding invention, he still has the right to speak with them as equal. Joining the Zero Division is not a matter of strength, but depends on contribution. These people, including Garyo, joined the Zero Division only after making great technical contributions. Other than that, even if the strength is enough, they still can't enter the Zero Division. There is no talent who can join the Zero Division this time. We come down this time to help this lord do some things. This lord is a friend of Reio-sama. And Reio-sama has said that this lord is to be treated like Reio-sama himself. All the orders of this lord are equivalent to the orders issued by Reio-sama himself. Ikabai said with a calm face, but a huge wave directly set off in the others' hearts, and the corners of Soifun and Byakuya's mouths twitched repeatedly. They didn't expect that Asahi would actually has the same status as Soul King. I won't talk too much nonsense. I am here only for one thing. Soul Society's aristocracy system is a bit too obtrusive. No, the aristocracy system is not obtrusive, but the corrupt aristocracy will be very obtrusive. I don't mind the existence of aristocracy, but I don't think Soul Society needs a group of trashes. I wanted Central 46 to be abolished directly. It's an eyesore. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and directly issued his own order. Central 46 must be taken care of. Soul Society is also very strange, letting a group of non-professionals lead a group of professionals. He didn't understand what they are thinking. It's fine if the other party just has some authority, but looking at the things done by Central 46, when Soul Society suffered a few catastrophes in the later period, these guys have a lot to do with them. And it is because of their protection that the nobles have such a huge convenience. From the anime, Asahi can only see one point, but this one point also exposes the rotten system of the Soul Society's nobles. After becoming Shinigami, it is very likely that the nobles will still kill you if they find you an eyesore. Tausen Kaname's crush married into a noble family, but in the end, no one cares about it after she was killed by her own husband. Her Zanpakuto was finally taken by Kaname. It can be said that what Kaname did under Aizen was not wrong at all. He is just taking revenge, and he was only doing one thing from beginning to end, and there was almost no blame on his body. In short, this messy system from Soul Society must be changed. Abolish Central 46. Genryuzai was taken aback. Central 46 was the biggest authority in Syriite AI. Even his authority couldn't be compared to them, and he had to execute the orders issued by Central 46. Coupled with the control of thousands of years of time, Genryuzai can be said to be a loyal running dog for Central 46. He will do what other parties say, and regardless of whether the order is right or wrong, as long as the other party gives the order, he will execute it directly. Even if this order is unreasonable at all and can be called absurd, he will still execute it unconditionally, and whoever dares to stop him on the way, he will never act lightly. But now, Asahi actually said that the Central 46 is to be abolished. What concept is this? There's no way he can accept it. Do you have an opinion about this, Captain Commander? Asahi asked with a smile. Sure enough, even if it is the order of Soul King, it is impossible to let these guys give up. It is clear that the existence of Soul King is the mountain is high, the Emperor far away, and it may be even more exaggerated than this. After all, although Soul King is the leader in the surface, There has been no movement for such a long time. It is like a large official in the front line left his own army to others to manage, leaving it alone for decades, and suddenly remembered to deal with the internal affairs of the army one day. Just think about it is impossible. The people in the army won't be convinced, as the situation has already changed. Chapter 323 Byakuya and Soifan's statement. My lord, with all due respect, Central 46 is the highest authority of our Soul Society. They are responsible for a series of matters in Soul Society, and Soul Society is also managed very well under their governance, so I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the crowd by rashly and directly abolishing the Central 46. Genri Uzai squinted his eyes and said. He doesn't want the Central 46 to be abolished so inexplicably. He is a loyal lackey of these people, so how could he see his boss be fired like this? When Genri Uzai was asked to execute orders, they also gave him a lot of face. After all, he is high in seniority and also very strong, so it is not good not to give him face. Therefore, Genri Uzai didn't want Central 46 to disappear so inexplicably. Yamamoto, did you make a mistake? The command of this lord is equivalent to the command of Rei-Sama. This is what Rei-Sama said personally, and I heard it with my own ears. When is it your turn to question it? Before Asahi could speak, Ikabai stepped forward and looked at the old man in front of him indifferently. Asahi's status is even one level higher than them, so how can this guy have the qualification to doubt Asahi's order? Yes, there's no room for discussions. You are not allowed to have any doubts about this lord's orders. The other members of Zero Division have also expressed their opinions. It can't be helped, since Soul King has said it himself that they're to take Asahi's words as his own, who dares to disobey it? Now that Genri Uzai is so questioning Asahi's orders, isn't it equivalent to slapping the face of Soul King? That's not the case, it's just a matter of reasoning. We are all Shinigami who serves Rei-Sama, and we respected all the orders and instructions of Rei-Sama, but this time, the matter is of great importance. The noble system of the Soul Society and the Central 46 have lasted for thousands of years. We can't dissolve it just because of a word, otherwise, the nobles will be upset and I will not be able to completely suppress it. Genri Uzai changed his words and moved the firepower to noblemen. Anyway, he also knows the trick of throwing the blame on others. He doesn't want to get involved too much with this matter. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, then everyone, there must be nobles among you, so who among you is willing to stand up and be the representative? Asahi is a bit amused when he saw this. In fact, he didn't expect that Genri Uzai would back down like this. If he wants to play, he will make him give up. Moreover, he will also get rid of Genri Uzai's captain commander position. But the current state of this guy makes Asahi very upset, so he made a few plans to make him give up first, and then remove his position. After the words fell, both sides were a little silent, and at this moment, Byakuya and Soifan's eyes flashed with some surprise. Since the other party is letting them express their views, then there is nothing more to say. My Kachiki clan is willing to be this representative. Byakuya stepped forward directly. Originally, because of Hisa's affair, he has promised to Asahi. Now that Asahi's status turned out to be so high, he is not stupid, so he just stepped forward, and after him, Soifan also stepped forward directly. Although Soifan is from a subsidiary clan of the Shayuin clan, it is also a noble clan. Even though it can't be compared with the four great nobles' houses, this does not prevent her from being a member of a noble family. Two people stepped forward at once. One is from the Kachiki clan, which is one of the four great nobles' houses, so there is nothing to say. As for Soifan, although her clan status is a little lower, Soifan's status is not low. It must be known that she is now the representative of the Shayuin clan's combat power. Although Shayuin Yashiro's strength is good, the representative on the surface is Soifan. After all, the second division can be said to be the Shayuin clan's responsibility. So it can be seen that Soifan has the right too. You guys. Shunsei is a little confused. He is also a noble, but these two people, who have always been the most strict, actually came out first. He wondered what's going and is a little dazed. Very well, since the two have stepped forward as representatives, then there is nothing to say. Let's start with you two. As for Central 46, if I remember correctly, the orders they issued were not entirely good. Commander Yamamoto, please explain to me about Bound and Hitsugaya at Hashiro's business. After Asahi finished speaking, he looked at Genri Uzai. What happened to Bound was completely Soul Society's fault, and Bound could be said to completely innocent victim in this matter. It's because of Soul Society experimented with this kind of thing, which led to the detonation of those things, thus giving birth to a product called Bound. Zero Division knows what Soul Society has done over the years, but they generally don't care about it. After all, this kind of thing actually does not need them to take care of, but the current Soul Society has been made into a mess by you. By the way, in addition to these two things, there is also the incident of the collective defection of the captains more than 100 years ago. Please explain it to me. Asahi looked at Genryu's with some amusement, to see what lies he could come up with. After listening to Asahi's words, Genryu's himself was a little confused. These things were all decided by him and Central 46, so he naturally knew the specific situation, but if he said it, he would probably be beaten to death, but if he didn't say anything, the other party seemed to already know about it. He thought it was just a little trouble, but he didn't expect that such a behemoth would have been brought out now, but Genryu's still told the story of the matter. In fact, everyone still knows a little bit about this matter. Very well, since you are finished, let me ask you, regarding the bounce matter, Central 46 ordered to clean it up, right? To hunt down the other party, right? This is the product of your experiment, so why did you kill them? They're actually pretty awesome, maybe you don't know about it, but among bound, some existences no less than the captain level have been born. They are lurking in the human world at this time. If they invade Soul Society, you know the damage from a group of captain level and lieutenant level existences attacking Soul Society yourself. As Asahi said that, he saw that Genryu's was completely silent. If there is no follow-up about bounce matter, it would be better. However, the order of Central 46 is a little bloody, the problem is different. Bounce is just one. You may say that bounce matter can be handled by you. To put it bluntly, there is nothing wrong with carrying this loss yourself. So now, let's talk about internal problems, the matter of Kusaka Sojiro, that is, the matter with two Hiren Maru. Asahi talked about this matter, as this is a real internal matter. Chapter 324 Taking off Genryu's position Etsu, as the creator of Zanpakuto, let me ask you, although the probability of the same Zanpakuto appearing in two people is very small, there is still such a probability. What would you do for this kind of thing? Asahi looked at Etsu, and many captains also directly looked at Etsu at this moment. All of them except Kenpachi are familiar with this name, as everyone are from the Noble Clan or Shino Academy, so they are naturally very clear about the contents of the teaching materials. For example, the person who created Zanpakuto, Namiya Etsu, his name is very well known. After all, Zanpakuto can be said to be Shinigami's specialty. Without Zanpakuto, even Aizen can't do much. It doesn't seem to be a big deal, and there is no rule that the same Zanpakuto cannot appear on two people, but the probability is indeed very small. Etsu said with some helplessness. After Zanpakuto was created, it was equivalent to an embryo. As for what kind of existence was conceived, it depends on the user. He also created a lot of Zanpakuto himself, and all of them are a group of girls. And so Jiro was too close to Toshiro, which caused his own Zanpakuto to be affected by Toshiro. Before Toshiro entered the academy, he almost froze his family to death because of his terrifying spiritual pressure, as his spiritual pressure is too powerful. Sojiro's own power was directly covered up by the other party, and strictly speaking, Sojiro is indeed not very strong. Even after spending so much time in Hueco Mundo, he still can't use Banchi, and finally relied on Oin's power. Only then Hiren Maru's power was released, but now, even the person who built Zanpakuto have said that it is no big deal. I'm a little curious. What is the reason and what is the basis for the order of Central 46 for not allowing the same Zanpakuto exists on two people? Even the creator of Zanpakuto doesn't think there is a problem, so why do you think there is a problem? Give me an answer. Asahi looked at Genryu's indifferently, but this time, Genryu's really couldn't come up with anything. There is indeed no reason for this, and in fact, to put it bluntly, the only reason is because Central 46 is timid. If the same Zanpakuto appears, does that mean that other people's Zanpakuto will also have this situation? For example, Genryu's Rijinjaka. They can control Genryu's, but they don't want other people with Rijinjaka to appear. If someone like that really appears, it can be comparable to Genryu's existence, and if that person is also against them, then there is nothing more to say. Therefore, they forbid the same Zanpakuto to appear on multiple different person. It's also because of the fear of position, as the emergence of a large number of geniuses from civilians will be a huge impact for the nobles. They also did not allow Genryu's to establish the Shino Academy in the first place. However, there were not enough manpower back then, and it will be them who died, so they made a compromise, but they have always looked down on the civilian Shinigami. With people who have long been rotten like this, there's no way they would need any reason to make decisions. Why don't you speak anymore? Is it because you can't find a reason to refute? That's right, I almost forgot to say it, this matter may be just a small matter to you, but the consequences are not small. Kusaka Sojiro is not dead yet. Asahi raised a finger and said mysteriously, but everyone was shocked by his words. Impossible, Sojiro was in front of me. There's no way Toshiro would forget about this matter. At that time, to be honest, Toshiro didn't cause any trouble, because he himself said at the time that he could give up hiring Mauru, but Central 46 does not allow it, as Toshiro's talent is very good. Sojiro couldn't even match his 1% of his talent, so Toshiro's proposal was rejected by Central 46. And in the end, it was also Sojiro who acted first, and Toshiro was also forced to do so reluctantly, and then Sojiro died. Yes, he disappeared in front of you, but unfortunately, it is not a real death. You should know about Toin, right? This thing has the concept of space and time, and that kid is lucky, as he was saved by Oi and was sent by it to Hueco Mundo. But now, he is constantly thinking about how to retaliate against Soul Society. These orders can be said to be extremely absurd, and even planted a lot of hidden dangers. Is there still a need for Central 46? Answer me. The Zero Division also has records about the decisions they made. Do you need me to read them one by one to you? There's also nasty things they have done to protect some of the nobles. It is really an eye-opening. Asahi's words kept falling like thunderbolts, and Genri Uzai stubbornly held back for a long time without saying anything. It can't be helped, what Asahi said is well-founded, and he also has a higher status than him. With all that, what else can he do? Yes, except for Central 46's abolishment, you have been the captain commander for so many years, so it's time to change it. Asahi then uttered another sentence that made the other Shinigami stunned, and even Genri Uzai was a little angry this time. He sat in this position very well, so how could Asahi say that he would take away his position? Why? Is there a problem? Do you want me to tell you about you? Although it is true that you have established the Shino Academy, but if I didn't remember it wrong, you only need geniuses, and other mediocre and people who have sinned against the nobles have been sent to Hueco Mundo, right? The Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Army. This idea was also developed by you, but it seems to be of no use at all. Asahi said. The Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Army is really useless, because there is a huge gap between the number of Shinigami and Hollow. When Hollow goes to the human world, they only need to open Garganta, and there's no need to find a specific location. This is a Hollow's characteristic, so when the Expeditionary Army was sent over, their only use is like raising a goo, constantly using this cruel technique to create some more powerful Shinigami. But to be honest, not many of these people have come back alive, and even most of the strong died in Hueco Mundo. Basically, the Shinigami there is extremely hostile to Soul Society. This so-called Expeditionary Army is the most useless Expeditionary Army Asahi has ever seen, because sending them there is like throwing trash into the trash can. There is no reason at all. And the Shinigami there is still alive because the Hollow didn't really care about them, otherwise, they would have been cleaned up long ago. Chapter 325 Along the way, even Aizen was exposed. Let's not mention Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Army for the time being. About the captains who defected during the Captain Hollowification incident, let me tell you clearly, none of them died, and after a long period of training, they have mastered the Hollowification perfectly. In the process of using Hollow power, they can still maintain their own will. Without me telling you, you must also be clear. Among them, even if it is the existence of the lieutenant level, after adding Hollow power, their combat power shouldn't be weaker than captain level, and there's also those with captain level strength. If you are against them, with your strength, you can crush them, but if they want to play dirty with you, then maybe Soul Society will be gone. By the way, there is one more thing. In addition to the consequences of the wrong decision you made, what happened back then was not Gisuke's handicraft, but the captain of the 5th division behind you. His Zanpakuto ability can control people's 5 senses. He was also the chief culprit in the Hollowification incident. In addition, let me tell you one more thing. Hueco Mundo has been controlled by the other party, and he used this skill to have many Ajushas and Vasto lowered-level Menos Grand become Rankar, and you are still treating him as a good person. Asahi felt that he needed to expose Aizen along the way, and Genri Uzai was shocked. At this time, Aizen did not hesitate to pull out Kyokusuagetsu, and activated his Shikai in an instant. This time, even the members of the Zero Division were caught by it. Aizen's Kyokusuagetsu can be said to be quite awesome. Even Hueco was caught off guard in the original work. It must be known that he has the omniscience and omnipotence of Soul King, so there's no way for people of Zero Division to resist it, and they were caught by the hypnosis. But after reaching a certain level of strength, some changes can be noticed. Of course, they must also be very careful to notice it. For example, Retsu has noticed something in the original work. As for Genri Uzai, he is too reckless to notice it. And any member of Zero Division has much better control over spiritual pressure than Genri Uzai, and even Retsu can't compare either. So although they were caught by it, they were not completely hypnotized. At this moment, Aizen already knew that he could not stay here anymore, and immediately left with Jin and Kaname. Although the Zero Division's members were temporarily caught, no one knows the specific situation, and even Aizen himself can't guarantee the success, so it's more important to run now. And Jin suddenly stiffened for a moment when he left. This is because Asahi transferred some things into his mind. Jin is a talent and there's no way he can let it go, so he just tells him the situation first, and then deal with Aizen. Right now, he still counts on Aizen to help cause trouble in Hueco Mundo, so that he can poach Hairball and Stark, otherwise, he would have already killed Aizen now. However, before Aizen left, he gave Asahi a small gift. This small gift naturally turned Asahi into his appearance and guided others to attack Asahi. In fact, Aizen's Zanpakuto is not only as simple as controlling the 5 senses, as even spiritual pressure can be concealed, and spiritual pressure is not among the 5 senses. Aizen suddenly pulled out his weapon, and Genri Uzai and the others heard it. Under the situation of being manipulated, Genri Uzai directly drew his sword and slashed at Asahi. But before his sword arrived, another sword directly blocked his Rukongai. Hi Osabika-bai, what are you doing and why protect this sinner? Genri Uzai's face was gloomy when he saw this. Idiot, you need to calm down. Have you trained to a dog after so many years of training? Take a good look at who you are attacking. Ikubai and the other spiritual pressure control is quite sensitive and more powerful than others, so they noticed something is wrong in an instant. Aizen couldn't fully control them, so after learning about Aizen's ability, they made a judgment immediately, so Ikubai helped Asahi block Genri Uzai's sword. At this moment, Aizen has already left through Nagashin, and the methods he left are naturally of little use, so not long after, many Shinigami regained their senses, and saw that Genri Uzai's sword was aimed at Asahi. Aizen's Zanpakuto is called Kyoka Suigetsu, and it has the ability to control 5 senses, and the activation condition is you have to see his Zanpakuto's release. I believe that you all have seen it, and even the entire Shinigami in Sairi Itai, and even those guys, who are sent to Hueco Mundo, have all seen it. Asahi said with a big smile, but this smile now looks a little scary. They have now remembered what Aizen did at the beginning. Everyone has seen him release his Zanpakuto, so now, it can be said that their heart turned cold. Captain Hitsugaya, you'd better go and bring your childhood sweetheart here now. Not only has she gone far too long, there is also Kyoka Suigetsu's manipulation. If you don't want to see your childhood sweetheart thinking about Aizen all day long, and attack you, it's best to bring her here now. Asahi said to Toshiro, and Toshiro was taken aback, and suddenly realized the problem with that letter, and he was immediately stunned. He, who didn't take any action at first, has now become Asahi's die-hard loyalist immediately. With a flash steps, Toshiro disappeared immediately, while the others were stunned for a while, and did not understand the content of their dialogue. Since you all know about Aizen's ability now, when you meet Aizen in the future, remember not to attack immediately, because the target of your sword may probably be your best companions and relatives. Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is not perfect, at least the members of the Zero Division can notice the traces, so it's not invincible. Of course, with your current strength, it's best to be on defensive, and don't attack casually. Otherwise, it's not good to kill your own people. Commander Yamamoto, after you retire from the Captain Commander's position, hand it over to Shun Sekiraku. Asahi didn't show any expression even after he was almost cut off by Genri Uzai, and Genri Uzai who withdrew his Rukongai was in a cold sweat. This time, the incident was indeed too big. Just these things Asahi said, if they are added together, Sairi Itai might really suffer heavy losses. He dares to say that it won't be destroyed, but it is not impossible that most of the combat power would be gone. Although Genri Uzai is very powerful, he is only a person. Faced with so many threats with powerful combat power, even he is powerless, and there is also Aizen. If this guy is a little more insidious, he will just stab him directly, and he wouldn't notice it either. Now facing Asahi's order, how can he still have anything to say? He must admit it decisively, otherwise, it is estimated that his other black histories will be revealed by the other party again. Chapter 326 Reorganizing Soul Society. Genri Uzai retired from his position directly. Of course, Asahi didn't let him idle. Instead, he was asked to be the dean of the Shino Academy directly. Genri Uzai is actually the dean himself, but because he is still the captain commander, he seldom takes care of things there. In fact, Genri Uzai is good at teaching and educating people. At least, Shunsei who he taught is not bad. He is not as pedantic as him, so letting Genri Uzai become a teacher is not bad. As for the authority, just hand it over to Shunsei. As for Momo, Asahi directly deleted Aizen from her memory. This girl is not only controlled by Aizen, but also belongs to the kind that worshipped Aizen to the extreme, and it is impossible to convince the other party by talking to her normally, so Asahi directly modified her memory and handed her to Toshiro. Mayuri was sent to the human world by Asahi. After that, Mayuri will find a time to deal with the matter and give an explanation to the Ishida family. Anyway, Mayuri is also a lunatic, and the information about the things he made has also been preserved, so letting him go didn't really matter. Time flies, and a few days later, a group of people appeared on Soul Society. It's none other than Wizard Group and also Kisuke and the others. Of course, in addition to them, there are also some special guys, which is none other than Bound. Since Bound have also been found, Asahi intends to hand over Central 46 to them to deal with. Bound actually has a lot of information about Soul Society, and they also know the setting of the authority, so this time, when it is said that the people from Central 46 will be handed over to them, the dissatisfaction in their heart was eliminated. To put it bluntly, they want to attack Soul Society because they have been hunted down by Soul Society all the time. They are living uncomfortable life and are squeezed out by humans. It can be said that they are living in the cracks, and although this hatred has not been completely eliminated, but it will happen sooner or later. Sooner or later, they will also be able to coexistence peacefully. After the guys who do evil in Soul Society were eliminated, it is actually a good place for them, and here, Bound's combat power and lifespan are also not very special, so they only need to spend some time to integrate into the society. After Aizen left, and Shinji and the others returned, the captain's position will naturally have to be reassigned. Kisuke returned to the 12th Division, Shinji returned to the 5th Division, and the 13th Division was vacant because of Jushiro's situation. So someone replaced him. And with Kaname and Jin also leaving, and Shunsei's position was vacated after he left the 8th Division, they are also replaced by someone. Originally, Soifan wanted to return the position to Yoruichi, but Yoruichi's temperament is quite wild, so there is no need at all, but after they returned to Soul Society, their lives are still pretty good. Isshin and his family did not return directly, but returned once. After Central 46 was disposed of, all that was left are those nobles. And dealing with those nobles couldn't be more easier. Almost all cases, large and small, are recorded in the gallery of the Great Spirit Book Gallery, and even some of the things that are not recorded, many clues can still be found, and since most of the nobles are cowards, there's no need to say more. Just stimulate and intimidate them, and they would pour everything out just like a breaking dam. And Byakuya also used this opportunity to directly reform the Kachiki clan. Right now, he is the clan head. Although he was also the clan head before, the clan head is not the one with the most power in the clan, because the previous clan heads are not dead yet, so there are many elders. These elders are the ones in power. To put it bluntly, there are two reasons why Byakuya was suppressed at that time. One because of Central 46 and the other was because of his education problems since he was a child. The existence of Central 46 will not allow him to reform the Kachiki clan. If he does that, maybe he will be directly charged by some strange crime at that time. He has no way to resist, and his childhood education has made him not want to resist. Otherwise, as far as his strength is concerned, he can directly resist, and the Kachiki clan will not be able to find someone who can fight him. The one with the biggest fist is the correct one, and now that there is no more big stones troubling him, he directly owns the Kachiki clan. He directly took back all the rights, and held them in his own hands. It can be said that the clan is his now. And after the rights were taken back, Byakuya is no longer the same iceberg face in the past, and his emotional appearance has changed a lot, but the other captains didn't dare to say anything about this. As for the matter of the Zero Division, among them, except for Kiryu, no one else planned to stay here anymore, so Asahi simply let them all go back. After all, there is nothing more to do now, and Hueco hasn't fully recovered yet. There are still a few years before that, and Aizen is still missing one Hogyoku in his hand, as only one is not enough. He not only wanted to create Hollow, but also to break the boundary between himself and Hollow, so as to become an existence that can evolve infinitely. The original work explains everything, and now that Kisuke has returned to Soul Society, it will be very troublesome for him to get the Hogyoku himself. He is also a little confused, and wondered he was spotted by people who popped up out of nowhere. Right now, Aizen is beginning to swallow soldiers on the Hueco Mundo's side. He looks down on Hollow other than Espada before, but this time is different. He needs a lot of Hogyoku, because next, he will need to snatch the Hogyoku from Soul Society. Of course, this is not important for the people of the Zero Division. The purpose of the Zero Division is to protect Soul King. Although Soul King has regained his ability to move, and it seems that his strength has also recovered by a lot, they are still regarded as the guard of Soul King. However, it was what Asahi said so that Kiryu stayed, it was the order the same level of the Soul King, so they couldn't help but listen and the rest had to go back first. Speaking of Kiryu, she is also kind of strange. With her current appearance, at a glance, She weighs at least 250 kilograms, and even people who see her again can't recognize her, as she has become too unbelievably fat. Even Hori, who regards her as her own mother, had a look of doubt about her life when she saw Kiryu. Sister Kiryu, is the food in the Zero Division that good? Why did you become so? Yoruichi asked a little speechlessly. Kura can be said to be her friend, so Yoruichi are communicating normally with her, but Yoruichi has to say that this big fat girl seems to have a sense of oppression, and she wondered if the food in the Zero Division is so good that the other party becomes like this. After hearing Yoruichi's words, the others who had a good relationship with Kiryu also nodded immediately. How can you grow so fat if you don't eat well? The big beauties at the time have become a big fat girl of more than 250 kilograms. Chapter 327 Blocking Wandenrook. I'm not fat. No, it's fat. No, it's not really fat. Wait a minute. Kiryu himself couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only find the cafeteria kitchen in the barrack, and then started tinkering. After a while, the big beauty version of Kiryu came out carrying a huge rice shovel, and she had already prepared a lot of delicious food at this moment. This scene once again made other people stare at her with wide eyes. They didn't expect that Kiryu would be able to switch back and forth between the big fat girl of 250 kilograms and the big beauty of 50 kilograms. They wondered what's going on. After Kiryu explained it to them, they realized that the reason why Kiryu has become so fat is intentional. Because her method of cooking uses up all of her spiritual pressure, Kiryu loses most of her weight in the process. As a result, she must bulk up again between feasts. Moreover, the food she produced can improve spiritual pressure. After the group of people eat it, their spiritual pressure has improved by a lot. The weakest's improvement is the most significant, and the strong also has a significant improvement, which makes everyone amazed. However, after they finished eating, they discovered that Kiryu, who had already become a big beauty just now, had once again become a big fat girl of 250 kilograms. This was for contingency, and she had become accustomed to becoming to her 250 kilograms fat form. Although they understood the specific situation now, everyone, who saw this scene, are still a little unacceptable, and they are still doubting the current situations. Others have a few more chins because of the fat, but in this state, Kiryu only has one chin, there is no double chin, 3 chins, or even more. However, her chin is really fat to the extreme. Although I already know it, it's still a little unacceptable. Can't you stay skinny for a while, Sister Kiryu? Yoruichi and the others still felt uncomfortable as they are not used to this, and then in desperation, Kiryu returned to the state of the thin beauty again. This was a relief for everyone, as they were more used of her current appearance. The current Soul Society is really good. After this reform, at least there won't be too many problems in a short period of time. Regarding the current Soul Society, Kisuke and the others think that it is very good. At least, it's much better than when Genri Uzai and those trashes from Central 46 were in power. Compared with Soul Society in the past, they like the current Soul Society more, as they don't need to worry about people around them making troubles. Aren't you a little too optimistic? There are still some loopholes in this Soul Society. Asahi suddenly spoke, and immediately shocked everyone. To be honest, they basically believed what Asahi said now. After all, this is a person who can have a relationship with Soul King, and his status is also not lower than that of Soul King. He is simply abnormal. My lord, what do you mean by that? Is there any other threat to Soul Society? Kiryu has a dumbfounded look. Their Zero Division knows what is going on in Soul Society, but they usually don't care. They will only take action when something too big has happened and Soul Society can't handle it by itself. But this does not mean that they don't pay attention to Soul Society, as they are still clear about the big things in Soul Society. There is a threat, Sojiro is one, but he can't make any waves. At most, he would only cause a little trouble. The real big trouble is in the shadow of Siriite AI? Asahi said and pointed to these buildings, but the shadow was already deeply buried. What's wrong with shadow? Everyone immediately focused their attention on the shadow, but they didn't feel anything at all. Don't waste your time. If it was so simple to find it out, you would have already discovered it a long time ago, and there should only be a few of you who know about the Wandenrook's matter. As for the shadow, no one knows at all. 1,000 years ago, there's an organization established by the Quincy called Wandenrook. It has the power to compete with Shinigami, and most of them are even stronger than the people on Shinigami's side. It's not like the current Quincy, as they're just some leftovers. At the beginning, former Captain Commander defeated the leader of Wandenrook, Hueco. He thought that he had killed the other party and destroyed this empire built by the Quincy, but this empire did not completely perish, including Hueco did not actually die. Asahi said the matter, and then Retsu also explained it. After all, she is the first generation of Kinpachi, and she was also very clear about the war back then. After some explanation, Everyone now knows that there was such a behemoth 1,000 years ago, and it was destroyed by Shinigami, which is really awesome. At the beginning, former Captain Commander thought he had killed Hueco, but he was still alive and well. Of course, it was also because of his ability, which is very difficult to deal with. After being defeated, Wandenrick began to hide in the dark and recuperate. A few years ago, Hueco released Swellen in the human world and took back the power of all impure Quincy to supplement his own power, which led to the birth of a series of tragedies. As for their hiding place, it is inside the shadow of Siriite AI. What you have been doing all the time is staring under the other party's eyelids, and even your strengths, abilities, and all information are clearly grasped by the other party. After Asahi finished speaking, the other Shinigami's faces changed. How could they know that there is such a behemoth hidden in the shadow? This behemoth has also been hiding for 1,000 years without showing themselves. In this millennium, all their information was clearly grasped by the other party, and even some of them were already being watched by the other party since they were born, and the other party have been watching them grow up. Think about it carefully. There have always been such terrifying existences staring at them, so there's no way they won't feel the creeps. Surprised, right? But don't worry, since I am here, it is impossible I would let them do whatever they want. Soul Society can be regarded as my territory now, and there's no way I would let such a group of people cause trouble in my territory. As he said that, Asahi's terrifying energy burst out, and huge power directly rushed into these shadows. Other Shinigami can't detect it, but for him, this kind of thing is too simple. Wandenrick actually just created a space, and this space is not only connected to the shadow of Siriite AI, but also connected the human world and Hueco Mundo. What Asahi wanted to do, is blocking the space here. No matter how awesome their skill is, after the space is blocked, it is equivalent to cutting off this channel, so don't think about spying Siriite AI anymore. Chapter 328 The Panic of Wandenrick. A huge force invaded into the shadow, and forcibly cut off the space, eliminating the hidden dangers of Soul Society, and also directly captured many Wandenrick's spies from the shadow. Wandenrick has been monitoring Soul Society, and then recorded the information. This is the one which caused Soul Society to be disadvantaged the most. Since the enemy has already knew their bottom, what can they do? These spies are hiding in the outermost layer, so when the space is blocked, they can't go back. With this strike, hundreds of cannon fodder level spies were caught. In Wandenrick, the only ones who really possessed combat power were Hueco and Sternritter. As for the others, they were all cannon fodder. Regarding Wandenrick, Asahi is also a bit speechless. In terms of the power structure, Wandenrick is much larger than Hueco Mundo, but in the later period of Bleach, there was an unfinished situation, because this Wandenrick emerged too much in one go. It is a force larger than Hueco Mundo, and the people in it are also very strong, but because a large group of strong people emerged in a very short plot, they can only have a few words, and some even had no chance to appear on the stage before the series ends. It can be said that it is too dazzling, and when no one can remember them, the plot is already over. It gives people very chaotic feeling, but in the end, it is just to fill the hole. In fact, if the plot is set longer and be more reasonable, there will not be unfinished situation. There are so many people hiding in the shadows, so it is estimated they have very clear knowledge about our intelligence. The group of captains couldn't help but turn pale when they heard this. After all, almost all their secrets have been exposed. I will leave these guys to you to deal with, you can handle it yourself. Now that the space in the shadow is blocked by me, Wandenrick's people can no longer monitor the Soul Society through the shadow, nor can they invade from the shadow. The only thing that can be done is from the normal way, that is, from the human world or Hueco Mundo to the Soul Society's Dangai. Kisuke, with your 12th division, remember to keep an eye on Dangai. Tell everyone as soon as they invaded. In addition, I have already researched what I promised you at the beginning. After Asahi settled a series of things, he threw the remaining little things to others, and Kisuke's ears perked up when he heard Asahi's last sentence. My lord, didn't you say that it will take a long time? How did you do it in such a short time? Kisuke is very greedy about the soul energy source, and he was a bit disgusted with his identity as Shinigami at the beginning, but he did not expect that Asahi has finished developing it, which is amazing. When I came to Soul Society, I spent more than 10 years in Dangai and perfected this thing. Asahi's words turned into a bomb and exploded again in everyone's head. Dangai? Although the time flow of that place is very different from the outside, but if you stay inside for too long, you will be swallowed by Kaoru. Garyo's head was covered with cold sweat, and everyone else was also frightened. Dangai is indeed a very good place, as the time flow rate is 2,000 times lower than the outside world, so it is a very suitable place for training. But here comes the problem. Shinigami also has a lifespan. The stronger the strength, the longer the Shinigami's lifespan. This is almost a proportional relationship, but no Shinigami dare to say that they can survive forever, not to mention the danger in Dangai. Just the lifespan consumption is not something they can afford. It's fine if they are just staying there for a while, but if they stay inside for one outside year, then it is equivalent to directly living to Genryu's age. Even if they have lifespan of several hundred years, it is still not worth it. Furthermore, there are Kaoru and Kotatsu. It can be said that Kotatsu is not a big problem for strong people, but the Kaoru is different. Under the circumstances, a captain-level spiritual pressure can only suspend Kaoru for a few months. But Asahi said that he stayed there for more than 10 years. It is simply perverted to the extreme. But shock is shock. The current Gisuke only wants to have the soul energy source, so that he can access archive and obtain the information he wants. Moreover, the 50-year slavery contract has long been forgotten by him. Now that Soul Society is owned by the other party, it is inevitable for him to work for the other party, so this 50-year contract has also become indefinite. And he also did it voluntarily. There's no other way. To be honest, he still likes Soul Society, as it is fully equipped. In the human world, if he wanted to get those equipment, many of them can only be made by himself, which is very troublesome, so it is better to go to Soul Society. After that, Asahi helped the others create the soul energy source. To put it bluntly, it was the natural energy source after improvement. However, as souls, they are a bit at disadvantage than people with flesh and blood. After Asahi's improvement, he created the soul energy source and integrated the soul energy source into the natural energy source to form an evolved version of the energy source. But because Shinigami is just a soul body, after turning on the energy source, they can only use the effect of the soul energy source, and cannot use others, which is a little worse than people with flesh and blood. Of course, this is the best way to do, as Asahi can't continue to improve it for now. After having the soul energy source, their spiritual pressure will continue to rise. At that time, it will take a little time if they wanted to use archive. While Asahi was dealing with his own affairs here, on the other side, Wandenrick also noticed the situation in Soul Society. All the people responsible for monitoring Soul Society were disconnected, and they can no longer use their abilities to go to Soul Society, which led to the first panic in Wandenrick in 1,000 years. Your Majesty, the back door we prepared in Soul Society is disconnected, and there is no news from the people in charge of monitoring Soul Society. It seems that they have been discovered. In Wandenrick space, Silburn, Hueco has his eyes closed on the main hall at this moment, and his right-hand man, Jugram Hasqualt, appeared here, and reported about the current affairs of Soul Society. Jugram is the closest person to Hueco, and the ability of the other party is also what Hueco is optimistic about. Jugram has similar abilities to Hueco, and can bestow power on others, so that his Bazbi-chan has stronger talent than others. Of course, there are also disadvantages, that is, Hueco can take back the power he gave and feed it back to himself, but Jugram can't do so. He can only give powers, and can't take it back, so there is still a gap between him and Hueco. Chapter 329 Hueco, who acted in advance Soul Society found us. Interesting. Can you find out the specific reason? Hueco opened his eyes. Although his power has actually recovered, it's still not good, as there is still a problem with omniscience and omnipotence, but now that they have been discovered, Hueco can't sit still anymore, and he needs to fully recover faster. The person in charge of the investigation has lost contact, and they should have been cleared by Soul Society if there's no accident, so we won't get any news from them. Jugram can't do anything about it. The method is that they monitor the other party and send the information back once in a while, as is impossible to send the information all the time, so it is very troublesome now, and at this moment, Hueco's omniscience and omnipotence cannot be fully activated, and his strength is still limited. Originally, they planned to take action after he fully recovered, but they didn't expect such a change to happen in advance. Of course, even if Hueco couldn't activate omniscience and omnipotence, his strength is still unquestionable. Soul Society seems to have an extraordinary talent, and some things we don't know have happened. Since things have changed, then the plan should also be revised. Ask the Stern Ritter prepare and directly enter Hueco Mundo. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible. Things have changed, which led to changes in Hueco's plan, so if he wanted to recover more quickly, he naturally needs to do something like giving power to Hollow, and then directly plunder the other party's power. Originally, Hueco planned to recover slowly, but now that the situation is like this, he naturally can't sit still. After receiving the order from Hueco, all the Quincy started to move, preparing to break into Hueco Mundo, and Asahi sees all this. After blocking the shadow's space, Asahi began to pay attention to the movement of Wandenrick, and now that Wandenrick is going to Hueco Mundo, Asahi is a little speechless, as he had accidentally created a huge butterfly effect. Since Hueco is going to enter Hueco Mundo, Isn't he going to be against Aizen? At this stage, Aizen has no way compete with Hueco and he can only rely on Kyoka Suigetsu, only then can he guarantee his own safety. There is no other way, after all, even Hueco will be influenced by his Kyoka Suigetsu, but as long as they don't look at it, Aizen can't do anything. And since Hueco and the others have all the information about Aizen, Kyoka Suigetsu is equivalent to half-waste. Regarding Kyoka Suigetsu, the victim must see the Shike, but if the other party closes their eyes during this period, Aizen's hypnosis will be useless. At Hueco's level, closing his eyes while fighting is just a very simple matter, and there's also a Sternritter's strange ability, which is creation of imagination, so Aizen's ability is of no use against him at all. It'll be strange if Aizen doesn't suffer this time. Asahi is also interested in watching the show. As for the current Aizen, to be honest, he seems to have only one way left, that is, creating more soldiers, and then think of a way to attack Soul Society and take the other half of Hogyoku. But to be honest, this is also very difficult. Although half of the Hogyoku can also help Hollow turned into Rancor, the effect is not as good as the complete Hogyoku, and it can even be said that the effect is average. Of course, it depends on whether Aizen can bear it. After turning into Rancor, their strength will skyrocket. Even in Espada, there are not only Ajushas and Vasto Lord, but also Jillian, so as long as Aizen is patient enough, he can create a large number of Rancor Minnows Grand, and then counterattack Soul Society in one go. But now, it is different. Before he could do all that, Las Noches is attacked. The Sternritter under Hueco has attacked Las Noches directly. These hollows are pretty good. The buildings they made are not bad. This Las Noches is indeed very magnificent. Looking at Las Noches in front of them, although not all the Sternritter praised it, they can still say that Hollow is really good at doing things. So many Hollow are used as hard labor, so they built such a luxurious palace. Gremmy, I'll leave it to you. The surrounding people didn't do much. After all, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is always a little troublesome, but there was one difference. That person is Gremmy, and his epithet is the Visionary. To put it bluntly, all his strength depends on his brain. And his body is all created by fantasy, so strictly speaking, although Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is useful against Hueco, but it is of no use to Gremmy, because Gremmy's body is just a brain. The body is a fantasy creation, so even if Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu to give hypnosis to the body created by Gremmy, he only needs to dissipate this body and create another one. To be honest, this ability is a bit more exaggerated than the others. After all, as long as Gremmy has enough imagination and his brain is strong enough, he won't be weaker than any Schutzstaffel. If Hueco injected the power that was injected into Schutzstaffel into Gremmy's brain body, maybe a monster will be created by it. After all, Gremmy's abilities are indeed a little too overpowered. He is also the best person to deal with Aizen now. After hearing Jugram's words, Gremmy no longer hesitated, and went directly to the interior of Las Noches, but on the way, he encountered a large number of Rancor. These are all the guys that Aizen made after activating the fast-working mode. A bunch of garbage, just lie down for now. Gremmy created countless boulders, lava, etc., and he could even create life, so these Rancor are not his opponent at all. He pushed forward all the way, but he didn't kill any of them. After all, Hueco still needs these Rancor to recover his strength. So he just severely injured them and was later taken away by the cannon fodder of Wandenrick. Soon, Gremmy saw Aizen and Espada, as they couldn't turn a blind eye to such a big thing. We finally met, Aizen. You are on His Majesty's special list, so Aizen, I will give you a chance to submit to His Majesty. Gremmy looked at Aizen and Espada in front of him and said quite arrogantly. After all, he claims to be the strongest among Sternritter. Of course, this strongest is just self-proclaimed, as there are some who are stronger than him. But in some respects, his ability is indeed very powerful, and it can be equivalent to Invincible, but it is not absolutely invincible. His Majesty? Who are you? Aizen is a little amused. The other party actually intends to recruit him, isn't his a joke? Let alone Aizen, even Jin, an undercover agent, feels that the other party is crazy. Isn't it just nonsense to recruit Aizen? After all, he is very clear about how arrogant Aizen is. Chapter 330 Useless Kyoka Suigetsu. I am the member of Wandenrick's Sternritter. Tell me your choice, Aizen. If you don't surrender, you will not end well. The order Gremmy received was just to ask, and of course it was considered nonsense. They had already understood Aizen's personality, so in such situation, the possibility of recruiting Aizen is zero. Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is a threat, so Aizen must be killed. Of course, if Aizen's sword can be taken away, the effect will be the same. After Shinigami had lost their Zanpakuto, they can't activate the Zanpakuto out of thin air, so taking Aizen's Zanpakuto could achieve the same effect. So right now, Gremmy plans to take Aizen down and hand him over to Hueco. Undoubtedly, Aizen's strength is strong enough, but don't forget that he hasn't fused with Hueco yet, and regarding Aizen who hasn't fused with Hueco, although his strength is at the top among Shinigami, but facing an enemy that only Kenpachi's Bankai can defeat, he will not be his opponent. If the strength of Aizen at the end of the plot is 100, the current Aizen does not even have the strength of 10, so how can he fight against the other party? What an interesting guy. Wandenrick, I have also seen some records in the Great Spirit Book Gallery, but the records are only one-sided. It seems that no one wanted to record this history, so it's a good time to learn about it now. Aizen said and pulled out his Zanpakuto directly, and after seeing this scene, Gremmy directly activated his abilities, created a space, and pulled himself and Aizen into this space. In the original work, he created a cosmic space to deal with Kenpachi, and his current task is to directly control Aizen. As for Espada and the others, there are naturally others who would do him. After all, it is still a little troublesome if he wanted to deal with Espada and the others alone. After Gremmy dragged Aizen away, the other Sternritters members also took action. These guys are not only abnormal in strength, but also extremely abnormal in ability. Moreover, this time, the Sternritters members took action together, so these Hollow couldn't resist it at all. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. After Aizen discovered the space has changed, he immediately activated his Zanpakuto's Shike, and all the 5 senses of the other party were immediately controlled by him, but this time, he happened to meet someone he couldn't deal with. After thinking that his hypnosis had caught Gremmy, Aizen slowly walked towards Gremmy, raised the Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand, and the blade pierced directly into the opponent's heart. Your ability is indeed very special, but for me, this ability is only a little troublesome. Aizen looked at Gremmy, whose heart was pierced, in front of him and said very calmly, but when he wanted to take back his sword, Gremmy suddenly showed a mocking smile, and grabbed Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu with his right hand. At the same time, several sharp blades pierced towards Aizen, and after he found that he could not pull out Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen panicked and could only let go of it. So right now, Kyoka Suigetsu is in Gremmy's hands. After avoiding these sharp blades, Aizen realized that there were several Gremmy around, and Aizen had a look of horror on his face at this moment. Kyoka Suigetsu, what a good ability. Because of this ability, even His Majesty is a little scared of you, but if Shinigami doesn't have their Zanpakuto, they can't activate their Zanpakuto's ability. Gremmy took out the Kyoka Suigetsu that was stuck in his heart, and then directly used force to break Kyoka Suigetsu. Regarding Shinigami's Zanpakuto, there is nothing wrong with being damaged in the normal sealed state and Shikai state, as it can be repaired easily. Even Aizen can repair it himself, but this also takes time, and the damaged Kyoka Suigetsu is now in the hands of other party, so Aizen can do nothing about this. And Aizen still can't understand what went wrong even now. He is confused on how could he be defeated by the other party so easily. His Kyoka Suigetsu and hypnosis have completely failed, which makes him unable to understand, but this can't be blamed on him. After Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu's Shike, what he controlled was just a creation, and the other Gremmy is also just the creation of Gremmy, so Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is of no use to Gremmy. As long as Kyoka Suigetsu is gone, there are not few people among Sternritter outside who can suppress Aizen at this stage. After taking away Aizen's Zanpakuto, Gremmy did not continue to maintain this space, but directly dispersed it. At this moment, the fight is already in full swing, but undoubtedly, Espada's side has been suppressed miserably. The people of Wandenrick can be said to be cheating and Espada are simply unable to resist. Just like Baragon. His ability is very strong, as it can accelerate the corrosion of time, so once touched, everything will age, and unless someone's life level reaches tier 2, or having infinite lifespan, they can't be immune to Baragon's ability. But these people don't fight at close quarters against him. Leobaro, which epithet is X, the X-axis, and also one of Hueco's Schutzstaffel, directly aimed his gun at Baragon and shot at him. Baragon didn't even have the chance of getting close, so he was being beaten miserably. He can only constantly avoid the other party's shot, and can only barely resist. His aging power can decay the opponent's attack, but the opponent's attack is too fast, so it can't be destroyed with his ability. In the original work, he could not completely corrode Soifan's Bankayev, and Leobaro's bullets came very fast, so there was no time to decay it. So at this moment, Baragon has already used Resurrection, but there are also many holes on the giant axe in his hand, all of which are bullets marks. Besides the axe, there are also holes in his body, but he managed to protect the most important part, his head, so he is currently still alive, but his state is still extremely embarrassing. Other Espada also have their own opponents, but in the face of these opponents, their resistance is almost equal to 0. For example, Yami, he has been forced to use Resurrection, and his huge body looks very powerful, but he happened to meet Bambietta base turbine. With such a big target, Bambietta also used explosion techniques, and Yami was blown all over in minutes. Ulquiorra couldn't hide his strength anymore, and used Resurrection, Segunda Etapa, and his strength became a lot stronger, but he happened to meet Gerard Valkyrie, one of the Schutzstaffel, who is also the Heart of Soul King, possessing the power of miracles. It is almost equal to the power of immortality. In short, after Ulquiorra used Segunda Etapa, he couldn't do anything against the other party. Not to mention he would recover after being injured. After the recovery, Gerard would become stronger, so Ulquiorra is no longer his opponent not long after. Chapter 331 The experience pack will never be given away. Stop, Your Majesty is here. After Grammy took away Aizen's Zunpacto and the Wandenrook has already invincible, Hueco saw that there was no threat, so he also came to the battlefield at this moment. In an instant, the battle stopped. Hueco's charisma is indeed quite high. Moreover, his subordinates are extremely loyal. As long as he says a word, these people will carry it out unconditionally. Hueco's control of his subordinates is much better than Aizen's, as Aizen's subordinates won't completely obey his orders, and even if they are, they would have other ideas in their hearts, but Hueco's men are different. All of Hueco's subordinates are his diehards, and if it wasn't for Hueco using Swellen to take back most of Sternritter's power, Basby and the others would not betray him, and even help the Shinigami to deal with him. To put it bluntly, it's all his own fault that caused his death. So you are His Majesty. Aizen's face was not very good after seeing Hueco. Only now he realized that he was so powerless in the face of someone, and the most important point is, his Kyoka Suigetsu is gone, which made Aizen a little flustered at the moment. Everything was beyond his imagination. Without Kyoka Suigetsu, he naturally couldn't control everything in his hands. Aizen, your ability is very good, and I appreciate it very much, so I'll give you another chance. Do you want to surrender to me? Hueco is a person who loves talents. Of course, it is not that selfless thing. This kind of love is not real, as he loves talents only because the other party's strength would improve quickly and he can take it back at any time. Everything is always under his control and cannot be separated from it. This is the love of Hueco. What a joke. Aizen's heart is also cold at the moment. Although he said it so arrogantly, he has no way to fight against Hueco. He has the incomplete Hogyoku in his hand, but it takes time for him to fuse with the incomplete Hogyoku. He even hasn't started yet. So right now, he can't compete with Hueco at all. Even without Kyoka Suigetsu, you are still so hard-headed, since that's the case. Hueco shook his head. Although Aizen does not have Kyoka Suigetsu, he still has some pride, so he also plans to respect the other party's choice and kill the other party, but before he can make a move, an axe wrapped in black and purple energy rushed towards Aizen. This scene happened very abruptly, and no one reacted. The person who did it is Baragon. He knew that he was basically finished this time. Facing the opponent's power, he couldn't even resist, so he didn't mind surrendering, but before surrendering, he wanted to kill Aizen, the man who took everything from him. Baragon thinks that he will always be a king, and this king also has the courage to say that his hatred for Aizen cannot be eliminated, so he directly targets Aizen at this moment. However, Aizen still managed to react. When he realized the danger, he used flash steps to avoid Baragon's attack. Baragon, what are you doing? After seeing Baragon's hands, Aizen's diehards collectively exploded. As for Stark and Harable, they didn't express much, after all, they have seen Aizen's attitude towards them. 5th and 8th Espada were killed by Nilil back then, but after Aizen came to Hueco Mundo, he only asked a simple question regarding this. Even if he knew it, he didn't show any respond. For Aizen, there is no shortage of rancor. After all, they are just his pawns, so he can just replenish them. So Stark and Harable had already seen Aizen's face clearly at that time, so they naturally wouldn't say much. They didn't leave at the time because of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu ability. Although Kyoka Suigetsu is gone, there are still stronger enemies watching right now. As for Baragon attacking Aizen, there is no fluctuation in their hearts, it can't be helped. After all, Aizen is cruel to them, so there's no way they would care about him. It is better to keep an eye at the enemy on the opposite side, otherwise, they might die without knowing how. Aizen. Without saying much, Baragon just stared at Aizen, and the power of aging in his hand continued to emerge and attacked Aizen. Without Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen can only constantly dodging this power of aging. Your Majesty, this. Jugram glanced at Hueco, but the other party shook his head and told him not to intervene. Such a scene is indeed quite interesting. Let them make a fuss by themselves first, and they will just watch the show. As Aizen kept dodging Baragon's attack, a ray of light flashed away. When Aizen came back to his senses, his chest had been penetrated by a sharp blade, and the sharp blade had been extending outward, and how far it extended is unknown. Jin. The moment Aizen saw this sword, Aizen's heart turned cold. He knew very well that Jin, who had been following him, has a problem with him, but he had always had Kusagakure, so he didn't care about Jin at all. But now, Jin stabbed him directly when he was most vulnerable. It can be said that Jin is indeed awesome. In the original work, he is also the only one except Kisuke who managed to trick Aizen. If it wasn't for Hogyoku's ability to be too perverted, he would have succeeded in killing Aizen. And now, he did the same. Taking advantage of Aizen losing Kusagakure, and being entangled by the second espada, Baragon, he used his Kamishini no Yari. He has been waiting for this moment for so many years. Ekamaru Jin, what are you doing? Kaname and the others, who are helping Aizen deal with Baragon, are dumbfounded. This series of changes makes the people of Wandenrook nearby look dumbfounded. What is this situation? Why the hell Aizen would actually plant so many time bombs around himself? The most dumbfounded one is Gremmy. He didn't expect that taking Kusagakure from Aizen would cause such a big effect. What he done can be said to be the fuse for all of this. Without Kusagakure, Aizen was really pushed into the wall by everyone, and he was directly betrayed. And there are not only one person betraying him, but two, which is interesting. I can't let you kill this guy so casually. If you want to have him killed, I have to be the one who do it. Asahi, who has been paying attention to everything, finally made a move. This is an experience pack, so there's no way he would let it go. In fact, Jin has also tipped him off, but he has always been watching the movements of Wandenrook, so the information Jin gave him is kind of useless. At the beginning, he left something for Jin to let Jin contact him, but he didn't expect that after he blocked the shadow's space, there would be such a big movement. It can be regarded as a butterfly effect, so the contact he gave to Jin has also become useless. Chapter 332 Cutting Leaks. Who are you? After seeing Asahi, Hueco quickly recalled all the faces of people he knew, but there is no Asahi, and he also was not on his special attention list. After all, Asahi had not been exposed for a long time, and the people of Wandenrook, who went to spy on the information, were all caught, so Hueco naturally couldn't get Asahi's information. I just came here to cut the leaks. I want to let you grow some more, so I will temporarily left you alone for now. By the way, Stark, Terrible, can you two give me an answer now? After Asahi finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Hueco, but turned his head to look at Stark and Terrible. He planned to dig out these two before, so now is time to take them away. I believe I have no other choice. Stark said very helplessly. In this situation, let alone that he is extremely disappointed with Aizen, and that still needed to save his companion Lilinette, it is impossible not to agree to Asahi, otherwise, it is estimated that he won't end well by staying here. Terrible on the side also nodded. This time, there is indeed nothing to say, so she admitted it decisively. As for her fraction, because the enemy attacked too fast this time, they are not in danger, so they will be taken away together. Since both of them have agreed, there is nothing left to say. Do you two want to betray Aizen-sama? Kaname's face is very ugly, as he didn't expect these hollow to be so unreliable. Aizen also had a livid face at this moment. They betrayed him one after another, but fortunately, these two did not make a move just now, otherwise, he would have been finished. I've never been loyal to him, so how could I betray him? I was just looking for companions, but he obviously didn't treat us as companions, so he shouldn't have much hope from us in the beginning. Stark shook his head. He had already seen Aizen's situation clearly. As for Kaname, he was a real Aizen's loyalist. Aizen helped him take revenge, so he naturally gave his life to Aizen. I'll cut you guys first, you traitors. Kaname was also extremely angry, but before he could do anything, a knife directly stabbed on his body. In an instant, Kaname's body began to collapse until it disappeared. Since the dead point was hit, it's a game over for him. Regarding these experiences, Asahi will not let them go. This is a super experience pack, and he is also thinking that if he kills Hueco and Aizen's groups here, it will be very profitable. And it is estimated that his mystic eyes of death perception will become 100% directly. At that time, new power can be extracted. With the small knife in his hand, Asahi did not give the others time to react, and kept stabbing the espada. In the end, except for Aizen, Jin, Stark and Terrible, the other espada are all gone. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception's percentage has also increased drastically, which can be said to be quite good. Any last words? Asahi looked at Aizen. After those guys were killed by him, it was naturally Aizen's turn. As for Wandenrook, they are temporarily ignored by him. Seeing his current situation, Aizen suddenly smiled, but in this smile, there is a lot of bitterness. I always thought that I am the truth of everything, but now, it seems that I am nothing more than a stupid clown. As expected, this world is really not so simple. There are so many powerful people hidden. Aizen said helplessly. He used to be arrogant and proud, but now, he can't do anything. Don't say that, you are also a generation of heroes anyway, but you have not fully grown up yet. After you fully grown up, maybe that guy will suffer a loss in front of you. I can only say that the timing is wrong. Although Hueco is good, it's a pity that you will never get it. After all, the other one is in my hand. Asahi said as he took out the Hueco. At this moment, Aizen's eyes were opened very wide. He knew how strong this person is. Although Asahi didn't do much in Soul Society, he just killed everyone easily. As far as human ability is concerned, he can't see how he did such thing, as Asahi just make everyone disappeared without a sound. Aizen couldn't understand what exactly was this method. It was obvious that Asahi's knife didn't pierce the opponent's body, and just poked them a little bit. But as a result, these people dissipated completely. Boom. Just when Asahi was about to send Aizen on the way, a Rishi bullet shot towards him, but for Asahi, this kind of thing is useless, so he just squeezed it. It's not polite at all to attack someone from behind. Looking at Leelbaro who was sniping at him, Asahi crushed the Rishi bullet in his hand. He didn't expect this guy to actually snipe behind his back. In fact, Leelbaro is also unhappy with Asahi. After all, Asahi has thrown Hueco and them to the side, and dealt with Aizen first. He also chatted with Aizen on his own, as if they did not exist, so he attacked him. However, Asahi's move made him somewhat horrified. Although he did not use his full strength, Asahi was actually able to squeeze his attack with his bare hands. It's completely incompressible. Why don't you speak? But since you have given me a gift, I should return the gift, right? After saying that, Asahi directly threw the small knife in his hand towards Leelbaro. Everyone also saw the horror of this knife just now with their own eyes, so they mistakenly believed that the reason the other party can kill so many people easily was because of this knife. Leelbaro was also quick, and he took a shot and wanted to shoot down the knife. But Asahi has the power of the sunshine attached to this knife, and even Hueco can't move this knife, let alone Leelbaro. This knife directly pierced his dead point, and in an instant, Leelbaro turned into Rishi and dissipated just like the hollow just now. After killing the opponent directly, Asahi once again ignored the other Quincy, and then stabbed Aizen with a knife. At this moment, Aizen knew what the opponent's method was. It is a kind of obliterating power. He simply can't resist the erosion of such power, just like Baragon's aging. He can dodge it, but once he is contaminated by it, he can't eliminate it. At the moment of dissipating, he finally understands how big the gap between their strength is. Chapter 333 The arrival of Soul King Leelbaro died just like that? The Quincy does not care about Aizen's death, but they are really scared now. This person's attack is too terrifying, as he can directly kill the leader of Hueco's Schutzstaffel with just one move. After all, their strength is not sorted alphabetically. Leelbaro's epithet is the X-axis, which means piercing everything. As the leader of Hueco's Schutzstaffel, his strength can be said to be quite high, and only the other Schutzstaffel, Jugram and Hueco can be compared with him. The enhanced version of Leelbaro can directly kill Etsu without the other party being able to react. But now, such a powerful person was directly killed by Asahi, and Hueco didn't have time to stop him, which is a face slap to him. Go to hell. With Gerard's violent temper, he couldn't bear such thing, so the big sword in his hand was slashed towards Asahi directly, but in the next second, his body was completely swallowed by flames and turned into nothingness. Of course, this guy is not dead. He has miracle manifestation, and he is also the heart of Soul King. So Asahi didn't use mystic eyes of death perception to deal with him, and just burned him, but the ability of this guy is very special, as the heavier the injury, the stronger his strength after recovery. Asahi deliberately restrained his attacks, and did not directly kill him from the soul level. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to resurrect. After being burned, this guy appeared again. This time, his body swelled to a height of hundreds of meters, like a supergiant. It's too big, you should shrink. And Soul King, I'll leave this guy to you. After using Command T to directly reduce Gerard's size from a height of hundreds of meters to a few centimeters, Asahi threw this guy to Soul King. This guy is the heart of Soul King, so he naturally received it himself. When Soul King arrives, Asahi can already sense him. Thank you very much. At this moment, Soul King's legs and right hand has recovered, so only his left arm and his heart are left. After grabbing Gerard's body suddenly turned into a pitch-black energy that continuously gathering towards the chest of Soul King, recovering Soul King's heart. Soul King. After seeing Soul King, Hueco's face could no longer be emotionless. He didn't expect that Soul King would actually come here. Originally, after he obtained the power of Soul King, he always claimed to be the son of Soul King, and even wanted to replace Soul King. But now, Soul King has actually appeared, and both his legs and right arm have recovered. He also knows that Gerald is his heart, so now, his heart has also recovered. But before he could say anything more, Soul King directly stretched out his hand and grabbed his left arm back. His left hand naturally gave birth to intelligence, but it is useless against Soul King. After absorbing his left hand, Soul King's body has completely recovered, and only the omniscience and omnipotence inside Hueco are left. Hueco, I have always been very clear about what you did, but I didn't stop you at the beginning because I was powerless. Now that I have recovered, can you give me back my ability? From Soul King's expression, no one could tell he is angry or what. Even though this guy is in a human form, he didn't look like a human being. On the contrary, he looked like an alien. Zwellen. Hueco's face collapsed and he immediately initiated Zwellen, and the target is naturally his Sternritter and the other cannon fodders. Even his confidant, Jugram, was no exception, as all their powers were drawn. Hueco has always put his own interests first. At the beginning, he extracted the power of all unfrequency in the human world to restore himself. He can extract the power of the people around him, but it is not necessary, as doing this will make him lose more. So Hueco started by dealing with those people. This is considered a level. He just numbered these tools, starting from the lowest and the most useless tools. He just discarded those that he didn't use, and it raised to the higher level. But now, he is facing Soul King, so Hueco didn't care about this number anymore, and initiated Zwellen to completely recover his power. After Zwellen was activated, no matter how strong the Quincy are, their power will be drawn away by him. This is Hueco's ability. When Hueco was born, he has eyes but couldn't see, he had mouth but couldn't speak, he has ears but couldn't hear, and he couldn't even move, which was equivalent to not having any senses. However, his blood was found useful by the others, so his blood was used as a medicine and distributed to other people. But what those people don't know is that Hueco's blood can take root in their bodies, and then take back this part of their power when they become healthy and strong. Afterwards, Hueco relies on his blood to restore his own senses. And he keeps getting stronger and stronger. So now, he doesn't care about other people anymore. Facing Soul King and an unknown existence, he doesn't want to lose, so he can only abandon these existences. It is a last resort, since he won't abandon his subordinates without reason, but now, he has no other choice. Damn, how dare you take away my experience packs? Asahi was shocked when he saw this scene. He was counting on these dozens of experience packs to provide him with his powers upgrade. But now, this guy actually intends to suck up all these people, so he can't bear it. When Hueco initiated Zwellen, Asahi cut off the space around him, so that even though Hueco seems to be still in the same place, the space he is in is equivalent to another world, and his Zwellen naturally couldn't be activated. With the space barrier, Hueco couldn't communicate with the blood power he had left in everyone's body, so after the activation of Zwellen failed, Hueco, who has no idea, was confused and wanted to continue using Zwellen again. But with no surprise, Hueco still failed after using it, and there's no effect at all. Fortunately, I made it in time. I almost lose all the experiences because of this guy. Asahi didn't play around anymore, and quickly eliminated all these Sternritter. None of them were left, even if it's a girl. He didn't regard the other party is a girl, so he killed them all ruthlessly. Seeing that the tonics he wanted used as a sacrifice were gone, Hueco's face is full of disbelief. He no longer knew what to do. Now, he can't even use omniscience and omnipotence. After all, he hasn't reached the level in the original work. If the Zwellen is successful, then his strength will undoubtedly become stronger, even stronger than the end of the original work, but now, there is no chance at all. It can be said that Hueco is also quite tragic now, but who told him to be a villain? Chapter 334 completely filled the mystic eyes of death perception. You can take back your ability, but his life belongs to me, Asahi said, as he wanted to kill Hueco himself. Unlike the other body parts, Hueco only has Soul King's ability, so he shouldn't die like Gerald. At this moment, Asahi's mystic eyes of death perception is almost 100%, so he naturally can't let Hueco go, otherwise, he will have to go back to One Piece world to complete it. No problem, my lord, but with all due respect, why have you been keen to take their lives by yourself? Soul King is a little puzzled. He wondered if there is any good in doing such thing. It's special training method, you won't know even after I say it, just hurry up. Seeing that his abilities were about to reach 100%, Asahi rolled his eyes and ordered Soul King to do it quickly. In this regard, Soul King did not ask more, and directly extracted the abilities that belonged to him from Hueco. After Soul King took back the omniscience and omnipotence, his eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils that were originally star-shaped directly become multiple pupils. It even has a sense of seeing a ghost movie, but Asahi doesn't care about these. He knows that this is the effect of omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, this omniscience and omnipotence is not as amazing as it sounds, as after the world fused, The upper limit of this ability is not so high. After all, Soul King is different from him. He has his limiter released, and also has a system. His life level is also higher than that of Soul King. Soul King's omniscience and omnipotence may be overpowered against people weaker than him, but against people stronger than him, like Asahi, it's completely useless. After seeing Soul King regained his power, Asahi used Mystic Eyes of Death Perception to directly kill Hueco, but the result made his eyes twitch wildly. What the fuck? It's just a little left. Why isn't it completely filled? Is Hueco really weak? Seeing that he might still needed a few more Ajushas before reaching 100%, Asahi is a bit speechless. He didn't expect that he would be stuck at the last point. Stark, Terrible, Hueco Mundo will be handed over to you in the future, but the loss this time is so big, so it will be a little troublesome to develop. But it's okay, and remember to take good care of those guys in Hueco Mundo. It doesn't matter how you manage that place, and for those who are strong, I might recruit them in the future. Asahi handed over Hueco Mundo to the two to manage. As for the last bit of experience, Asahi has already found a good candidate. Soul King, you can go back first. I will find you if I need something. After that, Asahi also let this guy go back. Although the fusion is finished, this guy is not completely recovered yet, and he still needs time to adapt. It is the same as before. At any rate, he is also a strong person in Tier 2, so it's not bad to have this kind of existence as a subordinate. Jin also returned to the Soul Society with Soul King. To be honest, Jin was also flattered, as Asahi actually asked Soul King to send him back. He believed that no other people could receive such treatment. After that, Asahi left Stark and Hulable, and left. As for their companions, after they deal with the matter of Hueco Mundo, Asahi will introduce them, and he would also let Nilil come back and manage this place along the way, as it's more convenient. It's really troublesome. As for how to manage this place, Terrible, I will leave it to you. You know that I never know how to do this. Stark spread his hands as he spoke, and the corners of Harible's mouth kept twitching as she saw this. Stark, you bastard, you're going to work too. If that person doesn't like you, what would you do if they kill us at that time? Lilynette was upset, and now she reprimanded Stark desperately. Stark, who just wanted to be lazy, couldn't do anything about this, and could only honestly manage the world's problems with Harible. As for Asahi, he has found his praise, and these praise have actually appeared in the original book. They are Sojiro and the pair of Rancor sisters. At the beginning, Sojiro was sent to Hueco Mundo by Oin, and then slowly grew up. Later, he had this pair of sisters under his command. But although his strength is good, he still couldn't achieve Bankai. After all, his sword was influenced by Toshiro, and he himself is not that talented. Others people spent decades and even hundreds of years to achieve Bankai, and this is also for genius. Sojiro might not be a mediocre, but he is definitely not a genius, so he can't achieve Bankai at all. Asahi had no thought of recruiting Sojiro, as he is different from Bound. Bound has gotten their revenge, so they live in Soul Society now, but this guy is different. This guy is a real villain, so he can't be retained. Asahi has his eyes on him. As for the Rancor sisters, they are relatively unlucky. After all, it is basically impossible for the villain to have a companion, so Sojiro is just using them as tools. After finding these three, Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and killed the other side directly with the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. This time, the percentage finally rose to 100%, and he finally mastered Mystic Eyes of Death Perception completely. After fully grasping Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, it can be turned on and off at will, and here's no need to worry about time, as it can be activated as long as he wanted. However, Asahi thinks it will be used when cleaning up monsters in the future. In the past, he used to deal with enemies roughly, especially when he only had the first ability, Sunshine Grace. He was indeed very rough. After that, it gradually changed, and now, he estimated that he would not need much movement to kill the opponent in the future. He can just hit their dead point and the dead line with his flame, and they would immediately end. If before, he needed to use 10,000 combat power to guarantee killing an existence, he only needed 1 point now. After all, the enemy will die after being attacked at the dead point. Of course, it is better to not kill when he can. After all, he also plans to use these people as experience packs. Even though hell has been destroyed by him, he can just ask Soul King to recreate it, and then he can use it as a prison. He himself can also create it, but it is more troublesome, so it's better to leave it to Soul King. At that time, as long as he doesn't use Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, he doesn't worry about killing those guys. It can also allow them to continue to train and become stronger, so that it will be more convenient to gain experience in the future, so why not do it? Chapter 335 New Ability. The equipment from Mystic Eyes of Death Perception is a bit tasteless, as even though it's not just normal knife, but to be honest, this thing is not as good as the divine axe Rita, so it was thrown aside. Of course, this is not the key, as he is about to extract a new ability now. After the extraction is completed, Asahi's complexion has become much brighter. Every time before, he would only get ability, but this time, he not only got ability, but also got equipments. This. Why does it feel that in the future the equipment subsystem can really be scrapped directly? Even my ability gave me equipment now. Then what's the use of this subsystem? Looking at what he had drawn, the corners of Asahi's mouth kept twitching. He wondered if this system was playing with him, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He always complained that the equipment subsystem was not very useful, and this time, it actually gave him a lot of equipment. The thing he draws this time, it's called Gilgamesh's comprehensive ability. It's not a treasure or a single ability, but a comprehensive ability that combines all Gilgamesh's possession. There are Gate of Babylon, Clairvoyance, etc., which is equivalent to combining the abilities of the King of Heroes, and then package and distribute them in one go. It can be said that this is a super ability, as it not only has skills, but also countless noble phantasm. Of course, in fact, these abilities are of little use to him, but they are better than nothing, and these abilities are still quite comprehensive. As for the noble phantasms, their abilities are enough to overwhelm countless other abilities. But these noble phantasms also require more percentage to unlock, and it also needs to reach the end before he can use some of the more powerful ones. Like EA and other powerful noble phantasm. For now, all he can do is using the lowest level of noble phantasm to bomb the enemy around. Although these noble phantasm also has a name, and can be liberated, it is not necessary to do it, as the power after being liberated is not very great. It's better to use it like Gilgamesh in the original work, and slowly upgrade it. But fortunately, this time, it is not as cheating as Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Because there are no more villains in the Bleach world are left, and the prison has not been expanded yet, he can only harvest those guys in prison. So with this ability, there is no need to worry about killing everyone, and the leveling will be much easier. After extracting the new ability, Asahi left. Strictly speaking, the Bleach world is already his. After all, Soul King is his subordinate now, so if there's no accident, the new world should appear soon. The human world will be slowly taken over in the future. As for Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, they have long been in his pocket. Although this world has strong combat power, there are too few representatives of the forces, so it didn't take long to conquer this world. As for the remaining small villains, such as the novel Can't Fear Your Own World, the movie's villains, or the filler ones like Muramasa, he should just see it later. For now, he doesn't bother to pay attention to these things. After returning, Asahi went to find Soul King and told Soul King what he had to do. It was to create a new hell, and after Soul heard that the previous hell was destroyed by Asahi, the corner of his mouth twitched. But he is now the other party's subordinate, so he can only agree to this, but with just Soul King's ability, it will take several months to complete the construction of a new hell. During this period of time, Soul King was tired, and Asahi, the lazy manager, didn't need to do anything. Asahi this time is not busy with having a new world, and because the Shinigami on the Bleach world are a little curious about what the other world looks like, he takes them to other worlds. Asahi didn't hide it, so after the matter stabilized, the others planned to go to other worlds to see it. Soon, the people from the Bleach world gathered together for a world travel. This time, the place where the passage was opened was on the sea, and it was also on the side of the world, plus it was hidden by Asahi, so no one have found it. It was not until Asahi returned again that the passage was opened. Afterwards, they will be responsible for dealing with this world. After all, for powerful people like them, it is only a matter of time before they can master this world. This world is not like other worlds, which have intricate countries, and it is also not like Earth. After all, this world is an independent world, and once the person in power is changed, everything will be settled naturally. Asahi brought this group of people from the Bleach world to the One Piece world to travel. At the first stop, Asahi went to Z. He didn't pay attention to it before. He just removed from Zunsha's back so that Zunsha would not have to worry about the Mink tribe on his back all the time. Then Z naturally became this island. Since he wanted to take them to see the other world, it is naturally better to show them a special place to first. There are a lot of special places in the One Piece world, and this is a good place to start. Z's leaders are Nekomamushi and Inu Arashi. Both of them were with Oden at the beginning, so they can be said to be the subordinates of the Kazuki clan. In the original book, the entires was almost ruined to protect one of Oden's retainers, which is enough to show their loyalty. Regarding Wano country, Asahi has never understood what is going on in this country. Their so-called shogun's position, isn't it just equivalent to a king? And this king also needs public opinion to support him. If they are dissatisfied with Orochi, why not take action directly? And there's also Oden, who is playing at the street like monkey in the original work. Asahi really can't understand what the hell is going on. Oden's thoughts were that he didn't want anyone to die because of this incident, and ended up doing stupid things. It can be said that he is a super idiot, and really also said he wanted to help, but this guy refused. He said that it is really a family matter that doesn't require outsiders to take care of, but he can't handle it himself, and ended up doing stupid things. At start, it can be said that Oden's character positioning should be a person who is tough enough, righteous enough and cared for his companions and his people, but because of a series of strange operations, he has become a strange guy. Of course, these are all in the past. The current Wano country has been liberated, Kaido has been taken by him, and so is Orochi, so naturally, there is no problem with this matter. After some time, Asahi found a problem. It seemed that every time he went to a world, he would marginalize the protagonist, and they wouldn't even have many chances to appear on the stage. Chapter 336 Ming Tribe The Travel to Another World, our first stop. Yoruichi, actually, the people here have something in common with you. After Asahi brought a group of people to he suddenly said something to Yoruichi, making Yoruichi a little confused, but when they arrived inside, she understood what Asahi meant. The people living in is Ming tribe, which is equivalent to a beastman tribe. And although Yoruichi is not a beastman, she can turn into a cat, so strictly speaking, she is somewhat similar to them. For people who enters, they will be judged as enemies or friends. Unsurprisingly, Asahi is judged as friends. Because the new government under his control has directly solved the affairs of the Wano country, Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi are naturally grateful to him. It can be said that Asahi is in a very high position in their hearts and is estimated to be second only to the people of the Kazuki clan. It's really a beastman. Seeing this scene, a switch seemed to be activated on Orihime, and she looked at the mink with stars in her eyes. Here, they are called the Mink tribe. As for the country's name, it is Mokomo Dukedom. Oh, their leaders have arrived. With that said, Asahi pointed to the front, and saw that Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi rushing towards here crazily, as if they were running in a race. Although the conflict between the two has been resolved, and they will not be divided into night and day again, but these two guys still like to compete. To be honest, Asahi really doesn't know how to describe these two. The follow-up plot will not be said because he has changed it, but what these two guys did in the original work is making him extremely speechless. They have very strange persistence in some strange places. Not to mention a lot, just look at when they are fighting with Jack. They have to fight separately because they keep their agreement and fight against Jack separately. Why don't they work together? Can't they solve the other party quickly with that? They and Kaido are also mortal enemies. Since the fight has already started, then naturally there is no need to think about it, but in the end, they fought separately, and after so many days, they were finally defeated by the poison gas. Asahi is really powerless to complain. If the two of them work together to defeat Jack directly, the others will be able to take care of the cannon fodders, so they won't be defeated by the poison gas in the end. Moreover, the people in One Piece world are a bit weird. It is clear that their body is tough, and even if they don't use Haki to take a mountain-breaking attack, they will be fine, but on the contrary, Oden is killed by boiling oil, and these people died because of poison. It also seems that Roger died because of a disease. Asahi wanted to say, this world is so weird. If poison is so effective, then why these guys can still live without trouble? Asahi felt that it is a little incomprehensible. To be honest, if someone from Wuxia world come into this world, there is no need to think about the result, especially the world of Zileifdao, where people are poisoned at every turn, and they will die after reading something. Although the people in the Wuxia world are completely incomparable to the people in this world in terms of strength, their poisoning skills can bring the world to an end directly. After all, poison is so easy to use, but not many people use it here. At this moment, the two behemoths, Nekomamushi and Inuyarashi, rushed towards this side like two heavy tanks. And looking at it like this, he saw that the two couldn't stop anymore, so Asahi could only take everyone to hide temporarily, and then Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi rushed past him like this. Sorry, Asahi-sama, the two lords started making a fuss again. Wanda said helplessly. Once these two started making a fuss, all the mink could do nothing to stop them. It's okay. Asahi shook his head, and at this moment, these two guys turned back again. However, their heads are butting against each other, so they almost immediately started fighting. Why are you two still causing much troubles? Should I take you to Wano country? Seeing that these two are still quarreling, Asahi said a little speechlessly. Although everyone said that Momonosuke must die, but to be reasonable, he hasn't done anything this time, so Asahi simply ignored him, and let him stay in Wano country honestly. But to be honest, if it's Momonosuke in the original work, Asahi really wanted to kill him. Please don't. After the two heard about Asahi's words, they decisively stopped fighting. They are the retainers of the Kazuki clan and they are very loyal to the other party, so they don't want to trouble the Kazuki clan at this moment, and decisively stop quarreling. That's good. Let me introduce you guys. These two are the rulers of the Mokamo Dukedom, Nekomamushi and Inuarashi. Although they look fierce, they are actually very good people. Asahi pointed at the two and said, and when they heard this sentence, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were speechless. What do you mean by looking fierce? Do we look scary? The two looked Wanda and the other Mink at this moment. As a result, Wanda and the others directly looked away, and tried to whistle innocently. These two are indeed different from the other Mink. Just like Wanda, although she is a canine, but compared with the two, Wanda is very cute. As for Inuarashi, he looked like a completely bad dog. Well, there is also Nekomamushi, which looked very bloodthirsty with his sharp teeth. Not to mention the way they acted. Let me introduce to you two, these are my friends. And this time, I came to play with you. By the way, don't provoke them casually. After all, their strength is very strong, and most of them are much stronger than the two of you. Asahi spoke to the two of them, but this actually ignited Nekomamushi's fighting spirit. Much stronger? Let's fight. Nekomamushi rushed out immediately, intending to challenge the people Asahi brought. In this regard, Inuarashi couldn't help but slapped his face in shame. Just play for now. Seeing Nekomamushi like this, Asahi decisively took out a cat stick toy from Nekomamushi's residence, and then, there was no more. After all, no matter how awesome he is still a cat. Chapter 337 Development Cat toys like cat teasing sticks are cat's favorite of, and Nekomamushi is always a cat, so as soon as this cat teasing stick came out, Nekomamushi is directly attracted. It is kind of weird for one of the leaders of Mink tribe actually attracted by such a thing. To be honest, if he wasn't too elegant, Asahi would like to try if Inuarashi would be really interested in that kind of thing. However, seeing the fierce Nekomamushi ended up being attracted by a cat toy like an ordinary cat made the others a little speechless, and they can only say that Mink tribe is indeed very special. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that this guy is not so fierce. Because of Nekomamushi's current appearance, the others felt that he is more pleasing to the eye now. This guy was originally supposed to be fierce and evil, but now he just made some cute contrasts, which also make Inuarashi speechless. After that, everyone went around Mokamo Dukedom under Inuarashi and the others' lead. Now, the forbidden area is no longer a forbidden area. After all, people are no longer attracted to the great secret treasure, One Piece. With the current condition, it is hard for being a pirate. Don't you see that even the four emperors have changed their careers? Those who have been caught are caught, and the rest have returned to the bright side. Well, there are still some pirates, but these pirates can only quietly hide in the cracks to live, otherwise, if they are caught by the new marine, they can only wait for death. Knowing that it's useless to be a pirate, most people have changed their careers and become an adventurer directly. Of course, not everyone can be an adventurer, at least, those with criminal record before can just forget about it. After playing ins for a while, the group went to see Zunsha along the way, and then everyone went to the Fishman Island, but the Fishman Island is no longer under the sea now, which is a pity, but it's also fine. After the Fishman Island, there are a series of tourist attractions such as Sabati Archipelago, Skypiea, and Red Line. Kisuke was also taken by Asahi to see Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru and the others know about Bleach World, and after learning there's something called Dangai in Bleach World, they became interested, especially knowing that the time flow inside it differed by 2,000 times, causing everyone to be shocked. If someone else is training in there, it is estimated that their result will not last long. After all, their own time flow is fluctuating. But what scientists like Orochimaru and the others lack is time. They don't care about the passage of time, only that time is not enough. In addition, Asahi sent back a large number of various technologies from the human world in one go, as well as the technology of Soul Society's 12th Division, Kisuke and the various materials from Zero Division's members, Shutara Senjimaaru have added to archive. This can be said to be a super treasure trove of knowledge, and Orochimaru and the others are shocked when they saw it. What they hate the most is that they don't have enough time to research all that, but now it's alright since the time problem has been solved, as long as their lifespan can keep up. But in places like Dangai, it's not to do research. After all, Kaoru is a huge problem, but fortunately, there is Asahi. Asahi's space mastery is enough to create a powerful space barrier in problem. With that barrier, Kaoru will be blocked without trouble, just like when he studied the soul energy source before. Asahi can create a small space, and not only him, But Soul King can also do so. Moreover, there is another method. A captain's spiritual pressure can suppress Kaori for a while. And although Ishin could only block it for 3 months, it is perfectly possible to work in shifts, with 1 person a month, but this is not a very good method. Therefore, after thinking about it, Asahi plans to create a space barrier inside Dangai to block Kaoru. As for Kotatsu, he can just destroy the thing directly. After all, this thing is actually quite useless. It can only deal with Hollow and Shinigami, and once someone has other energy, it will be useless. As long as they don't use Shinigami's power, someone can destroy this thing directly. After Kotatsu is destroyed, there's naturally no need to worry about these dangers. After Orochimaru and the others discussed it, Asahi created the space, and then moved a series of equipment to use there. Along the way, he also improved everyone's energy source again, so right now, their lifespan is no longer a few hundred years, but thousands of years instead, which enough to support them to improve their life level. Once it is improved, things like lifespan will never be a problem anymore. And Asahi also create a space channel to connect the Moon Lab base and the Dangai Lab base. They can enter and exit at any time, but after with the different in-time flow rate, there will definitely be some problems. Maybe when they decide to come out and get something, after they go back, the research will be almost complete. Right now, they are responsible for mastering a large amount of knowledge as soon as possible, and then reform the One Piece world and the Naruto world, at least to make this technology more attractive. However, these guys are all black technology bigwigs, and they have even created the chakra cannon in the original work. But because of the huge consumption, ordinary people can't use it at all, so in addition to keeping the first chakra cannon data, they also created a simplified version. It is a portable version of the chakra cannon, which is somewhat similar to a rocket launcher. It's just that the shells in it are condensed chakra, but the upper limit of the portable version is only Kage-level chakra. This is already the best version now, as it can fully compress a Kage-level chakra, and then release the power like tailed beast bomb. However, the cost is also obvious. With such huge power, just one shot can drain a normal Kage-level powerhouse's chakra. But for Jinchuriki, Senju and Uzumaki, it is not a problem. Although Senju's chakra is not comparable to Uzumaki, there are only 2 or 3 kids left from the Uzumaki clan. Of course, for the part of the people who own the natural energy source, they are like a walking nuclear bomb when they carry this. It is set up that they can work together to use the huge chakra cannon. When the time comes, even though it can't blow up a planet as large as the Earth, it can destroy a planet the size of the Moon. It has to be said that Naruto world is really weird. The ordinary technology has not caught up with the normal technology, but it is able to produce some weird black technology, and the black technology is also outrageous. Asahi even saw several monsters that appeared in the movies inside the Moon Lab base. Those monsters were put here for research, and even the box of ultimate bliss was brought here, and the monster inside can't make any waves anymore. Chapter 338 Fairy Tale The monster in the box of ultimate bliss has also come out, and his ability is like observation hockey, so he knows what the opponent is going to do, but once the killing intent is gone, he will not be able to perceive anything. But who is on the moon? Orochimaru, Tobirama, and Vegapunk. How long since they have the energy sources? And after researching Rinnegan and Tenseigan, Orochimaru changed his body, and now he has a real 6-path combat power. In the later period, Tobirama also carried out some small transformations, but he did not covet the power of the eyes, and instead transform and develop his own C release. As for Vegapunk, although he started a little later than the other 2, his mechanical strength should not be underestimated. In addition, he is an all-rounder. Besides machines, he also has achievements in other matters, so he used this to transform his body, and he now feels more like a genetically modified person. The box of ultimate bliss needs special conditions to open, and that guy was also deliberately released by Orochimaru and the others. After coming out, Orochimaru and the others suppressed it on the ground immediately, and then locked it in a separate laboratory and turned it into test materials. It can be said that it is tragic to the extreme, but who told it to encounter these technological madmen? Now that Orochimaru and the others need to improve the technology quickly, Dangai is a very good choice for them. As for the others, they don't have Asahi's thirst for power, so they didn't go into practice, as their power is already enough for them. Asahi didn't go there either, because his strength has been improved too exaggerated, but he went to Impel Down, and then abused all the guys inside. Because of that, the percentage has been increased by a lot. At least it is possible for him to shoot out the middle-tier noble phantasm, but it will take some time to use of the powerful ones. After a series of things are settled, the New World Passage was opened. Similarly, the location where the passage appears is still on the sea. Needless to say, it's the same old rules. He created a barrier to hide the passage. This world is also a world that Asahi is very familiar with. After all, his second ability comes from this world, which is all of Zeref's magic plus magic power, but the current him has surpassed the top combat power of this world by too much. Even if it is Acnologia, he can slap him to death directly, but there seems to be no benefit in doing so. After all, he needs to train his new abilities, so he doesn't need to use his old abilities for the time being. Fairy Tale World, needless to say, this time, he will focus on poaching people. After all, this world is a little special. He also only needs to directly solve Zeref's curse, and then the western continent will be in his hand. But he can just do it immediately, so he will put it aside for the time being. After all, if he does it so deliberately, it will be very strange, and he will lose his standard. Poaching is not that easy, as he will need to plan well and find the best way to do so. As for the specifics, it will be decided later. After coming into this world, it seems that the first thing to do is go to Fairy Tale to take a look, and take a look at the timeline along the way. Thinking of this, Asahi directly used space magic to move to the nearest land, and then quickly read some data, and confirm that he was lucky. He's in Ishigure continent, so Asahi plans to go directly to Fairy Tale Guild, where the main characters are concentrated. Fairy Tale can be said to be the #1 guild in this continent. In the early stage, there was no guild that can compete with Fairy Tale. After all, in the battle between Phantom Lord and Fairy Tale, a lot of Fairy Tale's powerful mages didn't participate. It's just that Fairy Tale has never been like Phantom Lord, who has expanded wildly, resulting in uneven and chaotic personnel. This world is called Fairy Tale, Fairy, so naturally it is the best guild. When he arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, Asahi heard a burst of noise even before he entered. Sure enough, it's very boisterous. Asahi is very interested in this guild. After all, the Fairy Tale's bond is quite terrifying. When fighting with the people of Fairy Tale, you think that you are only fighting with a person, but in the end, you will find that you are fighting with the whole guild, because they can use the power of Nakama. When this power breaks out, the protagonist's halo erupts, and the protagonist's combat power will instantly rises to several levels. In Otherworld, plot armor only appears in important scenes, but Fairy Tale is different. You will find that their plot armor is throughout the story. No matter how much stronger the enemy are than them, as long as the protagonist exploded and shout that he is Fairy Tale, all the enemy will kneel down, without exception. From the beginning to the end, Fairy Tale's plot armor has never stopped working. After pushing open the gate of building, Asahi saw the Chaotic Guild. From the outside, it was a normal magician guild, but from the inside, Asahi almost thought that he had gone into an illegal zone, and now, there are even people flying around in the air. This gentleman, do you want to entrust a mission to us? Don't worry about them. They have always been like this. If you have any entrustment, you can just ask me. Even if Asahi knows that Fairy Tale is messy, he still can't avoid from being shocked. After Myra saw Asahi, she quickly came to Asahi. She knew very well that 9 out of 10 people who came here to post a mission would be scared away after seeing this scene. Therefore, in order to make the other party stay, Myra usually meets someone coming to issue a commission as soon as possible. Sorry, I'm not here to release the mission. I just came to see what the famous Fairy Tale looks like. Asahi shook his head. He confirmed the timeline, and right now, the plot is just about to begin, but Lucy hadn't been brought over by Natsu yet. Well, then you might be disappointed. Hearing that it was not a mission, Myra's expression did not show any change, but when she saw the people fighting inside, she didn't know what to say. No, I'm not disappointed. After all, they should have fought because of their good relationship, and there is no malice, anger, or other bad emotions coming from them, but there is a sense of cohesion instead. Asahi shook his head again. He is not trying to boast or praise them. After his life level has improved, his perception on these kinds of things has also become very sensitive. And he feels that the people in here, except for some cannon fodders, are indeed twisted together tightly. This place is not like a guild, but more like a family. Of course, they still have to get rid of some shit-stirring sticks. There are many people who join just for Fairy Tale's reputation, and these people also left Fairy Tale in the later period. After 7 years from Tenru Island incident, Fairy Tale would fall so deep that Asahi couldn't understand it. It must be known that for some small guilds, even weak mage can be their trump card. So even if Fairy Tale does not have their powerful mages, they shouldn't have been so miserable. To put it bluntly, it is because after those guys left, resulting in more people leaving. Even if the guild still has some strength, it is still affected in the end. After losing this group of people, Fairy Tale is indeed not much different from a big family. Chapter 339 Asahi, when did I learn to play like Hueco? Myra-san, has anyone entrusted a mission? At this moment, another girl holding a book came over. This person is also someone he knew, Her name is Levi, the encyclopedia of fairy tale. She used magic called solid script, and although her strength is not very good, she is still a very good mage. No, this gentleman seems to have come here to see fairy tale, and this gentleman is not an ordinary person, right? Myra also recovered from the surprise at this moment. Just as Asahi said, even though these people always fight and make trouble, their relationship is very good. But seeing that Asahi can tell this, she was somewhat surprised, and she estimated that it should also be a special kind of magic. Well, sir, have we met somewhere before? Just when Asahi was about to speak, Levi suddenly asked, and Asahi was stunned by the question. If memory is not wrong, it should be the first time I've seen you. Asahi was a little puzzled when he heard Levi's question. Isn't his a classic line for men to strike up a conversation with women? But now, a girl actually said it to me. This surprised Asahi very much. After all, this is the first time he came to this world, so it was completely impossible for him to have any relationship with the other party. No, I must have seen you somewhere before, maybe it is in the book I've read, but I have forgotten the specifics. Please wait a minute. After saying that, Levi left and ran towards the underground library. This made Asahi even more confused. Without even thinking about it, Asahi directly read Levi's memory. Even if Levi wanted to but can't remember it, but if she had really met him before, there will definitely be a record in her memory, and Asahi can read the deep-seated memory of the other party. Asahi usually doesn't read other people's memories casually, but this time, what Levi said made him very confused. The passage of this world has just been opened, so how could it be possible for her to see him in the book? He wondered if it's just her nonsense. Asahi avoided some private areas, directly read the piece of knowledge, and quickly found that part of the memory. Damn, it's really me. What kind of weird operation is this? When did I learn to play like Hueco? Asahi couldn't help but swear in his heart. Levi wasn't talking nonsense, as she had indeed seen him before. And the book Levi said is called Fairy Tale Biography, which recorded many things about fairy tale in the past. And Asahi discovered that the records about fairy tale did not start from less than 100 years ago, but from more than 400 years ago, and this was when fairy tale was first established. That's right, Asahi discovered that the first guild master of fairy tale is no longer Mavis, but him 400 years ago, and Mavis is already the later guild master, and now, the guild master's position that is passed down to Mikarav is no longer the third, but the 13. Moreover, Asahi also discovered that it was recorded in the book that the first guild master of fairy tale, that is, Asahi himself, said that after 400 years, he will return to fairy tale again. This left him speechless. This reminded Asahi of Hueco's declaration, as he actually appeared in the history of this world. Basically, after reading this information, he was sure that he had returned to 400 years ago. And to go back to 400 years ago, there is only the Eclipse Gate created by Ziraf. Therefore, he must have used the Eclipse Gate in the future and returned to the 400 years ago, but he did not expect that his future self would cause such mess, and created fairy tale in advance. He also left such a flamboyant thing like he would return after 400 years. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feels dizzy, but this is also in line with his style of work. The Eclipse Gate is just like the Ryomyaku, a tool with super experience, so he will definitely use it without even thinking about it. But fairy tale was actually created by him, which is really a surprise. Now that he knows his identity, Asahi doesn't have to leave. Strictly speaking, since the creator of this guild is him, this place is his territory. Of course, he did not intend to treat these people as his subordinates, after all, he has been away for 400 years. After Asahi and Myra talked for a while, Levi rushed out with a thick book in her arms, which is the fairy tale biography. Because it was not 100 years of history, but a history of more than 400 years, which also at the time of the Dragon King Festival, there are really a lot of things recorded in this book. Levi, what is going on? Do you really know this gentleman? Seeing Levi, who showed some excitement, Myra was a little confused. After all, only a small number of people in fairy tale likes to read books. There are a lot of books below, but there are really not many people who have read them. Only Levi, who uses books as her husband, will stay in the library all day long. Look. I found it, you. Are you really the first guild master? Levi's little face was full of excitement. After she found the book, she also found the records about Asahi. Although there was no photo from that time, Asahi's appearance was completely recorded. After all, with magic, such a thing is very simple. So after Levi found it, she also read the record about Asahi, especially the point that he would return after 400 years, which made Levi couldn't calm down at this moment. The two people who look almost exactly the same, and he said that he will come back in 400 years, and he really comes back now. Originally, she only regarded this matter as a joke, but now, How can she have any other thoughts? Asahi really comes back, and it has really been more than 400 years. With so many coincidences, she naturally will not have too much doubt. Is there something about me recorded in this book? Asahi said, a little amused. Although he hadn't experienced it, it was only a matter of time, so he didn't deny it. After all, he can just go 400 years ago and create fairy tale later. It's all done by himself anyway. There is no big deal about his future self and his present self, as it will be done by doing it himself. And when Levi heard this, her eyes lit up immediately. And the way she looked at Asahi is more like looking at a super antique, which made Asahi a little overwhelmed. Chapter 340 Myra's plea. Levi, what are you talking about? Seeing Levi's appearance, plus Asahi's look that said you are right, Myra was confused. She wondered what kind of stupid riddle are these two people playing? Just now, Asahi denied that he didn't know Levi, but now, he showed such look, making her a little confused. Just look at this. Levi didn't say much about it. She opened the thick book and handed it to Myra. After Myra took the book and read with a few glances, her expression began to change. Her puzzled expression slowly turned into surprise, and then to horror. Finally, she stared at the book and Asahi's face in disbelief several times in a row, and in the end, she realized that this was true. The Asahi in this book is exactly the same as this person, and the passage recorded on it also surprised her. 400 years later, he will return to fairy tale, and it is just in this time period. This simply going against the sky. The stunned Myra opened her small mouth slightly, but she didn't know what to say, and can only be stunned. You are really the first guild master? You have lived for 400 years? Myra couldn't understand how a normal person can live for 400 years. It's 400 years, for a powerful person, living more than 100 years is very simple, but that is also the limit, so how can someone live for more 400 years? She really can't understand. Basically, why is it hard to understand? Asahi asked with amused expression. After all, there are many of the people around him who are old monsters over 400 years old. After all, there are even people who have lived for more than 1,000 years in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. This is not something that is difficult to understand, but something that is simply incomprehensible. How can a normal person live for 400 years? Both Myra and Levi complained in a low voice. It's not that they like to make complaints, but that this kind of thing is indeed unacceptable. As long as you have enough strength, let alone 400 years, you can live until the world is destroyed, and there are many things recorded in this book, right? It's not a problem to live 400 years. Asahi has read Levi's memory about this book, which recorded some of his methods, and it can be said to have deified him, but now, he is indeed not much different from the gods. The things recorded in this book are true? Levi exclaimed again, and when Myra saw this scene, she flipped through the book again. After she saw the content in the book, she was stunned again. Because the things recorded are too much. Apart from his words about returning after 400 years, there are also some introductions about Asahi's abilities, such as proficient in all the magic in this world, has power that is enough to destroy the world, is the strongest in the world, and also comparable to the existence of gods. What made Myra stunned the most was that it even involved the terrifying ability to revive the dead. This kind of godlike ability was incomprehensible, but it also made Myra become quiet. Staring at this ability fiercely, she thought to herself, if the dead can really be resurrected, doesn't it mean that he can resurrect my sister? At this moment, Myra's hand trembled with excitement. Lord First. This. Is it true that you can resurrect the dead? Myra's voice trembled a bit when she said this, and Levi couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. After all, the matter of Myra's sister, Lisanna, had caused the entire guild to slump for more than a month, and it can be said that the incident was indeed hurt for everyone. The resurrection of the dead is indeed possible. Why ask? Do you have a loved one who died? Asahi asked very calmly. He naturally knew what Myra was thinking, so he just took advantage of this opportunity to tell her that her sister is not dead. Yes, my sister Lisanna is also a member of the guild, but because of my willfulness. Myra said as her face turned a little dim, but she still told Asahi about what happened. At this moment, inside Fairy Tail, there are completely two extremes. One side is people fighting in full swing, and the other side, Asahi and the others, is in another style of painting. Trying to resurrect the dead is not so easy. And if you resurrect the dead casually, you will be targeted by other gods. Of course, according to what you said, your sister may not be dead. Asahi touched his chin and said. He didn't promise to resurrect people. After all, this fairy tale can be said to be full of orphan, so he won't do this, and just say that this is a taboo. And Myra was a little flustered and anxious when she heard what Asahi said at beginning, but was stunned when she heard the words behind. You mean Lisanna is not dead? But how could it be possible? She dissipated right in my arms. Myra asked anxiously. Don't worry, that's where the problem lies. Let me ask you, after a normal person dies, will their body dissipate? After Asahi asked this, both Myra and Levi shook their heads. It is true that they will not dissipate. If a normal person dies, the corpse will remain. How could it dissipate and nothing is left? This is the problem. Just when you asked this, I tried another special magic, and found that your sister is indeed alive. As for the situation you mentioned, she is probably taken to other worlds. That's right, I remember that during this period of time, Aeolus has been stealing magic power from Earthland, so I believe that she was sucked into another world at that time. Asahi is familiar with the plot, and his identity as an old Otik 400 years ago also made it easier to make everyone believe him. What kind of place is this Aeolus? Myra and Levi asked with a confused expression. They suddenly discovered that the world seemed a little far away from them, as it actually hid a lot of things they and the others didn't know. But now, they didn't have any doubts about Asahi's identity. Aeolus is another world, which is equivalent to the opposite of this world. People who exist here will basically exist in Aeolus, but there are also differences. Some of the people in that world are opposite to those in this world, either in terms of character, strength, or even race. In the past, that world lost the magic power of the world by itself, so in the end, in order to continue, the residents from that world kept stealing the magic power of this world, and this world was called Earthland by them. The reason why your sister didn't even have her body, then 100% of her must have been sucked in when the other party stole the magic power from our world. But since she is not dead, she should be alive in another world now. This probability is quite small, so I don't know if your sister is lucky or unlucky. Asahi explained the specific situation to the two. Chapter 341 Bringing the two to Aeolus. There is actually such a world. That means, Lisanna is still alive. That's great. Can you help me find Lisanna back? I am willing to pay any price. Myra immediately cried out, and then begged Asahi to help her find her sister. It doesn't cost anything, after all, I was also the guild master of Fairy Tail. Although I am just the former, I am still a member of Fairy Tail. It is not a problem to help you with this little favor, so let's go. After saying that, Asahi directly used space magic to take the two of them and disappeared from the guild, but the group of people who were fighting naturally did not pay attention to this point, and no one noticed that the three of them have disappeared. At this moment, the three of them had already appeared in Aeolus. Asahi doesn't care about the plot at all, and in Aeolus, there are not many things, just 3 or 2 cats, which are of no value at all. Where is this place? Why my magic can't be used anymore? Levi found that the magic power in her body was like being sealed, and she can't use any magic. I almost forgot. Because of the lack of magic power in this world, and there is no magic power in the body of the human in this world, you can't use magic here, but it's not a big problem. Asahi discovered that the magic power in their bodies was suppressed by a force, but this force can be easily broken, so after breaking it, the two can naturally use their own magic again. As for Myra, the magic power in her body has never disappeared, but the knot in her heart made it impossible for her to use it, so if she didn't see her sister, it is estimated that she would never be able to use magic again in her life. The ether nano in the air is indeed very thin. Then, if the people in this world cannot use magic, how can they survive? Levi couldn't imagine how the people in this world survived, but it's actually normal. It's like a modern person who has come to ancient times, without electricity and all kinds of entertainments, they will be bored to death. The people in this world think the same as you, that's why they steal Earthland's magic power. We will talk about these things later. For now, we should go and see yourself in another world, and also your sister. After Asahi spoke to Myra, he started walking. Just less than 100 meters in front of them, there was a building that looked like a big tree. This thing is the Fairy Tail Guild of this world. However, because Fairy Tail of this world violated the king's order and used magic power without authorization, they became a dark guild. This is Fairy Tail of another world. Levi and Myra couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the familiar mark on the big tree. That's right, there should be another you here, but some of you might be the opposite of them, so it is best to prepare mentally. You can explain the circumstance to them, I am too lazy. After saying that, Asahi opened the door and walked in. The people inside couldn't help being stunned when they saw them, especially Aeolus Myra and Aeolus Levi. And Lisanna, who came over from Earthland, had a wonderful expression on her face. After a period of dead silence, the guild boiled up, and it became a mess of porridge, but soon, Levi and Myra explained what happened. Although I have thought that such a day would come before, it is still a bit unacceptable now that it really happens. Aeolus Myra said helplessly, while the others looked at her collectively. In fact, after Lisanna's accident a few years ago, we had speculations when we saw Lisanna who came back, After all, we three siblings are real siblings, so many things can be seen clearly. At the beginning, Elfman and I saw that there is a problem with Lisanna, but at that time, we found that Lisanna was very kind and was no different from our sister, so we also concealed this matter. But I also know that sooner or later, Lisanna will leave. After Edola's Myra recounted what happened back then, everyone was stunned. Myra nay. Looking at her sister and brother in this world, Lisanna's expression turned very sad. When she came into this world, she was indeed unable to accept it. But because her siblings in this world are also very good to her, she chose to stay. After all, Lisanna in this world is dead, which is something Lisanna had guessed long ago. There is always a time when we need to say goodbye, but my sister and I are very grateful that you can be with us for so long, and no matter what, you will always be our sister. The Elfman in this world is very quiet, but he is very fond of Lisanna, and treats her as his real sister. Toph, in fact, there is no need for you to part with each other like this. I can open a space door in your guild and Earthland's fairy tale. With that, everyone can visit back and forth. There is no need to be so sad. Asahi said helplessly. What he hates most is this kind of thing. That's right, with the strength of Lord First, this kind of thing can definitely be done. Levi's eyes lit up, and Myra also showed a smile on her face. Based on their current understanding of Asahi, he is simply an almighty god, and there is nothing that can't be done with Asahi around. Myra nay, what are you talking about? Lisanna was also stunned, and then Levi explained everything about Asahi. An old monster that has lived for 400 years? The first guild master of fairy tale over there has created fairy tale 400 years ago? What kind of monster is he? The group of people exclaimed in an instant. If it's not because you didn't mean to curse me on purpose, I will definitely knock your heads off. Asahi said speechlessly. All they said is old monster this and old monster that. Although he really didn't care much about such thing, it was still a bit too much. If it wasn't for these people didn't mean it, he would definitely blow their heads off. After all, isn't trouble usually come from the mouth? I'm sorry. We were wrong. The group of people apologized collectively, but it can't be helped. After all, who told Asahi to be so awesome? By hugging such a thick thigh, do they still need to worry about the kingdom's pursuit in the future? Chapter 342 Fairy Hunter? Not good, Fairy Hunter is here. Levi, run quickly. Wait, how come there are two Myra and Levi? Just when everyone admitted their mistake, a person rushed in from the outside. It's none other than Edola's Grey, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Fairy Hunter? Not good, Levi, run quickly. Lucy was also shocked when she heard this. Fairy Hunter is their natural enemy, so they must run quickly. I got it, don't order me, you bastard. Levi in this world is of the tomboy type, and her relationship with Lucy can be said to be incompatible. Fairy Hunter? What is that? Levi looked at her other self, who suddenly ran to start a weird machine, and asked in confusion. Myra on the side also showed a very interested look. Levi, Myra nay, Fairy Hunter is Riza-san of this world, but because the two worlds are opposite, she is not the Titania in this world, but the captain of the kingdom's second magic war division, who is specifically responsible for capturing us, the members of Fairy Tail. Lisanna explained about Riza from this world. Riza is attacking Fairy Tail? Myra really couldn't imagine such a scene. After all, it was very unexpected. No, she came too fast, it was too late to start this stupid machine. Seeing that the other party has already flied over them and the machine is still not working, the group of people were frightened. Leave it to me. I want to see what's going on with Riza in this world. After saying that, a burst of black magic power surged out of her body, and then her whole figure turned into a demon form. It's takeover magic, and Myra can take over the power of demon, and she has super destructive power. Myra, you can use magic? Both Levi and Lisanna exclaimed in shock. Lisanna exclaimed because she couldn't use takeover magic in this world. As for Levi, it was because Myra hadn't used her magic for years, and it seemed to be sealed by herself. Now that Myra has untied the knot in her heart, she naturally can use her magic again. After using takeover, Myra's expression became a little cold, and after replying, she rushed out towards Riza in this world. If Myra can use magic, she will definitely be able to defeat the Fairy Hunter. Lisanna was a little excited. After all, people in this world don't have magic power in their bodies, and they only use magic items. She hadn't seen Edola's Riza's true strength, but she believed that Myra would definitely be able to win. After all, Myra is a S-rank mage. Not necessarily, although Myra's magic power is also very strong, she is still a little worse compared to the Fairy Hunter. Asahi shook his head and said, when Myra does not use magic in the original work, although her magic power has been increasing, the increase is not as great as Riza. Moreover, her combat experience, and so on have all fallen by a large amount. And despite her not being able to use magic, the weapon in Idolizra's hand is also among the best in this world. Even if Earthlandriza came over, she would only have 50% chance of defeating her. At the beginning, Myra and Urza could be said to be tied, but after so many years, Myra have actually fallen a lot. So it would be impossible for Myra to defeat Idolizraza, and at most, she can last for a while. Is Urza in this world so strong? This time, even Levi was surprised. She knew Myra's situation, and she must be a little bit behind Urza, but Urza in this world has no magic power in her body, so how can she fight against Myra? She's not considered strong, and after throwing away the weapon in her hand, she is just an ordinary person with slightly stronger fighting ability, but the problem lies in her weapon. The power of this weapon is strong enough to make up for her lack of magic power. Of course, it still has upper limit, but it is still too difficult for Myra to win. Asahi shook his head. Although Idolizraza could use magic items to make up for her lack of magic power, but the flaw itself is a flaw, and the upper limit is also obvious. Her strength can reach the low-level 10 wizard saints at most. After all, she relies on foreign object, and can an ordinary person to forge a divine weapon? Being able to create such a weapon like the magic spear, 10 commandments is already incredible. Then, won't Myra be in danger? Lisanna looked at Myra with some worry. There will be a little bit danger, but it's not a big problem. Since the other party has weapon, and she doesn't have weapons in her hand, it is indeed a bit too much. So, let's support her a little bit. Asahi snapped his fingers, and a golden ripple appeared beside him, and then, a red spear shot out from it, shooting to in front of Myra directly, and along the way, it also forced Idolizraza back. The weapon then stopped in front of Myra. This is... Looking at the red spear in front of her, Myra looked at the direction where the spear flew from, and she saw the golden ripple beside Asahi, and then she suddenly understood and caught the spear without hesitation. Facing Idolizraza, she is indeed at a disadvantage. The weapon in Idolizraza's hand was the crystallization of the wisdom of this world, and it is also a super magical weapon. This change corresponds to the change of Earthlandriza's armor. Through equip magic, Earthlandriza can continuously transform her form, and through the special armor, she can give herself effects like super attack, super fast speed, super defense, magic resistance to other attribute magic, etc. And for Idolizraza, the magic spear, 10 commandments in her hand is almost the principle as Earthlandriza's armors. It can increase her speed, create explosions, use some big moves, etc. In short, it is powerful. In addition, Myra hasn't done anything for so many years, so it is not strange that she is in a disadvantage. This is... What a powerful weapon. After catching the spear, Myra found that there was an extra stream of information in her mind. This information is about this spear's special ability. You are not from this world, right? You must be from Earthland. People in this world don't have the ability like you. Idolizraza raised the spear in her hand and asked calmly. Whether I am from this world or not, I am a member of Fairy Tail, but you kind of surprise me. After all, in another world, you are the guardian of Fairy Tail, Titania, but I did not expect that in this world, you would be against Fairy Tail. Myra wasn't in her usual sunny state at this time, so she talked back to Idolizraza directly. Chapter 343 Soaring Spear That Strikes with Death. Shut up. Idolizraza's face changed when she heard this. Just like Earthlandriza couldn't accept that she would target Fairy Tail, and Idolizraza also felt that she couldn't understand how she would protect Fairy Tail, so she chose to attack without saying another word. The two started fighting once again, but there is some difference between the noble phantasm before liberation, so now Myra is still being suppressed and beaten. After all, she is used to being barehanded, so after getting a spear, on the contrary, she doesn't know how to use it. But Asahi is not worried. After all, the concept of noble phantasm has been input into Myra's mind, so as long as the spear is liberated, the fight will instantly end. What he gave Myra was not the Gaibolg, barbed spear that pierces with death, but the Gaibolg, soaring spear that strikes with death. The concept of barbed spear that pierces with death can pierce the opponent's heart, and it belongs to the anti-unitype noble phantasm. As for the soaring spear that strikes with death, it is like a bomber. One is an anti-unitype noble phantasm and the other is an anti-ormy type noble phantasm. The reason he gave Myra this is because Asahi intends to occupy this place, and keep it. After all, it is still a resource, and no one can take it from him. He intends to bring this world under his control, and then open a passage for others to manage it. As long as the world is connected, he can easily open other spatial passages. Asahi also wondered what kind of expression Miss Togen will have when he comes back and sees his home's big change. This Riza is a die-hard loyalist of the kingdom here, and the die-hard loyalist of the kingdom is different from the king's die-hard loyalist. Idolizraza always thinks of the people, but the one in power is the king. Therefore, Adolazraza is naturally loyal to the king, and obeyed the king's orders, but isn't it okay to change the king? He can just let her know that their world can live well even without magic. For this kind of thing, the technology he has now is enough to accomplish everything. In fact, the power of Gaibolg, soaring spear that strikes with death, is not small, and it can even destroy 6 layers of Amiya's Ro Aiaz. But how can the power be small? After all, it is a B+ rank noble phantasm, but Asahi can control remotely, so it is not a big problem to save the other party's life. After having a weapon, your strength is not even as good as before. Adolazraza looked at Myra mockingly, as if saying, don't take it if you can't use it, not everyone can use a weapon. That's what you said, then I'll give it to you, Gaibolg. After its real name was liberated, Gaibolg instantly shot into the sky, and turned into a large number of spears, which fell like raindrops. The sudden change of scene shocked Elisa. However, the attack was too fierce and it was impossible to dodge, so she could only resist it, but at the moment the spears fell, the magic spear, 10 commandments in her, was destroyed directly. The magic spear, 10 commandments in her hand, is not bad for this world, but in other worlds, it's really not that great. After a violent storm of bombardment hitting the ground, a lot of huge pits and holes were left on the ground. Asahi made most of the attacks didn't hit Adolazraza, otherwise, it is estimated that she would have been bombarded into paste, but after this wave of bombing, there is also a huge pothole on the ground, and a large number of small potholes were densely scattered. It can be said that the ground is destroyed beyond recognition. As for Adolazraza, she was seriously injured and couldn't even lift her hand. She's lying in the middle of the big pit in very haggard state. What kind of magic item is that? It's too powerful. Adola's Fairy Tales members thinks the spear is a kind of magic item. After all, the concept is almost the same. It's called Gaibolg, and it is quite powerful. Not to mention the weapon in her hand, even a few more city walls can blow to pieces by it. She didn't die because most of the attacks were not concentrated on her, otherwise, she would have already turned to ashes. After taking back the noble phantasm, Asahi also had to sigh with emotion. Gilgamesh is really having it good. He has almost all the noble phantasms, there are only some special ones he doesn't. Moreover, there are some god-made noble phantasms in the sky's treasury. Should I say, as expected of Gilgamesh? Looking at the effect now, he felt that his new ability is indeed quite good, and because Adolazraza was defeated with the noble phantasm he gave, it can be regarded as his experience, but the strength of Adolazraza is not good, so although she can give experience, it's not a lot. Of course, Fairy Tale World is a super treasure trove, and there are still many powerhouses here. These powerhouses are all experience for him. This kind of power can only be considered to be quite powerful. Then how strong is the real powerful ones? Everyone complained speechlessly. As for Asahi, he didn't say much, after all, those might be used in the future. As expected of Lord First, you can take out this kind of super weapon at any time. At this moment, Myra also landed. She had touched the noble phantasm herself, and naturally knew how powerful the noble phantasm is, so she couldn't help but sigh for a while. This is not the time to say about this. As Asahi stretched out his hand became as huge as the sky, and with a wave, he grabbed the other people and monsters in the sky, and then threw them to the ground. Adolazraza didn't come alone, so Asahi takes care of the people she brought, but none of them died. His control of sparing experience has long been at the peak. But this time, everyone didn't show any shock. On the contrary, they thought it was normal. Right now, they feel that it doesn't matter no matter what Asahi did, they can accept it. The others were left outside. As for Adolazraza, she was brought into Fairy Tale by Asahi. What are we going to do now? Myra asked, a little puzzled. She wondered why would Asahi bring Adolazraza in. It's very simple, to change this country a little bit. Let me ask you, can you live without magic? Ignoring Adolazraza's eyes that seemed want to swallow him alive, Asahi posed such a question to everyone. Of course there is no way to live without magic. If there is no magic, the world will be destroyed. The group of people said almost at the same time. Magic is the basis of their survival and they can't live without it, including Myra and the others from Earthland. Chapter 344 Modern Science and Technology Product Magic has penetrated into everyone's lives, just like electricity. For modern people, without electricity, how can they live? No electricity means that mobile phones, computers, TVs, and other electronic devices cannot be used. Even many things commonly used in life will be directly finished, and everyone will feel as if the end is coming. But in the past, there was no electricity, and electricity was only produced in the later period. There was no such thing in ancient times. However, The reason why ancient people can live without electricity is because they have not been exposed to the concept of electricity. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. The same is true for magic power in this world. Let me show you something. After saying that, Asahi directly took out a flashlight, the kind that can be recharged. After getting Gate of Babylon, Asahi simply threw all the things stored in the space he created into Gate of Babylon. Anyway, Gate of Babylon is a noble phantasm, and the space he created still needs him to constantly maintain it, so Gate of Babylon is better. After taking out the flashlight, Asahi directly pressed the switch, and then, a beam of light directly hit the opposite wall. Did you feel the fluctuation of magic power? Seeing the confused look on everyone's face, Asahi gave a little reminder. After that, everyone couldn't help but stared at the flashlight in astonishment, including Edolezversa, who is a prisoner at this moment. How can there be no magic power? How does that thing emit light? In two worlds of fairy tale world, they are using magic power for technology. After all, if there are normal technology products, Mistogen would have moved back long ago. Isn't it amazing? There is no magic reaction at all, but it can emit light. Let me take it apart and show it to you. After saying that, Asahi disassembled the flashlight, but after disassembling, the other people looked confused and could not understand what are the things inside. Moreover, there was no magic wave even after it was taken apart. Well, there are other things, let me take it out. After he said that, Asahi directly took out a car, and then get a few people to sit in there and drove around, but there are still no magic powers fluctuations coming from it. There are also lighters and other things taken out by him, so everyone are shocked and dumbfounded. This. How on earth is this done? There is obviously no magic power. Lucy held the lighter in a daze, and constantly switching it on and off. None of these things use magic power. These things are created by ordinary people who have no magic power in their bodies and their world has no magic power. Since they have no magic power, they took another path, which is called science. After that, Asahi opened archive and instilled the scientific ideas into everyone, including Edolezversa, who is on the ground. The ones he gave is not too deep, after all, their brain would be destroyed if he gave them all the knowledge. Asahi just transmitted the history of science development to their mind in a slightly general way. I didn't expect. Is it really possible to survive without using magic power? Is this science? Edolezversa was stunned. Of course, the fairy tales people are also stunned. Do you have anything to say now? Looking at Edolezversa on the ground, Asahi asked with a smile. Please give me these. No matter what the price is, the kingdom can pay any price. How can Edolez still have the mentality of targeting fairy tale now? With this kind of thing, magic power is no longer needed, and they can live better. As for magic? It can just go to hell. After all, this world lacks magic power, and it is all stolen from another world, so it can't be used lavishly. That is to say, their magic team is indeed more luxurious, but for other people, except for some of the magic power provided to the family use, they shouldn't think about anything else. Just like in the modern world. In a certain area, there is a power outage for a period of time every day, telling you that you can only use the power for a certain period of time every day, and after the power is used up, you can only watch, which is kind of sad. You now know how science developed. It has been developed by countless people over a long period of time, so you should also know the value. I believed your kingdom and even this world can't afford it. Asahi shook his head. If he really wanted to measure these knowledges with money, then you don't have to, after all, it can't be compared at all. Edolezversa felt uncomfortable. She knew that this is indeed a treasure, the crystallization of the wisdom of countless people. She herself can't think of anything that can be worthy to exchange it. And even if I give it to you, are you sure that the king of your kingdom will give up magic power? Science is indeed good, as it can even create powerful weapons that are stronger than the power you have now, but this thing is not for personal strength. As far as the science I have mastered so far, it is difficult to even target some of the middle-level members of your magic war division, let alone you. The king is all about seizing magic power. With the mature system of magic power, he definitely will not replace it. So let's not mention about you being able to afford it or not. Even if you gave me the price that can satisfy me, but your king will not use this thing. Asahi shook his head. The old king's pursuit of magic power has reached the point of madness, and once technology replaces magic, then in terms of personal strength, this king might lose everything. After all, he has Dorma Anim in his hand, and the combat power displayed by Dorma Anim is also very strong, which can be regarded as his personal strength. But if it's changed to technology, he must first build a Gundam. Asahi knows that the technology of some worlds can do it, and even people have started traveling the universe, but what he holds in his hand now cannot do it. Therefore, the old king will not give up the magic power, and Edolezra's idea is undoubtedly an idiotic dream. Yes, with the king's character, he definitely wants to control everything in his own hands, but with science, most of the things will be distributed to everyone. He will never choose to do this. The fairy tales people are also very helpless, and kind of disappointed. They also want to promote the development of science, but how can they do it? This is the big question. Is it just my wishful thinking? Edolezra closed her eyes helplessly, feeling a little unacceptable. She knew that hope is right in front of her. Before this, seizing magic power was all she can do, but now that she had new hope, it was destroyed because of the king. At this moment, the atmosphere cooled down in an instant. After all, this situation is indeed very disappointing. Chapter 345 Instigating Edolezra. Your thoughts are too pessimistic, or maybe, it is too limited. You always think that after the king disagrees, then there is no way, right? Urza, let me ask you a question, are you loyal to your kingdom or the king? Asahi shook his head and asked again. Is there a difference? Edolezra opened her eyes and asked in surprise, is there any difference between the king and the kingdom in this question? Of course there is. If you are loyal to the king, then you are just a loyal dog, and if you are loyal to the kingdom, then you are the guardian of the kingdom. There is a huge difference between the two. You must know that the king and the kingdom are two different concepts. For example, if the king is incomparably stupid, and even allows the people to live in dire straits, would you admit that he is a king? Asahi gave an example, while Edolezra shook her head directly. This kind of king would not make her loyal. Very well, then let's change the concept. If the current king abandons science for the sake of magic, then it means that he is indeed selfish. You are representing the kingdom, not the king. When the king is no longer suitable for being the king, then it's time to change it. If I give you a chance, would you choose science or magic? After Asahi asked again, Urza was silent for a while. Science, I will choose science. Very well, your choice is very wise. You can be sure that you are loyal to the kingdom and not the king. Since this king cannot bring a better life to the people, and even caused the people to lose a better life because of himself, then what should you do with this king? Although the king should also have his own choices and his own rights, his rights are also based on the people. It is okay for a king to be selfish, but if he puts his selfishness above the people, then he is not a qualified king. I can give you the scientific and technological assistance, but I also have a request. I want you to take the throne of the kingdom. After you take the throne, I will give you the original science and technology knowledge, including some scientific and technological talents. I'll help you develop science and technology in this world, and your kingdom will be regarded as my subordinate kingdom. Don't worry, I will not enslave you. How is it? At the end of the talk, Asahi finished taking a huge detour and finally reached his goal. You don't need to give me the answer so quickly. You can go back and think about it carefully, or you can have a showdown with the king of your kingdom. I believe you will make a wise decision. After all, you are the captain of the kingdom's magic war division, not the king's loyal dog. Take this thing. After you finished thinking about it, you can contact me directly, but you only have 3 days to think about it. After throwing a mini communication lacrima to Edolezra, Asahi let her leave. Until she left, Edolezra is confused. Although she had been persuaded by Asahi's words, there are still some problems with wanting to make a decision so quickly, but Asahi only gave her 3 days, and soon, she will have to give Asahi her answer. After all, although this Edolezra kept targeting Fairy Tail, it is entirely Fairy Tail's fault. Strictly speaking, Asahi feels that Fairy Tail of this world is a bit deformed. The meaning of Fairy Tail is family. In the original work, Makarov stopped everyone from attacking Phantom Lord after their guild building is destroyed. This is because Makarov knows that people are more important than things. Of course, he also overlooked one point, that is, good people will always be bullied. So the decision he made is understandable, but there are also problems. As for the Fairy Tail of this world, it can just be completely disbanded. At that time, everyone will live in one place and visit each other every day. Such a thing is not unacceptable. So why bother risk their lives to go against the kingdom head-on? Asahi can't understand the thought of Fairy Tail here. They put the guild above people, which is incomprehensible. The true meaning of Fairy Tail is not here. Of course, these are all off-topic. For now, Asahi is waiting for good news. Will Urza really choose to seize the king's position? Seeing Edolezra leave, no matter from which side of Fairy Tail is, everyone stared at Asahi dumbfounded. Asahi's silver tongue just stunned him all. They are just bystanders in this matter, but even them are all moved in the end. Yes, there is a high probability that she will, but I dare not say that she will definitely do it. Because there is no absolute thing in this world, but the probability is more than 95 that she will make the right choice. After all, she is the captain of the kingdom's Magic War Division team, not the king's running dog. Asahi said with a smile. He has basically figured out Adolesraz's character, so he has a certain guess about what choice the other party would make. This is the benefit of knowing a person. According to the other party's personality and some data analysis, although he dares not say what the other party will do, but in terms of the decision on one matter, it can still be simulated. Amazing. It's actually so simple to instigate the other party. Levi was stunned. She knew the importance of knowledge, but she didn't expect that Asahi could handle a person so accurately. Even though the final result has not yet come out, she believed in Asahi's words. Okay, now we just need to wait for the news. By the way, I will establish the channel first. If there is no accident, you will not be in any danger next time, but I will still establish the channel. After saying that, Asahi started taking action. For the current him, establishing a spatial channel is very simple and easy. Soon, a door was built. As for the location, it was located in Fairy Tail's underground library. After all, it is relatively hidden here, so it is not unacceptable for a group of people to come out from here. Can we go over and take a look? Seeing that Asahi finished creating this, the Adolescence Fairy Tales people are all looking forward to it. It is said that Earthland is full of endless magic power, so they are very excited to see this. Wait for a while. If you all just to the other side directly, it is estimated that the opposite person will be scared to death on the spot, and the scene will be too chaotic to explain. Let Lee-san go back first, and then you can wait for our news before going there too. Asahi pondered for a moment. There are too many people here, so it's better to divide them in batches. As for resurrecting Edolas, Lisana and Lixus, he thinks it's better to forget it, and there is no need to do this. It is impossible for him to resurrect people wherever he goes, so after thinking about the drawbacks, he chose to forget it. Chapter 346 Fairy Tail is terribly frightened. It's really the underground library of the guild. Lisana, when you go later, I think it will scare everyone. After Levi opened the door and saw the situation on the other side, she was also a little surprised. In fact, Asahi also installed some things on this door, such as a reminder when someone entered. Although they are all Fairy Tails members, it is not good to go in and out of other people's places casually, so he installed such a thing. There will be a prompt when someone enters and exits, which is also a normal operation. At this moment, Levi is very excited. She wants to see what expressions the other will have when they see Lisana and know Asahi's identity. It will definitely be very exciting, right? When they came back, the fight was already over, but at this moment, a group of people sat helplessly in front of the bar, looking at the empty bar helplessly. Usually, after they finished fighting, they will came here to drink. But today, Myra disappeared. They got used to see this beautiful barmaid, but now that she suddenly disappeared, they are feeling a little uncomfortable. After Myra and Levi walked out of the basement, the group of people finally regained their spirits. Myra, you are finally back. If you don't. Wait. Lisana. Macau hadn't finished speaking yet, but when he saw a white-haired girl behind them, he was completely shocked, and then a scream shook the entire guild. At this moment, there was a dead silence in the guild. After everyone heard the scream, they quickly turned to this direction, and after seeing this familiar white-haired girl, another wave of screams shook the guild again. And these loud screams spread to several kilometers away. Fairy Tails people are making noise again, but this time, the commotion is a bit louder. We can even hear the sound from here, said one of the Magnolia's residents. The residents of Magnolia are already used to it, and they won't find trouble with Fairy Tail for such matter. After all, with Fairy Tail located here, it also drives the city's economy. Although the number of members is not as large as that of Phantom Lord, and even not 1/10 of them, their quality is high. After the rise of Ursa and the others, a lot of difficult missions were completed, and the reputation of Fairy Tail soared. So now, with their reputation booming, it has also promoted the city's economy. With them causing everyone to have a better life, they will naturally learn to accommodate such rowdy bunch. Moreover, after a long time, they already know the character of Fairy Tail. Although they are a little messy when doing missions, they are all very kind. Why? Why is Lisana still alive? Nay-san, what is going on? The first person to burst into tears was Elfman. Ever since knowing that his sister can be said to be indirectly killed by him, he has been living in guilt. Now that Lisana suddenly popped out, and his tears could no longer be controlled. Originally, Elfman is not a manly guy, but because of what happened to Lisana, he changed from a quiet guy to a manly guy, just like Myra, who went from a tomboy and bad girl to a good-hearted girl. It's a pleasant surprise, right? It's a bit long, and you would definitely be dumbfounded. After that, Myra smiled and told everyone what happened, including a few things about First Guild Master, edolas, etc. The amount of information is huge, and it took a long time before she can finish it. But after she finished, the entire guild was dumbfounded. First Guild Master. Hello, I am the current Guild Master, Makarov. Makarov was originally the one with highest seniority here, but now, he bowed to Asahi as if a junior greeting his senior. When introducing Asahi, Myra and the others said a lot, and Makarov didn't think that Myra would deceive himself. Moreover, there are the book to testify it. He had read it himself, and thought it was just strange story, but now, it appears to be true. This is the first Guild Master, the founder of Fairy Tale, an old antique from 400 years ago, so he naturally respects it very much. Hello, Jewlord III, but I'll just call you Master Makarov, after all, you are the Guild Master now. As for me, it's already the past. Asahi said with a smile. To be honest, his true age is not still a lot less than 400 years. After several worlds, plus more than 10 years in Dangai, he is not even half of Makarov's age. However, Asahi still needed to say this as he wanted to take advantage of the situation. No, you are the first Guild Master, and I am just the current Guild Master. If you need it, I will give you the Guild Master's position right now. Makarov immediately shook his head. To tell the truth, he was very tired from sitting in the Guild Master's position. He was punished by the Magic Council to write a review because of these little bastards. And from time to time, there will be too much commotion, and he will be called by Magic Council to be criticized. Fortunately, he has the position of the 10 Wizard Saints, otherwise, he would be punished by Magic Council. Just leave it be. Since I have stepped down, I have no plans to continue to serve as the Guild Master. You are very good to serve as the Guild Master, so you should continue do it. Asahi threw the responsibility back again, and let Makarov carry it by himself. Makarov felt very helpless when he heard this. He thought he could get rid of this burden, but it turned out to be a failure. Lord First, have you really lived for hundreds of years? Then, do you know Neil? Natsu suddenly asked. He had been looking for Neil, but he couldn't find him, so he wanted to ask this awesome figure if he knew Neil's whereabouts. Asahi, don't tell Natsu. Before Asahi could speak, he heard Neil's voice, making Asahi a little helpless. Although he knew that he would definitely go to 400 years ago, he hadn't gone yet, but it seemed that he and Neil still knew each other. At this moment, Asahi's consciousness directly entered Natsu's body and appeared in a fiery world. We meet again, Asahi. You are actually still alive. I know Zeref survived because of the curse of the god. But how did you survive? Neil was a little stunned. At the beginning, Asahi did not go through the Eclipse Gate with them, so he thought that Asahi would have died of old age long ago, but he didn't expect that Asahi is still alive now, and his appearance has not changed at all. Longevity is not only limited to dragons. As long as the method is right, longevity is not too difficult to achieve, but I must keep it a secret. Asahi is a little speechless, but he still speaks smoothly, without mentioning things from 400 years ago. Natsu needs to grow, and he can grow better without the wings of his parents. He is too dependent on me. He must learn to be independent. Igunal said, shaking his huge head. Chapter 347 Fairy Tales Meet and Greet. Then you can figure it out by yourself, but with you in his body, there is no problem in helping him when he is in danger. Asahi shook his head, but speaking of it, it is quite normal for these dragons to do this. After all, the dragon slayers were still young at that time and didn't have the ability to be independent, so letting them go on their own is a good choice. Moreover, the dragon is in their bodies, and the dragon comes out, it cannot be reversed. Therefore, unless it is really a matter of life and death, the giant dragons will never come out. The dragon soul technique can only be used once, and it will also create antibodies for the dragon slayers so that they won't turn into dragons. Okay, remember not to tell Natsu that I am here. Neil nodded his head again, and Asahi left directly. He and Neil really have nothing to say, after all, he will only know the other party in the future, not now, so it's better to leave early. After returning to consciousness, Asahi saw a group of people looking at him all the time, waiting for answers. I know Neil, but I don't know where he has gone now, but I can tell you one thing. Neil is very strong, and he is also the strongest dragon besides Acnologia, so he definitely won't be in danger. Asahi didn't expose Neil, but what he said relieved Natsu a lot. As long as he is not in danger, then everything is easy to say. Natsu's father turned out to be so strong. Hearing Neil's strength among the dragon, the others also looked at Natsu in shock. They didn't know how strong the dragon is, but the legend about the dragon has been circulated to this day. To describe the dragon, there is only one word that fits perfectly: horrifying. This is the evaluation of the dragon in all the records. The dragon can be said to be invincible, so the later generations can't understand how the predecessors defeated the dragon. After the group of people discussed it for a while, the focus was on Asahi once again. After all, Asahi's identity here is an old antique of more than 400 years, and the first guild master, so everyone have to pay attention to him. Asahi didn't see Ursa, Lix's, and the Thunder God tribe in Fairy Tail, nor did he see Mistogan, so they should all be out on missions. You shouldn't be around me now, you should go and meet the members of Fairy Tail on the other world. Asahi said and pointed to the basement. At this time, the others suddenly recalled Myra's explanation about Edola's. Because they were too shocked by the existence of Asahi, they forgot until now. I wonder what the other world's me looks like, I really look forward to it. The group of people came to the basement with some trepidation, and after opening the door, the group of people from Fairy Tail poured into the channel. Sure enough, we're exactly the same, but why do you dress like this? And you also have the smell of perfume on your body. Earthland Scanna looked at her Edola's counterpart with a daze. The other party's clothes are completely different from her. She was considered to have a bold style, after all, she usually has a carefree personality. But Edola's Scanna is wearing a very gorgeous dress, and her body is also filled with the smell of perfume, looking just like a goddess. I think you're the weird one. Why do you have such a strong smell of alcohol? I never drink alcohol. Edola's Scanna looked at Earthland Scanna speechlessly, as the two are totally the opposites. Of course, everyone's focus is not on this, but on the counterpart of themselves. But there are also some people who didn't find themselves in another world, such as the many Fairy Tales canon fathers and Makarov. There are several new faces, but why is there no me? Makarov looked dumbfounded. After searching for a long time, he still didn't find himself. Instead, he found some people he didn't know, such as Lucy and the adult version of Wendy, who had not yet joined the guild. The two worlds are different, and it doesn't mean that all people will be here. Some of them will not be in the guild, which is normal. As for people you don't know, maybe they will join Fairy Tail in the future. Asahi reminded him a little, and Makarov nodded. In that case, that girl named Juvia. She should be one of Phantom Lord's Element 4, and she will join our guild in the future? It seems that I need to prepare well. Makarov looked at Juvia and squinted his eyes. Since there is Juvia on Edola's Fairy Tail, he knows that there is a high probability that she will join Earthland Fairy Tail too. But Juvia is a member of Phantom Lord, so why did she appear in his own guild? Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord have always been incompatible, so there must be a reason for the matter. Makarov is also very experienced, so from this point, he can see that some problems are coming. You're indeed worthy of being the guild master. You realize that there was a problem so quickly. Looking at Makarov's expression, Asahi praised him. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight, and Makarov is the same. Since he becomes the guild master, he must manage the guild well. Against the enemy, Makarov will never be soft. This is what it should be, but it is also an honor to be praised by Lord First. Makarov became vigilant, but he also knew that they wouldn't fight so soon. At least, a reason is needed, so he still needs to think carefully. When Makarov and Asahi were chatting here, the people of both Fairy Tail almost fought. Usually, both Gray and Natsu have violent temper, so after seeing their Edola's counterpart, they both exploded. Because Earthland's Natsu is the dragon's lair, he has motion sickness. Once he's on any vehicle, his combat power will fall to 0 directly, but Edola's Natsu is the opposite. When on vehicle, he will become very wild, but after coming down, he will become very cowardly. And there's also Gray. Because of the magic Earthland's Gray practiced, he would usually strip all his clothes, but Edola's Gray is not only wrapped like a dumpling, but also becomes Juvia's licking dog. One cowardly, one licking dog, so Earthland Natsu and Gray just couldn't stand it anymore, so they almost started a fight. If it weren't for the others to pull them in time, the two Edola's people would have been beaten black and blue. After all, Earthland counterpart has magic, but Edola's counterpart can only use the magic items. It is comparable at all. Chapter 348 Edola's Rez's decision after a farce, everyone stopped. After that, Earthland Fairy Tail prepared a lot of food and drink, and then started a party and chatted with the members of Edola's Fairy Tail. After some exchanges, they also found that the other party is not a difficult person to get along with, so there was no problem. Regarding the existence of this door, Makarov also ordered the members of the guild not to spread the news. Although there are still many cannon fodders in Fairy Tail, and they abandoned Fairy Tail in the later stage, they will still abide by the basic rules. At least they will not mess around randomly, as can be seen in the Battle of Fairy Tail arc. It's just that they can't hold on anymore in the later stage. But there is no other way, as people have their own choices, right? For the past few days, Asahi has lived on Earthland Fairy Tail. To be honest, he only needs a part of the knowledge about Fairy Tail world. As for magic, he doesn't need it, as he has already acquired it. Zeref is proficient in almost all the magic in this world, and the ones that he is not proficient with are those he looks down on. So Asahi doesn't care about magic, but some magic-powered items, which he has not obtained before. Other worlds don't have magic power, but it doesn't affect the problem of this device. The fairy tale world uses magic to create a lot of weapons with great lethality, and there are also some special existences among it, such as the Eclipse Gate. However, the setting of the Eclipse Gate also makes Asahi a little incomprehensible. When the gate is first opened, and Natsu and the others go from the past to this era, they needed to open the door in two ways. Both sides need to prepare the zodiac keys to open the door. Moreover, because she needed to open this gate, Lucy's mother died due to lack of magic power. But when future Rogue opens the gate to release the dragons, there should be no one on the other side to help the dragons open the gate. Therefore, this setting is inconsistent, making Asahi somewhat confused, but this does not prevent him from studying and researching it. In the past few days, people from Fairy Tail often asked Asahi some questions. To put it bluntly, it is all about magic. This was brought by Levi at the beginning. Levi liked books and knowledge, so she regards Asahi as a walking encyclopedia. After so many years, she didn't know how much knowledge Asahi has. So Levi asked Asahi some things at first, but it is also impossible for Asahi to know everything, so he changed the subject. The history matter is directly transferred to magic matter, which is what he is really good at, and as a result, Levi tastes the sweetness from Asahi. Solid script itself is somewhat similar to Jutsu Shiki, but with a high upper limit, and Jutsu Shiki is also not easy to break it by brute force. Just like in the Battle of Fairy Tail, Mikarov couldn't do anything with the runes, and in the battle with Orashin Cease, Jura also couldn't do anything against Lars Jutsu Shiki. But once the strength exceeds by too much, the technique will be vulnerable. Moreover, the trigger conditions need to be set in advance, so this is still a bit troublesome. However, Asahi, as the magic encyclopedia, knows a lot about this kind of thing, so after listening to some of his suggestions, Levi also benefited a lot. This caused the other people to ask Asahi about this, which made Asahi speechless, but he did not refuse them. Although it was only a few days, the strength of Fairy Tail's members increased again and again. In the original work, Zeref can train Yurei and the others to become masters of magic. It should be known that in addition to awakening it yourself, it is best to start training magic since childhood. But as a result, these people became the guild master of Grimoire Ironheart, one of the four gods of Ishgard, and although Mavis became Fairy Heart, she can use the super powerful law magic, and even modified it. The only exception is Yurei, who died early, but whether it is Mikarov or Lixus, their combat power is not low, especially Lixus, which has explosive combat power. As for Ivan, he is just a trash. When a person who is proficient in magic teaches other people, it can indeed make them take less detours and become stronger. And after these few days of work passed, Asahi also received a communication from Edolazrusa. She had already thought about it, and now, she planned to overthrow the king and become the king herself. Asahi had predicted she would make this choice from the very beginning. If Edolazrusa didn't make this choice, then there was definitely an accident. After receiving the news from her, Asahi once again came to Edolaz. At this moment, Edolazrusa was already in Edolaz's fairy tale. Although there was still a cold war between the two sides, the fairy tale's people also know that what Elisa will do next is very good for this world. In addition to Edolazrusa, Asahi also saw another very surprising existence, Panther Lily, one of the Exceeds. His combat power in the original work is no less than that of Edolazrusa. Edolazrusa is only the captain of the 2nd Magic War Division, and Lily is the captain of the 1st Magic War Division. Although the strength is not calculated as such, when both parties use their magic item, Lily's strength is indeed very strong, and he is also the strongest Exceed. Asahi is actually a little speechless about Exceed. Those cats are stupid enough to exile the strongest of their own kind. He wondered what exactly is it that gives them such confidence. After all, such combat power should be properly kept. It seems that you have made some preparations, and even brought this over here too. Asahi and Lily greeted each other. Of course, if Asahi doesn't help, it is impossible for them to win against the king. Although Dorma Anim is currently incomplete because there is no magic power from Dragon's Lair, it is still made of special metal, and except for Dragon's Lair, other magics are not very effective against it. Dorma Anim is just like dragons, who are resistant to magic. If it wasn't for Dragon Slayer magic, humans of Fairy Tale World won't be able to do anything against those dragons. The same is true for Edolazrusa and Lily, as their methods are not very useful against Dorma Anim. Chapter 349 The Old King's Crime. I have discussed it with Lily. The king has already guessed about the Exceed from some time now, and he also plans to directly attack the Exceed after he has captured enough magic power. The king told me about these things, so I use this point to discuss with Lily. After I seize the throne, although I can't guarantee that Exceed's position will be above human beings, but I can guarantee their safety. It's better than having no security at all. Speaking of this, she glanced at Lily, and Lily was also quite helpless about this. He knew what happened to the Exceed himself. Although the Queen's ability is hidden from Mother Exceed, and only the higher-ups know about it, he is not stupid either. He knows that Exceed is very fragile, at least after he compares himself with other Exceeds. Moreover, anyone with a little bit of brain can see that there is a problem with the Queen's ability of killing anyone with her words. Since it is necessary to deter, then why not deter by using a human with higher power, instead of just finding some people who are unable to fight? So the king had already made certain guesses, but they hadn't pushed him to the limit, so he hadn't done anything yet. After Lily learned of Edolazraza and a so-called energy that can replace magic power, he also came with Edolazraza. He doesn't know about others, but he knows very well that Edolazraza will never fool him well. Before you do anything, this king needs a crime, and this crime can make you take the throne as if it was a matter of course. Asahi said with a smile, and his words made both Edolazraza and Lily taken aback. They didn't think about this issue at first, and even Edolazraza's idea was just to seize the king's position and it's all done. But she completely overlooked one point, that is, her reputation will not be very good after seizing the throne forcefully. In many worlds, the so-called kings and emperors hold power in their hands and have enough troops in their hands, but why are they still troubled by the normal people? It's because they need normal people to become king or emperor. The same is true in this world. After Edolazraza and the others seize the throne, what will their reputation be like? They will likely be spurned by thousands of people. Even if they can come up with things that change the world and change the era, the results will not be much better. So what they needed now is a crime that is good enough to pull the old king off the horse. Asahi knew very well about this kind of thing, so he was ready. The king steals Earthland's magic power through anima, so Earthland's people coming to find trouble is also a matter of course. Once the king has caused enough disaster for the entire kingdom, then it will no longer his turn to speak. The crime Asahi prepared was borrowing the Earthland's name. If I find trouble to you after you steal my magic power, it's normal, right? But making trouble is not just that simple. It's best to get enough trouble to pull the old king off the horse. However, this guy is still Miss Togen's father, so Asahi doesn't plan to kill him. But after Miss Togen comes back, his fate will be decided. We will all listen to you. Edolazraza and Lily were speechless. They felt that the other party is even more thoughtful than themselves, so they agreed without saying anything. As for the other party's intentions, they didn't want to know. Because there is no need for him to deceive them. And to be honest, in this plan, the existence of the two is optional. If Asahi wanted to find someone to be the king, there are too many candidates, so they don't think Asahi will deceive them, as there is no need for it. If he just wanted to find a puppet to be the king, he can just take action directly, and there is no need to go around with them like this. Very good, then you all go back first. Tomorrow, I will take a tour around your royal city. Asahi told the two to go back first. In a flash, it is already the next day. Everything in Edolaz is running normally, and the king is naturally trying to find a way to steal more magic power, but the magic power he had stolen over the years was not a lot. This is all due to Miss Togen. He not only blocked Anima from stealing magic power from all over the world, but also specifically opposed the old king. However, he did the right thing. After all, once this Anima stole magic power, whether it is a human or something, everything will be sucked over. Just like when the entire Magnolia is sucked over in the original work, everyone was turned into lacrima. Isn't his equivalent to using life to generate electricity? So it's normal for Miss Togen to do this. As long as it's people with a little conscience, they can't do this kind of thing, at least, Asahi can't. Asahi is not a good guy, and his means are not kind, but he still has a bottom line. This kind of thing has already exceeded his bottom line. Buzzed. Just when the old king was thinking about how to get enough magic power, a pressure like a mountain fell from the sky, and the powerful pressure instantly made it difficult for the people in the whole city to breathe. What's going on? What is this pressure? The old king was horrified. With this kind of pressure on his body, he could still move, but it was very slow. The same was true for the others. When he came to the balcony, cold sweat began to flow down. It's because a man appeared outside their city. He's a real giant, which is more than a kilometer tall. He looks like a mountain, and his huge pupils stared at them coldly. How dare you steal the magic power of our Earthland? You dogs are so bold. I'll give you 1 hour. Send the culprit out, otherwise, you don't need to continue to exist. Asahi didn't say much, but the message was conveyed. It was nothing more than that he was from Earthland and came after knowing their magic power are stolen. The old king was still confused at first, but now, it has all turned into fear. Most people don't know the mechanism of Anima's operation, but he does. It's not just as simple as stealing magic power, as even the lives of the opposite world will be turned into lacrima. So at this moment, he felt a chill at his back, and he even feels that he can't breathe. It's too terrifying. If he knows that there was such a terrifying existence in the opposite world, even if he is 100 times braver, he wouldn't dare to steal the other party's magic power. But he can't do anything about it now. Since the person have come to his door, and he is the reason for it, he has nothing to say. Chapter 350 The Pitiful Old King. This. What kind of monster is this? And what is he talking about? With such a big monster suddenly appeared in front of them, the entire city was shocked. At this time, the people arranged by Edo Lazarza and the others began to act, and the matter of the king stealing magic power was directly spread. These people only know that their king could bring magic power, but they don't know how exactly he do it. But after the people arranged by Edo Lazarza and the others directly exposed the news, there was nothing more to say. These news spread quickly throughout the city like locusts, and everyone is aware of one thing at this moment, that is, it's all the king's fault. And now, the blame has been placed on everyone's heads, so the people inside the city collectively march towards the palace. Right now, they need to make the king come out and take the blame himself. This matter was caused by the king, so if the other party wanted the culprit, they would naturally be willing to give the culprit to him. Right now, the king, who was praised by the people a second ago, has become a street rat. People in the whole city have begun marching towards the palace, and the purpose is to hand over the old king. People are like this. When it is beneficial, they can praise others, but when there is no benefit, they are naturally a stranger. Now that the king can be sacrificed to guarantee their own benefit, there's no need to think more about it. They are just people who are being manipulated, and they became chaotic due to Asahi, plus Edo Lazarza and the others' follow-up methods. The wind direction across the city began to fall to one side. I didn't expect it would really become like this. He knows how to manipulate people's hearts too much. Lily looked horrified at this moment. Asahi's strength is absolute, but since he has the strength and knows to play like this, Lily had no choice but to bow down. He now understood very clearly that the old king is doomed. Yeah, just by showing some tricks has caused the kingdom's wind direction to completely change, but this is also based on sufficient strength. We simply can't compare with him at all. Looking at the terrifying giant, Edo Lazarza could only shook her head. She once thought that as long as she had enough strength and enough weapons, she wouldn't be weaker than Earthland's people. Even if the other party has magic power in their body, the magic item they use also has magic power. So why must they be weaker than a person who have magic power stored in their body? But the cruel facts in front of her has shattered her fantasy. Forget it, now is not the time to be sentimental. Let's go, it's time to take care of it. Seeing that the people's intentions have reached the climax, then the next step is naturally to hand over the king, but Edo Lazarza and the others are still a step slower. When they find the king has already used Dorma Anim. No matter what kind of monster you are, since you don't let me go, I won't make you feel better either. You're only big. The old king believes that even if the other party is a little bigger, he can still win. Bigger size does not mean that they are stronger, and even in some cases, being huge may actually become a drag. But after a second, the entire city turned quiet. The Dorma Anim, who was clamoring just now, was pinched by 2 fingers in the next second, and it was stuck in Asahi's hand and couldn't move. My lord, everything is planned by him. We don't know what he did. We only know that he can take out some lacrima from time to time, but not how he got it. Now that we have handed over the culprit to you, we are also ready to return all the stolen magic power. Seeing that the old king was courting death himself, Edo Lazarza and the others simply gave up on capturing the old king, and then prepared the equipment to release Anima. There is no next time, otherwise, you will just wait for your country to be destroyed. After taking away Anima, Asahi pinched the Dorma Anim and left. Seeing this huge giant disappear from in front of them, everyone below finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Edo Lazarza, who solved this matter, was naturally praised by everyone. Originally, the purpose of the march was to make the old king come out, but now, the purpose of the march has changed directly, which is to make Edo Lazarza ascend the throne. Just like the play played by Natsu and Miss Togen, since the villain is gone, the biggest hero will become the hero. And since this time, the kingdom lacks a king, Edo Lazarza will naturally become the new king. The plan went very smoothly. As for the old king, Asahi directly destroyed Dorma Anim with a noble phantasm. He then used transformation magic to change the old king's appearance so that others would not recognize him as the king, and then, he was thrown into the prison of the kingdom. He will leave it to Miss Togen to deal with it later. It's kind of kindness to send him to jail, and if it's not for Miss Togen's sake, he would have made this guy disappear. My lord, the plan is going very well. Erza has become the queen of this country, so the next step is the problem of new energy technology. After meeting again, Lily and the others couldn't wait to see the new energy. Although Edola's Erza has become the new queen, the person standing behind is still Asahi. Edola's belongs to that kind of unexplored treasure house. It has vast land and sparsely populated, so the benefits here are also very sufficient. One Piece World and Naruto World both need sufficient resources. Although there is no shortage of resources now, but in the future, it won't be sure, so this place is completely an undeveloped treasure house. Asahi found Dragon from One Piece World and asked him to send some people to this world to develop it, and also sent some equipment and talents. This project can't be completed in 1 day or 2 days. However, after the scientific and technological products were delivered, it also stunned the people in this world again. The magic power was completely replaced, but the magic power in their hands could still be used for a period of time. This period of time is enough to complete the technological transformation, so Edola's Erza's reputation is naturally becoming even more prosperous. If there are many people who are dissatisfied with the old king's actions in the original work, then Edola's Erza can be said to be the real queen of destiny. In this world, there is no one who can shake her position now, of course, except for Asahi. However, there is still a group of guys in this world that need to be dealt with, the so-called Exceed. A group of cats who are very proudful and arrogant. Chapter 351 Lily's Choice. Don't be nervous, even though you were exiled back then, don't forget the purpose of this visit. You can be regarded as their savior. Looking at Lily, who became a little stiff around him, Asahi was a little amused. Asahi is estimated that the Exceed are not very clear about what happened on the human side before. After all, their state is somewhat similar to the state of closed country. Hearing what Asahi said, Lily sighed. This time, he didn't come here to subdue these cats, but to let them recognize their own situation. Asahi actually doesn't care about these cats either, and their existence is of little value. To put it bluntly, they are just a group of pets. Asahi doesn't need these guys, but these guys use their abilities to deter humans, and they are very arrogant, so he must say hello first. He will not destroy these cats, and he will also give them the right to manage their own country, and the only requirement is not to play around. My lord, those cats may behave unreasonably. Please don't take it to heart. Lily said helplessly. These cats have intelligence no less than that of humans, but now, they think they are superior to humans, and there is a law that humans cannot enter their territory. At the beginning, Lily was exiled because he took the exiled Mustogan back, so now, he must make it clear, as he knows exactly how strong Asahi is. If those cats really make Asahi angry, it will be over if Asahi blows up. Don't worry, I know, and if there's no surprise, they won't be able to do what you said. Asahi shook his head. He wouldn't spoil these guys, when he let these cats throw stones at her, but he wouldn't. Of course, he will not be cruel, but it is necessary to beat them a little, otherwise, these cats would cause too much problems. Lily, why did you come back with human beings? What do you want to do? Don't you know that humans are not allowed to enter here? Soon, after coming to Exceed's territory, Lily and Asahi were surrounded by a group of cats. I want to see the queen. This time, we come here as humans' representative. Lily said, but after he said this, the group of cats directly took out their weapons. What qualifications do you have to see that the queen? Humans are not allowed to come here, even if they're the king of humans. You have been banished, so leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The group of cats surrounded Lily and Asahi and said so arrogantly, which made Asahi a little speechless. And then simply released some coercion, and pressed these cats to the ground. Don't worry, I won't be cruel. These guys need education that they will no longer be able to stand on top of humans, and it is impossible to make sense with this kind of guys. We should just go straight to the Exceed's queen. Asahi shook his head, and continued letting these cats to calm down and reflect. However, he and Lily just went all the way, and as long as a cat tries to stop them, the result would only be one, they would be lying on the ground to reflect. This simple and crude method made Lily speechless for a while, but he had to say that it is very effective. Soon, one person and one cat came to Exceed Palace, Queen Shagot, a group of old cats and the 2 strange guards are also here. Lily, what do you want to do? Why did you bring human here? Don't forget your identity. Regarding one person and one cat coming all the way, the other cats have long since came to inform them of the situation. I know, I don't need you to remind me. In addition, it is not me who came to look for you this time, but this lord. Your little trick has been exposed. Lily loves this country, but this country doesn't love him. Since he couldn't do anything, so just let it be. In the future, he will not have much to do with Exceed, so why should he need to be polite? What are you talking about? What do you mean? The group of old cats were stunned, but Shagot was different. She was as calm as ever. Well, I know that you, Shagot, should have seen that little bit of the future. Looking at Shagot, who was still calm, Asahi said, and the old cats are collectively stunned. As Lily said, their little tricks have been exposed. Yes, I saw it, but I also know that you have no malice, sir. Exceed has indeed become a bit too complacent, so I will make my ability public later. Shagot can see a part of the future, so she naturally knows Asahi's existence and what he will do afterwards. Queen, you. The old cats around were all shocked when they heard this and planned to persuade her, but Shagot shook her head. My ability is not a secret for you guys, and you also know why I sent the Exceed's eggs to another world in the first place, but the future I saw has undergone some changes. Now, my ability has been known, but this Lord and Lily have brought us good news. Shagot looked at the group of cats and said, That's right, it is indeed a good news for you. In the future, you can just think yourself as how you Exceed will live. But don't think about surpassing human beings. After all, human beings already know your abilities. On the human side, we will restrict them, but you should also be careful. Knowing that you are not omnipotent, there will always be people who will take advantage of you and target you at that time. We can guard some people, but we can't guard against everyone. In short, you should be careful yourself. Since I have brought the news, I will go back now. Lily, do you want to stay? After Asahi finished speaking, he planned to leave. As for Lily, he still asked. No, I don't belong here anymore. Although I still love this place, I'm no longer a cat from here. Lily shook his head. He didn't plan to stay anymore, after all, he was a little bit heartbroken when he came all the way just now. Then let's go. Asahi smiled and didn't say anything more. Then, the one person and one cat disappeared from the palace. Watching Lily disappear, Shagot originally planned to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. This time, she knew that she was helped by Lily again. Since the country has been helped by Lily, she wanted to keep the other party here, but after hearing Lily's words, she couldn't say those words. Chapter 352 Cute and Huggable Cat. After the matter with Exceed is settled, Asahi doesn't plan to stay in this world anymore. It's basically settled here, then there is no need to pay more attention to this place. If there's no accident, he estimated that the plot of Fairy Tail will begin soon. Although there will not be many strong people at the beginning, there will be in the future. In short, he would follow the plot, and countless experience will be delivered directly to his door. It also saved him the time and effort to find them. Of course, in addition to this, there are still some things to do, but for the specifics, he'll take care of it later. After all, he has processed the plot of Edolas in advance, so there will be some change. Lily, I'm going back to Earthland, are you interested in going with me? Asahi asked. He is actually very optimistic about Lily. After returning to Earthland, Lily will become as cute as Happy and Carla, but Lily can also transform into a powerful muscly cat, and his combat power pretty okay. Me? Since the Lord needs me, then it's naturally not a problem. Lily smiled and agreed. He has nothing much to miss on Edolas anyway. Although he is the captain of the 1st Magic War Division, he is always just a cat. He also gave up on the Exceed side, so it doesn't seem bad to leave with Asahi. Well, please take care of me from now on, but don't call me Lord in the future, just call me Asahi. After all, we are companions now. Asahi said with a smile. At this moment, he has directly sabotaged Aegil. This doesn't seem so good. Lily was a little embarrassed. He always felt that he would be getting carried away when he called Asahi by his name directly. This is like a king and a commoner. Even if the relationship between the two is good, the commoner won't dare to call the king's name casually. Now that Lily also knows Asahi's horror, although he is not a commoner, Asahi is not comparable to a king. So Lily is still a little hesitant. Then you can figure it out for yourself. I won't force you, but just know that you don't need to call me Lord. Asahi didn't insist anymore. After all, suddenly asking others to call the area is a bit unacceptable, so he should just take it slowly. I understand, Asahi-sama. Lily nodded, and then the two returned to Earthland's Fairy Tail. Once they arrived at Fairy Tail, Lily's muscly form could no longer be maintained, and he directly changed into the cute cat form. This is also a bit weird. Lily and the other Exceed have magical powers in their bodies, and they are different from the rest of Edolas's people. Since he can continue to maintain the muscly form in that world, it is reasonable to say that he could do it in Earthland too, but how can he become like this? In the end, Asahi can only attribute it to the concentration of magic power. It is like, the magic concentration of Edolas is 1, Lily's power is 1.5, and Earthland is 10. Then, when Lily enters a higher level environment, he is weaker than the environment, so he is beaten back to his original shape. However, Lily can still transform, and although the duration is not very long, it is not a big problem. And Asahi began to integrate magic power into the energy source. After complete integration, he can create the energy source for Lily, and he can maintain his muscly form at any time, but when not fighting, Asahi still feels that his current state is better, as it's more cute. Ah, it's Black Happy. When Asahi appeared suddenly, the others naturally turned their attention to him, and soon, the group of people saw Lily. And Natsu, as a single-celled organism, just regarded Lily as happy. He is not happy. He is my companion, and his name is Panther Lily. Asahi introduced Lily, and Lily was also very surprised. After all the people here has magic power inside their body, and it is very strong. This can't be seen in idols, and the concentration of magic power in the air is simply like heaven and earth. Happy, I found your kind. Natsu immediately called Happy, and Happy, who was eating fish in front of the counter, was finally distracted from the fish by the call this time. He also noticed Lily at first, but it was a pity that Lily was not Carla, so Happy was not very interested. But soon, Happy started screaming because of the appearance of a second cat. But this also leaves Lily speechless. The matter happened long after he was exiled, but Lily still knows that this cat is one of the 100 eggs that the queen sent to Earthland. After Happy screamed, a group of people turned around Lily, and at this time, Lisanna also tapped her palm with her fist. I remember, you are Panther Lily, the captain of the 1st Magic War Division, but why did you become like this? Seeing Lily's current cute look, Lisanna couldn't understand how a muscly cat became a cute cat like this. After coming to this world, I found that my strength was suppressed. Although I can still fight, I can't maintain it for a long time. Lily then started explaining about Exceed. These people only heard about the concept of Exceed this time. Before, they only exchanged some things with the Edela's fairy tale, and did not know much about this matter. At that time, after seeing Lily, they finally reacted, and then, they learned about Exceed's situation from Lily, and they also learned that Happy was one of the 100 eggs the Exceed threw into this world. So it's like that, then, Happy, let's go find your parents. Natsu suddenly said. Although he is usually a single-celled creature, he is still very reliable sometimes, especially when fighting for his companions. Can we really find it? On the contrary, Happy did not dare to go back. Although he knew from Lily that they had thrown out these 100 eggs so that the race won't extinct, he was still afraid. What if his parents doesn't acknowledge him after he goes back, or they are already died without him knowing? You still have to face it. Go straight ahead. When you get there, you will directly indicate your identity and someone will be responsible for receiving you. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and asked Natsu to take Happy to find his family. As for Lily, some people started wondering about Lily's combat power. If you're a man, let's have a fight. When Elfman heard his sister say that Lily is very strong, how can he hold back? This guy is not the quiet version of Elfman, but the manly version. Lily, try sparring with him. Asahi said, and Lily was also very curious about the situation in this world after hearing this, so he agreed without thinking about it, but because the other party does not use weapons, he did not plan to use weapon either. Chapter 353 Incorporating magic power into the energy source. After agreeing to spar with Elfman, Lily quickly regained his muscly cat form. His body rose to more than 2 meters, and the muscles on the body are also amazing, making Elfman stunned for a while when he saw it. I wondered why he became the captain of the 1st Magic War Division at first, but after seeing this, it all makes sense. Macau complained speechlessly when he saw Lily turned into his muscly cat form. After all, it was too exaggerated. He also wondered why his style of painting changed when he transformed. So, can Happy become like this too? After Wakaba said that, everyone who heard it began to make up the picture in their mind. They used Lily's body as a base, then replaced the color with blue, and then put Happy's head on it, and it finally said Happy's signature word, I. In an instant, the people who made up this picture with their minds were all greatly impacted. Kana, who was drinking, spewed out all the alcohol in her mouth directly. Wakaba was almost choked to death by his own smoke, and Macau opened his mouth wide. As for Makarov, this guy likes to sit on the counter, but with this brain supplement, he fell off the counter in fright. Isn't the picture of your mind create like this? At this time, Myra's devil persona was activated, and she instantly changed her appearance into the muscly Happy, and she also said the word, I. Seeing this, the group of people fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Even Asahi felt his scalp numb when he saw this. Sure enough, Myra is worthy of being Myra. She really is a devil. Of course, this is not the key point. The key is that Elfman and Lily started fighting at this moment. Because of Lisanna's return, Myra recovered, so Myra brought Elfman to adapt to the beast's power. Because of guilt, the beast has become Elfman's weak point, and caused him to run berserk every time he tried to use complete takeover, but after Lisana's return, coupled with the suppression of the Devil Myras, Elfman has also adapted to the beast's power. Knowing that Lily's power is very strong, Elfman directly used the beast's form. The two slammed into each other, fist to fist, no weapons, only relying on brute force and skill. The sound of fists colliding one after another rang, but even if he used complete takeover, Elfman was not Lily's opponent. As the captain of the 1st Magic War Division, Lily's strength is not a joke. If there's no time limit, and he used his weapon, he would even be more powerful. Lily can even tie against Ursa, so Elfman is definitely not his opponent. After all, in the face of Ursa, who is going all out, the only thing Elfman can do is being defeated by Ursa within 3 moves. Sure enough, the situation was only in a stalemate for half a minute, and Elfman couldn't stand it anymore. He was suppressed by Lily and couldn't fight back, but Lily also knew that he already wins, so it was time to stop. Lily wins. After the winner is decided, the group of people began to cheer. They already regard Lily as one of their own, as Asahi's identity is there. He's so powerful, I don't have the power to resist at all. Elfman was still a little dumbfounded. Lily was too fast, and he couldn't react at all. What Lily is good at is fighting with weapons instead of hand-to-hand. If it's not because this is just a spar, you will lose even faster. But your potential is still good and you still haven't fully utilized it yet, so keep working hard. Asahi shook his head and said. As expected of being the one who is favored by Lord First, but dual exceeds have such ability? Looking at the cute and huggable Lily, Makarov seems to have an idea of nurturing Happy. Although Happy is the mascot of Fairy Tail, there is no rule that mascots cannot be strong, right? Lily is quite special. Of course, the only difference between Exceed and humans is that they are cats and we are humans, as they also have wisdom and magic in their bodies. As long as they are willing, they can learn magic. There is no doubt about this. Asahi said, as he remembered Carla in the later stage managed to learn transformation magic, and can turn into cat-eared girl for a period of time. However, they seem to have less magic power in their bodies, so learning won't be not as smooth as humans. Of course, it is completely different with Asahi here. Although the integration of magic power into the natural energy source has not been fully developed, he can open Lily's second origin. In the past, he developed natural energy source because other worlds did not have magic power. So he has never thought about incorporating magic attributes into it. After all, there is no magic power inside the body, and there is no magic power in the outside world. In this way, adding magic power attributes is not only a waste of time but also useless. However, it seems to be okay now, but it will also take time. Asahi wondered if he should go to Dangai again. By the way, Master Makarov, I have to leave for a few days. Please take care of Lilican for the time being. As Asahi said that, he activated Archive and poured Makarov's giant magic into Lily's mind directly. This magic is very suitable for Lily to learn. After all, Lily is taking the physical route, a pure close combat route. There's even Archive. I wondered how much magics are recorded in Lord First's archive. After watching Asahi instilling information into Lily and then left, Makarov expressed his envy. Master, what is archive? Because archive magic is very rare, only few people know it. It is estimated that in Fairy Tail, the only one who knows about this are Makarov, Levi and Loke. Archive is a special kind of magic that stores knowledge. Only few people I know can use this magic. It can store all the data you collect, even including image and video data. This magic is equivalent to a portable library, and Lord First is a figure from more than 400 years ago, so I am not surprised that he can use archive. But his archive probably contained the largest amount of information in the world. After all, he's already more than 400 years. After Makarov finished speaking, everyone else also showed envious expressions. Amazing, if only I had such magic. Levi's eyes shined. For people like her who desire knowledge, this archive magic is really good. She wondered how to ask after Asahi came back. After all, she wanted this magic very much. Chapter 354. Just in time for Lucy's plot, Asahi once again went to the Dangai in the Bleach world. The last time he integrated into the spiritual pressure attribute, it took him more than 10 years. The more attributes he integrates, the more troublesome it will be. It is like when combining two items into one, only the variables of the two items need to be considered, but once the third type is added, the difficulty increases sharply. But fortunately, Asahi himself is proficient in magic, as it is one of the abilities extracted by the system, and he can use this thing better than spiritual pressure. So it's a bit simpler than spiritual pressure, but because of the increase in variables, the time wasn't shortened, but was still lengthened. Fortunately, the test subjects are easy to find, as he just brought some monsters over. And this time, he spent a total of 20 years. Although the magic is a little simpler than spiritual pressure, it still took longer, but even so, only little time has passed in the outside world. This is the advantage of working in Dangai. If they don't need to think about life, plus they can bear the loneliness, then there is no problem in staying here forever. To this kind of person, Dangai is simply heaven. After completing the research, Asahi updated the energy sources of the people in several other worlds. Regarding his efficiency, the others have nothing to say, as it is too fast. After taking care of the other worlds, Asahi returned to the fairy tale world again, but after he came back, he found that Natsu was gone. Afterwards, he found Natsu is in Harjan. Without thinking more about it, Asahi immediately went there directly. The Harjan incident is the incident that makes Lucy join. Of course, there is the traffickers like Bora of prominence, which is the kind of person he hates the most. After all, what they have done cannot be forgiven. Asahi didn't think too much about killing people, but this kind of human trafficker, he will really trample them to death when he sees one. After reaching Harjan, Asahi found that Natsu was already lying on the ground, but not because of other things, it's just because he is hungry. In fact, Natsu's current strength has reached S rank according to the indicators of other guilds. But after experiencing Lee-san's incident, Mikuro's promotion to S rank can be said to become extremely strict. So even though Natsu has the strength, he is not allowed to become a S rank mage. However, in Natsu's situation, S rank mission is indeed not suitable for him, as the difficulty is a bit abnormal, and it can't be done with just brute force. Moreover, even a normal mage won't be hungry like this. To put it bluntly, Natsu is too reckless, and the damage caused on the way to the quest can be said to be more than their quest rewards. So much so that Natsu is now hungry and can't walk, and so is happy. Asahi was speechless when he saw this. These two people are both careless types. How did they survive until now? After finding the two, Asahi invited them to a meal before Lucy. Resurrect. Lord First, what are you doing here? Do you also know that salamander appear here? Natsu was resurrected with full HP after eating, and asked curiously. Sometimes, I really want to see what's inside your head. Just think, if there is salamander in the city, can this city will still be so quiet? Moreover, don't you remember your own nickname? Asahi was a little speechless when he heard Natsu's words. So there is no salamander here? By the way, what is my nickname? Natsu asked with a puzzled look. Your nickname is Salamander. Because the Dragon Slayer magic you use of the fire attribute, the outside world calls you Salamander, so is Phantom's Black Steel. As for the news you heard, the Salamander here is talking about you, so that means someone pretended to be you and was making troubles here. I wondered if those council's people are working hard or lazing around. They don't care about this kind of thing. Asahi thinks that the Magic Council is basically a cancer. It seems that they are deterring the Western continent, but the reason why the Western continent does not fight because Zeref did not show up, not because they are afraid of the weapons in their hands. Against the Spriggan 12, those weapons are simply a pile of rubbish, and the Magic Council thought that its Etherian and Magic Pulse Bomb, face, could deter the other party, which was ridiculous. And Magic Council usually doesn't do anything, and it is not the first time that Bora has done his evil deeds. Even when Bora did this kind of blatantly, they still didn't appear, but after Natsu finished the fight, they came out. As for the follow-up plot, in the Lullaby incident, they were scared away and only come out later to arrest Erza because of the matter. In the Orashin Cease incident, they only come after the battle ends to capture Gel and the others. In Tenru Island incident, except for adding chaos, they didn't do anything. They are just simply a shit-stirring stick. Who dares to pretend to be our fairy tales people and do bad things? Natsu directly exploded when he heard this. After that, Natsu followed Asahi and left, and then they come to the dock. At this moment, a group of girls were walking around a guy who was wearing flamboyant clothes, and Lucy was also there. However, this was not these girls' own ideas. Rather, it's because of something Bora had in his hand, the magical devices used for charm magic. These girls didn't even know what was going on. As for Lucy, she was conscious, but she couldn't control her body. Isn't Lucy in Edola's? How did she come here? After seeing Lucy, Natsu was a little confused. Natsu? That's not Lucy from Edola's, it's Lucy from our world. Happy understood what happened, so he opened his mouth to explain. Oh, then we can't just let our Lucy being bullied. After Natsu finished speaking, he rushed forward, and threw a punch towards Bora, and the charm magic was also shattered at this moment. Originally, this plot had to wait until night, but Asahi didn't want to waste time with them until night. Obviously, Natsu didn't know what happened, so he went straight to the fight Bora. Bora's strength was not strong, he is just a little better than normal mage, so facing Natsu's fist, he was directly blown away. Damn. Bastard, who is it? Who dares to attack me? Don't you know that I am Fairy Tail Salamander? Bora's nose was crushed, and several of his teeth were knocked off at this moment. It can be said that he was disfigured by Natsu. Because of the charm, magic has been broken, except for Lucy. All the girls just ran away. Chapter 355 Violent Happy is on the stage. Is he your companion? Thank you so much. I didn't expect this Fairy Tales guy to be such a person, using charm magic to charm other people. I was so blind that I wanted to join such a guild. Seeing the murderous Natsu, Lucy didn't strike up a conversation with him, but instead ran to Asahi and Happy's side, and started complaining. As expected of Lucy, the god of complaints, no matter what the venue, or the situation is, she can still complain. That guy is not from our guild. That guy should be the guy who was expelled from the Titan Nose Guild a few years ago. His name is Bora of Prominence. Natsu is the real salamander. That guy is just a fake. Happy said very disdainfully. He recognized who the other party was, as Happy is still very good in this regard. Are you Fairy Tales people? Lucy was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. She decided to join after hearing about Fairy Tail, but just now, she was disappointed. But it didn't take long for this disappointment to become a surprise again. Since that guy is a fake, doesn't that mean that she can still join? Yes, Natsu is the one called Salamander. Happy explained, and after hearing Happy's words, Bora turned around decisively, and ran away. It's not because he was too cowardly, but because the enemy is too scary. After all, Fairy Tail Salamander is very famous. Why did he choose this person to pretend as? It's all because his magic is the same fire type, and Salamander's reputation is big enough. Bastard, don't run. When Natsu saw Bora running away, he immediately chased after him, but Natsu obviously forgot his situation. When he caught up with Bora, Bora had already ran into a ship, and for Natsu, ship is his weakness. After Natsu stepped on the ship, his combat power directly fell to zero, and he lay on the deck without moving. No, it's a vehicle. Happy also yelled in shock. Huh? What are you talking about? Lucy is a little confused. Is there a problem with vehicle? Natsu is a dragon slayer, and all dragon slayers have a special feature, which is, they would turn dizzy inside a vehicle. Happy, I choose you. With that said, Asahi grabbed Happy and threw him out, and then he used magnification magic on Happy. In an instant, Happy's body became countless times, and it didn't stop until it was more than 50 meters tall. A cat that was originally cute has become even more cute after becoming so big, but Happy himself is stunned. Happy, go. Just when Happy was a little confused, a golden halo appeared, and a golden sledgehammer flew out and it suddenly grew bigger, exceeding 50 meters, and then Happy picked it up. Now, use smash on them. Asahi yelled to Happy, and Happy finally turned around. He also knew that he had grown bigger because of Asahi. At this moment, holding the hammer in his hand, Happy felt that he is invisible. Eat my hammer. Happy smashed the sledgehammer directly towards the ship. Of course, it only smashed the half of it and Natsu was not hit. The people on this ship are all human traffickers, so even if there is accidental injury, it will be fine. Boom. Happy's hammer directly shattered the second half of the ship, causing the sawdust splashed around, and the seawater gushed, which showed the power of the hammer. Ah! Isn't his too exaggerate? What the hell is going on? Is this the Fairy Tales Mage? Even a cat is so strong. Lucy said as her 3 views have been refreshed over and over again. She thought that Salamander is strong, but he was defeated by a vehicle. And Happy, who she thought as useless, suddenly became so powerful. With the power of this strike, Lucy thought that no one among her spirits could hold against it. I used magnification magic on Happy to magnify his body. As for the hammer, it is not a simple hammer, it can explode. Asahi suddenly showed a smirk, but Lucy was taken aback. In the next second, the place where the hammer hit the sea suddenly burst out with a burst of strong light, and then triggered a violent explosion. Natsu was directly blown away, and was transferred by Asahi to his side. While the dock and the city behind him were all protected by a magic circle. Asahi didn't want to be branded as demolition madman, so he directly used his power to protect Arjun. In the original work, Natsu procrastinated too much. He could have defeated the opponent in seconds, but in the end, Lucy had no choice but to take action, which caused half of Arjun to be destroyed. With such a method, it's no wonder they don't have money. But now, although the explosion is so powerful that the seawater kept pouring in, it is well protected by Asahi, so there is no problem at all. However, except for Bora, who is a little stronger, was blown up and paralyzed, everyone else was directly turned to ashes. Happy is amazing. Natsu, who had left the vehicle at this moment, also recovered. Seeing the violent Happy, who showed such great power, he was also stunned. After that, Arjun's Rune Knights also came over, And after knowing what happened, they didn't say much. Although these guys made a lot of commotion, they didn't destroy anything this time, so they didn't say anything. Happy, change back quickly, we are going back. Seeing that Happy still maintained the giant cat form, Natsu raised his head and shouted. Natsu, I don't know how to change back, and it's not that I grow bigger by myself. Lord First is the one who helped me grow bigger. Happy is also very helpless. Although he enjoys this kind of thing, he has become too big, and he is not used to it. Don't worry, Happy, take us to Magnolia. Asahi didn't restore Happy, nor did he teleport directly to Fairy Tail, but instead told Happy to bring them back. After Happy became bigger, it was very comfortable to lie on Happy's body. He's just like a super huge plush toy. And after the Happy became bigger, his wings spread to a height of nearly 100 meters, and the huge wings flapped at such a fast speed that it felt like they're flying like lightning. Ha 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 ha, it's so amazing, Happy, you're very fast, and I don't have to worry about getting dizzy from vehicle. Natsu sat on Happy with excitement and laughed wildly. Although I am shocked, why did I come up too? Lucy was a little confused, why did these guys brought me along? Aren't you going to join Fairy Tail? We'll just go back together. Asahi looked at Lucy, who was still complaining, and said. As expected of the god of complaints, she really can complain anywhere. Chapter 356 Lucy, I really come to the right place. Hey, why are you so sure that I will definitely join Fairy Tail? Although I have said and thought about it, but aren't you being too hasty? Lucy was going crazy. Because we are destined to be companions. At this moment, Natsu turned around and said, and Happy also shouted, but Lucy was speechless for a while. She always felt that the things she experienced today are very strange. At Happy's current speed, they quickly returned to Magnolia, and with his current size, Happy naturally caused a lot of commotions after returning. The people at the city and the guild directly surrounded them. Happy is the mascot of Fairy Tail, and now, this mascot has become so big, so it is not strange that everyone comes here. Asahi also thought it was pretty good, no wonder Brandish made Happy so big in the original book. This guy is indeed very cute even after becoming so big. So big. Looking at this scene, Lily, who has just been exposed to giant magic, is a little stunned. He didn't expect Happy to become too big. At this moment, Happy has directly become Magnolia's big star. Well, he is already a big star in the first place. After all, he is also a mascot in normal times, and everyone in Magnolia knows this. However, after some commotions, Asahi still shrunk Happy down. Because of this, Happy also fell in love with this magic, but even Lily still couldn't learn this magic. After all, it was difficult, so Asahi also gave Happy the giant magic. Anyway, the effect is the same, but in terms of personality, Happy is too much worse, so it is estimated that the gap will grow even wider. Lucy? You are here to join Fairy Tail, right? You are welcome to join us. Makarov also recognized Lucy when he saw that there was an extra person among them. Makarov who knew Adol as Lucy, so he naturally knew that this was Lucy in this world. Since he knew that the other party would join their guild, he naturally welcomed her. Yes, Lucy, you are welcome to join us. The group of people cheered, which made Lucy feel the warmth of home, but she was also a little confused. Huh? Why do you all know me? Lucy asked in confusion. She wondered what is the situation with these guys. She seems to be meeting them for the first time, but why does it feel that everyone seems to know her? Of course we recognize you. It's because we know that you are destined to be our companion. Myra told Lucy about Adola's. Now that Lucy is already a companion, naturally, there is no need to hide it, but even so, Lucy is still very confused. She didn't come back to her senses until she saw Adol as Lucy. Lucy on the two sides is really the opposite. Lucy on the other side is so bossy, but Lucy on this side is still the newcomer. It's completely the opposite. I wonder what else is the opposite. The group of people kept talking, as the two fairy tales people are now looking for differences between the two sides, but the one who is depressed is the most is Makarov. Even until now, he still can't find himself. In the end, Lucy was arranged in the girls' dormitory, but after she moved into the girls' dormitory, she was still in a trance. This matter is too unreal, and her experience today can be judged as bizarre. Originally, she sneaked out to join Fairy Tail, but I encountered a fake who used charm magic, and was really rescued by the real one. She also saw the violent giant cat, Happy. Then, she came to Fairy Tail, and along the way, she saw herself from another world. When she thinks of herself in another world, Lucy feels nervous. In the other world, she can be said to be everyone's eldest sister, and although she would always quarrel with a girl named Lovey, the others still obey her. As a newcomer, she felt a little helpless, and after knowing the opposite settings of the two worlds, she found that she was not just as simple as a newcomer. Forget it, there's no need to think more about this, but this is really a magical guild. It seems that I really come to the right place. Although Lucy was greatly shocked, she is still very optimistic about Fairy Tail. On the other hand, Makarov is talking to Asahi at this moment. That's basically it. Ivan and Lixus is not bad, as he just wants to make the guild stronger, and because of me, he has become a little paranoid, but Ivan. Makarov hesitated for a few days, and finally decided to tell Asahi about Ivan, Lixus and the Fairy Heart. After all, Asahi was the first guild master and is the founder of Fairy Tail. So he told Asahi about the Fairy Heart, and at this moment, the two are in front of Mavis's crystal. Makarov was very helpless. He wondered how could he have given birth to such a trashy son? After knowing something about the Fairy Heart, Ivan wanted to take this thing as his own. But it is very dangerous. Fairy Heart has infinite magic power, but even Zeref does not have infinite magic power. As for Asahi, he is somewhat similar to Fairy Heart. It is said to be infinite magic power, but it is only called infinite because of its large capacity and quick recovery. As for the true infinity, Asahi doesn't think anyone has such a powerful ability. Maybe there will be the existence of the highest life level can have such ability. As for the current him, he can only achieve relative infinity now. The matter between Ivan and Lixus has nothing to do with you. People are very complicated existences. You can't expect a person to move forward according to your plan. But don't worry, I will not kill Ivan, but he is targeting Fairy Tail after all, so I will cripple him and let him live as an ordinary person. As for your grandson Lixus, you are not to blame. After all, you have done your best as a grandfather, and as you said, he is not bad, and just wanted to be the best. I will talk to him when he comes back later. Maybe the matter in Edolas will give him some inspiration. As Asahi said that, Makarov also remembered the matter in Edolas. The guild leader of Edolas's Fairy Tail was Lixus, but he was killed in the battle. The opposite between him and Lixus is not their ideas, but their life and death. One is still alive, and the other one is already dead. Chapter 357 Makarov's invitation. That is the only way to go. Now, only that bastard Ivan is left, but that bastard is very smart at hiding, and there is nothing we can do with him for a while. Lord First, in a few days, we will have a guild master meeting. Do you want to go with me? Makarov could only shake his head, and then suddenly remembered the guild master meeting a few days later, so he planned to invite Asahi to come with him. After all, Asahi is the first guild master. And as far as Asahi's current situation is concerned, Makarov doesn't think Asahi has anything to be afraid of. He was a super existence 400 years ago. Although the past records are not very complete, according to the records left in Fairy Tail, Asahi can be said to be the same existence as Zeref, which is incredible. With Lord First here, do they still need to worry about the council? In fact, strictly speaking, regarding the matter between Fairy Tail and the council, there are problems on both sides. Fairy Tail doesn't know how to restrain themselves. If it is some tricky enemies that cause huge damage, then there is nothing to say. After all, their ability is limited, and the safety of those buildings cannot be guaranteed. But let's talk about Natsu and Harjin's matter, as well as some subsequent plots. They have the ability to deal with their opponents before they could cause any destruction, but they did not do so. Asahi is not saying that he is angry with them, but the area of damage they caused was too large, which is a big problem. When they went out to perform a mission, even if it is an S-rank mission, the reward is only tens of million, and sometimes, the situation is different. As for normal mission, the reward is only a few 100,000, and the dormitory where Lucy lives seems to cost 70,000 a month. Therefore, this kind of money is actually not worth much. However, Natsu and the others destroy things casually, which is fine in the wild, but in the city, one destruction is cost a lot. Under such circumstances, Asahi can't understand how Fairy Tail can still support itself to the present. Could it be that Makarov used all the money he saved from doing missions when he was young? If that is the case, it seems too understandable. After all, Makarov is a veteran 10 wizard saint, so the higher the rank of the mission he does, the more money he will get. Or maybe this old man actually took away his grandson, Lixus's money and also the money from Guild Arts' mission. After all, Guild Arts basically didn't use any money. Except for Fairy Tail's own problems, the second is the council. The council is an authority, and they hope to control everything in their own hands. Naturally, they also hope that the people under them will listen. In their view, these magic guilds are actually the forces under them. But these forces were disobedient, and they often made trouble. Moreover, Fairy Tail expanded so fast that they couldn't control them. In this case, the council will naturally start with Fairy Tail. Because of these, Fairy Tail and the council have some problems. Asahi feels that he needs to take care of these guys and told them to stop messing around. He doesn't see other guilds doing damage everywhere like them. After all, it will only cause disaster to themselves. There are probably not many people in Fairy Tail who can have savings, and each one is more destructive than the other. At this moment, Makarov did not intend to conceal Asahi's identity, because it's not necessary. Asahi also felt that it is unnecessary. He can't wait for those who dare to provoke to come to him. After coming to this world and entering Fairy Tail, Asahi feels that the atmosphere here is very good. So he also plans to rest here for a while. As for experiences, he can just wait for them to come. After all, Fairy Tail seems to have the misfortune-absorbing aura. The guild master meeting seems to be pretty good. I'll go with you and have a look. Although he knew that this is a meeting for a group of old men and women, Asahi still thought it was a bit interesting, so he decided to take a look. After Makarov heard Asahi's promise, he immediately prepared with a smile on his face. On the other side, after Lucy joined the guild, she was tricked by Natsu. Lucy's role is positioned as the king of complaints and funny comparisons, and plays a key role in important moments. Now, when there is still no important moment, Lucy will naturally not be able to play any role, so she was tricked by Natsu and run around. And these few days, as long as Asahi came to the guild, Myra and Levi would gather around him. Levi asked Asahi to teach her about archive. This magic is indeed somewhat rare, but it's not that uncommon. Blue Pegasus and the Magic Council both have a person who can use it, so it is not a big deal. Asahi then instilled this magic into Levi. For someone like Levi, archive is actually very good. Asahi intends to find a time to give the energy source to the important characters of Fairy Tail. In this case, their strength will naturally rise, and it will not be the same as the original work. As before, they need the Nakama power to explode. Watching anime play like this is very exciting, but now that it becomes reality, but it no longer is the same. The first thing Asahi found was Lily and Myra. Myra has always been around him for a while, so Asahi can almost guess what's going on. He can be said to be Myra's knight in shining armor. After they found Lisana, it is estimated that Myra's favorability towards him has been maxed out, so there's no way she would do anything against him. There was still some time before the guild master meeting, so Asahi directly brought Lily, Myra, Levi, and Makarov into the basement. Lord First, what do you want from us? Myra and Levi looked at Asahi curiously. As for Lily, he still have the same calm expression. Although Makarov is also curious, he must maintain his high-level image in front of Myra and Levi, although his image has already been ruined. I'll help you get a good thing. As for the effect, you will know after I give it to you. You guys are the first batch of users in the guild. Master Makarov, you first. After saying that, under Makarov's somewhat puzzled eyes, Asahi helped Makarov create the energy source. Because it is a fusion of a lot of other energy, it is not appropriate to continue to call it the natural energy source, so Asahi simply changed its name to just energy source. After the energy source was created, Makarov's physical fitness, soul strength, and magic strength began to grow rapidly. The energy source that has been perfected many times will have a significant effect when it is first created, and it will continue to improve afterwards. This thing is a treasure for anyone in these worlds, but it is also exclusive to Asahi. Chapter 358 Ursa has returned. Show. Lord First, what on earth is this? Why do I feel that my magic power has suddenly increased a lot and my body has also become a lot stronger? Makarov squeezed his fist as he said that. Although magic power will not weaken as he ages and will become stronger, physical fitness is different. After he grows old, his body will not be as good as before. Fairy Tail World's mage are basically fit mage, which are different from those who only chant spells and cast magic. The mage in this world have very amazing physical strength. This is an augmentation method that I have spent a long time researching. I call it the energy source. The energy source was originally built on the second origin, and after several transformations, it took decades to complete the research. After having the energy source, your physical fitness will increase rapidly, your magic power will increase rapidly, your soul will quickly become stronger, and your lifespan will be greatly improved. Generally speaking, the average person living to 100 years old is already considered having a very long life, and even though Mage's lifespan is much higher, it is still unable to break free from the limitations of human beings. But my energy source can make people live for thousands of years. In addition, if you use the energy source to break the limit of life level, then congratulations. Unless you are killed by someone, you will never be able to die of old age even if you want to. Asahi explained the effect of the energy source, and everyone are dumbfounded when they heard this. It's not that they are ignorant, but Asahi's words are too difficult to understand, and many of the words in it are not simple. Living for thousands of years, energy, physical fitness and soul continue to grow stronger, and what is about life level? The impact is too big. This. It's really shocking. Wait, Master, you seem to have become a little younger. Myra was a little surprised, but suddenly realized that Makarov's height increased a little, his hair began to change, and the wrinkles on his face had also decreased a lot. After having the energy source, because your lifespan is greatly enhanced, you can naturally stay young forever. Of course, if you like to be an old man, you can continue to be an old man. Asahi looked at Makarov, who had changed a bit, and said, "Eternal youth." The eyes of Myra and Levi directly released a radiant light when they heard this. If this is an anime, their eyes would definitely become star-shaped. It's incredible. How did you research this kind of thing, Lord First? Makarov didn't know what to say, as it's too abnormal. He knew how terrifying the talent is to research such thing. He himself is several decades old, and Asahi have said that it took him decades to create it. But why didn't he create such a thing after living for decades? At this time, Makarov felt a blow towards his talent. He feels that he is already very amazing, but now, it seems that he is still too tender. As long as the knowledge is sufficient, it is not a big problem. Asahi said without shame. It's because the abilities he got is extraordinary. In addition, Asahi is from a different world, and he has learned a lot of things, and they were integrated with a series of research. Moreover, at the beginning, this energy source was not so abnormal. After continuous improvement and transformation, it has the current effect. When he went to other worlds in the future, then this energy source will continue to change and change again, and would become even more terrifying. After helping these people create the energy source, they finally understood this energy source's overbearing nature. Even if we trained very hard every day, the speed of increase won't as fast as the one given by this energy source. The corners of Myra and Levi's mouths twitched at this moment. The one who had the most improvement at this moment is Lily. Lily is not a human being, he is an exceed. Although there is a source of magic power in his body, it was not as abundant as the others. In places like Hedola's, the growth rate of magic power is slow to extremely slow, so now the one who got the biggest benefit is Lily. Lord First, what about the rest of the guild? Makarov suddenly thought of the others. If he lived forever by himself, it would be boring. He would rather die than live forever alone. After all, people have feelings and bonds, and it is impossible to give up these things, including Myra and the others. They still have relatives and companions, and if they live by themselves, it is estimated that they will embark on the same path as Ziraf. Don't worry, I will set up some tests in the future, and it also won't be very difficult. However, you should also know that this kind of thing can't be spread too much, otherwise, the world will be messed up. Asahi said. He will naturally take care of the most important group of people in Fairy Tail. As for those who leave Fairy Tail in the future, then there's no need to think about it, and he'll just give them up. That's good. Makarov heaved a sigh of relief after knowing that there is no problem. Then, the few of them are happy again. The limitation of lifespan is fatal to any person, unless they are extremely disappointed in this world and have no nostalgia, then they may want to die. But as long as there are still bonds and nostalgia, only few people will seek death, and no one will want to die. After getting old, Makarov is a little envious of those creatures without wisdom. Because of wisdom, his will are eroded by the fear of death, which cannot be eliminated, even though he is a very courageous person. Although he can die for other people in the guild, he is still afraid of death. Now that they can't die, then it's okay. After that, everyone dispersed. After knowing that they can continue to become stronger, they are in a good mood, and Makarov is also continuing to prepare for his own affairs. Time flies, and a few days have passed. Asahi and Makarov had already gone to the meeting place. Fairy Tail Guild also recovered some peace, but the peace was soon broken, because Rizzo has returned. As soon as they heard Rizzo came back, the entire Fairy Tail became quiet. After all, Rizzo plays the role of a disciplinary committee member. And except for the existence of the same rank as her, the other members of Fairy Tail didn't dare to disobey her. Chapter 359 Goldmine is worried about being silenced without mentioning what happened to Fairy Tail. Asahi and Makarov have already arrived at the meeting place. It is announced to the public that this is a meeting of guild masters, and the guild masters of many guilds gather here to talk about work every year. But to put it bluntly, it's just as an excuse for being busy and avoided the members of the guild, as the group of people gathered here for rest and vacation. And for the vacation, these guys rented a village. The people in this village left and went to other places for vacation. Naturally, the money was paid by them collectively. After all, these guild masters are not very short of money except Makarov. There are only some small guilds who can't pay much. As for the big guilds like Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale, they are very rich. Especially Blue Pegasus, which own magical flying ship and a villa. Makarov, you are here, but why did you bring someone this time? Is it a talent from your guild again? Goldmine, the guild master of the Quattro Cerberus, was a little speechless after seeing Makarov come here with Asahi. Makarov is an old man who likes to show off, and so do they, but Makarov would show off the most almost every year. After all, there are so many talents in his guild. After Ursa, Myra and the others grew up, Makarov was having great time every time they had a party. As for his Quattro Cerberus, they are kind of depressing. Although his guild's name is Quattro Cerberus and despite their famous reputation, they only got Bacchus, but he is also a drunkard. And the most deadly point is that, all of the members of his guilds are men. The other guilds still have some girls, especially Fairy Tail, which has a lot of high-quality girls, but his guild. He would cry if they talk about it. He isn't the new member of our guild, this is our Fairy Tail's first guild master. Makarov said smugly. First guild master? I thought he would be. Wait a minute, what did you just say? First guild master? What generation guild master are you from? Goldmine's expression was relaxed at first, but hearing Makarov's next words, he was completely shocked. If I remember correctly, Makarov is the 13th guild master of Fairy Tail, so the first guild master. Thinking of this, Goldmine's first reaction was, he thought that Makarov must be teasing him. After all, the history of Fairy Tail is longer than any wizard guilds here, and it can be traced back to the period of the Human-Dragon War 400 years ago. But in the end, Makarov said Asahi is the first guild master. Wouldn't be an old monster if he can live until now. I'm not joking with you. Lord First is indeed still alive, and has been alive since 400 years ago. Makarov has already seen through what Goldmine is thinking. To be honest, he was curious about how Asahi survived before, but he is not curious anymore after seeing what Asahi can do. Makarov, do you know what you are talking about? Goldmine's face became serious. Of course I do, but I'm telling you, I'm not lying. Makarov shook his head. Well, that's really incredible then. Hello, first guild master of Fairy Tail. I am the guild master of Quattro Cerberus, and I am also good friends with Makarov, but regarding your identity, I think it's better not to say anything. Goldmine said. After all, everyone wanted longevity, and for longevity, some people can do everything, including him who was a little bit greedy when he found out about it, but fortunately, he resisted the temptation. But even if he can resist, it doesn't mean that other people can resist it, especially the council. Goldmine can't imagine what the other party will think or do after they know about this. Makarov, your friend is very good, but don't worry, you don't need to conceal this kind of thing. It just so happens that Fairy Tail and the council have to finish something. Even if they don't come to our door, sooner or later, I will look for them. Although Fairy Tail has indeed gone too far in some places, but if they go too far, I am also a person who protects my shortcomings, and I will not let my own people suffer. As for things like longevity, there are still a lot of people who lived 400 years ago until now, it's not just me. Asahi couldn't help but showed a smile when he said that. Ziref, Irene, Acnologia, the group of demons, and some existences that appeared in the movie version, they all lived for more than 400 years. Regardless of what method is used, it is not a problem, and there's also celestial spirit. The lifespan of the celestial spirit is also a big problem, but the flow of time of their world is somewhat different. To be honest, Asahi can't understand the life of the celestial spirit. Natsu and the others have been to the celestial spirit world, where they stayed for more than half a day, and in the outside world, 3 months have passed. With this kind of time flow, if the celestial spirit mage goes out to do missions, in 3 months, it is enough to do dozens of smaller missions, or one large mission. Just take it they summon the celestial spirit 10 times a month, then in 3 months, that would be 30 times, and it would have only been more than half a day in the celestial spirit world. On average, they are called 2 or 3 times an hour, or once every 10 to 20 minutes. With the frequency of this kind of summoning, how can the celestial spirit continue surviving? And it is still considered if they are called less than 10 times a month. Lucy often summons the celestial spirit a few times a day for some weird reasons, and the same is true for Karen in the original work, as the frequency is more than that. Asahi suddenly felt pity towards these celestial spirit being continuously summoned. He felt that some of them must be really tired of living. There are others? Goldmine suddenly discovered that he seemed to have discovered some incredible secrets. He felt that he would be killed by those existences. After all, after so many years, this kind of news has never been known. Now that Goldmine knew, a sense of crisis directly rushed to his head. Yes, and there are quite a lot, so you don't need to conceal this kind of thing too much, and you believe it because you have a good relationship with Makarov. Other people are different, and they will just take this kind of thing as a joke. Asahi said indifferently. It's like in the modern world, if someone popped out and told you that he has lived for hundreds of years or thousands of years, and they are even a time traveler, would you believe it? Well, You might say that you believe it now, but in reality, even if it does appear, it will only be regarded as nonsense and a joke. Chapter 360 Need education. That's right, I guess only few people will believe this kind of thing. At most, they would only think Makarov is just bragging. Goldmine understood that if such words are spoken, the people who can believe them are either the person's closest and most trusted person, or insane, as normal people won't believe in such thing. That's right, the truth is the same, but you are kind. In that case, let me give you a small gift. Having said that, Asahi directly awakened Goldmine's second origin. The way he awakened the second origin is different from Ultra, as the person who is awakened will not have too much pain. The second origin can be awakened at will, of course. Second origin and energy source are not the same thing. After the second origin is awakened, to put it bluntly, they would have another container for their magic power. As for what magic power needs to be incorporated, it depends on personal choice. Natsu chose Luxus electricity, Gagiel chose Rogue's shadow, and Risa chose chi. There is a second container of magic power in my body. In truth, the second origin can be regarded as a relatively secret thing, and there are not many people in the original work that can awaken it. In the beginning, Ultra probably didn't make it, but it was made in the later stage. So it's normal for Goldmine to not know about it. As for Makarov, he knows very clearly. After all, Asahi has explained to him that the creation of the energy source is based on the second origin. Goldmine, this time, you got a great gift. Lord First has helped you unlock the second origin. Now, you can choose to transform a type of attribute magic power in addition to the magic power you own. Furthermore, with the addition of the second magic power, your strength can also increase a lot. After Makarov finished speaking, Goldmine has a surprised look on his face. It is naturally a good thing to become stronger, and he can't wait to see the result. Among all the guild masters here, Makarov is the strongest. Although the others are not much weaker, they are indeed a lot worse compared to the 10 wizard saints. These guild masters used to be the mainstay of the guild, so how could their strength be weak? But Makarov is obviously much stronger than them. After all, this is hereditary. Parents with powerful magic power will have a high probability of giving powerful magic power to their children. Ultra is like this, so is Makarov, and including August in Spriggan 12. So naturally they can't be compared with Makarov. Furthermore, it is not a good thing to have a huge magic power since childhood, as it will be a disaster if the body is too weak to control it. Whether it is Luxus or Ultra, their childhood is not so good. After awakening the second origin, Goldmine also became Asahi's follower, but after that, Makarov did not promote Asahi casually, so the other guild masters didn't care. The group of people chatted in various ways that Asahi thinks it is quite interesting. The old people have a lot of experience, and they are also very good at dealing with many problems. There is no doubt that some old people are more stubborn, but sometimes, it is indeed good to listen to old people telling stories. To be honest, at his age, although Asahi has experienced so many things, and it's also not small ones, he feels that his mentality is still very young, so he was inexplicably blended into this old people's group. After Myra's magic letter was delivered, Makarov was shocked, because several demolition masters in the guild formed a team, which is a terrible matchup. A single person can destroy a street at will, so if they are deployed together, they might destroy an entire city. Makarov, those guys are too dangerous to be left alone. After those destructive guys are here, I will teach them well. Asahi said. To be reasonable, the station incident this time, the blame is not on Riza and the others, but the Dark Guild. But the matter with Lullaby after was different. They literally blew up a village, so they must be educated. Of course, if there's no surprise, the members of the council will come to make trouble, and he will be there at that time. After all, this time, there will be no problem with the village as he is here, but the station on the other side is really not Natsu's blame this time, and it is completely caused by Erigor. Erigor is good at using wind elemental magic, and the range and destructive power are very large, so how can they expect him to have a small damage range in a fight? Of course, this class is also necessary. After all, these guys are too destructive and must be handled properly. I understand, then I'll leave this matter to Lord First. Makarov, who was very broken at first, had his spirit lit up immediately after hearing that Asahi wanted to help. Fairy Tail really needs to be changed. He still remembers that before Purahito left, it seemed that he was also one of the demolition masters. It's just that after becoming the guild master, this problem was directly corrected. It was only after he became the guild master that he knew the difficulties of the guild master. Being scolded twice every 3 days, he can't bear to live like this, so Makarov has learned it well. But Fairy Tail is like magical place, as it will turn these people into the demolition masters. Of course, it is limited to only a few people, as the others are better, and they won't destroy things everywhere. Knowing that Asahi was going to help, Mikhail was also relieved, and doesn't worry about these things anymore. When the night arrived, Mikhail found a person was quietly approaching this place. This person is Kageyama. He was persuaded into joining Blue Pegasus in the later period. However, Mikhail is still an experienced old man at any rate, and Kageyama has not been broken to the point of being hopeless, so after being lectured by Mikhail, he directly regretted it and threw a lullaby to the ground. What a waste, I still have to do it myself. Wizard is really unreliable. After being thrown away by Kageyama, Lullaby became unhappy, and immediately began to grow bigger, returning to its original appearance. It was about 100 meters tall and it was considered to be the most useless kind of demon. It is estimated that it was a test product made by Zeref in the early stage. After all, technology is slowly maturing, so Lullaby should be manufactured much earlier than the 9 demon gates. Chapter 361 The Birth of Golden Tyrant. They finally caught up. At this moment, Asahi found that there was a big-sized black cat in the sky, and this black cat is Lily. Although Lily has only learned giant magic for a few days, his talent is good, so he can already use it. At this moment, although Lily cannot become as huge as Mikhail when using giant magic, he is still able to grow to about 5 meters. As for Natsu and the others, they are on Lily's back. As for Happy, this guy hasn't even started yet. Happy is like a magic idiot. Even if Asahi has injected magic into his brain, this guy still can't learn anything. Or that this cat is just too lazy. In the original work, Carla and Lily both have good fighting power, but Happy can only be a mascot from beginning to the end. Of course, in terms of flying, it is estimated that other exceeds cannot be compared with him. Jackal, who wanted to blow up the city, was obstructed by Happy, and Happy managed to stay alive while Jackal is dead. Moreover, he has saved Natsu several times in the original work. Happy will always play the very surprising roles, but at this moment, Happy didn't do anything. Lily can already become so big, but he is far from the goal of violent Happy. It's not bad, I can't just leave this guy be, Asahi said as he started to take action against Lullaby. Although Lullaby is not worth much experience, it is still worth something. After a snap of a finger, dense golden circles appeared in the sky. There were as many as 1,000 of them, almost turning the dark night into gold. After the circles appeared, before everyone could come back to their sense, a weapon came out from each of the circles. There are all kinds of them, and they all seem to be made of pure gold. It's so dazzling. Is this the light of the rich? Lucy said, as she shed tears of poverty. Although her family is rich, a person who runs away from home naturally cannot get any financial support. Currently, she has a headache every day because of her own rent. Although she can pay it, the process is also a bit tortuous. It's incredible. Those weapons look very powerful. Lily, who had returned to his normal size, had a serious expression on his face. He felt that these weapons exuded a powerful aura, and it is not inferior to some of the top magic items he had seen before. In fact, Asahi only used the lowest level noble phantasms. After all, if he wanted to use weapon barrage, there is no need to use the advanced ones. A lot of weapons, if they are all mine. Mirza fell into a strange state, staring straight at these weapons without blinking. It must be known that she is using her weapons and armors to fight with versatility, and the money she got from mission is usually used to purchase weapons or armors. After all, Mirza's strength depends on this. But now, seeing this, Mirza suddenly discovers that those weapons are no less than the weapons she has. This seems to be the method of Lord First. I remember that the hammer in my hand was made by Lord First like this. Happy suddenly said. He remembered that he used this thing when he turned into the violent Happy before. This is, how is it possible? How can you still be alive? At this moment, Lullaby's eyes widened. This scene was quite familiar 400 years ago. Lullaby still remembers that he was only a cannon fodder. As a group of demons originally created by Zeref, he did not have strong strength. After all, he was just a trial work. But in this era, his level of strength can be said to be kind of strong. Although he has been sealed for a long time because of chaos, but after he escaped, he can continue to cause troubles. But seeing this familiar golden light circle, Lullaby's face is full of horror. It looks like you know it too, but I need you to die. With another snap of fingers, countless nobles' phantasms spewed out, forming a golden torrent which shot towards Lullaby. In the face of this golden torrent, although Lullaby wanted to resist, he couldn't do anything. Every golden weapon that hit him would trigger an explosion, and soon, the explosion swallowed Lullaby's huge body. However, such a terrifying explosion did not damage the ground at all. This is the control of power. After a wave of bombing, Asahi directly recovered the noble phantasms after they penetrated Lullaby. In this wave of bombing, Lullaby's huge dead tree body was blown to pieces, but apart from the 2 large footprints he left at the beginning, The ground has not been affected in the slightest. Lullaby was directly crushed to pieces. Asahi couldn't understand what those people thought. This kind of demon is not unkillable, but they just sealed the other party, and it became troublesome in the end. He just kills it like that. Seeing that a demon at this level was so easily dealt with, the person who is shocked the most here is not the other people, but Gray. It's because he had encountered Delura. At that time, after he learned a little magic, he ran to deal with Delura. Thinking about it carefully, how did a magician who has only learned magic fight against Delura, which was known to destroy a lot of cities? In the end, the final result of the battle is Gray ruined his teacher. Speaking of which, Gray's role in the original work seems to always add to the chaos at critical moments. The Delura incident or the dragon-controlling girl incident, he did not hesitate to attack Natsu after knowing little information. It's as if Natsu owes him something. This kind of supporting role is really making people speechless. And among the late-stage Fairy Tales members, this guy is the most troublesome. Other people are adding chaos accidentally at most, but Gray is different, as he is actually adding chaos deliberately. Moreover, one lesson is not enough, and two lessons are also not enough, as if he just likes to make things happen. Of course, those are all for later. The current Gray is undoubtedly the most surprised now, as existence of demon is the shadow in his heart, but now, this demon was destroyed so easily. If they are the one who did it, even if they can do so together, the village will basically disappear, but now that Asahi did it, he didn't even hurt a single grass. Is this Lord First's strength? He's so powerful. I wonder if the weapons in his hands can be sold. At this moment, Mirza was staring at the weapons in Asahi's hand. She was very envious of it. After returning to the guild, Mirza was stunned when she saw Lisana, and after knowing what happened, she regretted for not coming back earlier, and now that he finally saw the real person, she cared more about his weapons. Asahi gave her the feeling that he is a shining super-local tyrant, the legendary Golden Tyrant. Chapter 362 A Deal with Mirza. You want to buy Lord First's weapons? It shouldn't be possible. We've heard about these weapons from Myra, and they seem to be a bit special. Gray said, as he felt that it is unlikely. Myra had told them about the weapon in Asahi's hand when she was telling them about their visit to Idola's. At that time, Myra was suppressed by Idola's Mirza, but after getting a weapon called Gaibolg from Asahi, she defeated Idola's Mirza easily. According to Myra, the power of that weapon is much greater than that of Mirza's strongest armor. If you don't try, how can you know it won't work? And Lord First has so many weapons in hand, so it shouldn't be a big problem to sell a few. Mirza said. She would not give up, as this is a good thing, and if she doesn't fight for it, who knows what will happen. Then you can try it out. Seeing the current Mirza's expression, Gray gave up persuading her. After all, once Mirza becomes like this, it will impossible to stop her. And he also didn't dare to say anything more, otherwise, he would be eaten by Mirza, so it's better to not suffer. After seeing Lullaby was defeated, Mirza and others came to Asahi and Makarov, and this time, all the other guild leaders breathe a sigh of relief. Of these guild leaders, the strongest is Makarov, and the others are all the way down, and the weakest didn't even have S-rank strength. Facing Lullaby, a demon, they were naturally scared, but fortunately, they were relieved now that it has been resolved. Fortunately, Lord First is quick to act, otherwise, if we let them take action, maybe this village will be gone. Makarov also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Master, are you okay? By the way, you are First Guild Master, right? I am Mirza Scarlet. Mirza introduces herself very seriously. Although she knew that Asahi had already known her from another world, he doesn't know her from this world. Titania, I've heard about you. It seems that the demolition masters of Fairy Tail are all gathered together. Among this group of people, only Happy has no combat power and Lily, are the one can't do damage, as even Mirza is a demolition master. Ahem, Lord First, can I ask you a question? Mirza is a little embarrassed. In terms of destruction, they are indeed a bit too much. What question? Ask away. Seeing Mirza's expression changes, Asahi felt a little relieved, but then, Mirza's expression became more serious. Lord First, can you sell me your weapons? Eliza asked her own question. Gray, who is behind her, was speechless when he heard this. He didn't expect that she would really ask at this moment. Regarding this, Asahi was also a little speechless. Just after meeting, she asked if someone else's weapon could be sold. As expected of Mirza. To be honest, Asahi really doesn't want to sell it, but it's just to be used by the other party, there is no big problem. Because the powerful enemy killed with the noble phantasms is also considered to be killed by Asahi, so once the noble phantasms killed the enemy, Asahi's percentage will also increase, so why decline such thing? However, it can't be so vainly given to the other party. Lily has a noble phantasms in the state of a big sword he gave. The specific effect is that it can release a huge slash after liberated. The effect is not bad, and it is also suitable for Lily, since he can't take out more advanced ones. After there are more advanced ones in the future, he'll just give one to Lily. It's not impossible to give you my weapon, but it's impossible to give it to you for nothing. I can give you 2 weapons. As for the price, I want you to help me look at these fairy tales. Demolition Masters. In the future missions, if the enemy is strong, I don't care about what damage is caused, but if the enemy is not strong enough and they cause huge damage, I want you to deal with them ruthlessly. Asahi said. Because of the anime effect, it's like Dragon Ball's 4 tails, no matter how powerful the enemy is, he will choose to slowly transform from the initial state. But it's an anime, how can it be played like this normally? If Goku is also playing like this in a normal world, if the other party attacked him with a powerful ki blast, Goku will be defeated immediately. The same is true for Natsu and the others. It is impossible for them to not destroy anything. After all, sometimes when you encounter a strong enemy, you're not the one who has the final say. But if it can be avoided, then don't show off or be unscrupulous. Just like Boromatter. Natsu can easily take care of this guy with one move, but he actually lets the other party play around that make them blow up half of the port, so this kind of behavior must be eliminated. If they don't have a relationship with him, it's okay, but now, they have a relationship with him. After all, he is the fairy tale's founder. He felt that the behavior of these guys must be regulated. Prevent destruction? I understand. Riza nodded. She is different from the others. Although Riza herself sometimes caused some damage, it was a last resort. Riza is more mature than Natsu and the others in thinking, so Asahi doesn't need to worry about Riza, and just take care of the others. It's over. At this moment, Natsu and Grey are all terrified, especially Natsu. After all, although Grey's magic can also cause damage, most of them are freezing, and after the ice melted, the damage won't be big. Well, as long as he doesn't use those weird ice make magic. For example, the ice cannon will cause too much damage, so of course it has to be taken care of. As for Natsu, this is a real demolition master and must be paid full attention to. What these guys fear the most is Riza, so Asahi can just let Riza take care of them. If they are not obedient, they will be beaten severely. Then, these 2 weapons are for you. Asahi took out 2 B+ noble phantasms. The 2 noble phantasms are Gaibu and Gaidirg. Asahi is also a bit speechless about Gilgamesh. After getting the Gate of Babylon, he knew how rich the other party's inventory is. To be honest, if Gilgamesh liberates all the noble phantasms in the Gate of Babylon in one go, the other heroic spirits could do nothing against him. Moreover, in the Gate of Babylon, there are even a lot of noble phantasms prototypes, so for Gilgamesh to dare to say that he has all the wealth in the world, it is not wrong. For this world that uses magic, the combination of these 2 noble phantasms is very lethal. One that destroys magic blessing and magic circle, and the other can't be healed by any magic. Especially the magic destroying attribute, as in this world, it is very fatal. Chapter 363 The Council is here. These 2 weapons. What a powerful ability. After getting the 2 noble phantasms, Riza's face changed. Noble phantasms have level restrictions, and in some special worlds, high-level noble phantasms may not be as good as the low-level ones. It's like Rule Breaker. Although this thing is only C+ rank, it is absolutely invincible against all magic. Those 2 spears will be handed over to you, remember to take of those boys. Asahi gave out 2 spears and it doesn't feel distressed at all. The reason is that, he can take it back at any time, and also most of the noble phantasms are of no use to him. It is better to spread and let others help him to harvest experience. Riza, are these 2 weapons very powerful? Although they are a little afraid of Riza, Natsu, Grey and Lucy all threw a very curious look. It's very powerful, much stronger than the armor I hold. This red spear is called Gaidirg. It can cut through the opponent's magical barriers and blessings. It is completely the nemesis of Jutsu Shiki. The yellow one is called Gaibu. Once hit by this spear, the damage caused will be cursed and cannot be healed. Unless this spear is destroyed, the curse will last forever. Riza was extremely shocked. These 2 spears are simply abnormal, but she felt that it would be better to use less of Gaibu lest it be destroyed. The harm caused by this spear is irreversible, and she is also reluctant to destroy this spear. So in the future, unless she faces an opponent who must kill, she will not use it. But even Gaidirg is already abnormal enough. Although the magic destroying attribute cannot be directly assigned to attack type magic, but the magic of this world, even the Dragon Slayer magic, relies on the magic blessing to make the physical fitness rise quickly. In terms of resistance to beating, in Fairy Tail and even other guilds, Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers is almost incomparable. As for Jutsu Shiki, this is equivalent to a special magic barrier, So when facing this spear, it is completely useless. This spear is simply the nemesis of barrier. Once they encounter this spear, it will be destroyed easily with just a poke. In short, Urza is very happy now, and everyone else's eyes are red when they hear the effect of the weapon in her hands. These spears is even more valuable than artifact-level existence. Well, the guild leaders of other guilds who heard this also gasped in shock. They really can't understand how such a weapon exists, as it's too exaggerated. Although these two weapons are good, you need to be careful when using them. After all, the weapons are dead and have upper limits. Asahi said. Although these attributes are amazing, it is not almighty. Such as when facing Ziraf. Let's not say whether she can hit him or not, just talk about the opponent's magic skills, and it is not something these his spears can handle. Because of Lullaby, this meeting ended just like that, mainly because a group of people from the council came here, that is, those guys who were scared off by Lullaby's big move in the original work. Asahi really doesn't know how this group of idiots get here. After all, they ran away when they saw something wrong, faster than anyone else. Makarov also didn't want to deal with the people from the council, so he simply left when they arrived. The group of people quickly returned to Fairy Tail. On the way, Natsu and Grey also wanted this kind of treasure. But it is a pity that Asahi will not give it to them. After all, they are not using weapons, and it will be messy if they get weapons. Asahi can give his weapons, but it depends on the person. Natsu is okay, as he would just messing around, but if he gave it to Grey, maybe one day the weapon will be aimed at his own people. Returning all the way back to Fairy Tail, they didn't encounter the things in the original work. After all, everyone was brought back by Lily, and there was no detour. In this regard, Natsu wanted Happy to strengthen his training more than once. After seeing Lily's situation, he knew if Happy can become like this, he won't have to worry about traveling in the future. After all, he would be finished once in a vehicle, which is a tragedy. As for Lexus, it seems that except for super long-distance missions, he would just run with his own legs for the mission. It can only be said that the disadvantage of the Dragon Slayer is domineering. In fact, according to this theory, since Slayers Irene, the Queen of Dragons, and Agnologia, the Dragon King, are also the dragon, they will still have motion sickness even in their dragon forms. So in this case, they can just prepare two large enough cars or boats to deal with them, as it will reduce the strength of the two by 99%. After returning to Fairy Tail, before Asahi had time to rest, he encountered another incident. The people from the council came to the door, and the purpose was about the destroyed station. It was Erigur's fault for the station to be destroyed, as Erigur's magic was very powerful in range and power, and it was also very destructive. Although there are some of Natsu and the others' blames in it, it can't be helped at that time, so they really can't be blamed. This time, these people came with an arrest warrant. In fact, Makarov also knew very well that they wanted to capture Ursa only through a scene, and she will be released in a few days. Magic Council still doesn't dare to tear off the face with Fairy Tail. But Asahi is unhappy with this. Now that Fairy Tail is his, and he is a person who protects his own people, if it is his own person's fault, then there is nothing to say, but now it is obviously Erigur's fault, so he can't just let them bring Ursa away. Bastard, I'll beat him to death. At this moment, Natsu was dragged by a group of people, and the envoy of the council opposite was a frog, which seemed to be a race of this world. It's just that this race is now working in the council, and these frogs' characters are completely treacherous villains. However, it is indeed very good for the Magic Council to such people to deal with criminals. The wicked have their own wickedness, but it is a bit too much to deal with people from other guilds. Just look at them, even their faces look evil. As far as I know, the incident at the station should have been caused by Shinigami Erigur. Don't tell me your council don't know about this kind of thing. Also, the reason why Lullaby was stolen was also because of your council's negligence. Why don't you check your own problems first? Asahi didn't intend to give the other party any face, and when he opened his mouth, Makarov also shut up. He knew that with Asahi here, there's no need to worry. Chapter 364 Go for a stroll around the council. Asahi has spoken, so the whole Fairy Tail was quiet. Although Makarov is now the president, he respects Asahi. After all, Asahi is the one who founded Fairy Tail, and he is also not comparable to him in terms of strength and means. So since Asahi has come forward, as long as he shut up, it will be over, and he also knows very well that the Magic Council is going to be unlucky this time. You. What do you mean by talking like that? Do you want to be arrested? This is an arrest warrant issued by the council. The frogman was taken aback. He has always had the Magic Council as his backers, and when he pretends to be powerful, the other guilds would treat him well and even treat him with delicious food. When has he encountered such a hard stubble? The arrest warrant issued by the council? Just right, I also plan to go to the council to have fun and have a chat with them. After saying that, Asahi directly shrunk down the member of the council to the size of an ant, then wrapped him in a barrier and pinched him in his hand. Ursa, this matter has something to do with you, come with me. Asahi looked back at Ursa, and Ursa also nodded. After that, Asahi directly used space magic and disappeared with Ursa. It seems that the Magic Council is going to be out of luck. I hope that Lord First will not make matters too big. Makarov also has a headache, but he doesn't think Asahi was doing anything wrong. After all, he will also protect his own people. Why don't we follow along to see? Suddenly someone suggested, which caused the others to show interested expressions. Aren't you guys too strange? Even if he is the first guild master, the other party is the council that controls the magic resources of the entire continent. Can one person really compete with such a behemoth? Lucy's mouth twitched and she started to complain again. She didn't know whether to say these guys were too easily convinced or something. Don't worry, what should be worried about is the members of the council. Although I don't know how strong Lord First is, he must be much stronger than the 10 wizard saints. Right now, in the entire council, there is only 10 wizard saints, Seagrain, and he is still very young. Although the council is not weak, it is impossible to threaten Lord First, and Lord First still has space magic, so no one can threaten him at all. Furthermore, it's not that I look down on the council. If they really do something to Fairy Tail, then our Fairy Tail is not weaker than their council. And they would be the ones who died at the end. Makarov didn't look down on the other party, but told the truth. Not to mention anything else, there is still Fairy Heart hidden under Fairy Tail's building, and releasing it can give them with infinite magic power. With infinite magic power, even a small fireball can be charged to become a giant fireball with diameter with over a kilometer. So the magic will naturally undergo a qualitative change. Even if it is weak mage, they would become much stronger with Fairy Heart. If he is really anxious, he will directly use Fairy Heart, and then directly send a big gift to the council. Of course, these are not the point. Now that Asahi has made a move, he didn't have to do anything. As for Mest Grider, he has already told Asahi about him. After all, the other party is the first guild master, so the series of layouts he made have all been known to Asahi. So he didn't worry about Mest's safety at all. And the others, who wanted to go to watch the fun, were blocked by him. It is far from here to the Magic Council headquarters, and they don't know space magic. The only one who can is still working in the council and acts as an undercover agent. So when they arrive there, the matter will already be finished. Moreover, he can just wait for the news. After all, there are his old friend in the council. On the other side, Ursa only feels dizzy for a moment, and then the scene comes from the guild to the council. This. How could it be possible to move from Magnolia to here in an instant? Ursa's eyes widened. She hadn't seen space magic before, but seeing them moving from one city to another in such a little time, isn't it a bit abnormal? Mest can do such thing too, but he needs to constantly shift with several transfer point, and when he teleported to another city, he would be exhausted. Don't be limited by your vision to grow, because this world is not as simple as you imagined. Let's just mention the continent under your feet. Among the people I know, someone can tear down this continent and recreate it. Do you believe it? Asahi said, a little amused. It might be unbelievable now, but it won't be anymore in the future. Irene is still Ursa's mother, and she can use Universe 1 to directly restructure Dishkir continent in the original work. Unless Irene is defeated, this magic will not disappear, which is simply too overpowered. Recreate the continent. Ursa's eyelids began to twitch wildly. If it is said that house can be demolished and rebuilt, and even the city can be demolished and rebuilt, she could understand it, but what the hell is the continent? How big is the continent? How can the continent be demolished and rebuilt? It's too much. Now Ursa suddenly discovered how ridiculous the strength she is proud of. If such a terrifying character really exists, then their strength really doesn't need to be said. Even if she could destroy a mountain, it would take a lot of effort, but the other party can actually demolish the mainland and rebuild it. That involves a special magic, and I can do it too, but I don't usually bother to use it. After all, this kind of magic is usually not that useful. Asahi can naturally use Universe 1 too, but he is not bored enough to play around with people's world and continent. When Ursa is still in a daze, Asahi took the lead to enter the council. When he met some people who blocked them, he would all shrunk them and thrown them into the magic barrier. At this moment, he held a crystal ball with a diameter of 15 centimeters in his hand. This is the barrier, and the people who have been shrunk are locked in it. These guys can also look at the scene outside, so they are currently attacking the magic barrier, but with the little attack power, the little power they have, even if they are given 10,000 years, they won't be able to break the barrier. In this way, Asahi and Ursa came to the meeting chambers of the council's members without hindrance. Ursa was looking at Asahi's operation in shock. The strength gap was too big, so she is unable to understand how this was done. But this did not prevent her from being shocked. In this way, the two of them pushed all the way to the meeting chambers. There are some soldiers on the way, but it was useless for them to come. This time, Asahi felt that the members of the council must be changed. He planned to take care of these hidden dangers, including Gel, otherwise, he would not have brought Rizzo with him. Chapter 365 Exposing Gel. Why is it so noisy outside? Inside, the council's members, who were dealing with some matter, were very angry at the noise coming from outside. They need to deal with a lot of things every day, and what they need is quietness, but it is so noisy outside. But before he could finish his words, the door opened directly, after which Asahi and Rizzo walked in without any hesitation. Fairy tales mages? Why did you come in alone? Where is the person sent to arrest you? The moment they saw Rizzo, they thought that the people they had sent over had already arrested Rizzo, but when they thought about it carefully, the time was wrong, and there is also no magic handcuff on Rizzo. The last is Asahi. They don't know this stranger, so they are confused now. You should be looking for these guys. Asahi directly released the first guy he caught in the barrier. Chairman, this guy is from Fairy Tail. He resisted the arrest and captured us. Right now, there are still many people locked in the barrier in his hand. After coming out, the frogman started crying and complaining frantically, which made Asahi's ears hurt. Your voice is really bad, you should go back and stay there. Asahi was a little speechless, and locked this guy back again. He then looked at these council's members. There are several people here who he is quite familiar with. There is Org, who is good at doing things in the later stage, but right now, he still hates Fairy Tail. Next are Gel, Ultra, Makarev's friend, Yajima, and Michello, who was hunted down by Jackal in the later stage. These guys are the people Asahi is familiar with. As for the other extras, Asahi doesn't even have any interest in knowing them. How dare you attack the council so blatantly? Do you Fairy Tail want to be identified as a dark guild? Looking at the other party's methods, the speaker was in a cold sweat. They just planned to arrest someone and make some scene, and then release them. Their council also need to give an explanation to the outside world, right? But now, the other party actually wanted to fight them. If they had known that this kind of thing would happen, they would directly throw the blame on Erriger and the others. Of course, toughness is a must. Right now, they didn't dare to show their weak side, otherwise, they can't figure out what the consequences will be. What a great authority. But that's right, your council does have this qualification, but your council itself is a place where a lot of dirt are hidden, hiding some little secrets that others don't know. There was a hint of frivolousness in Asahi's words, and the council's members, except for Gel, Ultra, and Yajima, all began to scold him, saying that Asahi can't talk nonsense. Why? Don't you understand what I said? Then, I'll just say it, Gel-san, shouldn't it be time for you to come out and say something? Asahi said and looked at Gel. Gel here is transformed into sea grain, but he is just Gel's clone, which he made with thought projection, and this body also has sufficient strength. In order to work more efficiently, Gel divided himself into two after taking the position of the 10 wizard saints. The strengths of the two bodies are great, but only after they are combined can he show the power of a 10 wizard saint. But even so, the current him is stronger than some S-rank mages. What do you mean, sir? I am not Gel. Although I do have a relationship with Gel, but my name is Sea Grain, and Gel is a criminal, everyone knows this. Gel said with a faint smile. He is very smart and knew that his identity could not be hidden for a long time, so he simply made up an identity. Really? Your name is Sea Grain? But why do I feel that you are a thought projection? I know your secret. Don't you just want to launch the Etherian to shoot at the Tower of Heaven after the Tower of Heaven is completed? The Tower of Heaven is something created by Zeref, and it can be used to revive others. However, in addition for building, it also requires a huge supply of magic power. But it's a pity that you can't do it alone, plus everyone on your side can't do it, but the power of Etherian can. The Tower of Heaven is like a huge energy storage device. Once the Etherian is shot at it, it will be absorbed and transformed into a Larsama. That plan is not bad. Asahi didn't hesitate at all, and directly exposed Gel. Instead of letting this guy causes troubles later, it's better to deal with him now. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm Sea Grain, not Gel. When his purpose was known, Gel's face sank at this moment. It can't be helped, after all, since Asahi said it here, the others also heard it. After that, if he still asked for the activation of the Etherian, which is necessary, he will definitely be suspected by everyone. But if he doesn't take this path, it will take him at least more than 10 years to gather this much magic power, as the project is too big. Therefore, his plan can be said to be completely ruined, and this Etherian is not something that he can activate by himself, as it needs everyone to vote for its activation. That means, Jel's path ahead is almost directly blocked. But he still doesn't want to reveal his identity, so even if his face becomes ugly, he still opens his mouth to refute Asahi. Since he is still too young, some changes have taken place in his expression. Most of the people here are old fox, so seeing Jel's reaction, their experience tells them that there's definitely problem from with sea grain. Their strength can't be compared to Jel, but those who can get to this level are quite accurate in judging people. Before this, Jel's disguise is very good and he didn't show his tail, so these people naturally couldn't see it, but now, because of his anger and frustration, he has shown a flaw. Although the others don't know the truth of this matter, they can easily see that Jel must have something wrong. Even if what Asahi said is not the truth, these people knew that Jel also hides some secrets. Don't just refute it like that. I remember that you are just a thought projection now, so your strength is not as amazing as 10 wizard saints, then Mirza, I'll leave him to you. After Asahi finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Jel. And after hearing Asahi's words, Mirza also reacted, and she equips into her Heaven's Wheel armor and rushes forward. Chapter 366 Compromise. In the face of Mirza's attack, Jel's face changed. Mirza's strength was not weak. Although she is just an S-rank mage in Fairy Tail, Mirza had become a powerful mage a long time ago. In the case of a real outbreak, Mirza's strength is no less than that of the current Jura. Fairy Tail is a real hidden dragon and crouching tiger, especially Lixus. He wasted 7 years inside the fairy sphere. Otherwise, 7 years later, he would be able to destroy the 5th rank Jura without a second origin, and his combat power won't be comparable to others. And the existence of Ursa, Myra, and Mistogen are no less than Jura. Jel's strength can be comparable to the older 10 wizard saints, but the current him, because using thought projection to divide himself into two, can't reach the level of 10 wizard saints at all. Facing Mirza's powerful offensive, he can't hide anymore and use the heavenly body magic. At this moment, the meeting chambers has become the arena for the two to fight. But Jel soon felt a little uncomfortable, because Mirza took out Gaidirg. The magic breaking attribute made the magic blessing on Jel's body to disperse. Heavenly body magic's meteor is also a kind of blessing, so when facing Mirza's Gaidirg, it is directly destroyed. Because of that, his speed dropped in an instant. He also used Grand Chariot, but he still needed to make the magic circle in the sky. Seeing the magic circle, Mirza directly attacked it, and the magic circle was gone in an instant. After seeing this, Jel's face turned green. He also wondered where Mirza got this awesome weapon. This time, from the very beginning, he was restrained to death. In fact, he can't be blamed for this. If there's a need to blame something, he can blame his magic. His magic activation is different from other people, as many of them are blessing types, and it also requires magic circle to activate. This is true even for Abyss Break, so all of these techniques have been restrained by Mirza's Gaidirg. Moreover, Mirza has exploded at the moment, so Jel's thought projection will soon be passively beaten. Ultra, why are you still watching? Jel was extremely angry at the moment. Ultra didn't help him, but just watched the show instead. He wondered what is wrong with this subordinate of his. I'm sorry, Sigrain-sama, it's not that I won't help you, but there's someone who won't let me. If I move, I'll die. Ultra said with an innocent look. In fact, to put it bluntly, she just didn't want to do anything. She was also staring at Asahi. Asahi didn't mean that, but she also knew that Jel could not run away this time, so why bother to help Jel? It's better to just give up. Anyway, Jel is just one of the toys in her hands. Jel created the Tower of Heaven because he wanted to resurrect Ziref, but Ultra, one of the 7 Ken of Purgatory, knows very well that Ziref is not dead, as Hades has told them. Since she knew the truth, the Tower of Heaven is just a joke, showing how evil Ultra is. Damn it. Seeing that Ultra didn't intend to make a move, Jel was annoyed, causing him to be at more disadvantage. He was directly hit by a move and then seriously injured. At this moment, Jel also knew that he was not strong enough to win, so after giving Ultra an angry look, the thought projection left directly. His main body could not be transmitted here, but the thought projection itself is an incorporeal body, so he just went straight back. Everyone who saw this scene also knows that what the person from Fairy Tail said is true. With this revelation, then the matter of the Tower of Heaven is also true. If the other party uses the Etherian to resurrect Ziref, they don't know what to do. If the Dark Ages come, they will be sinners. Except for Ultra, all the council's members, including Grand Dama, broke out in a cold sweat. The current Grand Dama has not yet had anything to do with Tartaros yet. Ultra, where did that guy go? Thinking of this, the council's members began to frantically target Ultra. After all, they all know that Ultra and Jel are in the same group, and they are basically inseparable. Well, how would I know? I followed him only because I was just a weak woman, but I didn't know he was a criminal either. Ultra said innocently. In this regard, the other council's members' faces were also darkened. Since the other party did not admit it, they really can't do anything about it. Although everyone knows Seagrain's identity now, and Ultra is close to him, there is no evidence. And Ultra is also a council's member, which is equivalent to their status. Even if they want to let the other party withdraw from her position, they need a reasonable reason. And if the other party said she doesn't know about it, they could do nothing. If it's just a normal person, they can just arrest them, and after making a big deal of it, they will ask again, but now, it is different. Ultra is a council's member, so this method cannot be used. This makes all members of the Magic Council very uncomfortable, as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats and they couldn't speak. Everyone, have you forgotten about us? I have already recorded all of you, including everything that happened just now. What do you think will happen after I spread this thing? Looking at this group of council's members, Asahi took out a lacrima, and some scenes were playing inside. It was exactly what these people looked like just now, and the whole incident that happened. As long as Asahi spread this thing to the outside world, then these council's members will be in bad luck. Although they will not die or be imprisoned, their prestige will be completely gone, and they must step down from the positions as council's members. You. What do you want to do? The people here are nothing more than a group of people who are greedy for power. They naturally don't want this kind of thing to happen, so they immediately make a compromise. It's very simple. Don't target Fairy Tail after this. As for the destruction, I will take care of it. Remember not to be too picky. I can give this thing to people in various cities, after all, I am a person with a large social circle. So, for the sake of your status, it's better for you to be honest with me. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are not honest, as I will just send you all on the way together. After Asahi finished speaking, he released a terrifying killing intent to everyone except Yajima. His killing intent cooperated with the mystic eyes of death perception, which caused the real power of death to fill everyone's minds. Even Ultra was so scared that her face was pale and she directly sat on the ground while trembling, let alone the others, as everyone was so scared that they couldn't move, and even some people were so scared that they leaked out. Chapter 367 Useless Undercover Plan. Asahi then stopped the deterrence. If these guys still wanted to die later, then Asahi can't be blamed for his cruelty. As for killing these guys directly, Asahi has never thought about it. After all, if one group is killed, there will be another group, so it's better to deter this group and get everything done. Just when Asahi finished deterring the others and was about to leave, some soldiers suddenly rushed in. This is the Council's Rune Knight, which can be said to be Council's main combat power, and among these people, Asahi saw Mest and Lur, who he is familiar with. What did you do to the Council's members? After entering, the Rune Knight saw the Council's members panicking in fright, and immediately became angry. What did you do? Well, I didn't actually do anything, I just told them to be reasonable, right, everyone? Asahi said indifferently, and at this moment, the Council's members couldn't say anything against him, so they nodded immediately. Only Yajima pretended not to see this, after all, he was treated preferentially. This. Seeing the Council's members guarding the other party, they could do nothing about it. Since the Council's members have said so, their spirit instantly withered. By the way, Mest, it's almost time to return to the guild, it's no good for you to stay in the council. After he finished talking, Asahi pointed his finger directly at Mest, and unlocked Mest's memory seal. The Fairy Tail's mark on his shoulder is also restored. He is a member of our guild, but why can't I remember him at all? Mirza looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Since Mest had a Fairy Tail's mark on his body, that means he was their own, but she had no impression of him at all, and Mirza wondered if he had joined before. Mest has two kinds of magic, one is memory manipulation and the other is space teleportation. Your memories have been tampered by him. But it's meaningless to stay here, Mest, your mission is now complete. You don't need to stay in the council anymore. After saying that, Asahi directly teleported Mest back to Fairy Tail before he could react. He also restored the tempered memories of the all Fairy Tail's members, and basically everyone knows about Mest. After having her memory restored, Mirza finally remembered Mest's existence, but she did not expect that Mikrev would send Mest to the Magic Council as an undercover agent, which is also very amazing. Of course, in fact, Mikrev's actions have no effect at all. On the contrary, Mest caused a lot of trouble. He came to be an undercover agent, but because of the character of this guy, he returned to Fairy Tail as an undercover agent. The purpose of Mest's undercover mission is to find out some things about the Western continent, but to put it bluntly, the Western continent has always regarded Ajugar as a soft persimmon that can be pinched at any time. Asahi found that Mikrev's undercover plan was useless, as after letting Mest go undercover, he didn't get much information about the Western continent. Moreover, Mest didn't pay attention to the Western continent, but more about Ishgar. This leads to Mest's role as useless one, so there's no need to let him continue staying in the council. Asking Gagiel to go to Ivan's side to get his position, but after knowing that, he just let his useless son go. He hoped that his useless son can turn back to the good side, but in the end, it didn't work at all, as Luxus directly destroyed the Raven Tail with his terrifying combat power. So Makarov's undercover plan is not only really useless, but also a waste of time and energy. You'd better not think of anything funny, it's a warning. After throwing the lacrimatula, Asahi took a look at Ultra and left with Ursa, and this look also made Ultra's expression change. She was deterred just now. That is indeed true, but when Asahi saw her for the last time, he also gave her a message to ask her to wait for him at the edge of the town at night, which made Ultra's face changed. She believed that she has been seen through, however, against this guy, who was even more terrifying than Hades, she didn't dare not to go, but even if she go, it is also very dangerous. The other party did not take action against her here, so the probability of doing it later would not be very high. But she still panicked, as even if she knew that this monster would not attack her, only few people would dare to go under this premise. But now Ultra is very clear about her situation, she didn't have any other choice, and can only go, and after seeing Asahi disappear, many council's members are relieved. After they recovered, the group of people directly surrounded Yajima. Yajima-san, I heard that you have a good relationship with Makarov, the guild master of Fairy Tail, right? Can you introduce us to him? With such a strong presence on their side, and their own blackmail material is still in the hands of the other party, they didn't dare to antagonize Fairy Tail. It's just a matter of playing with them to death, so they collectively compromised. The only thing they want to do now is to have a good relationship with Fairy Tail, which also left Yajima speechless for a while. There are infighting among the senior members of the council, and he is tired of it and wants to go back to open a restaurant. However, he stayed in the council for Makarov. Makarov is his friend, and it is necessary to help his friend. Otherwise, he would have retired long ago and left, however, he doesn't seem to need to do so now. Seeing the council's members bustling like ants buying cheap vegetables in the market, the Rune Knight are speechless for a while. They can only leave with the lacrima and just let these people make a noise here, as they can't do anything about it. After the people dispersed, Yajima was relieved, and then he contacted Makarov and told Makarov about what happened here. Moreover, Yajima kept complaining about Makarov that if he had such a trump card, there's no need for him to be so tired. In this regard, after he had listened to what had happened, Makarov's mouth also kept twitching. He found out that he was wrong. He believed that although the biggest fist is the most important, it is not the greatest truth. But now, Asahi has taught him a lesson, big fists are really useful. In fact, Makarov has the power to deter the council, but he is too submissive. He should have learned from Jose. After all, Joseph is so unscrupulous, that he even blatantly goes to war with Fairy Tail. It's because he was not afraid of the council, and he knew that the council did not dare to do anything to him, so he has nothing to worry about. After all, the 10 Wizard Saints position is not a joke. Chapter 368 Are you all idiots? Without mentioning the affairs of the council and Makarov, at this moment, Asahi has brought Riza to the Tower of Heaven. This is the Tower of Heaven. I didn't expect them to actually complete it. Looking at this tower, Riza's complexion is extremely complicated. After all, this is where everything started. Back then, she was caught and brought here, was oppressed here, awakened magic here, learned about Fairy Tail here, lost important people here, and was also betrayed here. Now that she is back, this tower is no longer a half-finished product, and it only need magic power to become a finished product. I brought you here so that you can finish everything. Gel is here. Of course, before you talk to him, you have to deal with the others, who are protected by you and hate you. Asahi said and pointed to the entrance in front of him. At this moment, a group of people appeared here. They're none other than Riza's companions from Tower of Heaven, Simon, Milyana, Sho, and Wale. Long time no see, Nay-san. When Gel said you are here, I still don't believe it, but I didn't expect you to really come. Sho looked at Riza and spoke, but Asahi didn't want to talk nonsense with them, and directly transferred part of the memory into their minds in the form of images. This. What is this? At this moment, there were more memories in their mind, and these people were quickly immersed in it. This memory is the memory of when Gel threatened Urza. Lord First, what happened to them? Seeing these people suddenly stop talking, Urza was a little worried. Even though many years have passed, there are some things that can't be let go, at least, her companionship can't be forgotten. It's nothing, I just gave them some information, so I don't have to explain it, as they might not believe it. But their brains are not very useful. Although children are indeed easy to cheat, these guys are the few people who are so easy to deceive. Asahi looked at these people speechlessly, as these people are really weird. At that time, Jell threatened Riza and then blew up all the boats, so Riza could only leave alone. These children then were deceived by Jell, but when they grew up, it was only Simon who trusted Riza. This is why Asahi think that there is a problem with their brains. Riza did not have any conflicts of interest with him at the time, and if Riza has a problem, after she awakens her magic, she can run on her own, regardless of the life or death of the others. But in the end, Riza led the others to kill all the dark wizards in the Tower of Heaven. What is this for? This forms a paradox with what Jell said later about Riza blowing up the ship. Also, afterwards, Jell planned to continue to build tower, and the others could not leave without a boat, but some problems should also be seen from this. In addition, prisoners are not just children who grow up, so if the adults think about it carefully, they should have found that there is a problem. The embarrassing things they did when they were young will feel embarrassing and ridiculous in retrospect when they grow up, but they still chose to believe in Jell. Of course, now that they receive the memory, they finally know the truth. How could it be possible? We were deceived by Jell and helped him complete a tower. Sho and the others' expressions collapsed a bit, but Simon showed the same expression, as he's not surprised. I'm sorry, Richin, we. Miliana looked at Riza with a guilty expression on her face, and now she was also thankful. Fortunately, she didn't attack Riza immediately, otherwise, it would be difficult for her to forgive herself for the rest of her life. There's no need for that. Now that it's clear, then we should go to the culprit and settle the account. Riza didn't ask others to apologize, as she never blamed these people. I didn't expect to be the target of being used in the end. Wait, Simon, why are you so calm? Seeing Simon's face that didn't change at all, the others were a little confused. Although Simon is usually calm, but after experiencing such a thing, his mood should be a little fluctuating. I have never doubted Riza from the beginning, but because there is no evidence in my hand, and we are all on Jell's side, so I don't have to say much, otherwise, we might be dealt with by him. Simon said. He already knows very clearly, and there is no need to say more. In this regard, the others are very speechless. Simon showed his powerful feeling at this moment, but this also made them even more guilty. Simon chose to trust Riza because he believed that Riza would not do anything to betray them, but the others were different. They wavered and did not trust Riza. Well, now that this matter has been clarified, it's time to talk to the culprit. Asahi directly transferred everyone to the highest level. This is where Jell is located. And right, there is no one except a few of them. As for the Trinity Raven in the original book, they haven't been hired yet. It looks like you already learned the truth. Seeing the group of people who appeared in front of him, Jell squinted his eyes. To be honest, he is not very panicked now, because his power has been combined. In this case, it is not too much trouble for him to fight them, even with Riza's magic sphere. Jell, who had regained his self-confidence, was naturally not afraid of them. Jell, how dare you deceive us? Sho was angry when he saw Jell. This young naive man could not suppress his inner thoughts, but his magic was too trashy. This kind of card magic is not that amazing, as even Jell does not need to do anything, and just use his magic power to cancel it out. Attacking me with the magic I taught you, Sho, you are always the most naive one. Jell said disdainfully, which made Sho even more angry, but he was pulled by the others. They aren't Sho, and knew the strength of Jell. As one of the 10 wizard saints, they are not comparable to him. Jell, looking at you, it seems that you are still confident. So sure that you can beat us? Asahi said with a bit of surprise, where the confidence and courage were inflated because of the combination of two, but he was right after thinking about it. After all, it was Riza before, and it is estimated that this guy thought he was just a supporter. The existence of the class. Chapter 369 Finishing Jell. Although I don't know who you are, but since you are with Riza, you should also be a fairy tales person. Among fairy tale, the other I'm afraid of except Mikura is only guild arts, but unfortunately, neither of them are here. Jell said with disdain, but he seemed to have missed one person, which is Lixus. When Lixus exploded with all his strength, he would be able to press Jell on the ground at this stage. It's normal for you to think so, but fairy tale is not as simple as you think. After saying that, Asahi snapped his fingers, and a large number of golden circles opened. Right now, Riza is not comparable to Jell. So naturally, he needed to take action himself. As for Jell's words, he felt it was just a joke. Why is fairy tale called fairy tale? It's because they have powerful cheat, the Nakama power. By saying we are the fairy tales mages, they would be more powerful than the enemy, and even Acnologia can't do anything. To put it bluntly, cheating is as simple as eating and drinking for them, and it is normal for the enemy to be killed by the plot, but it is a pity that Jell does not know it. And he didn't have any chance to know. Although he didn't plan to kill Jell directly, he still planned to let Riza end him. But with Riza's character, she will still suffer if there is no accident. Of course, This is not the time to talk about this. Asahi planned to abolish most of Gel's combat power, so countless noble phantasms shot out crazy. The highest level of the noble phantasm that Asahi can get now is A+ rank. Even though no real name was liberated, in the face of such a barrage attack, Gel couldn't stop it. Countless noble phantasms fell like golden raindrops, which made Gel even see a scene where he used Grand Chariot, but this one is much more powerful than Grand Chariot. A large number of noble phantasms shot out, and it is not just a wave, but wave after wave, like crazy bombing. Half of the Tower of Heaven was destroyed under this frenzied bombardment. It's too exaggerated. Is this the legendary throwing money to kill people? Seeing Asahi madly shooting all kinds of golden weapons, everyone is speechless. They felt that Asahi is like a local tyrant, using money to hit people. All of his weapons are made of gold, so now, the sky is full of golden glitters. As for these people, there are magic barrier arranged in advance, so they are not affected by this bombardment. But at this moment, they all have a vague thought in their hearts, that is, they feel sorry for Gel. His plan fails before, and now, a local tyrant actually used money to smash his face, and even the Tower of Heaven is collapsing. After working for it for a few years, all of Gel's plans have been directly ruined. Even if he was to start from scratch, it would take several years to rebuild such a high tower. And the most important thing is not this, but that he might not be able to live until then. Soon, the bombing was over, and at this moment, the tower was also in ruins. Seeing this, Gel was very depressed. He thought that Asahi was just an extra with mediocre combat power, but now, he discovered that the other party is too powerful, and these waves of bombing made him doubt his life. And the most helpless thing is that he couldn't do anything against it. After being suppressed by Asahi's firepower, his defense is quickly broken. As for fighting back, he doesn't even think about it. After being bombarded crazily like this, he was very doubtful of his life, and his physical injuries are also very serious. If he can use 100% of the combat power before, he can now use 30% at most, and it is also overestimated. Ursa, I'll leave this guy to you. You should take care of it yourself, but I still have to say, be careful, after all, this guy will do everything. Asahi reminded everyone to be careful, but although these people listened to it, it is estimated that they will still suffer a loss. After Asahi stopped, it gave Gel some breathing space. Ursa and the others planned to settle everything, but to be honest, by asking them to really kill Gel, they still can't do it. Moreover, Gel's acting skills are now activate, and his performance is the same as in the original work. As a result, this group of people were deceived again, and except for Ursa, the others are trapped by Gel's vine snake. I told you to be careful, but my words seem to be just wins for you guys. Asahi is very speechless when he saw this. Gel did not feel any guilt or hesitation at all when he acted, while Ursa and the others showed all kinds of hesitation. Let me go, or I will kill them. Gel didn't have the idea of killing these people, as he needs to leave here now, and these people are hostages, which is his shield, so he can't kill them, otherwise, he will be finished too. Have you forgotten one thing? I know space magic. Asahi looked at Gel with a smile and snapped his fingers, and then, the few people disappeared under Gel's bewildered expression, and then appeared next to Asahi, and the bind snake on their body are also directly removed. But at this moment, including Ursa, everyone are like children who have done something wrong, bowing their heads and admitted their mistakes. At the same time they admit their mistakes, they are also very upset with Gel. Originally, they thought that Gel's situation could be changed, the same as when he was a child, but now, it seems that it is completely useless, as this guy can no longer be saved. Any last words? Asahi asked the last sentence, and Gel's expression changed. Then, a bunch of blue runes suddenly trapped everyone around him. Since you won't make it easy for me, then I'll drag you to be buried with me. This is square of self-destruction. Let's all go together. Gel looked crazy at this moment, as this square of self-destruction is his last resort, a trick to kill everyone with him. It was also the trick that Brain, of the Oratian Cease, taught him. He intends to drag everyone to be buried with this island. Looking at your young age, how can your memory be so bad? Is it because you were beaten up just now? Asahi said speechlessly. What do you mean? Now that the square of self-destruction has been activated, it can't be reversed, so it's useless no matter what you say. Gel was initially taken aback, but soon calmed down. That's why you said you have a bad memory. Have you forgot that I know space magic? After Asahi finished speaking, everyone appeared in the air outside the square of self-destruction, and seeing this, Gel was dumbfounded instantly. Chapter 370. Will you all join me in fairy tale? Boom. Gel was dumbfounded, but his magic will not stop just because of that, and the square of self-destruction has been activated to the final stage. At this stage, he couldn't break the magic himself. Only someone who was proficient in this kind of magic like brain could modify it. But where to find this kind of person now? Of course, Asahi directly pierced his heart with a noble phantasm as he doesn't want to waste more time. However, the square of self-destruction was activated, and the entire Tower of Heaven was directly exploded into a big pit, which was quickly backfilled by the seawater until it disappeared. Such a big island just disappeared immediately, and has disappeared from this world. It can be regarded as suicide. In Asahi's eyes, his noble phantasm penetrated Gel's heart at the end, but in the eyes of others, Gel's has self-destructed, which also made their faces very complicated. Even if they feel a little sad, Gel did it himself, so they couldn't blame anyone. When everyone was still feeling sad, Asahi transferred the group of people directly to Magnolia. What a powerful space magic! I don't even know when he activated it, but the place has changed. Several people who have studied magic think that this magic is crazy, as the other party just took others to move around, and he didn't need the consent of others. Lord First, thank you so much this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to settle everything from my past. At this moment, Mirza directly bowed to Asahi. After all, Asahi helped her a lot this time. If it wasn't for Asahi, she couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. It's just small things. Then you guys, what are your plans next? Asahi didn't care about Mirza's thanks at all, and he didn't need it. After that, Asahi set his sights on these people. Maybe we will go out and take a look at the world along the way. When we find a suitable guild, we will join directly. After taking a look at Urza, Sho said. In fact, it's not that they don't want to join Fairy Tail. But they felt ashamed towards Urza, so they chose to leave. In the original work, these people quietly left with the boat, and it is basically because of guilt. Otherwise, they can stay with their companions, which is indeed a very good choice. You decided to reject it, but since I saved your life, you all need to join Fairy Tail honestly for me. Asahi directly broke their plan with a single sentence, causing the others to look shocked. Isn't it so overbearing? Although what he said makes sense, why does it feel so strange? If you feel guilty, then you should honestly repay the others. Is it useful to go far away? That is just avoiding responsibility. Asahi said another sentence, and the others immediately lowered their heads. They were indeed planning to escape from the beginning. It turns out that you guys think so, but just let this matter go like this. Since Lord First has already spoken, then you guys will honestly join me in Fairy Tail. Urza's face became serious. Since Asahi has spoken, what else is there to say? Besides, they are companions from the past, isn't it better to reconcile? That's why she said that. Then we'll join Fairy Tail. By the way, this. Looking at Asahi, suddenly Simon, Sho and the others don't know how to call him. Asahi hasn't said his name until now, and from Urza's appearance, she respects Asahi very much. You should just call him Lord First like me. After all, you are also from Fairy Tail. In addition, this is our first guild master. Urza said. Since everyone is no longer an outsider, then there is no need to hide it. So before Asahi could say anything, Urza has finished speaking. First. Guildmaster, wait. Fairy Tail. Seems to have a history of more than 400 years. Because Urza joined Fairy Tail, they have collected a lot of information about Fairy Tail, but now that they heard about Asahi's identity, they felt that it is a bit strange. With a history of more than 400 years, being the first guildmaster is like a joke. For the specifics, I will make it clear to you all later. For now, you only need to know that he is our Fairy Tail's first guildmaster. Urza said. In truth, she didn't believe this kind of thing when she first learned it. If it wasn't for the others' guarantee, she probably thought it was just a joke. But now that she has also seen Asahi's method, it is indeed too exaggerated. From the time Council's envoy come until now that everything is done, it hasn't been half an hour. They went to the Magic Council's headquarters from Magnolia, and then went to the Tower of Heaven from Magic Council's headquarters, and now, they are back again. She always feels that it is not very real. You can go and bring them to join the guild first. I still have things to deal with in the evening. Asahi has not forgotten that he has made an appointment with Alter. Since he is the first guild master and Prect is also the 12th guild master, he naturally can't let him alone. As for Alter, the sacrifice she made in the end was indeed great, as no one would do such thing. It took almost all her time to return the world by 1 minute, but without the support of a huge vitality, she is just courting death. In the end, Alter also paid the price and became an old woman. Although she did a lot of wrong things before, she paid a huge amount afterwards. But this one all originated from an idiot mother. Seriously, Asahi had some doubts whether Alter was born by as an existence comparable to the 10 wizard saints, was easily fooled by brain. Moreover, She simply believed the nonsense of others, and even gave up without seeing the body of her own daughter. Asahi can't understand how her brain works, as a normal mother won't do such a brain-dead thing. Soon, Simon and the others joined Fairy Tail. There was nothing going on in the guild, so the time flickered and the night came. Asahi came to the edge of the town where the Magic Council's headquarters was located, and saw Ultra with a sad face. "See? Sir, I wonder why you are looking for me." After seeing Asahi, although Ultra didn't want to get involved with Asahi, that wasn't her choice. "Don't worry, it's not that I want to do something to you. If I want to do something to you, you won't be able to survive now." Asahi smiled and shook his head, also made Arusha heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 400 Grandini. Although the time is indeed urgent, let's wait. After all, there are still people who haven't come. Akaya said, and at this moment, everyone couldn't help but froze, as they finally remembered there are only 3 guilds here, so there's still one remaining. "I heard that guild only send one person here this time." Jura suddenly spoke. He knew some information, but the others couldn't help being shocked when they heard this. After all, for this kind of task, that guild actually only sends someone over. That means this person they're sending is either cannon fodder, or extremely dangerous. In fact, Asahi didn't know what to say about RuPaul. He wondered what on earth did this guy think, as he even let Wendy participate in this kind of mission. It is probably because the other party knows that once Nirvana comes out, Kate's shelter will be in danger, so he allowed Wendy to come out. Although the crusade against Torashin Cease is also very dangerous, there should be a 10 wizard saints following, so there should not be too much crisis. It's definitely safer than staying in the Kate shelter, so he dispatched Wendy here, and waited to see the situation by himself. If they could stop Torashin Cease, then it naturally would be best. Wendy has the protection of the 10 wizard saints, so even if she can't beat the opponent, she should be able to escape. "Sorry." "Ouch." When everyone was talking, a clear voice of apology came from the door, but before the apology could finish, they heard an exclamation. After everyone looked at the door, they saw Wendy lying on the ground. She can actually fall on the flat ground. Well, such thing can only be seen in two-dimensional world. Wendy and Sharia in the later stage are like this, as both of them know this unique trick. They usually fall to the ground, and even a one-finger-sized stone can make them fall to the ground. This is the person sent by the other guild. Gray and the others couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the other guild actually sent such a weak girl to participate in such a dangerous mission. They are now extremely suspicious that the guild master of the other guild is mentally disabled, otherwise, how could they send such a weak girl to death? "I'm sorry, I'm a little late." Wendy had gotten up at this time, and then immediately apologized to everyone. "Wendy, don't apologize to others so casually, otherwise, you will be underestimated. You are very powerful yourself." At this moment, another voice came from behind, but the voice was mixed with arrogance, and then everyone saw a cat, a white cat, obviously, it was of the same breed as Lily and Happy. Happy's eyes instantly turned into red-darted eyes, as he was fascinated by Carla. As for Lily, to be honest, he should be 1 generation older than the 2 cats, and he can be regarded as their uncle. Everyone looked at Carla strangely, while Asahi has his consciousness to go to the space inside Wendy directly. Unlike the endless volcanoes in Natsu's body, this place is a vast sky. "Asahi-sama, long time no see." After Asahi entered this place, he saw the sky dragon, Grandini, who looked like a big bird. Before he could speak, Grandini spoke first. Sure enough, Asahi was basically certain that they knew each other. Not surprisingly, these dragons should all know him. "Grandini, forget about Neil and the others, you are really cruel." Asahi looked at Grandini a little speechlessly. Unlike the other boys, as those boys are all violent, Wendy is different. Before she could use actual attack magic, her magic is almost all auxiliary type. The Dragon Slayer magic that she developed herself has not developed much, but Grandini has also directly thrown Wendy into the forest alone. And Wendy is smaller than Natsu and the others, which is really cruel. There is no other way. When we first came to this time and space, I had already reached the limit. Although I wanted to give Wendy to other people so that they can raise her, I didn't have time. Grandini is also a bit embarrassed. It can't be helped, it's all because the time didn't allow it, otherwise, she wouldn't be so determined. Forget it, I won't bother to say these things. The dragonification antibody should be completed soon, right? Asahi looked at Grandini and asked, as he estimated that the production of dragonification antibody should about to be completed. In the Battle of Tenru Island, the Dragon Slayers suspended for 7 years, and the same was true for the dragons. So based on this calculation, it is estimated that in a few months, the antibody will be completely produced. Yes, there are still a few months. Asahi-sama, the guild that Wendy is currently in is good, but it's just a guild created by illusion magic. Could you please help me take care of Wendy in the future? Grandini said. Before, there was no way to entrust Wendy to other people, but it is different now. By entrusting Wendy to Asahi, she can rest assured. She knows very well that this is the largest thigh in the world, so there's no way she would let it go. Your plotting is good, but I also think that Wendy is really pleasing to the eye, so I'll take care of her later. Asahi was a little amused, and he left this space after he finished speaking, which also made Grandini release a sigh of relief. Now that Wendy is considered safe, she doesn't need to worry about it anymore. She originally planned to come out to protect Wendy this time. After all, if Orishinseis are too strong, Wendy will definitely be in danger, so she can only come out, but it's fine now, as she had met the thickest thigh. During this period of time when Asahi and Grandini communicated, the others circled around Wendy. After knowing that Wendy is also using Dragon Slayer magic, Natsu directly exploded. He clamored to fight Wendy, but the end result was he was violently suppressed by Ursa. Little girl, you will follow me afterwards, and I will protect you. Asahi glanced at Wendy and said, while the others looked at him strangely, but seeing Wendy's little sister appearance did raise their infinite desire to protect her. But the way Asahi said it is too blunt, and they now doubt whether Asahi is thinking about something dangerous. If you dare to think about it, I will poke your eyes blind. I know Grandini, and I promised her to take care of Wendy when I meet her, so don't you dare to think of something weird. Asahi rolled his eyes, and the others didn't dare not say anything. Who was Grandini? Such a strange name. Everyone was a little surprised again, but Wendy and Carla showed a shocked expression. Grandini is a dragon, the same dragon as Natsu's father, Gnil, and Gajiel's father, Medilakana. After Asahi told them, everyone suddenly became realized. Chapter 371 Reviving or Follow Me to a Certain Place. Speaking of which, you should be familiar with the place too. Before Ultra could ask again, Asahi took her directly with teleportation, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at Galuna Island. They appeared at the location where the ice-sealed Delyaura was located. Ultra deliberately led Lion to find the location where Delyaura was sealed, and then transported it all the way here. Her purpose is also very simple. Currently, in a half-dead state, but Ultra is very upset with She thinks has abandoned herself, and the culprit of all this is her two apprentices. Therefore, when Ultra was extremely distorted, she began her own revenge. She wanted good apprentice to kill with their own hands. Such a way of venting hatred is indeed very evil, but the reason Ultra is like this is also blame. Throwing her daughter to the research institution just ignored her, and she didn't even know the situation of this institution. After her daughter was declared dead, she didn't care about it, and she even believed what the other party said. It's like her brain is damaged. So basically, has to carry half of the blame from what Ultra has done on her back, because she is too brainless. What did you bring me here for? When she saw this familiar place, Ultra's face became ugly. To be honest, she was really not afraid of death. It's just that death is worthless, and it's better not to die, but if Asahi uses matter to mock her, then she finds it better to just die. It's very simple. What happened between her and you at that time caused you to do some very stupid and very cruel things over the years, so I brought you here and let you two exchange your memories. After Asahi said that, he directly copied part of and Ultra's memories, and then exchanged them with each other. Is not dead now, and her consciousness is just in a coma, but now she is awakened by Asahi after the exchange of memories between the two parties. Ultra can see that didn't intentionally abandon her, but showed that she is just a brain dead to not think about the matter. As for she sees the series of tragedies that Ultra has caused because of her lack of brains. After the exchange of memories between the two parties, Ultra soon came back to her sense, but her face was full of disbelief, and then she began to cry. Knowing that her mother didn't abandon him on purpose, the impact was too great, but the things she had done could not be washed away. After Ultra was blackened, what she did in the Grimoire heart are very cruel. So now, she regrets it very much. Once the blackened people is cleansed, the things they have done in the past will have a huge impact on them. Seeing that Ultra was feeling so guilty that she almost shut herself down, Asahi also activated magic to directly set her time back. Feeling the fluctuation of time magic, Ultra was also attracted, but after seeing the scene before her, she gasped in shock. For time magic, rewinding time in a short time is possible, and even half an hour and an hour is not a problem. After all, she can even restore the collapsed Tenru tree in the original work. But now, Asahi is regressing the time of Delyaura to restore body, which means going back many years. Regarding Ultra's limit, within a small area, turning back the time one day is not a problem, but it is only limited to one person. But consumption will also exhaust her huge magic power, and after that, she can't do it again. as it won't only consume her magic power, but also her vitality. But now, Asahi was actually turning the time back for a few years, so she is shocked that she couldn't say anything. But this consumption is nothing to Asahi. If he wants, he can directly rewind the time of the entire world for more than a day, because his vitality is infinite. Under the condition of infinite vitality, he will be mentally exhausted at most, but at his level, mental exhaustion also requires a lot of work. For example, if the time of the entire world is rewinded for a few days, that situation may occur. What are you trying to do? Do you want to resurrect her? But by doing so, too much of your vitality will be consumed. Ultra began to worry. If her is resurrected, she will naturally be very happy, but she is more worried about Asahi. After all, this person is the one who pulled her out of the abyss. I have so much vitality that I don't know how to exhaust it. After saying that, Asahi no longer cares about Ultra, and even accelerates the rewind, while Ultra is terrified. But after some time, there's no change on Asahi, which made her confused, as she completely unable to understand how can a person has such huge vitality. Soon, the time has finished turning backward, and the ice stater has returned to her human form, which is what she looked like before sealing Delura. As for Delura, he naturally recovered. Roar. After recovering, Delura let out a roar, and then Asahi directly hit with Command T to make it smaller, and then stepped on it. I'm sorry. Tear. After seeing Delura being stepped under Asahi's feet so easily, looked at his daughter and said. She knew how many stupid things her daughter had done, but she couldn't say anything about it, because the main reason for Ultra's blackening is because of her brainlessness. Therefore, she can't say anything other than apologizing. Even if she wanted to reprimand her, does she have this qualification? She is a mother, but this blame is all on her, so she doesn't have the qualification to reprimand Ultra. After that, the mother and daughter reconciled, but what Ultra has done over the years has always been a big hurdle. So both of them are basically a little autistic with guilt. Well, you too, instead of being so sentimental, you should do something to make up for your mistakes, and do more good things in the future. Although it is said that these things cannot be washed away, but doing some good deeds will make you feel more at ease. Asahi looked at the two almost autistic people and said speechlessly. Under his reminder, Ultra made the same decision as the original work, established the crime sorcerer, and made up for all the mistakes she had done before. Even if it could not be made up, doing good deeds can also make her heart feel better. Also unconditionally supported her daughter's decision. She owed Ultra too much, so she also joined in. And what they have to do now is to start from the Grimoire Heart, as Ultra still has some debts in Grimoire Heart. For example, Merity, as she must pay off this debt. Chapter 372 Fairy Tales Background I see. I will return to Grimoire Heart, as there are still many things that I need to deal with, and I will find a way to get rid of Grimoire Heart. Ultra's also determined. She will not leave Grimoire Heart directly, but intends to deal with Grimoire Heart. Actually, if she wanted to deal with Grimoire Heart, it is very simple. Ultra only needs to find a few responsible for gods of Ishkur, and report the situation of Grimoire Heart to them. Of course, this is the worst choice, because Ultra has dirty water on her body that can't be washed off. And this was not caused by others, but by herself, so Ultra can't wash it away. If the Grimoire Heart is reported, what she did will be directly disclosed to the public at that time, not to mention that crime sorcerer will also be directly dealt with by the Magic Council. Therefore, Ultra can only lurch slowly, and slowly consuming Grimoire Heart from the inside. As for the issue of strength, Ultra's strength itself ranked second, as she has ice make magic, and time magic. It is a pity that in recent years, because of her, Ultra has not trained ice make magic much, otherwise, it is estimated that her ice make magic would be extremely powerful, but time magic is still very good. You can figure it out by yourself. I'm in Fairy Tail, so if you need help, just let me know. If you can deal with them, remember to notify me when you almost finished dealing with them, as I need to talk to Hades about some things. Asahi said. At any rate, Precht was also the 12th guild master, so it is better for him to deal with him himself. Do you have any problems with Hades? Ultra asked in doubt, and she felt that Hades was in a big trouble. Before Hades became Hades, his name was Precht, and he was the 12th guild master, so naturally, he has something to do with me. Asahi didn't conceal it, and directly revealed Hades' secret background, while Ultra opened her small mouth in shock. The guild master of Fairy Tail fell directly into the guild master of a dark guild. Ultra really has nothing to say about Fairy Tail, and she wondered why this guild is a little too scary. Makarov is the powerful existence even among the 10 wizard saints. Although he is not at the level of the 4 gods of Ishkur, he almost reached there. There are also a lot of talents in the guild, but now, Hades was also the previous guild master of Fairy Tail. Hades is over 100 years old, and the Dark Guild he created directly rushed to one of the top 3 Dark Guilds in the Bulim Alliance. By the way, you can also go to the 4 Gods of Ishgar's ward for help. He and Prect were at the same generation. Asahi suddenly remembered that there was still an old fairy hidden among the 4 Gods of Ishgar. Ward-san is also a Fairy Tales member. The continuous shock has completely dumbfounded Ultra. As for although she has turned into ice for so many years, she still knows the name of the 4 Gods of Ishgar, so she was also dumbfounded. Fairy Tale is not as simple as you think. There are people with the strength of the 10 wizard saints among them. In addition to Mikarov, there are also Guildarts, Lixas, Mistogan, Mirza and Myra. Although I dare not say that they can compare with the higher ones, but it is no problem for them to deal with Jura, who is currently ranked at the bottom. Moreover, the 11th Guild Master of Fairy Tale is still alive, although she is in a state of immortality. Asahi didn't say his identity, because the 2 jaws in front of him were about to fall to the ground. When I was a member of the council, they all said that Phantom Lord is the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, but now, it seems that this is completely a joke. Ultra remembered when those council's members talked about the Fiori's strongest guild, and she could only cover her face in shame. The power hidden by Fairy Tale is really overwhelming. It's more than the 13th Guild Master, who is a 10 wizard saints, on the surface. The 12th Guild Master is actually still alive and has created a guild that become one of the top 3 dark guilds. She thought it was the end, but after that, one of the 4 Gods of Ishgar is actually one of them, and besides the 12th Guild Master, another one was also still alive. Although she doesn't know what it means to be half dead, this does not prevent Ultra from being shocked. She found that if the 2 sides really fight, Fairy Tale can easily press Phantom Lord on the ground. Fairy Tale's S-rank assessment is relatively strict, and to become an S-rank mage there, but it's not just getting started in the S-rank, as at least it has gone a long way in the S-rank. After years of continuous improvement, the current S-rank of Fairy Tale's wizards has basically reached the strength level of 10 wizard saints. Even Luxus and Guildarts are comparable to the stronger 10 wizard saints. Regarding Guildarts, although he is not in the guild, his strength shouldn't be no less than one of the 4 Gods of Ishgar. Asahi said. He felt that Guildarts is an abnormality. It can be said that he is the strongest member of Fairy Tale in the early stage, and even Mikarov can't compare with him. If he was not seriously injured by Acnologia, Guildarts' strength basically had the strength of the weaker Spriggan 12 at that time. Can we skip this topic? Ultra said, as she no longer wanted to listen to Fairy Tale's glorious history and terrifying combat power. After all, they're hiding too deep. She thought they are just a growing guild, and it was not enough to be afraid of them, but now, the facts tell her that this guild has developed into a super behemoth. And Ultra knew that Asahi hadn't finished speaking. After all, this guy in front of her is an existence of unknown depth. Ultra's strength is comparable to some of 10 wizard saints. And if it wasn't for being weakened by Grey's plot armor, she would not have been defeated in the original work. She is a real 10 wizard saints powerhouse, and can be comparable to the higher level ones. It is a pity that plot kills are always inevitable. Let alone 10 wizard saints, even Spriggan 12 and Acnologia can't escape plot kills, so Ultra's defeat is not unjust. Then, let's not talk about these things, but someone has already came from outside. Asahi pointed to the entrance. As for Delura, it had already been turned into pieces all over the place. The brain of this guy is not as good as Lullaby, and it only knows yelling, so it was killed by Asahi directly. Chapter 373 Lion, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wait, no, how come there are 2 It's not right, you should have already turned into ice? Where have Delura gone to? The person who rushed in was naturally Lion. At this moment, he took Sherry, the 2 strange-looking guys, and a group of subordinates. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he is completely stunned. His mind is blank, and only one sentence remained, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After all, who should have been frozen, appeared, and another person similar to and a stranger appeared. Moreover, Delura has disappeared completely, and he didn't know where it has gone to. He moved Delura here just to defeat Delura and Sapasser, but now, the situation has changed. Looking at Lion's strange appearance, even though he is wearing an ice mask, can still see his true identity. Regarding these mentor and apprentices, Asahi is a bit speechless, as they will always do things that are surprising to the extreme. Leaving her daughter alone. Even if she knew the news of her daughter's death, she should have investigated the truth directly, regardless of what people say. As for Lion, this guy is also very amazing. It is understandable that he wanted to surpass her, but here comes the problem. The strength of this guy is not enough, and his strength has not even an S rank, so Asahi wondered where he got the confidence to challenge Delura and surpass her. Does he not know that has the best chance to become one of the 10 wizard saints back then? Although she is very strong, the position back then is full, so there is no way for her to be promoted. But even after possessing such huge power, was pushed to desperate state and was forced to seal Dalioula. It's impossible for Lion to not have heard of Er's situation, but he still chose to find trouble with Dalioura. Asahi seriously doubts whether this guy wanted to confront Dalioura for suicide. As for Gray, he's much worse. As soon as he learned a little magic, he went to confront Dalioura and got his teacher killed. But this is not enough. With a dragon-controlling girl, he caused a lot of trouble for Natsu. If it weren't for Natsu's powerful vitality, it is estimated that his life would be gone. In the later stage, because of his father's word, he fought against his own companions who have been with him longer than his father, even ignoring the fact that he has cheated others and still owes them a lot. The operations of the masters and apprentices are basically heartless. In short, Asahi felt very speechless. Lion, you've already grown up so much. Who turned into ice, was completely unconscious, so she didn't know what his apprentice had done. You are really Looking at who is exactly the same as before, Lion still wonders if this is true or not. After all, there are many kinds of magic, like transformation magic, to transform people's appearance. You little bastard, when did you become so courageous that you dare to call your teacher by their first name? Hearing her apprentice directly call her name, she was angry and slammed her fist on Lion's head. Bastard, how dare you hit Ai-sama? Seeing knocking Lion's head so easily, Sherry, who is a faithful licking dog, is angry. Ai? But if you don't have the strength to become the emperor, you will only be beaten to death. Looked at her apprentice with a complicated face. Emperor is important title, so if it is known by other mages, Lion might be beaten to death directly. This feeling. You are really ha 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 ha. It's really no, how did you come back to life? Seeing at this moment, Lion is very excited. After all, this guy likes and the relationship is too messy. Why are you asking like that? Are you not happy that I'm still alive? Glanced at Lion with a murderous gaze. At this moment, Lion felt like he had gone back to the past, and he immediately turned into a licking dog. Of course not, I'm very happy that you can come back to life, but where did Dalioura go and who they are? Lion said. After all, if it wasn't because of excessive yearning, he would not use this suicidal method. Dalioura is dead. As for them, one is a benefactor who helped me recover, and the other is my daughter, Ultra. I told you about her before, right? She can be said to be your senior sister. After glanced at Lion, she didn't hide anything. Ultra, your daughter, wait, isn't your daughter already dead? I remember you were sad about that for a while. Lion is dumbfounded. Did she get the promo buy one get one free when resurrected? There's no need to worry about Tyr. Don't ask nonsense, and tell me what you are doing here. Frowned and didn't bother to explain, but asked the question of what this guy is doing here. But upon hearing this question, Lion broke into cold sweat. How can he dare say that he was here to deal with Dalioura? Isn't it just courting death? So his cold sweat just flowed out. Let me explain it. Ultra rolled her eyes and explained everything, without concealing that she is also guilty in this matter. After all, now that the truth has become clear, it is not a problem to tell everything. However, Lion did not escape her's strike on the head in the end, and he was hammered to doubting life. But this guy still looks very happy. After all, as a licking dog, he will be happy no matter what his master done to him. Sensei, are you tired? Come and have a drink. After beating Lion, Sherry began to show affection crazily, and her object of affection is As for the reasons, it was naturally because the other party is Lion's master. As long as she strikes at the other party's master and get the master's acknowledgement, she won't need to be afraid of not being able to take down Lion. After all, Sherry has been chasing Lion without any good results, so she has already figured it out, and simply switched to But her thought is right. After all, in the original work, the girl who had a crush on Lion finally became her little sister, Sharia. As for Lion himself, he fell in love with Juvia inexplicably, and constantly fighting with Gray. This is also a bit weird, but now Sherry is showing affection to it is estimated that Lion will not be able to escape afterwards. Although this guy has some problems with liking his own teacher, but no matter what said, it is estimated that Lion will do it. Chapter 374 People who have zero favorability towards Gray. Do you, my stupid apprentice? It seems that you have been with him for a while. Lion, have you forgotten what I taught you? As a man, you have to be a man, at least, don't let others' kind intentions. Has begun to play the role of teacher again. She can see that Sherry is very good to Lion, and the other party's infatuation can also be seen. So doesn't mind being the matchmaker, And Lion may also feel that he owes Sherry a little too. After spoke, Lion didn't say any more nonsense, but then nodded, planning to give it a try first. As someone who holds as the most important person, he probably doesn't have that kind of concept, and thinks that is just asking him to be friendly with Sherry. After all, he has the same type of preference, which is type. Lion also said that he would find a guild to join in the future, and the guild he joined is not surprisingly Lamia Scale. After all, there are people from Lamia Scale under his command. It's good if you figure it out. Don't disappoint others' good intentions. If it's really suitable, then treat them well. By the way, it's time to see him where Gray is. Said. Since she has already seen Lion, she also wanted to see Gray again. Seeing what he was doing? That bastard was the culprit who caused you to use Ice Shell to seal Delura. Lion was upset when he heard mentioned Gray. After all, if it wasn't for that bastard, he wouldn't have lost her. Although has recovered now, he is still unhappy with him. That's right, that guy has nothing to see. After reconciling with his mother, Ultra's favorability for Gray also dropped directly to a negative number. Among the members of Fairy Tail, the least pleasing one is basically Gray. This guy's skill in causing trouble is definitely top class, and not to mention Ultra and Lion, even Asahi has zero favorability for him. If it wasn't for this guy is still a member of the guild, Asahi wouldn't bother with him. Asahi also thought that he wouldn't create the energy source for this guy. At most, he would only open his second origin. He can just say that there is a problem with his physique, as he will not cultivate this guy who specializes in causing troubles. It can be said that in the entire plot, others treat him as a companion, but he just uses his companions as tools, the kind that can be shouted and killed at any time. In short, Asahi will not give him enough benefits, so there's no need to even think about it. Okay, although he went beyond his means when confronting Delura back then, am I not fine now? Moreover, the contradiction with Tyr has also been resolved, so let's go see him. Naturally knows what her daughter and his older apprentice are thinking. If she is Ultra's shoes, she will definitely want to kill Gray. But is. So she still has to go and see. After all, the other party is her apprentice. She didn't blame the other party either, as it's just because he's too hot-headed back then. That guy is in Fairy Tail, he is a member of that guild. Ultra said very uncomfortably, while blinked in surprise. Fairy Tail? Isn't it the abnormal guild mentioned before? The guild that is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? I didn't expect Gray to hug such a thigh, it's incredible. It seems that you are planning to go to Fairy Tail. Let's go then. After Asahi finished speaking, he directly used space magic and transferred the group of people to Magnolia. Where is this place? Suddenly the surrounding scenery changed, the group of people asked with some confusion. The city where Fairy Tail is, Magnolia. Asahi said after glancing at the crowd, but the faces of the group changed quickly. Is this really Magnolia? What a terrifying space movement magic. He actually brought so many people, and came here from Galuna Island in an instant. Lion and the others are shocked. They felt that it's too exaggerated, as the space movement magic itself is very rare. Moreover, the difficulty of learning it is very high, and many people want to learn, but didn't manage to do so. In addition, when moving, if they want to teleport over a long distance, they also need to teleport multiple times. If they bring another person, the consumption will increase exponentially, so it is very surprising that so many people are transferred so far at one time. Stop making a fuss and let's go. By the way, you have to go back to Galuna Island later, as there is still the crystallized fumes you left behind in the sky, so remember to break it when you come back. Asahi suddenly remembered that there is still a layer of crystallized fumes above Galuna Island that causes the memory confusion of the local demons, but he is too lazy to take care of it, so he let these people handle it by themselves. And Lion nodded immediately. Facing such a terrifying existence, he didn't dare to disobey the other party's order. Then, the group of people came to Fairy Tail. Even after the previous series of operations, the time have not yet reached 12 o'clock in the evening, and the boisterous atmosphere of Fairy Tail generally does not disappear until midnight. If they encounter something worth celebrating, then they might party all night. Seeing a group of people coming in, Fairy Tail's members were all dumbfounded, especially Gray, who walked directly towards Lion's direction. He was dumbfounded when he saw looking the same as back then. But after quickly explaining it clearly, everyone was also surprised that there was still such an emotional thing about Gray. However, they have nothing to say about Gray's ability to court death. After learning some magic, he actually went to confront a demon like Delura, who is no weaker than 10 wizard saints. They all wondered where he got the confidence from. Mikurov's expression when looking at Gray also changed. He was shocked after hearing that this guy almost killed his own teacher. And if it wasn't for Asahi, would be completely finished. Don't look at me like that, I didn't mean it either. Gray is also helpless. He really didn't mean it, but the hatred blinded his eyes back then, which made him lost his ability to judge. At that time, he was still a kid, so how could he think so much? That's why he almost killed her. Butter said that she didn't mean to blame him, so Gray was relieved. But Ultra and Lion are not so easy to talk to. The attitude of the two towards Gray is very, very cold. But Gray couldn't say anything about it. After all, he's the one at fault back then, so it's normal for people to neglect him, and showed cold attitude. Chapter 375 An invitation from Myra and Urza. In the night, because of the arrival of Urza's group, Fairy Tail ushered in a sleepless night and held a banquet overnight. This also made her a little speechless, and she asked Makarov if the noise would affect the people around them during such a night. But the answer she got is that people have long been used to this, and in the middle of the night, really noticed that there was no movement. It seemed that those people didn't have the slightest opinion about their banquet, as even after the middle of the night, no one came to the door. Regarding this, Asahi also introduced her a little bit, and also learned about it afterwards, so she was used to it. But she still thinks that the residents of Magnolia are really easy to get along with. But Asahi, who knew that she thought so, shook his head. After all, the people in this town seem to be exhilarated by Fairy Tail. As a result, they will do a series of strange things. For example, because Guild Arts, the town was transformed. As soon as Guild Arts comes back, the entire town will be transformed directly, which shows how amazing Guild Arts is. The people in this town are also strange enough, as they can transform the town for one person. After all, most people really can't do this kind of operation. In this way, one night's time passed in the blink of an eye, but after midnight, the group of people simply found a place to rest, and didn't care whether they were lying on the ground or on the table. As mages, as long as they are not injured or are too exhausted, they basically don't need to sleep for long. So early the next morning, everyone became alive again, but the building is a mess. Of course, under Riz's supervision, no one dared to be lazy, so the guild recovered to its original state in less than 10 minutes. Lord First, can I ask you one thing? Just when Asahi was thinking about where to go to play, Myra suddenly came over. What's the matter? Looking at Myra, Asahi did not refuse, and Myra's small face turned a little red. Not far behind Asahi, Lisanna and Elfman frantically gave Myra various hints with their eyes. If Lord First has time, can you go shopping with me? I heard that Lord First hasn't visited Magnolia well, so let me be the guide. Myra directly stated her reason, and when her words reached Asahi's ears, it was translated a little bit, that is. I found an excuse to ask him to go shopping with me. Receiving an invitation by a beautiful woman, Asahi is naturally fine with it, but before Asahi could speak, a domineering voice suddenly sounded. Myra, you are the barmaid of Fairy Tail now, so I can replace you and go shopping with Lord First. The speaker is Urza, and at this moment, Urza had changed her armor to a very normal-looking dress. Without the knot from Tower of Heaven, she no longer has any reason to wear armor all the time. The reason why she usually wears armor is because of the Tower of Heaven, as only armor can make Urza feel a sense of security, but now that it has been solved, naturally there is no need for armor protection in usual time. Urza, don't you often go on mission? Magnolia is always changing, so let me be the guide. As for the work here, Lisanna will help me. After saying that, Myra pointed at Lisanna, and Lisanna nodded quickly. Don't forget that I am following the changes of Magnolia shop almost all the time. In terms of familiarity, I am more familiar with it than you. Urza replied again, and what she said was also true. Because she often customizes some armors, she is always paying attention to the town. It's not up to you to decide. I was the first to invite Lord First, right, Lord First? After saying that, Myra blinked her eyes at Asahi. Asahi naturally knew what that meant. Do you want to fight? Urza looked at Myra with an unhappy expression. After all, first come first is normal operation, but because of this, Myra made her very helpless, and she couldn't find other way, so she naturally became frustrated. Humphrey, do you think I will be afraid of you? My strength has improved a lot. Myra said. Her strength has already begun to rise quickly replenish, after all, she already got the energy source from Asahi. The eyes of the two collided, and sparks directly spread around. Those two girls have become like this again. I didn't expect to see this scene again after so many years. But they seem to be fighting for Lord First this time. The people of Fairy Tail felt very nostalgic. At the beginning, Urza and Myra often quarreled, and their quarrel was worse than Natsu and Grain now. However, it was because Myra was still a little girl, and after Lisanna incident happened, Myra gave up. She chose to get along well with Urza, and even now that Lisanna is back, Myra still looks like this. But today, the two began to fight again, and there was even a magical confrontation. Why do you call him Lord first? Ultra and the others asked with some doubts. Although it was already dawn, they were not in a hurry to leave, so they are a little surprised when they heard these people's words. Of course it's because Lord First is the first guild master of our fairy tale. He is an existence that has lived from 400 years ago to this day. Because there is no need to conceal this news, Mikao and the others regard this as a capital to show off. Although they won't go outside and shout it about this, when someone asks, they naturally feel very proud. Look, our fairy tale is so awesome. Not only it has a history of more than 400 years, even the first guild master is still alive. Who else dares to provoke our fairy tale? First guild master. 400 years ago. His was a joke, right? Ultra and are shocked again. They thought that what they learned from fairy tale yesterday is already too much, but now, it is actually even more extreme. Ultra also understands why Asahi wanted to deal with Hades now. Not just because Prect is the 12th guild master, but also because Asahi is the first guild master. As the founder of fairy tale, how could Asahi let Hades go? Although he has left fairy tale, as the head of the 7 kin of purgatory, Ultra naturally knew that Hades is targeting fairy tale. And he also made some plans. With his plan, their guild will definitely be in conflict with fairy tale. It doesn't matter if he just left, but after leaving, he creates a dark guild, and now, he's still coming back to attack fairy tale. How can Asahi just let him go? Chapter 376. The eyes hidden in the dark. When everyone was still shocked, Ultra gritted her teeth and walked over. I have never been to this place, can you add me too? Ultra made a fierce strike, making both Risa and Myra a little confused. They wondered how come there is another one and she is also not their own, and instead a council's member. They know about Ultra's status. Because fairy tale is often called by the council, they have already figured the council's members out. Ultra-san, I remember you are a member of the council, you should still have a lot of work to do. Risa's face changed, and she and Myra made eye contact in an instant. The meaning was obvious. First, we need to take care of the outsider first, before settling this matter ourselves. Myra, who had quarreled with Risa so many times, naturally understood her. That's right, Ultra-san. I remember that the people in the Bullum Alliance have been a little restless recently. This is also the job of your council. Myra also said with a smile. Her smile is very sweet, but there was a very dangerous feeling in it. This caused the fairy tale's members tremble collectively. Isn't this the legendary Black Myra? They knew that when the Black Myra shows this smile, she will become very scary. Although Myra didn't have the previous violent tendency, the current Myra has changed from causing devastating damage to others' bodies to their spiritual. Risa brings physical pain to people, while Myra is a spiritual system that hurts people's heart. Don't be so heartless. I have already contacted the council that I will stay here for a while, and they also agree. And if it is a big deal, I will just resign. At any rate, the position of the council's member is not necessary. Ultra didn't panic at all. Although she has turned to the good side, her means will not change much. So if these two little girls believed they could fight her, it is completely idiotic dream. And Myra and Risa are now frowning collectively. They didn't expect the other party to throw away her identity as council's member. This sacrifice is big enough, and they really can't stand it anymore. Who would have thought that so many obstacles would come out just after they started? Okay, let's go shopping together. Since Ultra's going to go too, then you two can act as the guides. Asahi directly interrupted the confrontation of the three girls, and the powerful momentum of the three girls was instantly lost, as they couldn't say anything. They seem to have forgotten who Asahi is, so now, the three of them have directly compromised. Can I come too? Just after the three of them compromised, a small hand suddenly raised, and then everyone looked at it. From who knows when, Levi, who was holding a book, appeared next to them. Levi? Forget it, who else wants to go together? Risa and Myra wanted to have a fit, but this time they really had nothing to say. In desperation, Risa could only ask everyone, then a lot of hands are raised. GRR. Risa suddenly made a sound of gnashing her teeth, and in an instant, these raised hands withdrew. Even if and Lion were frightened by Risa's aura. They also raised their hands in the mentality of joining in the fun, but seeing Risa's murderous aura, they subconsciously retracted their hands. Sure enough, as expected of Risa. Even outsiders can't resist this kind of power, but it's a pity that there is no way to watch the show this time. The group of people shook their heads, and then watched as Asahi's group left the guild, while Lisano replaced Myra's position and became a barmaid. She was not interested in Asahi, as she was only interested in Natsu. After all, the relationship between the two was nurtured since childhood. However, no one noticed it, and Lucy surreptitiously followed. At this moment, Asahi and the girls started strolling aimlessly on the street. Myra is very upset now. She originally summoned up the courage to invite Asahi to come out to play, but now, there are other people with them. She is also teaming up with Ursa and Levi now. After all, there is still an outsider, and it is better to first form alliances with her own and deal with outsiders. When a girl goes shopping, it is natural to go to some clothes and other places. For example, Ursa directly took everyone to the armor customization shop. Regarding Ursa's magic, Asahi felt a little too weak to be honest. To change the armor needed for her magic, Ursa still needs to build or buy it herself, otherwise, she can't do anything. It must be known that Ursa's mother is Irene, the Queen of Dragons, the creator of the Dragon Slayer magic. Regarding Irene's enchantment magic, just after strengthening branches, it can cut off steel, and she can also summon meteorites. In short, Ursa seems to have only inherited a part of Irene's magic power, and this part of the magic power is also not very large. There are people with huge magic powers since they are young, such as Luxus and Ultra. When they were young, they almost died due to their huge magic powers. In the end, Luxus was implanted with Dragon Slayer Lacrima, but Ultra got out of this predicament only after being tortured, and with the help of Hades, she completely mastered her magic power. Ursa is a bit worse in this respect, as she didn't inherit Irene's magic. Although her equip is similar to the enchantment magic, it still depends on external forces. There are actually many disadvantages of this kind of magic. Once the armor is gone, Ursa basically doesn't have much combat power, as armors and weapons are Ursa's foundation. After coming here, everyone also saw some magic armors. These magic armors' power is determined by the user's magic power, so if people with strong magic powers get such armors, its power will only be greater. As for those with weak magic power, they will naturally not be so strong, otherwise, the world will be full of existences at Ursa level. To put it bluntly, it still depends on one's own magic power. After everyone strolled around, they went to other places. The shopping lasted until the evening. Asahi was also speechless, as these girls were fighting secretly when they are shopping. Moreover, during this period, Lucy also came out, so she joined Fairy Tail's side. But Ultra can be said to be an old veteran. In this respect, she is much better than others, so even Ursa and the others have 4 people, they still can't match Ultra. Ultra's method is really powerful, and no one can compare to it. But at this moment, a few pairs of eyes were staring at everyone from the dark. However, when they appeared, they had already been detected by Asahi. Chapter 377 Phantom Lord Fairy Tail's Mages, it's them. Although there are a little more people than we thought and there is also Titania, but the others is not a problem. We will go together, and the target is also here. We can just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the few people hiding in the dark all stared at Asahi and the others. Asahi knew all these people. One was Gageel, one was Saul, one was Totomaru, one Iron Dragon Slayer plus 2 of Element 4. According to the original work, Phantom Lord should be the guild created by the guild master of Blue Skull, who had escaped. Because of the conflict with Mavis, he has been targeting Fairy Tail. Asahi has also read a book in the library about Fairy Tail's records. The older the record, the less comprehensive they are, but the records of these generations are very detailed. Regarding Mavis, there are also a little problem, and it was no problem about conflicting with Blue Skull, but Mavis didn't have that tragic past, as Fairy Tail used to be stationed on Tenru Island. However, because Blue Skull succeeded in stealing Tenru Jade, the Fairy Tail chased here. Not surprisingly, Mavis also learned the Forbidden Law magic and used it, but this record is not very comprehensive, as some things cannot be exposed casually. Therefore, there are some omissions in the things recorded in that book, but this does not prevent Asahi from knowing that Fairy Tail is still conflicting Blue Skull, and just the process is a little bit different from the original work. But this difference does not affect the subsequent development. Now, after Lucy joins the guild, Jose also received a commission from Lucy's father. Since they have a grudge against Fairy Tail, Jose intends to kill 2 birds with 1 stone directly, as the method of this guy is completely indistinguishable from the Dark Guild. Jose didn't intend to help Lucy's father complete the commission, as he actually planned to blackmail him. He would use Lucy to squeeze out her father's wealth. He is also dark enough, and after gaining strength, he is very inflated, as he even planned to threaten a duke. If he threatened the other party can just directly report the matter to the king, and then the king would report to the council. Then Phantom Lord won't be able to do anything even if Jose is one of the 10 wizard saints, because most of the 10 wizard saints are good people. Jose was indeed very courageous, but he is also very stupid. And now, he dispatched a total of 3 people, but these 3 are of average strength, and Ursa alone can directly defeat the 3 of them. Not to mention there is Ultra here, Myra, who was an S-rank mage and has regained her strength, and there is also Asahi. But these people don't know. Ursa is the only one in their eyes, and even then, They underestimated Urza too much. Although Urza is known as Titania, Phantom Lord has always belittled Fairy Tail. Therefore, they feel that Urza's Titania title is not that amazing, and they don't care about her, which showed their blind arrogance. Since the guild master is like this, a lot of Phantom Lord's members are the same. Lord first, someone is following us. Ultra also learned from others. Others called Asahi Lord first, and she added the word Sama, which shows her respect towards Asahi. After all, because of Asahi, she can resolve the misunderstanding with her mother. She wanted to get closer to him, but it's impolite to call Asahi by his first name, so her way of addressing him is the same as that of Fairy Tail's members. I also found out, but their methods are too clumsy. Urza also nodded, and then Myra also spoke, while Levi and Lucy are stunned. What are you talking about? Levi and Lucy, who didn't know what's going on, asked with puzzled expressions. Since just now, there have been 3 little rats who have been following us. They are from Phantom Lord. One of them is the Iron Dragon's lair and the other 2 are the 2 of the Element 4. They sure are courageous. Asahi told everyone about the background of these 3 people one by one. Phantom Lord is actually planning to do something against us. Do they want to start a guild war? Urza frowned and said with a displeased expression on her face. They have always had trouble with our Fairy Tail before, and they often make trouble for us, but this is the first time they are so blatant. Myra also frowned. She was responsible for receiving and delivering guild missions, so she knew that there were many Phantom Lords members causing troubles in many missions, but except for a small number of people, all Phantom Lords members are trashes. Regardless of the large number of branches, which makes them look like behemoth, more than 99% of the people are just weakling, and they can't compare with the high-quality mages of Fairy Tail. But they are still annoying enough. Makarov was puzzled before, because the other party always troubled himself and the others. It was obvious that he had never provoked Jose, and the people in his guild did not provoke the other party, but the other party is always targeting them. But after getting old, Makarov didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't clash with Phantom Lord directly. As long as his children in the guild are not hurt, he will not start fighting just because of some minor problems. It can be considered for the sake of his own guild's children, but he has forgotten that good people are always bullied. Phantom Guild? Is it that Mage Guild that claims to be Fiori's strongest guild? Lucy also remembered that the other party had a great reputation. That's what they claim to be, but they only rely on a lot of people, otherwise, they won't be our Fairy Tail's opponent at all. Asahi shook his head. If Phantom Lord's S-rank mages took the Fairy Tail's S-rank assessment, it is estimated that only one Arya can pass, and everyone else wouldn't be able to become S-rank. Lord first, what should we do now? Urza has a fighting spirit in her eyes. She has never been soft on someone who takes the initiative to get to her door to be beaten. We should wait for them to start first. By the way, Ultra, I need your help. You are a member of the council, right? Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. I didn't want to only kill Jose this time, I wanted him to be ruined. Asahi said. He knew that this kind of person is not afraid of death at all, but letting the Phantom Lord be destroyed directly in his hands would be a big enough blow. Chapter 378 Gajiel, who woke up in time soon, Asahi told Ultra about the origin of Phantom Lord, which also made Ultra stunned. She didn't expect that Phantom Lord has such a dark history. This black history is enough to push them into a place where they can no longer recover. In fact, the Magic Council has long noticed what Jose did. But Joseph is very clever. He knew that these council's members had no strength, and he was in this position to use his power to make money. Therefore, he has already bribed several council's members to usually speak for him, and the people under his payroll are also very secretive in their work. Up to the present position, even if he has done a lot of outrageous things, he still has an umbrella to protect him. Makarov and Yajima depended on their friendship, but Jose depended on money. Basically everyone in the council knows this, but this time, once the hard-cold evidence came out, Phantom Lord couldn't run away. And this is what Asahi said. As long as Ultra relays these words back, Phantom Lord's umbrella will definitely throw away Phantom Lord immediately. After all, they don't want to die for no reason. No wonder Phantom Lord has been against us all this time. It turns out there is such a history. After everyone heard it, they are stunned. It suddenly dawned on them that Phantom Lord had conflicts from long ago, that's why they were targeted crazily. If this is the case, then let me come in contact with those guys first. With Lord First Sama here, Phantom Lord will definitely be very unlucky. These few can also be handled by you guys. After saying that, Ultra left first. She naturally has a way to contact the council, and she doesn't need to go back by herself, and can just pass the information back. As for Asahi and the others, they deliberately led these 3 people to a small alley. Come out, after following us for so long, I am tired of them if you are not tired. After entering the small alley, Asahi spoke up, and when the three heard this, they found that they are already discovered, so they came out openly. At the same time as the three of them came out, Asahi heard a voice coming into his mind. Asahi-sama, please avoid killing Gajiel this time. These words were directly passed into Asahi's mind by Metallicana through special magic. Of course, Asahi can easily block these words, but now that the Iron Dragon Metallicana also seems to know him, the other dragons should also know him. However, unlike Neil, Metallicana did not call him like an old friend, but using honorific like a low-ranking person to a high-ranking one. Metallicana, it seems that your method of teaching children is not very good. This little guy is very courageous now. Asahi's thoughts moved, and with his own guesses, he continued to follow Metallicana's words. I can't help it. I don't like to talk very much, which has caused some bad changes in this child's personality. In addition, he has been taught some messy things by that bastard Jose. Metallicana was also a little helpless, but Asahi said, "Your dragon is hidden in the body of the dragon's lair, to help them make dragonification antibodies and also to extend their lives. You hope that after they leave you, they can spread their wings and grow up more smoothly, but now, they are obviously crooked. As a father, even though you are only an adoptive father, you still intend to hide even after seeing him being led astray? You should know the consequences of letting it go." Asahi rolled his eyes. He knew the purpose of these dragons, and Neil also told him not to tell Natsu the truth. They all hope that the dragon slayers can grow freely on their own, instead of relying on them all the time. But now, this situation is different. Gajiel has already been led astray a bit too much. If it wasn't for Makarov having good eye for people, this guy would have been abandoned. It is estimated that among the 5 dragon slayers, this guy would be having the worst fate. Under such circumstance, Metallicana is still letting it go. This is not doing any good for Gajiel, and instead harming him. Metallicana was a little speechless. After all, this was indeed his fault. You'd better tell him directly, after all, you are also his father, and you need to pay for what he will do in the future. Now that he provokes me, you can still intercede. But if he provokes other strong people, you can only come out, but once you come out, even if the dragonification antibody has not been manufactured, you can't go back, and the plan will also be destroyed. Asahi shook his head. Not only the Iron Dragon, but also the White Dragon and the Shadow Dragon, Sting and Rogue were both led away. At that time, the dragonification antibodies of these two had been made long ago, but their dragons still didn't say anything. Although they choose the path themselves, sometimes, guidance is needed to help them find the right path. I understand, I will have a good communication with this kid now. Metallicana was also rendered speechless by Asahi. According to Asahi, no matter how it goes on, he might really not able to save Gajiel. If Gajiel really provokes some powerful enemies, he can only protect this guy once. So he decided to take care of Gajiel directly. After that, the people on both sides saw that Gajiel's face changed a lot in an instant, from surprise at the beginning to disbelief, then to contemplation, then to remorse, and finally to firmness. It is estimated that Metallicana has clarified the situation, and Gajiel has become a lot more mature in a short time. The dragons disappeared for their own good, and after Gajiel knew of the reason, he is extremely grateful towards Metallicana. He also knew that Metallicana exposed himself this time because he has gone astray, so Gajiel also regretted it a bit. Fortunately, he is actually not bad in nature, and just in different camp now. Gajiel, what's wrong with you? Seeing Gajiel's face constantly changing, Totomaru and Saul both looked confused. Iron Dragon's Club. Jajiru did not answer, but directly turned his hands into iron clubs, strike Saul and Totomaru with one club each, and the two were directly blown into the air. Why are they fighting among themselves? Lucy looked at this scene with a shocked look. They still haven't started anything, but one of the opponents suddenly have his expression changed several times. After his expression no longer changed, he immediately started fighting, but instead of them, he attacks his own companions. They are not fighting among themselves. From now on, Kurogane Gajiel will be a member of Fairy Tail and your companion. Asahi shook his head and said. Since Gajiel has made a choice, then he doesn't mind using his identity to include Gajiel into Fairy Tail's camp. Chapter 379 Gajiel joins the club. Gajiel, you bastard, what are you doing? After Saul and Totomaru got up from the ground, they glared at Gajiel angrily, as this bastard suddenly launched an attack on them. They didn't have time to dodge, and they were hit directly. After all, their S rank is actually inflated. Among the so-called Element 4, apart from Arya, when compared with Fairy Tail's mages, can only be regarded as the PK rank at most. Stop talking nonsense. From now on, I will no longer be a member of Phantom Lord. Gajiel didn't talk nonsense, and rushed towards Saul. Metallicana had already told him everything, including Asahi's identity. After learning about Asahi's identity, Gageel was dumbfounded, as he didn't expect that Fairy Tail's first guildmaster is still alive. With more than 400 years, if it was given to him, he didn't know how far stronger he could grow to. As for joining Fairy Tail, this is Metallicana's request, and he naturally agreed without any hesitation. And now, since he is no longer Phantom Lord's member, he doesn't need to hold back, but instead of targeting Totomaru, he chose Saul. Saul is a guy with a despicable personality and a low-handed means, but Totomaru is different. Although they are the same element 4, the 4 people have different personalities. The leader, Arya, likes sneak attacks, and is insidious and cunning. Saul is similar to Arya, but his methods are more corrupt than Arya. Regarding Juvia, there is no need to say more about her character, as she's nympho and sentimental. As for the last Totomaru, his personality is not bad, at least, it's not the same level as the previous 2. So Gageel chose Saul, as he didn't feel any guilt towards attacking Saul, and he also didn't have much trouble with Totomaru. Could he be an undercover agent planted by Lord First in Phantom Lord? After seeing this scene, Mirza could only think so. After all, she couldn't think of any other answers besides this answer. Seeing Gageel turned back and attacked Saul, they were also a little confused. What's going on? I just left for a while and it became like this. Seeing the fierce fight between Gageel and Saul, Ultra was a little depressed. It seemed that she had missed some good plot, and she wondered how could the other party start fighting on their own. Iron Dragon Gageel will be Fairy Tail's member from now on. As for the other 2, we can spare that Totomaru. As for the other, there is no need. Asahi saw that Totomaru was going to help Saul, so he snapped his fingers, and then Totomaru found that there were a lot of golden circles appearing and surrounded him. And then, a large number of weapons came out from the golden circles and were aimed directly at him. It seemed that if he dared to move, he would immediately send into different place. The change made him dare not move at all, and he looked at these weapons with cold sweat on his back. There was also a lot of golden circles in the sky above Saul. Gageel, come back! Asahi called him, and Gageel directly stopped. He didn't dare not listen to the order of the expert over 400 years old. After all, this is an existence that even Metallicana can't beat, and it was 400 years ago, so no one knows how strong he is now. Although his character is rebellious and unruly, but in the face of such an expert, no matter how rebellious he is, he still has to hold back. After Gageel retreated, the reign of Noble Phantasm immediately fell. Although his strength was not good, Saul could still give some experience. After this wave of bombing, Saul was smashed to pieces and there is no trace of his existence left. Boy, I will let you go this time. Don't go back to Phantom Lord. After this, Phantom Lord will experience misfortune, so if you don't want to die, you shouldn't go back. Of course, if you like to die, you can also go back and try. After Asahi left such a sentence to Totomaru, he and the others left directly, and Totomaru was left alone in the alley. Seeing the smoking pit, and Saul, who had disappeared, Totomaru was very frightened, and his face is pale. Asahi's control caused the explosion caused by the Noble Phantasm to be contained within 2 meters, but this was enough to kill Saul. There is not even a trace left from him, and it also happens in an instant, so it is no wonder that Totomaru is very scared. He knew very well that their strength was pretty good, and even Jose didn't dare to say that he could kill them in seconds without using all his strength. But now, Saul, who was killed in a second, explained it all. Damn it, it looks like I can only find a new guild. Totomaru didn't dare to return to Phantom Lord, so he immediately made a decision to run away and change to another guild. Having provoked such a horrible existence, Phantom Lord definitely lost a layer of skin even if it is not destroyed, so there's no way he would dare to go back. In this way, Totomaru chose to run away. As for what guild he joined in the future, it is unknown. Asahi even wondered whether it will be the same as the original work and he becomes a teacher in 7 years. As for Gageel, he is obediently following Asahi and the others back to Fairy Tail now. Seeing Asahi go out and brought back a dragon's lair, Mikarov is also a little speechless. He didn't expect that Asahi would poach one of Phantom Lord's aces, but Mikarov will not refuse anyone who comes. He had already figured out what Phantom Lord is like, so Gageel himself is the person he is more optimistic about. It is naturally the best for him to join Fairy Tail now. Iron Dragon Slayer? Come and fight with me. After Natsu heard that Gageel used the Iron Dragon Slayer magic, his fighting spirit soared. When challenged by Natsu, Gageel's fighting spirit also burst out. After all, he had heard the name of Salamander many times. However, before the two started fighting, they also talked about their dragon. In this regard, Gageel concealed the truth according to what Metallicana said. Right now, Gageel feels a little pity towards Natsu. This matter is a blessing in disguise for him, and he is relieved to know that Metallicano was in his body. As for Natsu, he didn't know anything, so he is still very worried about Gil. But even if he felt pity, he still won't hold back. Natsu's strength is slightly lower than that of Gagil. Of course, at this stage, if they continue to develop, Gagil will soon be thrown away by Natsu. Especially after Natsu developed Gnil's flame, as it would be a real step to the sky and his strength would explode. The fighting between the two also opened the eyes of others. Gagil can turn all parts of his body into steel weapons, and the two of them fought extremely fiercely. In the end, they ended up in a tie. During this period of time, the strength of the two was almost the same, so no wonder it results in a tie. Chapter 380 Phantom Lord becomes a Dark Guild Magic Council's headquarters. At this moment, the members of the council are also having a meeting because of the information about Phantom Lord. Because this information comes from Alter, they immediately started to deal with it. After all, this is the command from Asahi, their misfortune star, so they really don't dare to disobey. That damned woman, no wonder she disappeared. It turns out that she used her beauty to seduce that monster. At this moment, the council's members, except for Yajima, are full of hatred. In their opinion, Ultra completely relied on her young beauty to hug Asahi's thighs, and it seemed that she has succeeded. They also want such a thick thigh to hug, but they don't have Ultra's capital. Fortunately, I have a granddaughter. I will see if she can help me with this. Michello's small eyes moving around. His granddaughter looks pretty good, so he intends to try his luck. If the other party really likes his granddaughter, his life will be better in the future, and his granddaughter's life will also not be sad. If she knew that he can find such a strong person as her husband, it is estimated that she will be very eager. After all, the rules of this world are like this. The council's members all have their own thoughts. If they knew what the other party likes, then they will have an opportunity to take advantage of it, but it is estimated that they will be disappointed soon, as there is actually nothing between Asahi and Ultra. He just took Ultra to solve the matter about her, and along the way, he poached Ultra directly from Grimoire Ironheart. The small thoughts of these guys are destined to be useless. Everyone, now that the information is in hand, I checked the records about the past, and found that Blue Skull was indeed a Dark Guild, and someone indeed escaped back then. After comparing the information, the magic used by the other party is the same as the magic used by Jose, the Guild Master of Phantom Lord. Basically, it can be judged that Phantom Lord Guild was established by the Blue Skull's remnant. There are also some unsavory things I have found in recent years. With all these, Phantom Lord can be designated as a Dark Guild. What's your opinion? Crawford said, and everyone else rolled their eyes when they heard this. Who would dare to have some opinions? Even if they were Jose's umbrellas, they didn't dare to show up now. Now that Jose has provoked the misfortune star, he can be said to be finished. They don't want to be an umbrella of someone who is already finished. Since everyone has no opinions, then let's start voting. After Crawford finished speaking, many members began to vote, but undoubtedly, they all chose the choice that Phantom Lord is a Dark Guild. With the current situation, no one will be foolish enough to choose another option. Unanimous vote, then, Phantom Lord is a Dark Guild from now on. Summon the army of each city, and immediately arrest all Phantom Lord's members. Also, release the news and don't attack Phantom Lord's headquarters. When Ultra passed the message to them, it is only said that Phantom Lord needs to be convicted, and there is no need to directly attack the headquarters, as Asahi will take care of it himself. In this regard, Crawford showed no opinion. At any rate, Jose was a 10 Wizard Saints, and they did not have the ability to confront 10 Wizard Saints. Inviting other 10 Wizard Saints will also need them to pay a lot of money. Since the other party want to take care of it himself, they can just let him do it. After the decision was made, the documents issued by the council were transmitted to various cities using magic at an extremely fast speed. In Fiori, the soldiers in each city began to move quickly, and take care of Phantom Lord's branches. At most, they would only have a maid with mediocre strength there, therefore, they are unable to resist, and soon, the Phantom Lord's branches in each city are seized. And the news about Phantom Lord turned into Dark Guild has also been transmitted to various cities, and soon spread everywhere. The people who got the news were all in disbelief, especially those from Mage guilds. Ha ha ha, those bastards from Phantom Lord are finally finished. Damn, it would be great if they were judged to be Dark Guild sooner. Inside Quattro Cerberus Guild, Bacchus looked at this piece of information in his hand with excitement. Phantom Lord do all kinds of dirty things, so most people hated them. As for Quattro Cerberus, although no one dared to provoke Bacchus, the others were different. Some their members are indeed targeted by Phantom Lord. But there is no evidence, which makes Bacchus very unhappy, but it is impossible for him to directly find trouble with them. After all, Phantom Lord is not a Dark Guild, so he can only hold it back. And recently, Phantom Lord have been jumping more and more, and their movement is getting bigger and bigger, but it's fine now, as they have jumped out of the fence. He was naturally refreshed and wanted to watch the show. After putting away the information, Bacchus went out. "Bacchus, where are you going?" Goldmine asked in surprise. "Of course I want to go to watch the show. This city we are in also has those Phantom Lord bastards, so I'll go and see. It would be best if I can help, after all, I'm already holding back for so long." After saying that, Bacchus left, and the others looked at each other, and just followed out in a swarm. Especially those who have been targeted by Phantom Lord, they are full of excitement. In this regard, Goldmine, the guild master, is helpless and can only follow them out. Moreover, he is also very curious. This kind of scene appeared in various cities. In Ishgar continent, if the light and dark guilds added, there are more than 500 of them, so many cities are crowded with multiple guilds. As for Magnolia, others have thought about it, but then they all gave up. Makarov is a real 10 wizard saints, and his reputation is famous enough. Whoever dares to make trouble is probably looking for death, and Makarov's ranking is only after the 4 gods of Ishgar, and they won't dare to do anything. They just think about it, but don't dare to enter Magnolia. Even Phantom Lord has no branch in this city. Other guilds went to help, vent their hatred, and have revenge. In Phantom Lord's headquarters, Jose also got the information. Under his tables, there are a lot of shattered lacrima. These lacrima are all used for communication, but now, no one picks up his calls. Although the headquarters has not been besieged, he knew that Phantom Lord is finished this time. After so many years of painstaking efforts, it is all in vain. Damn, those bastards in the council actually dare to do this to me. When I finished dealing with Fairy Tail, it will be you guys' turn next. Chapter 381 Jose can't sit still, master, what should we do now? We can't even get in touch Gagiel and the others anymore, so there must be an accident, right? It's so sad. Arya, who was blindfolded, was right beside Jose. 2 of the Element 4, and the Iron Dragon's lair, who were sent to go to Fairy Tail, are gone, and Arya crying after saying that. This guy's character is like this, he likes to fake crying, but this fake cry can't hide his despicable character. How can there be such a coincidence? Just after sending them to target Fairy Tail, we have a problem ourselves. It must be Fairy Tail who attacked our Phantom Lord from behind the scene. Activate the Super Mage Giant Phantom MK2, and directly attack Fairy Tail. I will give you enough time, Arya, bring Juvia with you to find Lucy Heartfilia. As long as we catch her, there will be hope for our comeback. This time, Phantom Lord suffered a huge loss. Its reputation was gone, and it was directly reduced to a dark guild that everyone scolded and beat. But as long as Lucy is caught, Jose will have the capital to make a comeback. Right now, he will attract firepower and attention from the front, creating opportunities for Arya and Juvia. I see, I will go to find Juvia now. With tears in his eyes, Arya left, and soon, the entire Phantom Lord's building began to vibrate violently. Then, the building began to transform rapidly, from a gorgeous building directly into a castle giant. This is Jose's trump card, the Super Mage Giant Phantom MK2, which he continued to build all this time. Fairy Tail has nothing like this, but it's because the Fairy Tail's members wreak havoc everywhere, and Natsu couldn't even afford to eat at one point, let alone letting the guild save money to make this kind of thing. It can be said that Fairy Tail is most powerful guild, but its funding is also the worst. However, this kind of thing has improved a lot recently. Urza's education is still effective, and with Myra's help, Natsu and the others have not caused too much damage during their missions these days. This also makes Makarov was so excited that he burst into tears. It was not easy for him. When he was young, he received the guild master's position from Precht, and he has been holding it until now. God knows how much pressure he has resisted. The destructive power of Fairy Tail can be said to be a headache for every generation of guild masters. Of course, these are not important. Coming from the sea, Phantom Lord Super Mage Giant Phantom MK2 quickly arrived at the sea behind Fairy Tail. Master, it's not good, Phantom Lord's people are here, and they also brought the giant magic robot. Someone quickly reported it to Makarov and others after finding out about this, and they are so shocked that Makarov quickly took everyone out. As for Lucy, Gagiel told Makarov about her situation, so Makarov let her stay in the guild. But Asahi saw a rain cloud covers the surrounding at this moment, which means that Juvia is here. Juvia's physique is special. She has a natural physique. When she is in a good mood, the dark clouds in the sky will disperse. But when she was a child, Juvia was despised by everyone because it rained wherever she went. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if her mood can be good. She then entered Phantom Lord, but Phantom Lord has no bonds or feelings at all, so Juvia's situation is getting more and more serious. Basically, there are heavy rainstorms wherever she goes, so now that the rain cloud appears, it means that Juvia has also come here. Therefore, Asahi stayed in the guild directly. As for Jose and the others, it was easy to deal with. Makarov and the others couldn't end the battle directly for a while, so he can just take care of it later. Soon, almost everyone left, but since Asahi is here, naturally there is no need to worry about Lucy's safety. Fairy Tail's people has left, and Lucy is not among them. That means she should be still in the guild. Let's go and catch her first. After Arya finished speaking, he flew towards Fairy Tail's building, and Juvia also quickly went to Fairy Tail's building. Sure enough, that guy Jose only knows how to do some small tricks, but letting the remaining two of Element 4 kidnap people, his planning is not bad. After the door was opened, Arya and Juvia saw the confident Lucy and Asahi. Asahi sat in his seat and looked at the two people in front of him indifferently, and Lucy didn't look worried at all because Asahi was here. After all, she now knows that Asahi is a super thick thigh. You know we are coming? Arya and Juvia couldn't help being stunned, but suddenly they both remembered that Gagiel is among the Fairy Tail's people just now. That fellow Gagiel really betrayed us, damn it, he actually revealed our purpose. Arya's face is ugly at this moment. They had almost guessed when they found out that Gagiel is among the Fairy Tail's people, but now, they found that this bastard has directly defected. Don't say that betrayal is so ugly. He is just abandoning evil and doing good things. Your Phantom Lord is now a dark guild, so what qualifications do you have to accuse others? By the way, Juvia, if you join our Fairy Tail, I can help you get rid of the dark clouds over your head. Asahi asked. Dealing with the dark clouds over Juvia's head is very simple. One way is to make Juvia happy, and the other way is a little rougher, which is, Asahi can directly disperse the dark clouds in the sky with brute force. Can you really help me drive away the dark clouds? Because Juvia has always been covered by the dark clouds, Juvia can't see the sun even if she wants to, which is very sad. This is already considered obsession. So if someone could really help her, she will naturally be very happy. Hey, Juvia, what are you doing? If you want to get rid of the dark clouds, I also can help you. Arya was dumbfounded. He knew that Juvia has always been in a sad mode, but he didn't expect her problem to be from these dark clouds. If he had known it earlier, he could help disperse the dark clouds. Although the dark clouds on Juvia's head are related to her physique, not magic, both Arya and Jose can easily dispel the dark clouds. After hearing Arya's words, Juvia also became a little more sober and did not continue to dwell with this issue. As a gift, I'll let you take a look at today's sun. Seeing this scene, Asahi naturally knew about Juvia's situation, and a flame blasted directly into the sky from the door. The flame then exploded, causing the dark cloud to disperse, and the sunlight fell directly into Magnolia. After seeing this scene, Juvia was completely attracted by the sun, and she didn't even have the idea of fighting anymore. Chapter 382 Poaching Juvia Sunshine can be said to be what Juvia wants to see most. After all, she has been in a gloomy state since she was a child. Even though the dark clouds in the sky have something to do with her will, powerful people can easily disperse the dark clouds. But the idiot Jose just didn't see what Juvia's problem was, and Juvia herself was a fool. She doesn't know why, so she has always been under the dark clouds all the time, so now, Juvia's face changed after the sun appeared. She no longer became gloomy. As for Arya, he has a dumbfounded look. Don't look at this guy being blindfolded all the time, as blindfolded doesn't mean that he can't see anything. This guy can be regarded as very talented, as his pair of eyes is very special. Arya's magic is somewhat similar to Yuka from Lamia Scale. Yuka uses wave magic to release a wave shield in front of him. Any magic cannot invade the wave and cannot survive the wave. But it's too tasteless, and it is not very useful against powerful people. As for Arya, his airspace can instantly empty the other's magic power. Even Makarov has suffered loss from this guy's sneak attack in original work. It can be said that the ability of this bastard is indeed very useful. Who gave you the confidence to be in a daze in front of the enemy? Arya, who was still in a daze, has his face changed instantly when he heard this, and he jumped to the side to dodge. After dodging, a few noble phantasm passed through where he was and exploded behind him. Looking at the ground shattered by the noble phantasm, Arya's back was filled cold sweat. Their mage's physical fitness is good, but they are not invincible. With this level of impact, if it wasn't for him dodging in time, he would be finished. You dodge really fast, so this time, let me see you try to dodge again. After saying this, Asahi directly took out a long spear, Gaibog, barbed spear that pierces with death. It was different from the spear he gave Myra in Adolas. One was a noble phantasm, and the other is an anti-unit noble phantasm. After taking out the spear, Asahi did not hesitate, and directly liberated its real name, and aimed the spear at the other party's heart. Arya couldn't react at all, and was stabbed by the spear in the heart in an instant. This is an anti-unit noble phantasm, and even Saber can barely block it by relying on his super intuition. As for Arya, there's no need to even think about it. His heart was pierced directly, and even Arya didn't know how Asahi did it. Juvia, Phantom Lord is not suitable for you, and after today, Phantom Lord will become a history. You should join Fairy Tail, after all, you are destined to become a member of Fairy Tail. Asahi threw out the olive branch. In fact, everyone in the guild knows about Juvia, as there's Juvia in Edola's Fairy Tail. They also know that Juvia has a high probability of joining Fairy Tail, but Makarov also has a headache regarding this. Juvia is a member of Phantom Lord, so how would she join their guild is a big problem. However, everyone knows that Juvia has a high probability of joining in the future. As for how she would join, it is not clear. Juvia agrees. Juvia, whose face was a little red, didn't care about Arya's death, or that she had never regarded Arya as a companion. But seeing Juvia like this, Asahi's face also changed. He was too busy thinking about poaching the other party that he forgot Juvia's most famous attributes. This girl is a nympho. In the original work, it can be said that her way of clinging to Grey is very crazy. Moreover, she is a very jealous person, and has drowned the guild's building with tears several times, and this time, it is estimated that her subject of love has become him. But after thinking about it, Asahi didn't care much anymore. He felt that he will just cross the bridge when the time comes. Since you have joined, then go and follow me. I still need to deal with Phantom Lord, after all, our feud can no longer be stopped. After Asahi finished speaking, he took everyone to the coast, along with Arya's body. After coming to the coast, they saw the giant magic robot has already begun to activate the magical convergent cannon, Jupiter. As for Ursa, she still tried to stop the attack like in the original work, but she used Gaidirg this time. But Gaidirg is mainly aimed at defense, barrier and other magical blessings. So facing this type of impact, it is a bit disadvantageous. Seeing this scene, Asahi directly projected a special noble phantasm, Rule Breaker. Although this thing is a low-rank noble phantasm, it is more exaggerated than Gaidirg in terms of destroying magic. After this dagger hit the cannon's barrel, the magic power completely disappeared. It can be said that Rule Breaker is really overpowered against magic. Lord First, you are here, wait. Juvia seeing Asahi coming, the group of people were all excited. Makarov had already gone to find Jose and settled the account. As for the others waiting outside, they were attacked by Jose's shade, but now that Asahi is here, it is naturally the best situation. But after seeing the person brought by Asahi, the faces of the others also changed. However, they suddenly realized one thing. It is estimated that Asahi had already completed his instigation, so he brought Juvia here. At this moment, Jupiter has been broken, and a giant magic robot needs to be recharged, but this time, it is estimated that the giant magic robot cannot be recharged, because the battle between Makarov and Jose has already begun. As a result, with the giant magic robot as the center, huge fluctuations in magic power make the seawater continuously boil and cause explosions. The magic power of 10 wizard saints is nothing to giant dragon, but to average magician, it is already extremely terrifying. Once 10 wizard saints acted, their destructive power is basically huge, and it will cause the world to change. It can be said that they affect the environment with their magic power. Master has started. But the battle between 10 wizard saints is really terrifying. Looking at the giant magic robot with purple, black and golden magic power constantly erupting, Mirza and the others are constantly amazed, and even now, they can see a large number of mages jumping out of the giant magic robot, as they are unable to withstand the impact of these two people's magic power. Well, I can't let you steal my experience. There's no way Asahi can let the experience go. If this continues, Makarov will definitely kill Jose soon. He didn't want to see this scene, so with a space magic, he directly got Makarov out of the fierce battle. This is Lord First. Makarov was a little confused. He was still fighting with Jose just now, but now, suddenly people appeared here. With this kind of person, don't talk too much nonsense, just kill him and be done with it. You must know that kind people are always easy to bully. And you were like this before. After saying that, Asahi snapped his fingers directly, and a golden light circle appeared. Chapter 383 Kalidbulg, also known as the Spiral Rainbow Sword, is an anti-army noble phantasm, and a single blow can slice through the tops of 3 hills. Emiya has also projected Kalidbulg before, and it was used as an arrow. It was powerful, and the power of the explosion is also exaggerated. But now, the one that Asahi used is not a fake Kalidbulg Emiya created, but a real Kalidbulg. The appearance of this sword is much more gorgeous than the one made by Emiya, and it is very big. After grabbing the hilt, Asahi glanced at the giant magic robot, and then liberated the noble phantasm. Kilidbulg itself should be a sword, but Asahi used this thing as a throwing spear this time and threw the Kilidbulg directly. And it was not thrown with Gate of Babylon, but with his own power. Like a shooting star javelin, the liberated Kilidbulg fell on the giant magic robot with a terrifying light. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up with countless flames, and the huge storm washed the seawater to the shore, and triggered a public storm. The dark clouds attracted by Makarov and Jose's battle were blown away in an instant. The terrifying aftermath continues to erode the surrounding sea and earth, and this aftermath has lasted for half a minute before it dissipates. At this moment, Fairy Tail's members were all lying on the ground while doubting life. There are no more traces of giant magic robot on the sea, as it has disappeared without a trace along with Jose. Even the large hole that was formed in the center caused the sea to pour back, but it could not be filled up for a while. As for those Phantom Lord's members, who managed to escape, they were also dumbfounded when they watched this scene. They felt lucky to run fast. As for the ones who didn't run out, they were all Jose's loyalists. If they die, they die. This Kilidbulg directly dealt tons of damage, which allowed Asahi to earn a lot of experience. He felt that the experience he gained from Fairy Tail World is very fast. To put it bluntly, the powerful world and the world with high basic combat power are like this, as it is very fast to gain experience. It's a pity that Asahi planned to surprise Jose with Arya's body, but now, before he could see the surprise, the person has already gone. It is indeed a tragedy among tragedies. It's done, everyone, let's go back. Looking at his masterpiece, Asahi nodded contentedly, and then called everyone to go back. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses, but they still had lingering fears when they looked into the big pit, which is still poured with seawater. Fortunately, the explosion happened in the sea just now. If it broke out in the city, they estimated that the city will be gone. Lord First, what exactly is that weapon just now? It's so powerful. Ursa, who is a fan of weapons and armors, began to inquire again. Of course, although she yearned for that kind of weapon, she also knew that she could not be too greedy and she had already obtained some good things. That sword is called Kilidbulg, you must have seen its power just now. After liberated, the sword light emitted by it can slice through the tops of 3 hills, but now, it seems that it is also good for throwing. Asahi said indifferently. Since this kind of things are bound to his Gate of Babylon, they will not disappear. Moreover, he has a lot of noble phantasms here, and there are some that is much stronger than Kilidbulg. Even if these noble phantasms exploded, it can still regenerate. Lord First, you are really willful. Ursa and the others' mouths twitched when they heard this. If they had such a weapon, they would probably be reluctant to let go of it even for a second, and they would treat it like their own baby, but this guy, he really doesn't care at all. There are many of these things in my collection, moreover, there are more powerful ones. Asahi said, causing the others to be shocked again. They didn't expect that Asahi would have more powerful ones, which is heaven-defying. And what Asahi said is naturally the X-rank noble phantasm like EA, but EA can't be used casually, and the same is true for other X-rank noble phantasms, as all of which belong to the world-destroying type. After asking for a while, everyone stopped talking to Asahi. The gap between them was so great that there was a huge gap in their vision. Therefore, in order not to be hit all the time, it is better not to ask casually. After that, Gagiel and Juvia also directly joined Fairy Tail. No one would say much about Phantom Lord's demise. After all, Phantom Lord is already a dark guild, so even if it is destroyed, no one else will say much. Even the council issued a message that Fairy Tail's behavior this time is worthy of praise, and it has also made Fairy Tail into Fiori's #1 guild, making the other guilds confused. The council usually clamored with Fairy Tail, but this time, it turned into a licking dog directly, which is kind of strange. But Asahi's existence can indeed turn the members of the council into a group of licking dogs. After dealing with Phantom Lord, Fairy Tail didn't have any major problems this time, but the Fairy Tail's building really needs to be refurbished. More than 400 years ago, the headquarters of Fairy Tail was on Tenru Island, and Tenru Island was different from the original. Currently, besides Tenru Tree, there is also a luxurious palace. More than 100 years ago, Mavis moved the guild to Magnolia, but since then, the Fairy Tail's building has continued to remain unchanged until now. In fact, there are already some problems with the building, and Makarov has reinforced it several times, but some things are still a bit too old. As for the appearance of the guild, it has been kept in the same way, as it can give the guild a sense of history. However, during the renovation process, it can't be helped that there will be some change from the original appearance. This is not too much of a problem, so Asahi simply used some methods to transform the Fairy Tail's building. This transformation is very simple. In the beginning, Asahi directly used enchantment magic to strengthen the entire building. Many parts of the guild are made of wood, but after this strengthening, its strength is even more exaggerated than that of diamond. Chapter 384 Leo. After strengthening the basic durability, Asahi used a lot of enchantment magic on the building, and a lot of magic circles were added to it. For things like magic, his current attainments are much more exaggerated than Ziraf. With the magic circle, there are ones that increase strength, ones that strengthen defense, and ones that attack. This series of operations made the Fairy Tales members dumbfounded once again. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he could transform a building like this. And Ultra are both good in strength. Although they are not as strong as Makarov, they are both at 10 Wizard Saints level. But after watching Asahi's enchantment magic, they were shocked. Because it was too terrifying. The building that had been strengthened by itself was comparable to diamonds, and there are a lot of defensive magic circles attached to the walls. The power of these defensive magic circles is enough to withstand Jupiter's attack easily. Right now, Ultra suspects that even if it is bombarded with Etherian, it is estimated that even if it is bombed hundreds of times, this building will still stand upright. It is completely impossible for her to understand how Asahi did it. And it's not just the walls, as the tables and chairs, counters, etc. on the inside have also been strengthened. Natsu even tried to destroy things with his Dragon Slayer magic, but it was useless. Seeing Natsu was not able to destroy even the corner of a table with his magic, Makarov's eyes are filled with tears. Finally, there is no need to continue changing furniture. In addition to the skyrocketing defense power, there is attack power. Asahi has attached some Abyss Break's magic circles to the surrounding walls, so now, as long as the guild master activates it, the guild's building can directly activate Abyss Break. Moreover, it is instantaneous. Jose's giant magic robot before can also release this powerful magic, and Joel has also used it, intending to kill everyone in the Tower of Heaven. Jose's giant magic robot has also used it, intending to directly destroy Magnolia. Its power is very great, but the preparation time is a bit long. But now, there is no need to wait, as it is instantaneous activation. This guild's building also has automatic gathering and absorption magic power function. Since it can automatically charge, there is no need to worry about the magic power. It can be said that although there seems to be no change here, but even if a 10 Wizard Saints uses all their strength at the building, they can't even destroy a brick of Fairy Tales building, and there are all kinds of attacking circles to fight back. Abyss Break is always a big move, and it can't be used casually, so Asahi recreated a few magical circles for Jupiter. With this, the entire building has directly become a super fortress now, kind that is extremely terrifying. It's amazing, it's really amazing. If other people know the situation of our guild, I wonder how many people will be jealous. Lord First, you are so strong. Makarov also felt that he was ignorant, and wondered how big the gap was between himself and Asahi. He feels that his strength is already good, he is also one of the strongest 10 Wizard Saints, and is an old veteran, but now, he knows that he is nothing, as the strength of the other party is really terrifying. He also knows that 10 Wizard Saints are not the end, and he also knows some powerful existence, but he has never seen it much. In this case, there is no idea how many terrifying existences there are, which is kind of depressing. So now, Makarov feels that he is weak, and he should just be the 13th guild master honestly. Don't think too much about other things, and don't ask too much, or his self-confidence will be easily impacted. Regarding everyone's amazement, Asahi has long been used to it. After all, his methods are beyond what these people can imagine. At night, because there are 2 newly joined members, everyone started a party. As for Alter, and the others, they have left. According to Alter, she has to go to Melody and get forgiveness from the other party. If she can't get her forgiveness, then she will just die. Intends to follow her daughter. Of course, she will not be able to follow Alter to Grimoire Ironheart. But it does not prevent her from moving together with Alter. In the middle of the night, basically everyone was drunk and lay all over the floor, but one person slowly left the guild after everyone lay down. How long are you going to hide it? In fact, it's not your fault at all. The contract between the celestial spirits and humans, to put it bluntly, is due to the rigidity of the celestial spirit king. The person who left the guild is Loke, and his complexion is very bad now, because he had reached the limit. And the person who said that to him is Asahi. Regarding Loke's situation, Asahi naturally knows. Lord First, you know my situation? Loke couldn't help but was stunned when he heard Asahi talk about the celestial spirit king. Loke's real name is actually not Loke, but Leo. He is the celestial spirit of Leo in the zodiac, but he was in contract with the wrong contractor. Although it is bad to say it, the contractor is their master, which is not wrong. But Karen of Blue Pegasus, Because she was extremely inflated, she used the celestial spirit to do some bad things. After a while, Leo couldn't bear to see it anymore, so he forcibly opened his gate and came to this world. The celestial spirit made two gates at once after reaching a certain level, but this is not simple. So after Leo came to this world, Karen couldn't use her magic. It's a tragedy for a mage to not be able to use magic, and Karen also spends a lot of money to make herself look good, so without financial resources from doing mission, her life will naturally be bad. Leo knew about Karen's situation and forced her to terminate her contract with her celestial spirits, but how could Karen throw away her money-making machine? In desperation, after she ran out of money, Karen forced herself to go on a mission. The final result is, she was killed by Oratience's angel, Serrano, and her keys were taken by her. As for Leo, he was also directly exiled. The celestial spirits cannot live here for a long time and will be rejected. Leo has always used the magic ring to hide his identity, but now, he has reached the limit. However, in Asahi's view, this is not Leo's fault at all. The celestial spirit king has always been too pedantic. As the king, it is very simple for him to modify this kind of contract. Regarding Karen, Leo didn't have any problems at all. On the contrary, Leo didn't directly do it himself, which is considered good. But the result is, the celestial spirit king banished Leo. In Asahi's opinion, the celestial spirit king is not worthy of being a king at all. If it wasn't for the life of this guy is closely related to all the celestial spirits, and his strength, how can he be a king? A king will not let the people under him be humiliated by others casually, but this guy will. So regarding this king, Asahi will only feel disgusted. Chapter 385 Go to the Celestial Spirit World. The Celestial Spirit King feels like the heavenly domain in the Chinese mythology. The heavenly domain prohibits things like love from appearing, but the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West are a pair. It was all nonsense. This is the so-called typical example of the so-called only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires, but the common citizens are not allowed to light their lamps. The Celestial Spirit King is also the same regarding making the rules. The other party is not good to the Celestial Spirit, and in the end, regardless of what the other party has done, he chose to exile Leo. This is the problem. Moreover, the Celestial Spirit King can modify the contract very easily. But he didn't do so, and instead allowed humans to bully the Celestial Spirits. The contract between the Celestial Spirit and the humans is even somewhat similar to a weakened version of a slave contract, rather than an equal contract. To put it bluntly, if they are really companions, the two parties should be equal, rather than one side being superior. I do know your situation. Do you want me to help you return to the Celestial Spirit World? Asahi asked, as this kind of plain traverse is too simple for him. Lord First, you can enter the Celestial Spirit World? Well, after thinking about it, your strength indeed can easily do so, but forget it. I am still a sinner, an exiled sinner. I also admit that I am guilty. Besides, Sairio-sama will not allow me to go back. Leo shook his head. He himself felt very guilty. After all, he felt that he's the one who caused Karen's death. But this is the end of the matter. What else can he do? He just wants to slowly disappear in this world. Do you really think so? I also know something about that, Karen. There are big loopholes in the contract between you celestial spirits and humans. It can be said that you have even become the slaves to humans. The Celestial Spirit King doesn't care. That's because he has a problem. The existence of this kind of contract has caused other weaker celestial spirits to be bullied to death. You must know it yourself how big a problem there is with the celestial spirit's contract. Asahi opened the mouth and said. There are good and bad celestial spirit mage, of course, if they know the character of the other party at the beginning, the celestial spirit can choose to disagree and not sign a contract with the other party. But people are very good at disguising themselves. As for the specific disguise, it depends on the opponent's skill. There are also people who didn't use disguise, but swell after a while. Karen is actually not like this at the beginning, but because there are too many sugar-coated treasures, she couldn't stand the temptation, so she gradually degenerated. Otherwise, Blue Pegasus will not recruit Karen. Even though the guild master of Blue Pegasus is an old pervert, his character is still good. Moreover, Karen was also Hibiki's girlfriend. From this, her character can be seen to be okay. There is a indeed problem, but it is not our final decision in the end, and Karen's matter was always my problem. I just want her to terminate the contract, but I didn't expect to kill her in the end. Leo himself is also very helpless. In fact, regarding Leo, Asahi also knows one thing, that is, Leo has never seen him. It stands to reason that Celestial Spirit existed from more than 400 years ago, but this guy has never seen him, which is a bit surprising. Of course, although Asahi doesn't know why, it is not incomprehensible. After all, the Celestial Spirit's keys were in the hands of one person back then, So it is not wrong for them to have never seen him. It's just that he doesn't know if he has met with the Celestial Spirit King or not. That's not your fault. It's not that you let her die, but her greed kills her. If she gives up Celestial Spirit magic, she can still use other magic, as this world not only has Celestial Spirit magic. It's completely Karen's fault. You Celestial Spirits, to put it bluntly, are too kind. Remember what I said to Makarov, kind people are easy to bully, and you are a typical example of it. In addition, I am the first guild master of Fairy Tail, and you are a member of the guild. As long as you are not a criminal, even if you have a problem, I have the responsibility to help you deal with these things. Let's go. Asahi grabbed Leo, and the two disappeared from their current location and then came to the Celestial Spirit world. Normally, humans are not allowed to come here, because they will die, unless they wear special clothes made by the Celestial Spirit. The moment Leo's body received the nourishment of the Celestial Spirit world, he quickly recovered, but before 3 seconds passed, the stars started flickering, and then a giant appeared in front of the two. Sairyo-sama. This matter has nothing to do with Lord First. I insist on coming back, so if you want to execute someone, execute me. Seeing the appearance of the Celestial Spirit King, Leo didn't know whether Asahi was the opponent of the Celestial Spirit King, so he directly opened his mouth to carry all the responsibilities himself. Leo, the exiled sinner, but this time, what happened this time really has nothing to do with you. After all, you can't do anything even if you want to resist him. It's been a long time, Asahi Dono. It's been more than 400 years in human world, but it's only a few years here. Are you here because of Leo's matter? The Celestial Spirit King glanced at Leo and then focused on Asahi. When he heard this, Asahi understood what's going on. The other Celestial Spirits didn't know him, but the Celestial Spirit King knew him, which is as he expected. Sairyo, long time no see, regarding Leo, what do you want to do with it? Asahi didn't talk nonsense, but directly shifted the topic to Leo. Leo is a sinner. He violated the rules and was exiled. This is an iron law. The Celestial Spirit King's expression didn't change at all, and it was still the same as before. At this moment, many Celestial Spirits are already watching in the surrounding. As for the other Zodiac Spirits, they all looked at Leo with worry, especially Aries. Strictly speaking, it was because of her that Leo was exiled. If it wasn't because she was bullied by Karen, such a thing would not have happened. But even if they kept pleading with the Celestial Spirit King, and even took the initiative to take responsibility, it would be useless. It would be a lie to say that they said they had no dissatisfaction with the Celestial Spirit King after Leo was exiled, but the Celestial Spirit King is the king here, and he has a relationship with this world and all the Celestial Spirits, so they could do nothing about it. There is an upper limit to the strength of the Celestial Spirits, so even they all added together, they still won't be Celestial Spirit King's opponent. Chapter 386. This old man needs to sober up. Celestial Spirit King, don't you think that you, the king, are a little incompetent? Your own people are being bullied by others, but you are helping outsiders instead of your own people. It is really eye-opening. Asahi looked at the Celestial Spirit King with disdain. The later Celestial Spirit King changed a lot because of Lucy's attitude, but he is still somewhat pedantic. However, Asahi would not kill the Celestial Spirit King directly, and he would just make the Celestial Spirit King sober up. The rules are rules, they're the same from the past to today. You are still the same as before, you always want me to change the rules. The Celestial Spirit King's tone did not change, but the words did make Asahi a little stunned. It seems that I had said such words back then. But since the Celestial Spirit King is like this, it is obvious that he does not intend to compromise. Then, there is nothing more to say. If that's the case, then let's wake you up. It looks like you are still dreaming all this time. Asahi intends to beat this guy up. After all, there are some things that need to be beaten to them before it can make sense, otherwise, this guy would stay as an old antique. You did say that when you saw me again, if I didn't change the rules, you would make me change the rules. I am also very curious about how you would do this. As the Celestial Spirit King spoke, he directly drew out his big sword. The strength of the Celestial Spirit King can be said to completely crush the other Celestial Spirits. The Celestial Spirit King can be said to exist at the same level as the Dragon King. The highest level of combat power in the later stage is undoubtedly Zeref and Agnologia. The next best ones are Irene, August, and Neil, and below them, there are the ordinary Dragon Kings, ordinary Spriggan 12, and Tartros's Marred Gear, and Celestial Spirit King is at this level. But Asahi's level is an existence that Zeref can't even reach, let alone the Celestial Spirit King. Since the Celestial Spirit King is looking for a beating, there is no need to say anything more, and he will just do it. Since the Celestial Spirit King used the weapon, Asahi would naturally use it too. He took out the Kalidbug again, and then, the one large and one small, a super big sword, and an unconventional Kalidbug directly clashed against each other. The powerful impact sent all the surrounding celestial spirits flying, and Leo, who is the closest from them, naturally flew the fastest. However, he was quickly rescued by the other celestial spirits, and then the group of celestial spirits looked at Asahi, who was equal to the celestial spirits king, with a horrified expression. The two figures, one large and one small, could be said to be evenly matched. Leo, who the hell is that guy? Aquarius asked with a solemn expression. She didn't expect that someone could be in a tie against the celestial spirit king. It must be known that they are in the celestial spirit world. Strictly speaking, the level of the celestial spirit king is higher than Mardgeir, but when he is in the human world, he cannot release his full strength. Even if someone sacrifices the zodiac key to summon the celestial spirit king, the strength of the celestial spirit king will only be related to the magic power of the person who summoned him, so if the magic power is insufficient, the celestial spirit king's combat power will be severely weakened. He also suffered a lot when fighting against Mardgeir in the original work, otherwise, the celestial spirit king could completely suppress Mardgeir. He's someone from the guild I'm in now, Fairy Tail's first guild master, who has been living for more than 400 years. Because I am now a member of Fairy Tail now, he helped me return to the celestial spirit world and fought against Siryo-sama. Leo was also very helpless. He didn't know who was stronger between the two, but he found that the two knew each other. Leo doesn't know how strong Asahi is, but he has seen the power of the weapon in Asahi's hand. As for the celestial spirit king, Leo is naturally very clear about his strength, but if he is asked who is the best between these two people, he really doesn't know. We can't even intervene, this kind of coercion is too terrifying. The group of celestial spirits are very helpless. They couldn't catch up with celestial spirit king's strength at all, they can only look at the two fighting like this, and a sense of powerlessness struck instantly. I wonder what the result will be now, but if we can really change this goddamn contract, it might be good too. The celestial spirits are naturally a little disgusted with this so-called contract, but the rules are made by the celestial spirit king, so what can they say? Since they are just like part-time workers, there's no way they can go find trouble with the boss, unless they want to be fired like Leo. Celestial spirit king, if you only have this little strength, you should just surrender obediently. As Asahi said that, the Kalidbug in his hand was swung again. It's just that he now uses brute force to wield the Kalidbug, but how terrifying is his brute force? It can be said that with his brute force, Asahi can directly destroy the celestial spirit world. This is the result of the continuous improvement from the limiter, and after so many years, his physical strength has risen to a perverted level, and even Saitama can't catch up with him. At this moment, wielding Kalidbug, Asahi used brute force to suppress the celestial spirit king. The celestial spirit king is huge, and the weapon in his hand is also huge, but he is also the one who keeps retreating and falling into the disadvantaged. If it wasn't for Asahi not intending to kill him, he would have gone with just one move. How could he be able to block so many hits from Asahi? Meteor Blade. After being suppressed so badly, Celestial Spirit King raised the big sword in his hand, and the starlight suddenly gathered around his sword, turning the already huge sword into a terrifying giant blade that was thousands of meters long, and he suddenly swung it down. This power is indeed quite powerful, but Asahi directly stopped this slash by pinching it with his palm, and then, he squeezed it fiercely. In an instant, the blade of the meteor blade was crushed. The instant they saw this, the eyes of all the celestial spirits popped out like in anime, and all of them almost fall to the ground. Impossible, how could my meteor blade be blocked by your hand so easily? Moreover, we're still in the celestial spirit world. The celestial spirit king was shocked and lost his composure immediately. Seeing him like this, Asahi also knew that this guy had never fought with him in the past. Otherwise, it is estimated that he would have given up long ago. But now, seeing that the celestial spirit king started doubting life, it is indeed very good. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and once again liberated the Kalidbug, and then threw it out. Although it was powerful, it is not enough to kill this guy, and at most, he would only be seriously injured. After Kalidbug liberated again, the huge mushroom cloud rose again, and the terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions again. It's that weapon again, the celestial spirit king shouldn't die from it, right? Seeing this scene, Leo was a little worried about the celestial spirit king. It was not that he had a good heart, but that if this guy died, they would also suffer accordingly. Chapter 387 Celestial Spirits Start Complaining Cough. I am so weak. After the aftermath dissipated, the celestial spirit king finally appeared in front of all the celestial spirits. His current appearance was no longer the same as before. He was extremely ragged. The reason he could survive after being hit by such a violent explosion, in addition for Asahi holding back, it's also because of his own strength. However, no matter how he continued to fight, the Celestial Spirit King himself knew that he was not Asahi's opponent, because Kilidbug had already appeared in Asahi's hand again. Even one throw from this kind of weapon is so powerful, so the Celestial Spirit King can't imagine whether he will survive a few more strikes. Celestial Spirit King, how is it? Do you want to continue fighting? Asahi looked at the Celestial Spirit King and asked. He knew that this guy is not completely hopeless, but some rules in the Celestial Spirit world need to be revised. What do you want? The Celestial Spirit King's complexion was not good, and he looked at Asahi with an ugly face. Didn't I tell you before? Revise the contract between celestial spirits and humans. If you are a king, then do your job as the king. Of course, if you are not a king, just treat my word as a fart. Asahi's purpose has not changed from beginning to the end. One is to help Leo, and the other is to modify this unreasonable contract. What are you doing this for? If it's just for Leo, I can let him come back. The Celestial Spirit King is a little puzzled. After all, this matter can be regarded as the Celestial Spirit's own affair, but why does this guy like to be nosy so much? Although both parties have met back then, and Asahi also warned him, but he was too lazy to care. But now, Asahi has appeared again, and he directly crushed himself with such terrifying force, so he can no longer ignore him. Isn't it obvious from what I said? I just think your contract has a lot of irrationalities. Celestial Spirit King, let me ask you a question. Are you the king of celestial spirits or the king of humans? Asahi watched Celestial Spirit King and asked his own question. He always felt that this guy was actually an undercover of humans on the celestial spirits side. What do you mean? I am naturally the king of the celestial spirits, why do you talk about humans? The Celestial Spirit King was confused again, he wondered what was the purpose of asking this question. Very well, then let me ask you carefully. You should know the content of this contract and what happened to Ares, right? After signing a contract with humans, the celestial spirits cannot choose to force close their gate, unless other celestial spirit take the initiative to open their gate and push the previous celestial spirit out, but this kind of thing is not something ordinary celestial spirit can do. And even if it can be done, if the celestial spirit mage can open 2 gates at once, or even 3 gates, it will be useless. The celestial spirits have some disadvantages while in the human world. If you are still the king of celestial spirits, you should listen carefully to what your subjects say. A wise king will listen to his subjects, but a foolish king will ignore his subjects. The reason why you are still sitting in this position now is not because you are highly respected, but because your strength is the strongest among the celestial spirits, and you are also closely related to the lives of other celestial spirits. You are a king, but you just sit in this position without thinking about what you should do in this position. I don't recognize this kind of king, and they also won't admit it. You're the king just because of your particularity, and there is nothing they can do about it. If you really still think of yourself as a king, let go of your arrogance and listen carefully to what the celestial spirits say, instead of making arbitrary decisions by yourself. It's fine to make a wrong decision, but you should learn from the mistake. Don't let me look down on you. Asahi actually knew that the Celestial Spirit King was not bad in nature. After all, he took Leo back because of Lucy. And in the later period, it wasn't like that. He was so rigid to the point that he couldn't be changed, so under the attack of Asahi's words, he can only be silent. Although the Celestial Spirit King cannot change some essential laws, for example, summoning him requires breaking a zodiac key, but he can modify the contract, just like he can exile Leo according to the content of the contract, but he can also take Leo back because of Lucy. His authority allows him to modify the contract to a certain extent. But Asahi doesn't know what this guy thinks, as he doesn't have the mentality of listening to his subjects' complaints at all. It can be said that he is a robot, as he only knows to act in accordance with the contract, but he can also break this unreasonable contract. However, the essence hasn't changed much, so Asahi's visit this time can be regarded as a welfare for Leo. You'd better make a decision quickly. After all, the flow of time here is different from the human world, so I still need to rush back. Asahi has been here for a while, and it is estimated that several days have passed in the human world. I understand, everyone, come here. As soon as Asahi urged him, the Celestial Spirit King, who was still thinking, made up his mind directly, and called the others to him. A large number of celestial spirits stood in front of the Celestial Spirit King and looked at each other. Some special celestial spirit and the zodiac exist in a single form and cannot be replaced. But many celestial spirit exist in plural, so there are a large number of celestial spirit at this moment. Let's talk about it. I have indeed never heard of your complaints in the past, and it doesn't matter even if you say it, but this time, I will definitely hear all of your voices and learn from it. The Celestial Spirit King spoke, and when the other celestial spirits heard this, they are relieved. The Celestial Spirit King is the king, and he didn't bother to lie, so if he said so, They didn't have to worry about it. After that, each of the celestial spirits, including the zodiac, also told their own bitter journey. Being a celestial spirit is actually a very troublesome thing. As a celestial spirit, their flow of time is different. Human mages can live for more than 100 years and decades for the weaker ones, but this kind of time, for them, is only hundreds of days, and there are all kinds of incidents in between. When celestial spirit mage was killed and their keys were seized, it would be equivalent to replacing their companion in less than a year. Finally, they had some feelings and bonds with their companions, but they won't be able to meet for long, so the celestial spirit was very sad, and even if this is not the case, they would still encounter many dark mages. There is no lower limit for such people, and some of them are even worse than Karen. So the celestial spirits can be said to be constantly complaining at this moment. Hearing their complaints, Asahi was completely taken aback. He felt that Lucy is really the perfect celestial spirit mage. After all, she is the same as celestial spirits, always complaining. Chapter 388 The Change of the Celestial Spirit King Guy. After listening to their complaints, the celestial spirit king's rigid attitude could no longer be maintained. For a long time, he just followed his own duties. He was born to be a king and has always been a king, but he doesn't know what a king should bear. Because of his strength and majesty, the celestial spirits didn't dare to say anything, and they didn't dare to say any dissatisfaction. But now, the celestial spirit king suddenly felt that he is a failure. After listening to everyone's complaints, he wanted to speak but he couldn't say anything. As a king, you should learn how to be considerate of your own people. Although this is not an absolute template, but for you, there is no harm at all. People have their own pursuits, and being a king also has its own pursuits. But no matter what, as a king, you must know what you should do, how you should do it, whether you have done something wrong. These 3 points will never change. As Asahi said this, he couldn't help but remembered of the 3 kings' banquet in Fate Zero. They discussed the king's problem, but to be honest, Asahi felt that all these 3 kings had problems. For Gilgamesh, he used to be a wise king, but he changed in the later stage. Gilgamesh's early stage can be said to be a standard template for a king. As for Alexander the Great, with his situation, strictly speaking, he is not considered a king. Although there are also kings on the horse, but a king who only knows how to fight is not an emperor. If it's so, some marshal and generals can be considered kings too. As for Arthuria, there is no problem in caring about her people and country, but she made a mistake that was even more exaggerated than others, that is, she completely ignores her people's voice. It was indeed good to work for the sake of her own people and country, but she just didn't listen to the public opinion, and she only knows to make decisions by herself. Moreover, she wasn't able to deal with the internal moths. It is true that a king needs to be magnanimous, but she doesn't have the stinginess that a king should have. As a result, she could not be regarded as a king at all. Strictly speaking, she is just a slave of the country. Although many kings slept later than most people and got up earlier than even chickens, they were more involved in handling government affairs. So there is one thing Arthuria is missing, that is, the majesty of the king. The king can kill 1,000,000 in anger, and this sentence is not a joke. But because she cared too much, she also lacks a lot of things. Asahi himself couldn't explain what a king should have, but at least, he still knows some. He didn't dare to say that he knows everything, but he still dares to say that he knows some basic things, but the Celestial Spirit King, he doesn't even grasp the basics. You are right, I have always been a king since I was born, but I only know to obey the rules blindly. Even though I know it's unreasonable, I have always respected these rules. Since I am a king, I should have listened to the opinions of his people. This time, thank you so much. It was you who woke me up. I will refer to the many celestial spirits and past contracts to redraw a contract that will be equal to both parties. The Celestial Spirit King also figured out that these things really need to be replanned. It's good for you to understand it yourself. You are still the king of celestial spirit, and as a king, you should give some benefits to your own subjects. Don't always think about fairness between the two parties, as long as you don't have that kind of one-side's arbitrary situation like before, it's fine. After all, there is no such thing as complete fairness. You should know what your people are like. Asahi said a little bit amused. The Celestial Spirit King still thinks about fairness, but how can there be fairness in this world? There are some with stronger magic power than others at birth, and their talent in magic is several times stronger than others. This kind of thing is innate, and all fairness is nonsense. Between a fool and a smart person, how can this be compared? So fairness is relative. If someone want to be completely fair, it is impossible unless they put their life in it. Okay, since I already say so much, then you can figure out the rest by yourself. I'm going back first. Asahi planned to leave after finished speaking, but before he could leave, he was stopped by all the celestial spirits and the Celestial Spirit King. I announce once again that you will always be a friend of all the celestial spirits. Since you have enlightened me, you should stay and let us treat you well." The celestial spirit king said. Since this guest has enlightened himself, he couldn't just let the other party go back like this, as the celestial spirit needs to show their hospitality. "It's kind of good to be guest, so I will come here when I have the opportunity. But now, I will go back first. After all, the time flow of the two worlds is a bit too much. That's it, the next time I want to come, I will notify you first." Asahi shook his head with a smile. Regarding the celestial spirit's kindness, he really appreciates it, but now, he really can't stay here any longer. So Asahi directly used space magic to return. In this regard, the celestial spirit king and the group of celestial spirits could only shake their heads, and then began to formulate a new contract. Speaking of which, Asahi made a profit this time. After all, the strength of the celestial spirit king is not weak, so his percentage has increased a lot in this one fight. If he finds some strong people, it is estimated that you can complete the percentage before long. The combat power in Fairy Tail World is still quite strong, and his Gate of Babylon are not as hard to increase as the limiter. After all, the limiter is too overpowered, as it can make him become stronger even when lying down and sleeping. After returning to Magnolia, Asahi found that almost a week has passed here, which also made he a little speechless. He just had a fight with the Celestial Spirit King and returned not long after. Even then, a lot of time has passed here. Before Asahi entered the Fairy Tales building, he saw a missing person notice posted at the gate, but it was not for Asahi, but for Loke. Asahi is different. The people of Fairy Tail don't think that Asahi will be in any danger, so they don't care if Asahi is missing, but they care about Loke. He didn't go home, did not leave any information, and did not accept any mission, as the mission they accept must be registered with Myra. In addition, Loke's behavior has been a bit strange recently. In truth, in the first 2 days after he disappeared, they are not worried, but as the time went by, everyone started to worry. After all, even if this guy is usually a playboy, he is still their companion. So after almost a week, the missing person notices were posted everywhere, and everyone went out to find Loke. Chapter 389 The naughty brat is back. I'm so tired, and I didn't get any results at all. Where did that Loke go to? In the evening, a group of people finally returned to the guild. Because they were looking for someone, all the members were dispatched. No one in the guild remained, as they all went out to find Loke. After everyone came back in the evening, they were constantly complaining, but concerns about Loke could be heard in their complaints. "Sho. Lord First, you came back. Where did you go during this period of time?" "No, it's not the time to talk about this. Can you please help us with this matter? It's about Loke." After seeing Asahi, everyone's eyes brightened. They have seen Asahi's methods, and they all felt that he is omnipotent. And besides omnipotent, there is also a feeling as if he knows everything, and he holds everything in his hands. Before Asahi was not here, and he wasn't in this world, there was no way to contact him, and now that he is back, the situation will be better. "I know what happened to Loke. You don't need to keep looking for him. He left because I took him away. It's like this." Asahi then told everyone about Loke. "Well, Leo. It turns out that Loke is a celestial spirit. No wonder I always feel that he is weird, and when he saw the celestial spirit Mage, it is like seeing a ghost. I didn't expect that he had such a history before." After everyone listened to Asahi's explanation, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that Loke actually has such a history, but now that the matter is resolved, it will naturally be alright, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, if that is the case, doesn't it mean that my contract needs to be re-signed?" Lucy suddenly exclaimed. If she re-signed the contract again, who knows what the content of the contract will be like. "What are you worried about? The relationship between you and your celestial spirits is very good. Moreover, if even you are worried, what about the others? Especially those guys who directly use celestial spirits as tools." Asahi rolled his eyes speechlessly. He wondered why Lucy would be so worried. Even before, she was treating her celestial spirits like her own ancestors, so a new contract would not be a problem for her. Moreover, even with the previous contract, Lucy can be bullied by Aquarius, so Asahi can only say that she is indeed too weak. Aquarius followed her mother at the beginning, which is equivalent to the role of an elder, so it is normal for her to be educated. But the relationship between Lucy and Aquarius is also the best among all the celestial spirits, and there are indeed too many inseparable things between the Lucy's family and the celestial spirits that cannot be parted. "That's right, I really don't have to worry about this, but if the contract of Dark Guild members are forcibly terminated, doesn't that mean that I have a chance? If I can gather the Zodiac Key." As Lucy said this, her eyes began to shine, causing others to be speechless for a while. Lucy is indeed a strange girl, but her mother is also a bit strange, as she might be drunk when she gave out her keys. Lucy's mother forcibly opened the Eclipse Gate without all the keys because she gave her keys to her confidants, and the consequences eventually killed her. You have the opportunity, but not everyone who has the key is a member of the Dark Guild, so you should keep working hard. Asahi shook his head as he said that, so Lucy was speechless about this. She was just having a dream, but the other party rebuked her like this, causing her dream to be broken instantly. By the way, this Leo's key will be left for you. He asked me to hand it over to you. With that said, Asahi also handed Leo's key to Lucy. It's natural for Leo to choose so, it's because he had been with Lucy's mother, so it was normal to give his key to Lucy. Seeing this scene, Lucy immediately cried out in surprise, as she didn't expect to get a golden key for nothing. Since no, he should be called Leo now. Since Leo is fine, let's celebrate. Makarov yelled, and everyone cheered again. But this is indeed something worth celebrating. They are exhausted after looking for Locke all the time, which is considered hard work, so they naturally need some comfort. So at night, Fairy Tail began to make noise again. The surrounding residents hadn't heard Fairy Tail making noises for a while, and they were not used to it. Now that they suddenly started making noise again, they sighed in relief. In this way, after a night of partying, Fairy Tail's members lay on the ground again, and when they woke up, they would do whatever they should do. And Asahi suddenly became a little idle, but soon, the atmosphere in Fairy Tail began to change a little. Lixus and the Thunder God tribe have come back, but the atmosphere will usually become like this when they come back to the guild. Myra said helplessly. The few people who came in through the gate are naturally Lixus and his Thunder God tribe. Lixus can be said to be the strongest mage in Fairy Tail besides Makarov and Guild Arts. And because of his temper problem, and because of Fairy Tail, Natsu and the others are often complained about him. Moreover, when others praise him, they never see his efforts, but attributes everything to Makarov. In addition, when he was a child, his father was kicked out from Fairy Tail, which made Lixus's character a little distorted, but he is still a member of Fairy Tail. He said that would not treat these people as his companions, but in the end, no one was hurt when he used fairy law in the original work. He doesn't even know what he thinks, which can only said to be tragic. Makarov also talked to Asahi about Lixus and Ivan before. Ivan is definitely hopeless, but Lixus is different. Since he is back now, Asahi should be able to enlighten him, but according to the usual practice, Asahi doesn't think that a simple talk can handle this guy. If he wanted to deal with Lixus, he basically has to beat him first, and then move his mouth after beating him. Just like the Celestial Spirit King, he must experience the severe beatings of the society before he can be obedient. Chapter 390 Lixus is dumbfounded. Welcome back Lixus, have you completed your mission? Although Lixus was kind of arrogant, the mission still needs to be reported to Myra. It's finished, why is there a newcomer in the guild? This kind of rubbish comes here all day long. Lixus didn't sense anything from Asahi, and thought that the other party was just a trash. He is not interested in the weak, or he wanted Fairy Tail to become stronger. He felt that the reason why Fairy Tail was bullied was because it was too weak. If the guild was strong enough, like him, would there still be a problem? Lixus has never been bullied before, and it is because of his strength. Although Fairy Tail's reputation has improved a lot during this period and it has also eased Lixus's mood a little, it still can't eliminate his tyrannical thoughts that have accumulated over the years. I have heard Makarov say that he has a grandson who likes to be cranky. It seems that it's true, you really like to be cranky. Myra was a little angry when she heard Lixus's words, but before she could talk about Asahi, Asahi spoke himself first. Well newcomer, you sure are very courageous. Not only do you call the old man by his name, you also dare to provoke me. Lixus became interested in Asahi when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone so weak would dare to provoke him. It's not the provocation, I'm just stating a fact. You are indeed a brat who likes to make trouble. Because your efforts were not recognized, and you did experience some bad things when you were young, you become like this now. But your crankiness is also because the people in the guild are not very strong, which causes them to be bullied, right? You don't look down on them because they are weak, but you are just worried that they will be targeted by others in the future and they will be powerless to resist. You can't even figure out by yourself, that's why you treated the people here as enemies. Asahi chattered a lot, but since his voices is not soft, a lot of people heard this, and they were all shocked. As for Lixus, his face has already turned black. If Asahi's words are false, then Lixus's behavior is not like this, and he will only find it ridiculous, but now, his face turned black, which means that Asahi's words have poked him on the sore spot. It turns out Lixus cares about us, but it seems that I heard the rumors of Lixus outside that he was indeed praised as the grandson of the master. And that's the reason he can make such an achievement. It turns out that Lixus is just being awkward. Everyone actually didn't have very good feeling towards Lixus, as he always treat them badly. But now, They found out that Lexus actually cares about them. He just hopes that they can become stronger and not be bullied by others, but he can't express it, and the way he is expressing it is wrong. That's enough, shut up. Lexus was furious, especially when even the 3 Thunder God Tribe's members looked at him in astonishment. He was really embarrassed at this moment, and the only thing he thinks about now is to save his face. You're just talking nonsense. What kind of person I am? It's not up to others to talk about it casually. Your mouth is indeed very powerful, then let me see if your fists are strong enough. Lexus, who was so embarrassed and furious, attacked Asahi directly. After being madly poked into his sore spot by Asahi, he couldn't bear it anymore. The fist entwined with lightning blasted towards Asahi, but in the next second, both Lexus and the Thunder God Tribe were stunned. Lexus' fist entwined, which was entwined with golden lightning, looked very powerful, but it was easily blocked by the other party with a finger, and the huge impact also formed a moderate air wave. Lexus felt that he was dreaming when he saw this. Are you afraid that I will get hurt, so you only used 30% of your strength? You don't have to worry, just use your 100% of your strength. Asahi is a little amused. This guy has a very sharp tongue, but a very soft heart. As long as it doesn't completely irritate him and make him lose his mind, he would still remember to hold back. It looks like I have misjudged you, but don't dare to be arrogant. Since you have some strength, I'll use 100% of my strength. Let's see if you can block it. Lexus also laughed angrily, and punched out again. This time, it was indeed 100%. Stop, Lexus, this is the guild, don't do it here. Freed and the others were taken aback. With this punch from Lexus, without mentioning what will happen to the other party, this guild is probably going to be destroyed. Lexus's 100% strength is not a joke, but it is obviously too late now, as Lexus's fist has already arrived in front of Asahi. A violent explosion exploded suddenly, but a magic circle appeared inside the guild, which instantly blocked this impact. If this punch of Lexus happened in the old guild's building, it is estimated that most of the building will be destroyed, but this time, he can't break even a single thing. It is indeed very powerful. After standing up from under the counter, Myra said with a smile. Fortunately, this building had been reinforced, otherwise, it would be ruined. How can the building be fine? After Freed and the others got up from the ground, they looked at the guild's building with puzzled expression. The building didn't have any damage at all, which is too exaggerated. Don't worry, the building has been strengthened a long time ago. Even Lexus can't break it with all his strength, but the people will still be affected. If you want to watch the show, it's best to stay a little far away. Mikao and the others came out from behind the table and said. Their building is simply invincible, and it is impossible for Lexus to damage it. Can it be like this after being strengthened? Freed and the other 2 were a bit speechless. Why does it feel like our home has changed a lot after we went out for a trip? But Freed quickly reacted, and looked at Lexus and Asahi again. As a result, everyone saw that Lexus's fist was blocked by one finger again. Aren't you the strongest known person in Fairy Tail? You are too weak. Asahi said a little amused. Let alone the current Lexus, even if it was Lexus at the end of the plot couldn't hurt Asahi at all, even if Asahi just let him beat him without any resistance. Impossible, who are you? Lexus would not believe that a newcomer would have such power and can block his own attack so easily. Stop fighting Lexus. You are not Lord First's opponent at all. He is the founder of Fairy Tail, the first guild master of Fairy Tail. Myra helplessly explained, she knew that this time, Lexus will suffer a lot. Chapter 391 Education with the Fist of Love First. Guildmaster. Not only Lexus, but also the Thunder God Tribe, who didn't know, were also stunned. They wondered what's going on, and how can the first Guildmaster pop out of nowhere? If they remember correctly, isn't the history of Fairy Tail more than 400 years old? How could first Guildmaster, who is just a human, live for so long? But they felt that Myra doesn't seem to be lying, so they looked at the others. As a result, the others also nodded immediately, just like a chicken pecking rice. It's all true, this guy in front of them is really the first Guildmaster. Impossible, Fairy Tail's first Guildmaster is a figure from more than 400 years ago. How could anyone live for so long? Lexus wouldn't believe such an absurd thing. After all, this guy still looks so young. Well, you don't need to believe it if you don't want to, but boy, you need education as you are now. However, in your case, just oral education is not enough, then, let's change the place to fight with me. After saying that, Asahi snapped his fingers, and the Thunder God Tribe, along with Lexus and Asahi, disappeared into the guild. Lexus is probably going to be over this time, but it's also good for Lord First to teach him a lesson. Although this guy doesn't really look down on us, but his eyes and attitude are sometimes really annoying. Fairy Tale's members felt that Lexus's personality should be changed. Although they now know that he didn't really hate them, but that kind of temperament really makes people speechless, but they feel that it is a pity that they can't watch the show. They don't know where Asahi took those people to, so they can't find them even if they search now. At the same time, Asahi had brought Lexus and the Thunder God tribe to an isolated island. This is an isolated island in the middle of the sea. In here, we can do it whatever we want. In short, if you cause damage here, no one else will care, so let's get started. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and rushed to the 4 people. He also got experience from defeating the opponent, but it's not as much as killing. However, Lexus's strength is not bad, and the Thunder God tribe are all up to the standard, so no matter how little experience they gave, it is still experience. He took us to this kind of place in an instant. He's really not normal. Lexus's face changed when he heard this. He didn't think the other party would deceive him casually. After all, he is also strong. He even believes that the other party is the first guild master, but he can't show weakness, so if Asahi wanted a fight, he must fight. Lexus, we will help you. The Thunder God tribe also kept up with Lexus. As the Thunder God tribe, they had already learned how to cooperate with Lexus. Therefore, they quickly helped him. Freed quickly used Dark Aperture and boosted himself to the strongest state. The other 2, Evergreen and Bixlow, also cooperated with the offense. As for Lexus, he was constantly throwing thunder and lightning. The cooperation of these people is actually quite good. Your cooperation is not bad, and a tacit understanding between you is also good, but... Asahi snapped his fingers, and the whole island was covered by a large number of golden circles. Countless weapons came out, and were aimed at Lexus and the others. What? Lexus, who saw this, was shocked, but before he could say anything, the first wave of attacks has arrived. The noble phantasms Asahi used this time are not high level, but even the low-level noble phantasms can cause them some trouble. Lexus completely relied on his lightning and brute force to knock down a large number of noble phantasms that fell from the sky. In this way, a few minutes later, this wave of noble phantasms stopped, but at this moment, everyone was already a bit ragged. Even Lexus couldn't block all the noble phantasms, so his body was inevitably scratched. That's good, then, the next wave will come soon. By the way, it will be more powerful than before. As soon as the voice fell, countless noble phantasms shot out again. This time, although most of them were of the lowest level, a lot of higher level ones were mixed among them. A few minutes later, the 4 people are several times more ragged than before. Bastard, come and fight me directly if you have the ability. What's the point of just shooting projectiles like this? Lexus is also angry. He wants to destroy those golden circles, but he can't do it. He can only defend himself when a bunch of weapons shoot towards them. So it's not strange that he is angry. Okay, then I will convince you to lose. A pair of boxing gloves appeared in Asahi's hands. After all, they are his own people, so he shouldn't strike so hard. But he must use the noble phantasm, otherwise, he won't gain experience. After preparing, Asahi dismissed all the golden circles, and then the color of his hands changed a little, and there were several magic circles covering them. Armament hockey which increased the pain, plus some magic circles which improves the opponent's perception of pain. It's only 10 times, not that much. If they are enemies, maybe Asahi would use dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even thousands of times. But this is already enough to educate them. You 3, cooperate with my attack, let's go. Lexus turned into a thunderbolt, and rushed towards Asahi, while the other 3 cooperated with the attack from behind. Evergreen's fairy magic shot like a bullet, and Bixlow's dolls also flew over. As for Freed, he used letter magic to turn text into flames, water, and lightning, which all blasted towards Asahi. But these attacks are not even qualified to even touch Asahi. The moment the attack came in front of Asahi, Asahi disappeared, and the attack just fell directly to the ground. Lexus's pupils shrank, and he stopped his body with a sudden break. Asahi's disappearance this time was too abrupt. Boy, it seems that you really like to write. Do you know what the Fist of Love is? After arriving behind Freed, Asahi punched him, and Freed felt 10 times the pain. Although the punch is that hard, Freed still directly rolled all over the floor in pain. Regarding Freed, Asahi is a little speechless. Because this guy really likes Lexus. It's fine if it's just normal worship, but this guy wants to play philosophy with Lexus. Even when there are other women around Lexus, this guy will be jealous. Thinking about it, Asahi felt dizzy. Asahi thinks that this kid needs a good education. With so many attractive girls in this world, why would he want to be gay? Moreover, Lexus is not interested in him, so this guy is in unrequited love from beginning to the end. Chapter 392 More pain for tough guy. Freed was punched before he had time to react. As for the other two, they were also a little bit scared, especially after seeing Freeds rolling on the ground. They were even more shocked. But Asahi couldn't just stop just because they are scared, so after punching them once each, Bixlow and Evergreen followed Freed's path. It took less than 3 seconds for Asahi to do this, and when Lixus came back to his senses, his 3 subordinates were already rolling on the floor. Silence. At this moment, Lixus is silent, as he knows what his subordinates are like. Although he didn't dare to say that they are not afraid of death at all, he knew that they won't rolling and screaming in pain after just being punched. In short, Lixus's 3 worldviews has been refreshed. He can't understand how the other party punched his subordinates into this way, and the speed is too fast, as it was already done in the blink of an eye. He is also a little annoyed, as he forgets that the other party knows how to teleport. Unless he can analyze the other party's combat methods, attack patterns and habits, this kind of teleporting ability is like a hack's. Mast insisted on using such an overpowered skill into a pure auxiliary skill, so it can be said that he's an idiot. Go all out. I know you still have Dragon Slayer magic. If you don't use it now, you will have no chance. Asahi watched Lixus, who turned silent, and knew that he had received a big blow, so he opened his mouth to remind him a little bit. Since he wants to take care of Lixus's psychology, he should let the other party releases all his strength and conquer him, otherwise, he will still cause trouble since he is not convinced. Did that old man even tell you this kind of thing? Lixus is speechless again. He didn't expect that his trump card would be revealed by the other party. Although Makarov did tell me, even if he doesn't say anything, I still know it. After all, the smell of Dragon Slayer magic on you is too strong, like a big light bulb that dazzles your eyes. Asahi shook his head as he said that. Lixus didn't push for an answer anymore, and directly exploded with his full strength. His body began to swell rapidly, and even his clothes were ripped apart. Originally, this guy is very tall, but after swelling up, he directly became a humanoid monster. Dragon scale pattern also appeared on his forearms, his teeth began to grow longer and sharper, and only the whites of the eyes remained. Lightning Dragon's roar. Lixus immediately attacked after he finished. But even though the attack was loud enough, it was useless. The lightning beam was shattered by Asahi with a direct punch. This scene made Lixus stunned once again. The attack he launched after activating the Dragon Slayer magic is not weak, but now, it was shattered by the other party's fist. He originally thought that the other party was only good at space magic, but now that, even his punch is so powerful. You have trained the Dragon Slayer magic to a certain level, and it is much stronger than Natsu and the others, but it is a pity that it is useless. More than 400 years ago, the Dragon Slayer magic appeared, and among the first generation of Dragon Slayer, 2 of them are still alive, and even them are not my opponents. Do you think you are stronger than them? Asahi completely ignored Lixus's attacks. No matter what kind of attack Lixus used, even if he used Dragon Slayer's secret art, the final result is that all of them are crushed by a punch. It was the first time Lixus felt this endless sense of powerlessness. In his eyes, Asahi has become a world-destroying demon god, while he is as powerless as an ant. I still have one last move. After being suppressed so badly by Asahi, Lixus's face also became extremely ugly, and a small golden ball suddenly appeared between his hands. Fairy Law? You sure you wanted to use that technique? Although the power is indeed good, do you think I can't do this trick? Asahi glanced at Lixus a little speechlessly. Regarding the 3 great fairy magics, Ziref actually know about it too. After all, the 3 great fairy magics were created by modifying the original law magic, and Ziref knows the most primitive magic. After the birth of the 3 great fairy magics, the curious Ziref has also studied it, but he doesn't use it very much, so it's not strange that he can also uses it. Moreover, in terms of power, his is much stronger than Lixus. After hearing Asahi's words, Lixus's face turned green, as he forgot the identity of the other party. Right now, he has basically believed the identity of the other party, so how could the other party, who is the first guild master of Fairy Tail, not be able to use the 3 great fairy magics? Mavis used law magic to cause her own problems, but there was also the shadow of Ziref in the middle. Asahi doesn't know whether how this magic is passed down. There is no record, and he hasn't experienced it himself, so it's natural that he doesn't know. So it is still a question whether the 3 great fairy magics came from Asahi or from Mavis. If it was passed down by Asahi, then why would Mavis still become Fairy Heart? But if it wasn't him, then why didn't he pass this magic in the first place? Asahi himself couldn't figure it out, so he gave up thinking. At any rate, his identity as first guild master is still here, so there is nothing to say even if he can use this kind of magic. Facing Lixus's fairy law, Asahi doesn't care at all. After all, even if it is used, Asahi will not be attacked based on the other party's thinking. The fact is the same as Asahi's thought. Lixus's fairy law was successfully activated. All the three great fairy magics are very strong, so the light emitted by fairy law almost illuminates the entire island, but even with all that, Asahi is not harmed. In the first place, such damage is ineffective to him, but now, the magic released by Lixus did not hurt him at all. Regarding this, Asahi didn't say much. The moment Lixus retracted the magic, Asahi came to his side, and then punched him hard. As a result, there was one more person rolling on the ground, but since he is dealing with a tough guy like Lixus, he strengthened his methods and increased the pain to 100 times. No matter how tough he usually acts, it is useless this time. The moment he was punched by Asahi, Lixus understood why his three subordinates became like that. This kind of pain is simply killing him, but since this guy's willpower is more exaggerated than others, it makes it impossible for him to faint. Since he can't faint, he can only bear it, so for some time, there was a loud scream of pain on the island. Chapter 393 Lixus, who dare not be cranky anymore. After an hour passed, Asahi, the Thunder God tribe and Lixus returned to Fairy Tail again. It's just that at this moment, the Thunder God tribe and Lixus are all pale, and they also look depressed. The Fairy Tail's members who saw this scene have their eyes widened, as Lixus's appearance at this moment is very rare. Okay, let's get along well in the future, and there won't be any big problems. Asahi looked at everyone and said. All of them were shocked, because after saying this, Lixus didn't show any respond. Normally, Lixus would definitely open his mouth to mock, but this time, Lixus's action has confused everyone. Lord First, what did you do? Why did they become like this? Mikarov, as Lixus's grandfather, was a little surprised. After Lixus and the others left silently, he couldn't help but ask. The changes from before and after are too great. Lixus changed from being rebellious to a good boy. The contrast is too great to accept. I didn't do anything, well. I just educated these four guys. I have a friend who likes to educate his grandson with his fists. His grandson has been educated with his fist since he was a child, and he called this fist the fist of love. I also learned from him this time. I first beat up these guys, and then I had a good reasoning with them. Asahi said that he didn't do much, but everyone was speechless when they heard his words. Is Lord First exaggerating? Isn't it a bit too much to educate his own grandson with his fists? Is it that simple? Mikarov always felt that things were not that simple, but he didn't know the details clearly. It's that simple, but I added a little something in the middle. When I punched them, I prepared 10 times the pain package for the Thunder God tribe. As for Lixus, that kid has good willpower, so I prepared 100 times the pain package for him. Asahi said and then revealed his big white teeth. 10 times the pain, 100 times the pain. What does it feel like? Are you a devil? Everyone cursed in their hearts at this moment. Even Myra, who is known as a devil, looked at Asahi in shock. Myra feels that she is already evil enough, and although she is not the same as before, she is still evil, but now, compared with Asahi, she is still very pure. Thinking of feeling 100 times the pain, everyone suddenly mourns Lixus for a second. He's really unlucky. We can provoke anyone, but we can never provoke Lord First. You mustn't provoke him. Just as everyone thinks, Lixus and the Thunder God tribe do think that Asahi is super devil. But in the face of such a devil with super combat power, they really didn't dare to say anything, and if they are beaten, they will be beaten. In fact, besides beating them up, Asahi also told them a lot of truth, including those things in the Edolas. After knowing that he was the guild master there, Lixus didn't say much anymore. He is actually quite good to other people, and it's just that he can't express it. In addition, it is also because of what happened when he was a child, otherwise, Lixus wouldn't have become like this. Asahi directly told Lixus that as long as his performance is good, the position of the guild master will be his in the future. As for Fairy Tail's strength, Asahi told him that he can't always pursue strength. Although strength is important, the most important thing is the companion. Lixus usually did not get approval, so Asahi gave him approval. He directly told Lixus the secret of Fairy Tail, the Fairy Heart. Mavis is the 11th guild master, and the secret of the Fairy Heart has only appeared since Mavis. This is a secret that only the guild master can know, so after Asahi told Lixus this secret when he was chatting with Lixus alone, Lixus felt that he has been recognized. Therefore, his mentality has also improved a lot, and the plot of the Battle of Fairy Tail will not appear, but his awkward personality is still there. There is no way to reverse it so simply, as he can only slowly change it later. Asahi talked to Mikarov and others about the specific situation. The Fairy Heart's matter was excluded, so the others were also relieved. Now that he has been persuaded, that's good, as they don't have to be enemies with Lixus in the future. Lixus. That little bastard, I hope he can be more mature. Mikarov is also happy, but the character of this guy is also a bit awkward, so he won't deliberately praise the other party. By the way, Lord First, in a few days, it will be Magnolia Harvest Festival. Do you want to participate? After the Lixus's matter, Makarov suddenly remembered that a festival was coming soon. Fairy Tail will also join with the one called the Fantasia Parade. This is not a tradition 400 years ago, but a tradition after Mavis moved the guild to Magnolia. On this day, Fairy Tail will prepare for a magical parade, and to put it bluntly, it is a large-scale parade-type performance. Fantasia Parade is interesting, but I won't participate. You can figure it out by yourself. Asahi naturally knows what this is. It can be said that the contribution Fairy Tail gave to this city is very great. Most mages will not participate in such things. After all, the status of magicians is much higher than that of ordinary people. And this kind of performance is performed for ordinary people, so most mages don't like to participate in it. They won't do such thing without money, but Fairy Tail is different, and the Fantasia Parade has even become a trademark of the city. On this day, many people from other city and guilds will also come here, which can be said to be the most lively day. There are still 3 days before this day. Originally, this day should have been interrupted when Luxus started the Battle of Fairy Tail, but such thing is no longer needed, and Luxus is also not expelled. That's really a pity. Makarov did not force Asahi, after all, this kind of thing is voluntary. This time, Gagiel did not sneak into Raven Tail. Makarov's undercover plan is useless now, as Raven Tail will be dealt with by Asahi in the future. As for now, he'll just wait to watch the Fantasia Parade. And it seems that before the Fantasia Parade, Fairy Tail also has a beauty contest coming. Chapter 394 Fairy Tail's beauty contest. Time flies, and a few days passed, and Fairy Tail was also working hard to organize the Fantasia Parade. There is also the girls, who are constantly working hard to prepare for the contest, and today, Fairy Tail's beauty contest is happening. Of course, since it is a beauty contest, it is not surprising that the top rankings are just few people. Myra, Ursa, and Lucy, the first two are very high-spec girls. As for Lucy, she also has a good figure. Although she is a bit weird, it does not affect too much, and the others are inferior to them. And Juvia is now also in the cute style. Of course, she often hides in the dark and stares at Asahi, making Asahi speechless about this. He didn't expect that he would replace Gray's position, but back then, it is the best way to poach Juvia, so he could only accept it. The stage had already been prepared. The Fantasia Parade is at night, and as for the daytime, it was of course the beauty contest. This year, a lot of newcomers have been added. I wonder if Ursa can directly hold the #1 position this time. Mikao and Wakaba started talking lecherously again. They are actually kind of weird. Both of them are more lustful, of course, it is normal to be lustful, but both of them are also extremely loyal to their family. So what they are talking about are just lip service. The beauty contest soon begins, and the first one to appear is Myra. Although Myra is not the winner last year, her position cannot be replaced. Although she used to be a tomboy, she has already attracted countless fans when she first debuted. Although Ursa is also very popular, she is obviously better, as people like cute girl more. Of course, Asahi also thinks so, and after Myra took the stage and started dancing, a burst of cheers exploded immediately, but this time, Myra had recovered her magic, so with her evil nature, the others were probably going to be unlucky. Sure enough, after the solo dance, Myra instantly turned her head into Happy's, making the group of men, who are looking at her dance without blinking, collapsed in an instant. Ha 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 ha, it is really interesting. Asahi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although he knew that Myra would often come up with such things, he didn't expect Myra to be so evil this time. She actually gives others a wonderful performance first, and then hit them directly. Asahi couldn't help but laughed. After all, during the Fantasia Parade in the original work, Myra also went from a beautiful princess to a huge salamander, stunning countless of her fans. After Myra's magical power is restored, she still uses this method, so this time, if there's no accident, Ursa will be the winner. Makarov was a bit speechless. In the past few years, Myra could still compete with Ursa, but now with her evil nature returning, isn't it clear that the opportunity was thrown to Ursa? I think it's interesting. So next is Ursa. Well, with her competitive and eager character, the others should have no chance. Asahi opened the mouth and said. And sure enough, after Ursa appeared on the stage, she changed into her special armor, and then started performing a phantom sword dance, which caused bursts of cheers from below. When it comes to contests, Ursa definitely has to compete for the first place every time, as she has a strong personality, but Myra doesn't care about such thing. After Ursa came down, the others also went up one by one. Basically, all of them started showing their beautiful magic. Although Lucy doesn't have much talent, She also wins a lot of attention by relying on her cuteness. Juvia used her water magic, but her eyes were only staring at Asahi from start to finish. This time, Evergreen didn't make any trouble, and performed a normal magic. Since Lixus didn't plan to start a civil war, he naturally didn't need her to do anything. After some competitions, Riza successfully took the first place, Myra took the second, and the third was Lucy, who was so cute and explosive. But after the competition, Asahi went to find Riza, as he had forgotten one thing before. When Riza was young, she lost one of her eye. Right now, her right eye is a fake, but it is also because of this eye that Riza was not completely petrified when the original Lixus started the civil war. Lord First, is there anything you need from me? When Asahi called her into a room alone, Riza's face became a little red. She naturally had a good impression of Asahi. After all, Asahi has helped her a lot. By prescribing the right medicine, there is basically no girl who cannot be captured. Of course, Asahi did not deliberately do it. These strategies are all in line with the plot, but he made the plot a little messy, as he didn't strictly follow the plot line. There is something. Your eye, I can restore your eye, so do you want me to do it? Asahi asked. There's no way he would do such thing with Riza's approval. Can my eye really be restored? Riza asked in a daze. Of course, restoring the eyes is actually very simple. Asahi said, as it is easy to recreate it. Whether it is the yin-yang release from the Naruto world or the creative power from Bleach world, both have this ability, so Asahi naturally has this ability too. It is also very simple to just use a partial rewind time, but returning time is not a wise choice. It's because Riza is still young at that time, so if he rewinds the time of her right eye, Riza would have one small and one big eyes. Thinking of Riza's unproportional eyes, Asahi couldn't help but chuckled in his heart. Sure enough, I couldn't do it like that. I should just create one normally. If you can, please do it, Lord First. Riza lost her right eye when she is in the Tower of Heaven. Since the Tower of Heaven has become a thing of the past, and she also wants to completely abandon this past, this fake eye is no longer needed. Don't worry, it will be done soon. After Asahi finished speaking, he took out Riza's fake eye, and then used the creative power of Bleach world to create an eye out of thin air. Even life can be created with the creative power of the Bleach world, of course, it is limited to the Bleach world. In other worlds, this ability will be greatly reduced, but creating some body parts is not a big problem. Of course, there's no way of creating Rinnegan and the like with this. If he wanted to do that, he can just contact Orochimaru and the others. It's just that if someone doesn't have enough strength, they can't transplant the things created so casually, otherwise, they will suffer from it. Almost in the blink of an eye, Riza felt that the view she saw was half dark, but it quickly recovered. This time, her eyes had completely returned to their normal state. Chapter 395 A large number of guilds gather. It really recovered. Riza can clearly feel that her right eye this time is indeed a real eye, not a cold magic item. Before this, it was just a magic prosthetic eye. I will naturally guarantee the quality. In addition, you guys outside, after hearing so much, you still don't want to come in? Asahi said a little amused, while Riza was taken aback, and then she immediately walked to the door, and opened it directly. Ouch! The girls fell down like a stack of dominoes. Naturally, these girls are Myra, Lucy, Juvia, and Levi. When they saw Asahi call Riza into a room alone just now, they immediately followed behind and listened secretly. They thought something amazing would happen, but in the end, Asahi is just treating Riza's eye. You guys. Riza's eyes widened in an instant, and she looked at the stacking girls speechlessly. Sorry Riza, we are just curious. Yeah, just curious. Myra chuckled a little. It was the first time she was so afraid of Riza, as when she fought with Riza before, she was always very tough. But this time, she was guilty. After all, they are the ones at fault. You guys. Riza started her lecture as soon as she opened her mouth, while the girls' faces immediately collapsed, and they could only kneel on the ground to listen to Riza's lecture. Seeing this, Asahi just smiled and left. Only then did the girls heave a sigh of relief. After all, being seen when they are reprimanded by others is kind of embarrassing, especially when the one seeing it is someone they cared about. In this way, they were reprimanded by Riza for 2 hours. Juvia and Lucy almost fainted at this moment. After all, this is the first time they have been reprimanded by Riza. On the contrary, Levi and Myra didn't seem to have any problem. After being reprimanded, everyone naturally ran to prepare their own show. Soon, the night fell, and the entire Magnolia became lively. Moreover, it was not just the people in this city. People from other cities and mages of many guilds are all here, as they know about Fairy Tale's Fantasia Parade. Their guilds or cities don't have such activities, so they are naturally going to join in the fun. Asahi soon met some acquaintances, and he even saw the father and daughter pair, Jinma and Minerva, among the crowd. Jinma and Minerva only appeared 7 years later in the original work. At that time, Fairy Tail disappeared, so Sabertooth quickly developed. It recruited a large number of talents, and then they reached the top in one fell swoop. However, regarding Jinma, Asahi's evaluation is, he's just trash. It is indeed surprising that Sabertooth can develop to that extent. And even though Jinma's philosophy is not to lose, and be the strongest, but that's just like talking nonsense when it came out of his mouth. After all, although his own strength has reached the level of 10 wizard saints, it's not the top one, and Natsu can completely crush the sky with his full power. Even Sting could directly blast Jinma in the original work, but this guy still considered himself the strongest. He just asked his own people to be tough, regardless of other things, no matter who the opponent is. He feels that he is awesome, the number one in the world. As for Minerva, she is not that hopeless. To put it bluntly, the reason why she can go bad is not she is born like that, but because of her upbringing. When she was a child, Minerva also cherished life, but similar to Alter, she was forced to become her current personality. Minerva was forced by Jinma for the sake of being the strongest, so under Jinma's training and persecution, Minerva became even more powerful than Jinma. But Jinma didn't know these things, and Asahi was a little surprised when they appeared here at this moment. But after thinking about it, he feels that it is normal. After all, Fairy Tail is Fiore's number one guild now. This was announced by the council after the fall of Phantom Lord, and other guilds have nothing to say about this. After all, the more powerful mage guilds now are Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale. And these guilds know the horror of Fairy Tail, so they didn't dare to say anything. This time, Jinmo brought Minerva over to see what Fiore's number one guild is like. Sabertooth has not yet fully developed, and many talents have not been recruited yet. But then again, they are not the protagonist's party, so they are much weaker. Sting and Rogue are on the same batch as Natsu and the others, but the results. After 7 years, although they can use Dragon Force, they are still weaker in terms of strength. It's all because they're not the protagonist's party, that's why they are still weak. And after becoming the protagonist's party, their strength began to skyrocket. Of course, these are all things for the later, and Asahi will not try to save Minerva right away. Although she was a little tragic when she was a child, what does it have to do with Asahi? He helped Ultra because of the relationship between Ultra and Grimoire Ironheart, and because Ultra is very beautiful. Asahi is also someone who put importance in appearance, and Minerva, she didn't look that good. In addition, Sabertooth after 7 years is all experience and cannot be let go. However, Asahi is also thinking about a question. If he interferes with the Tenru incident, won't it cause Fairy Tail to not have 7 years blank? And if there is no 7 years blank, won't Sabertooth be unable to rise in the future? Well, he plans to see the specific situation and thinks about it at that time. Recently, Asahi has nothing to do, so he is studying the things Zeref created. Face, Eclipse Gate, the Tower of Heaven. But after learning about Tower of Heaven, Asahi no longer pays attention to it. This thing is useless to him. After all, if he wants to resurrect someone, there are more methods. The same is true for Face. Asahi's understanding of Face is, it's just a huge air freshener. It is equivalent to transforming the magic power. After all, magic power is the source in this world and cannot be directly destroyed. Edola's is a special case. They got their magic power by stealing from this side. So even though that world there also has magic power, it will not regenerate. However, Earthland is different, as regeneration is inevitable. So it is not destroying, but transforming. It is impossible to eliminate magic power, as once these things are destroyed, they will just be restored again. After all, even Zeref won't be able to destroy the origin of the world. If he can really do so, then it won't be just Enkzrim giving curse to him, but the world would directly attack him. Chapter 396 Oration Cease Incident. That night, Magnolia became the busiest city in Fiore. The whole city is obsessed with celebrations, and Asahi is also very surprised by this. Although many festivals are celebrated together, the gathering power of Fairy Tail is indeed amazing, so that 99% of the people in the entire city are having fun in the festival together. No one feels tired, no one feels bored, and it lasts all night. The whole city and people who come in from outside the city were also infected by this boisterous atmosphere. As for Jinma and Minerva, they left after leaving a few complaints. Asahi, who was paying attention to them, also heard their complaints. It's nothing more than Jinma feeling bored. He thought that the other party was invincible, but when he saw it now, he was disappointed. Jinma feels that a mage is much better than other ordinary people, and they should have a sense of superiority, but the facts have proved that this is nonsense. But he doesn't want to believe in reality, so he thinks Fairy Tail is a disgrace for the mage, and they're just relying on this little trick to become the #1 guild. They didn't have any majesty at all, and it is very uncomfortable for him to be seen as a clown to ordinary people. As for Minerva, she was infected a little bit, but due to her childhood education and the current Jinma, this infection quickly disappeared, and after leaving with Jinma, it naturally ceased to exist. In response, Asahi only shook his head. He felt that Jinma will never be able to reach the top. This guy who is so paranoid that he will not let his own daughter go, will meet his end sooner or later, and the final end will be nothing but self-inflicted. This time, Happy is still the mascot of Fairy Tail. After all, although Lily usually looks very cute, he always relies on strength to make a living, while Happy relies entirely on selling his cuteness to make a living. Moreover, Lily does not participate in the Fantasia parade, as he is not used to this kind of scene. However, Lily also felt that this is indeed a good activity, at least he felt the bonds with his companions completely. In this way, the Fantasia parade passed, and the excitement of this evening is disappeared in the morning. The days have become very normal again. Of course, there are also abnormal times, because of the activeness of the top guild of the Bulim Alliance. To be precise, it is the activeness of the Orachin Cease. Because Orachin Cease found the location of Nirvana, they went to look for it. Although there is no gel this time, it does not mean they can't find it. Because they moved very fast and made big moves, the mage guilds, who had been keeping an eye on them, naturally received the news, so most of the mage guilds began to discuss it. The Bulim Alliance can be said to be completely Fairy Tail's enemies. After all, the top three were all dealt with by Fairy Tail. It can be said that it is the fate of protagonist party, and now, Fairy Tail will definitely be involved with Orachin Cease's matter. Because the crusade has been decided, it is the same as the original this time, as Fairy Tail, Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, and Kate Shelter participated together and form a temporary team to deal with this matter. It just happens that I'm bored lately, so I'll follow along. Just when Lucy was shocked at why she was selected for this team, Asahi also spoke, and then Lucy hugged his thigh without hesitation. With such an invincible presence following them, she naturally felt relieved. Lord First, are you also interested in Orachin Cease's affairs? On the contrary, Mikarov was a little surprised. Regarding Orachin Cease, to be honest, the older generation does not plan to do anything now. Otherwise, there's no need to think about it, as Mikarov alone can handle the other party. Of course, it was mainly because Mikarov and the others didn't know about Nirvana, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to just sit still. It sounds interesting, so it's not bad to go and see it, Asahi said. But he knew that this is all experience, especially the big guy Nirvana, which is also a walking experience, so he naturally won't let it go. Then, since there is Lord First following, I don't have to worry about the other's safety. Mikarov also nodded, as this is the best. Although this time, Lamia Scale sent one of the 10 wizard saints, and each guild dispatched their elites, the opponent is still one of the most powerful guilds in Bulim Alliance. He would be lying if he said that he is not worried, but Makarov couldn't blindly protect his children. These little guys need to work hard if they want to grow, and they need to deal with these things by themselves. In short, Makarov does not think that the flowers in the greenhouse can grow very well. I won't take action unless it is absolutely necessary, don't worry, Asahi said. He would not take action casually, but he would let the noble phantasms give these people the final blow, which is already enough. It's experience from Kill Steel, who would reject it. And just like that, the group of people formed a small team. Juvia also wants to join. Juvia spoke suddenly, but was directly rejected by Makarov because there were already too many people. It's for experience, otherwise, he will let the whole Fairy Tail go directly. Wouldn't that crush Orachin Cease directly? Why would they need to send a team? Juvia, who was directly rejected by Makarov, can only cry, and the guild started to be flooded again. But now that Asahi and the others have already set off, the only unlucky ones are the others in the guild. Orachin Cease, I'm all fired up. At this moment, the group of people are sitting on Happy's back. Although Happy can't grow so big by himself, Asahi can. Asahi once again made Happy a lot bigger. As for Lily, he also followed them, but Lily belonged to him, so it was natural that Happy became the transportation. Anyway, Happy was also very happy when he heard that he could be bigger again. Of course, it was mainly because of Natsu. As everyone knows, Dragon Slayer has motion sickness when in vehicles, but Happy is not counted as vehicle, so Natsu, who is sitting on Happy, is very happy. In fact, now the current Happy can already grow to 3 meters, but 3 meters is not enough, as there's so many people riding him this time. So Asahi simply enlarged Happy. After being bigger, Happy felt very happy. After all, he couldn't become so big by himself. This is also because of Happy's laziness. It must be known that the current Happy and Lily both have energy sources, and Lily can already grow to a 50 meters giant, but Happy still stays at 3 meters. Although it is because of his weak foundation, his progress is also related to this guy's lazy personality. If you expect Happy to train, don't even think about it. This guy is just a mascot from the beginning to end, but at critical moments, he will always have some incredible role. Chapter 397 I want to beat him up just by seeing him with Happy's fast flight speed. Everyone quickly arrived at the destination. Although Happy couldn't use giant magic constantly, his own air magic is very convenient, and there is no need to worry about the lack of magic power halfway, as he can fly all the time. The gathering place was a villa owned by Blue Pegasus, but this villa made Asahi very speechless. What on earth did the Blue Pegasus think that they would build a villa in such a place? Did they have too much money? Asahi complained a little speechlessly. In this kind of place, let alone people around, even the traces of human activities can't be found. But Blue Pegasus actually built a villa here. Although Mage could build such thing very quickly, but Asahi still doesn't understand what they are thinking. How can such a thing is necessary? There are indeed some problems with the brain of Blue Pegasus's people, but just get used to it. As Riza said that, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She is usually fearless, but now, she looked a little scared. After all, Blue Pegasus had her nemesis. Riza has no way to deal with this nemesis at all, and they completely restrained her to death. Seeing Riza like this, the others are shocked. After all, Riza, who has always been so fearless, actually showed such an expression this time. Soon, Happy landed to the ground, and was changed back to his original appearance by Asahi, which made Happy feel a regret. He hoped that he could maintain his violent happy state. But if he doesn't work hard, then he can't blame other people. After all, Lily can already maintain giant form along with his muscle form. I always feel that a villa in this kind of place is very weird. There shouldn't be a ghost here, right? After Lucy knocked on the door, she found that there was no movement at all, and even the silence inside was a little scary, so she was scared. As a mage, there are many opportunities to deal with the souls, and you are actually afraid of ghosts? Asahi has nothing to say about this. He felt that Lucy can always go in some very strange directions, which is really weird. Let's go in and see what's going on with them. After saying that, Riza didn't care about everything else and opened the door directly. Since no one opened the door, then she should go in by herself. Although it's not good to break in private property, but it was the fault of the owner inside to keep guests outside. It's so empty. The villa is quite big, but the furniture doesn't look like much. Lucy, who was born in a rich family, said, as she felt that the decoration inside is really too little. Although it has such a large hall, the lack of furniture is too pitiful. Well, it is a villa built in such a place after all, so we shouldn't have too high expectations. Gray shook his head and said who? Suddenly, Lily raised his head and looked at the top of the stairs, and then, 3 handsome guys appeared at the end of the stairs, and then came directly in front of everyone in a very flirty way. After that, they performed a strange show, with self-introduction included. There is no need for men here, you all can just go back. These 3 weird guys are naturally the member of the Blue Pegasus who participated in the Oratian Ceases crusade this time. Among them, the guy named Hibiki also uses Archive, and he also has the super magic of Celestial Spirit Mage, Uranometraya. However, the strength of these 3 can be said to be quite trashy, and their combat power is at most A rank, even some of them are below A rank. Hey, what do you mean by that? Gray became angry instantly. He hated this kind of weird people the most. Ikaya, hiding in the dark and not coming out, is this how you treat guests? Asahi couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and then said, a voice spread throughout the villa. I was actually discovered, amazing. Since that's the case, then I'll come out. Long time no see, my honey. Ikaya, who was discovered by Asahi, appeared in a very flamboyant manner. Upon seeing this guy, Asahi felt that he is simply the fairy tales version of Wu Daling, and the most weird thing is, he wears a white suit. The suit doesn't seem to fit well, causing his clothes to have some buttons that can't be buttoned. As soon as this guy appeared on the stage, he headed straight towards Riza, but before Riza could take out a weapon, Asahi pointed his finger. A magical barrier appeared in front of Riza, and then Ikaya's face was planted at it. Originally, his face is already very big, but after the impact, his face swelled by a third, making everyone who saw it feel sick. To be honest, it's the first time I have met someone who I want to beat up just after seeing him. Asahi is also very emotional. He felt that it is a miracle for this guy to live until now. After all, this guy gave people the impulse that make them want to beat him when they see this guy, but he managed to live well until now. Seeing that Ikaya fell directly to the ground, Riza also breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine as long as this guy doesn't rush over. After all, it can be said that Ikaya is Riza's worst nemesis. This magical barrier is specifically made for this guy. From now on, He will not be able to get close to the range of 3 meters around you. As long as he approaches, he will be blocked by this barrier, and it will be effective forever. After Asahi said that, Urza was happy. Although she would still see that Akaya's disgusting face, it is much better than having to see it much closer. Master, are you okay? When the Tremen saw Akaya's current condition, they immediately rushed over, and at this moment, Akaya is having nosebleeds. Akaya's strength is very trashy, or his own combat power is very trashy, but his perfume magic is very powerful. Although Akaya is usually unreliable, his perfume magic can even knock down Jura, who is one of 10 wizard saints, directly. In the original work, Gemini turned into Akaya, and used perfume magic on Jura. His ability is very good, but this guy is kind of useless. Asahi even suspects that Blue Pegasus, which is a super unreliable guild, can be so rich that they can have magic bomber, Christina, is probably because of Akaya's perfume magic. No matter which world it is, the best way to obtain money is always from the money of a woman. Good perfume is powerful enough to make these women addicted to it, or even crazy about it. Therefore, if Akaya's perfume magic becomes bigger and stronger, it is indeed quite profitable. Chapter 398 Angel's Weakness. This. What is going on? Because he was knocked out, Akaya didn't hear Asahi's words, and was still very confused. Master. The Tremens quickly recounted the situation, and Akaya finally came back to his sense, and then looked at Asahi. Although Akaya is not reliable, he still remembers what his guild master said very clearly: if you meet this person, don't provoke him, because we can't afford to provoke him. It's because Bob still remembers how Lullaby was killed. You are Asahi-sama, I heard Guildmaster talk about you. I apologize for our rudeness just now. Knowing Asahi's terrifyingness, Akaya didn't dare to talk nonsense and directly apologized. Moreover, he didn't dare to think about Risa anymore. It seems that you still know how to advance and retreat. Asahi nodded, and Akaya breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the other party didn't plan to trouble him, which is pretty good. After seeing their boss become like this, the Tremens did not dare to harass the girls casually. Instead, they invited everyone to rest in the hall and moved some sofas. Naturally, what they have to do afterwards is to wait for the other people. Because Fairy Tale's members traveled with Giant Happy this time, they arrived a lot earlier. After more than an hour, Asahi sensed some presences around him. Some of these presences are weak and some are strong, but there was also a presence that quietly entered the villa. Asahi naturally knew the person who entered the villa secretly. It's none other than Serrano, or currently Angel of Arashine Cease. After abandoning the celestial magic, she learned other magic in the later stage. After knowing that Angel had come in, Asahi got up and went to the toilet, as this girl was hiding in the toilet. After coming to the toilet, Asahi felt Angel was hiding behind him, and she planned to attack him quietly. If you still want to know the information about your sister, Yukino, you'd better come out honestly. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and Angel, who was planning to sneak attack on Asahi, couldn't help but being stunned. Almost all of Arashine Cease's members were brought out from the Tower of Heaven. It can be said that the original Tower of Heaven is indeed full of talents, as all these children have all grown up well. However, there are also many who have gone down the wrong path. And currently, Asahi's words make Angel completely unable to control her emotions. Just like Richard, which is called Hotai now, who is looking for his brother, Angel is also looking for her sister, but there has been no news. After becoming the member of Arashine Cease, even after mobilizing all her strength, she still can't find her sister. But now, Asahi's words made her panic, as she didn't expect the other party to know about her details. What's more terrifying is that the other party also seems to know the information about her sister, so how can she not panic? You know the information about Yukino. Angel panicked, and asked somewhat stutteringly. Of course I know, but there is a price to get the information from me. Asahi looked at Angel and said. Just tell me where Yukino is, and you can do whatever you want to me. Even the most treacherous and evil people have their own weaknesses, and Angel is the same. She also has her own weaknesses, which is finding her sister. Don't worry, I won't ask you for anything. I only have 2 conditions. First, hand over all your celestial spirit's keys and give up celestial spirit magic. Of course, I will teach you a kind of magic that is more suitable for you. And second, leave Arashine Cease, and join Crime Sorcerer. Asahi gave 2 conditions. With Angel's status, she is not suitable for joining Fairy Tail, so he asked her to join Crime Sorcerer. As for the celestial spirit magic, to be honest, most people really can't handle it, as the celestial spirit magic is completely prepared for Lucy. Even if other people can use it, its power will be greatly reduced. I agree, but I want to see Yukino first. Angel hardly hesitated, and Asahi didn't say much about this. Then he activated the virtual screen. In the screen, there's Yukino, and at this moment, Yukino is staying with Ultra and the others. After Ultra returned to Grimoire Ironheart, she had a chat with Merity. Although Merity was the same as in the original work, and wanted to kill Ultra at the time, she still couldn't resist her inner emotions afterwards. Just like Fried likes Lexus, Merity also likes Ultra. In addition, Ultra directly apologized to her and said that she would even pay it with her life, leading Merity to forgive Ultra in the end. However, the two had not completely escaped from Grimoire Ironheart. Currently, they are still the members of Seven Kin of Purgatory, but the Crime Sorcerer has been established, and after Grimoire Ironheart is finished, they will directly join Crime Sorcerer. Yukino's position was also given to them by Asahi. If Asahi wanted to find someone in this world, it couldn't be more easier. So Yukino had been taken away by Ultra and she taught her magic. Although she appeared to have joined Grimoire Ironheart, Yukino actually joined in Crime Sorcerer. The scene on the screen now is where Ultra is teaching Yukino to use magic. Yukino and Angel are blood relatives, so they have many characteristics. Moreover, Angel will naturally not forget her own sister. I understand, I will give you all my keys, and I also have cancelled all the contracts. Now, tell me where my sister is. Angel had no other thoughts, and immediately cancelled all the contracts. Now that the contract has not been completely revised, she naturally doesn't know, but she is not like Karen. Although she is from a dark guild, she also knows that the celestial spirit will not betray her, so she will not target the celestial spirit. But Karen is different. She actually used celestial spirit as a tool to make money. Crime Sorcerer, this is the guild created by Ultra. This lacrima is for you to contact her. I will also give a new magic for you. Find them, join them, and then they will naturally tell you what to do, and your sister is also there. After speaking, Asahi instilled angel magic into Serrano's mind with archive, then he threw a lacrima towards her and erased the back door left by Brain in her body. In this way, she would not be targeted by Brain. But because of this, one of the seals in Brain's face also disappeared at this moment. Angel failed. It seems that the enemy this time is a bit tricky. Brain didn't care very much. Regarding Angel's strength, only Gemini is good. As for Angel's pure combat power, it is almost negligible, so he doesn't worry too much even if she loses. Chapter 399 got so many keys in the toilet. There are 6 seals on Brain's face, which corresponded to the 6 people in Orachin Cease, and each seal represents a shackle. Brain has 2 personalities, one is what he is now, and the other is the one called Zero. Zero's magic powers and magic control are terrifying, but he is also affected by magic and it lead to incomparable madness. It can be said that Brain's combat power is 1, and Zero's combat power is 5, which is a very big difference. The magic power in the body is obviously the same, but with different personality, the combat power displayed is also completely different. The seal on his face represents the link of the Orachin Cease's members. Once all the 6 members are defeated, Zero will be released. This guy is ruthless to others, but also ruthless to himself, as he came up with such a method. Angel? No, she should be called Serrano now. All the things in Serrano's body that were connected to Brain were broken by Asahi, so the magic seal was naturally broken too. I wonder if that woman managed to get rid of a few people. Let me hear it. Cobra left immediately after speaking. His hearing is also a kind of magic, and he can even hear other people's thoughts. Moreover, he himself is a poisoned dragon's lair, so it can be said that he is indeed very powerful. Then I'll leave it to you, let us know if there is any news. Brain nodded, as he still trusted Cobra very much, and after Cobra heard this, he showed a wicked smile and left. At the same time, in the villa, Serrano had already left quickly. Asahi has got the key, and the people from Lamia Scale has also arrived. After leaving the toilet, Asahi saw sparks flying everywhere. Of course, it is basically from Grey and Lion. However, after Jura arrived, it was directly terminated. Although Jura is the last of 10 wizard saints, he is still the 10 wizard saints. After Lion joined Lamia Scale, he has become docile and obedient. You are Asahi Dono, right? I've been long since wanted to meet you. After becoming 10 wizard saints, Jura learned a lot about Asahi. Gel, who is also 10 wizard saints, was defeated by Asahi easily, and the same is true for Phantom Lord and Jose. It's also because of 2 of the positions are vacant because of Asahi, that Jura had the opportunity to obtain this position. After becoming the 10 wizard saints, Jura finally learned of Asahi's terrifying existence, coupled with the continuous admonitions of his guild master. He would never provoke Asahi, and would only respect the other party very much. Moreover, Jura's personality is also a little rigid, just like the attributes of the earth. He is extremely thick, and he is also very honest. Jura, I know you, And congratulations, you are also the 10 wizard saints now. By the way, Lucy, you can have these keys. After taking a look at Jura, Asahi waved his hand and threw the keys to Lucy. Lucy was a little confused when she was called, but she was stunned when she subconsciously caught the things thrown by Asahi. Celestial Spirits keys? How is possible? There is even zodiac keys among them. Where did you get it from? Lucy was shocked, and the others immediately set their sights on the bunch of keys. There are several zodiac keys among them, and even the normal keys is the powerful kind. When I went to the bathroom just now, I ran into Angel from Audiobooks, so I dealt with her along the way. She is also a celestial spirit mage, so I got these keys directly. Asahi said indifferently, but a very strong sense of strangeness rose in everyone's hearts. You mean? When you went to the toilet, you met a member of the Audiobooks, take care of the other party and seized so many celestial spirits keys. How could it be possible? There was no commotion at all. Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scales members didn't know about Asahi's horror, as only a few people know it. Because of that, their faces are covered with disbelief. This key has also been broken from the contract. There are Aries and Gemini. Lucy counted out these keys one by one, and this time, Blue Pegasus's members also shut up directly because they believed it. What they haven't said until now is that there is an enmity between them and Audiobooks, especially Serrano. The one Karen encountered was Serrano, and the final result is, Karen opened a gate forcibly, but because he was unable to open the second gate, she was killed directly. Serrano definitely took away Karen's keys, and Aries was Karen's. Thank you for helping us taking care of Angel. Akaya bowed at Asahi directly. After all, it was their own business, but the other party helped took care of Angel. In their consciousness, Serrano is already dead. After all, her celestial keys are ownerless now. They would have never thought that Asahi could make Serrano simply break the contract directly, but how could they have thought that Serrano really did this kind of thing for her sister? This world is impermanent, and no one knows what will happen in the next second. They all think that Angel is already gone. Seeing Lamia Scales' members' confused expression, Akaya recounted what happened to Karen back then. Everyone suddenly realized that there was actually such a relationship, but Fairy Tail's members looked a bit embarrassed, because Leo is now with Lucy, which also makes Lucy decide that unless it is the last resort, she would never Leo summoned in front of these people. Otherwise, it would be bad if there was a fight. But after that, everyone was shocked by Asahi's strength. Angel is a member of the Audiobooks, an expert among experts, but she was quietly dealt with by him. There was no movement at all, not even the magical fluctuations, so when they thought what kind of means Asahi used, everyone was left with emotion and shock. As expected of Asahi Dono, you have dealt with one of the targets so easily. With this, Audiobooks' strength will be weakened a lot. Jura also smiled, but this guy's way of speaking is too decent and too rigid. Then, let's discuss how to deal with Audiobooks. Now that there is one less person, they should act soon. Mirza said her thoughts. After all, they have lost one person. As long as the other party is not an idiot, they will definitely take action after knowing that there is a problem. Moreover, they know that they have been exposed, otherwise, Angel will not appear in this villa. Therefore, they must be prepared. Chapter 401 Carla learned the truth. It turned out to be the dragon that raised Wendy, so Wendy was also raised by the dragon. Then, did she also disappear in X777? After Risa finished listening, she expressed her understanding, and Asahi also nodded. But the others were at a loss, and when Risa explained what happened to Natsu, everyone immediately understood. No wonder that the Dragon Slayer magic, which had been lost for so long, reappeared again. As for being raised by the dragon, they were still skeptical at first, but with the successive examples of Natsu, Wendy and Gajiel, it was hard not to believe it. Do dragons really exist in this world? Akaya and Jura are a little dazed. Their level of strength is higher than that of ordinary mage, so naturally, they also know a lot of legends about giant dragons, but they have never seen any of them alive. Grandini, do you know where Grandini is? Can tell me where she is? Wendy asked anxiously while grabbing Asahi's clothes with her hands. Wendy, calm down, maybe this guy is just bragging. How could he know the dragon? Carla was skeptical and said to Wendy. She matured very quickly because of her memory problem, which made her more complicated than other cats and people. Little cat, if I were you, I would tidy up the memory fragments in your brain. That is not an order, but an ability. Your innate ability is to predict the future. Lily, please explain it to her. By the way, she is Shagat's daughter. After Asahi glanced at Carla, he spoke directly, and then Carla was dumbfounded. Carla inherited Shagat's abilities when she was born, and she can predict certain fragments of the future. When she was just born, her ability was still uncontrollable, resulting in a large number of memory fragments entering her mind. When she learned of something, She mistakenly thought it was her mission and she needed to do such a thing. After many experiments, she found that under her own operation, she would indeed came to such a result. The ability to predict the future can be regarded as a kind of information transmission. I see, so she's Queen Shagot's daughter. Lily nodded, and then began to explain to Carla about the Exceed and her abilities. As for Asahi, without Carla's interference, Asahi also told Wendy that Grandini has very important things to do, and it is also about them, the Dragon's Lair, but their safety can be guaranteed. Along the way, Asahi also injected all the knowledge about the Sky Dragon Slayer magic into Wendy's mind with Archive. Unlike Natsu and the others, Wendy didn't even learn the Dragon Slayer secret art. Wendy used Sky Dragon Slayer magic, so she could use air, and to put it bluntly, she can be said to be Wind Dragon's lair. Its power should be great, but Wendy was always too small in the end, and she was also too well protected before. Basically, her magic doesn't have much lethality. Many attack magics she learned are from Natsu, let alone the Dragon Slayer secret art. She only learned Dragon Slayer secret arts in the later stage, but she is always weaker than Natsu and the others. But now, Asahi has passed all the Dragon Slayer magic to Wendy, including the Dragon Slayer secret arts, so that Wendy only needs to practice it on her own. During this period of time, Carla finally learned what the memory fragments in her mind are. She also knew why she didn't have a mother, and she also know what the Exceed did back then. To save their race from extinction, they are thrown into this world. The connection point for it all is at Fairy Tail. If you have time, you can come to Fairy Tail. I will ask someone to take you to see Queen Shagot. Lily also said. Although he is no longer a member of the Exceed Kingdom, he always loves that country, and he is also an elder himself, so now, he just treats Carla as his own children. I understand, thank you. Carla couldn't show her proudful look anymore. After all, everything was wrong. She thought that she had a special mission on her back, but it turned out that everything was just her daydream. This world is really colorful. I have learned a lot today. Jiro was also a little stunned. He almost thought that he was just a little boy who had just entered the magical world at his moment. Otherwise, how can he not know so many secrets? Seeing that Fairy Tail knew everything clearly, and have experienced so much, Jiro is also extremely envious. This is the end of the explanation for the time being. Now that everyone has arrived, let's talk about the issue with Orashin Cease now. Asahi opened his mouth and reminded everyone. They seem to have gone off the track now, and there is also eavesdropper outside who is eavesdropping them. Cobra's ears are quite sharp, however, it is a pity that he was attacked by Natsu's roar by mistake and lost. Sometimes, hearing too well is not a good thing. After all, there are such things as noise in this world, and there's even some noise magic. It's just that Kibra hasn't encountered it before, otherwise, it is estimated that he will be defeated in minutes. That's right, we almost forgot about our mission. Hibiki, I'll leave it to you. Akaya also reacted, and after hearing Akaya's words, Hibiki directly activated his own archive magic. Archive? Fairy Tail's members exclaimed when they saw this. Do you know this magic? This time, it was Hibiki's turn to be a little confused. Although this thing is not a lost magic, it is still very rare, and even many S-rank mages don't know about this, but now, everyone from Fairy Tail seems to know it. Originally, after learning that the Fairy Tail seemed to know so secrets that people didn't know, they wanted to show off their archive, but everyone seems to know about this, and won't give them the opportunity to show off. There are people in our guild who know archive magic. Riza explained a little bit, and then everyone nodded. They were already numb from it long ago, and they wouldn't be surprised if something terrifying happened to the Fairy Tail. In this way, Hibiki began to introduce the situation of Orashin Cease, and it has to be said that Orashin Cease is indeed a bit trashy. Regarding Tartros and Grimoire Ironheart, there is no information on these two, and even Tartros's demon identity was not exposed. But for Orashin Cease, except for some hidden trump cards, everything is already known by the others, and even a lot of information has already been recorded. Chapter 402 Happy's new plan. Natsu, do me a favor. As everyone watched Hibiki's introduction about Orashin Cease, Happy suddenly spoke and pulled Natsu's clothes. When Natsu looked at Happy, he found that Happy was actually holding a fish in his hand, which is the food that Happy left for him. Natsu, help me give this fish to Carla. At this moment, Happy's eyes almost turned into love symbols, and Happy is feeling love at this moment. He found that he really fell in love at first sight, but Happy was too far behind Carla to be honest, so he could only be stalking. In the later stage, Happy basically strike Carla again and again, as this is the advantage of being a stalker. There is no way to release his shining points in the first time, so he could only stalk and strike, and then use time to get the other party. At least, this is the case with Happy in the original work. Because they often get along, he naturally releases some shining points that can't be released at ordinary times. These shining points are his best assist in striking Carla. Why gives fish? Natsu is different from Happy, as his head is full of muscle, and he has never thought about love at all. It is basically only possible for this guy to get a girl if the girl is the one chasing him, as it is impossible for him to chase a girl. Forget it, Lucy, help me. Seeing Natsu's unclear appearance, Happy decisively left him and went to find Lucy. Then, he asked Lucy to help him. Happy, so you also know how to chase a girl, but I don't think the other party will talk to you if you gave her fish. Obviously, Hibiki's sound is still there, as he's still introducing the specific information about Orashin Cease, but now, the few of them have begun to talk about love. You don't need to help me, I'll go find Lord first. After saying that, Happy ran and found Asahi, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Unlike the others, who are listening to Hibiki, Asahi didn't need such information, so he was drinking tea very leisurely on the side. Lord first, can you do me a favor? After Happy arrived in front of Asahi, he asked cautiously. Happy, what Lucy said is right. It's useless for you to give her a fish. You can see the character of the other party that she won't like fish. I can give you an idea. Asahi looked at Happy and smiled. If Happy gave Carla a fish like this, he would become a licking dog, and Carla also didn't like fish very much. Because of her ability, Carla is much more mature than Happy, so as far as Carla is concerned, she doesn't think of herself as a cat, but thinks she is more like a human. In this case, giving her fish will make her hate him instead. Moreover, being a licking dog is not a good thing. Listen well, Happy, after this time, Carla will definitely go to Edola's. Although Lily still loves that country deeply, he has already drawn a clear line. Therefore, in this case, Lily cannot take Carla directly back. You have already been there, so you can become Carla's guide. In addition, for this battle, I will give you a buff to boost your combat power so that she will see your charm and your bright spots will appear. Then, you can ask her to go out on a date and have a big meal. Of course, I also have one thing to warn you, you'd better strengthen your training as much as possible. Since you are just alone before, it's fine, but right now, your strength is still too weak. I can help you, but it is only limited to a few times. It is impossible for me to help you every time. You have to learn to become stronger yourself. If you really like her, then become stronger for her, don't let the other party look down on you. Asahi knows about Happy's situation. Happy really likes Carla, and he also puts it into action. He is a licking dog, no, he is a licking cat. Happy is not bad in nature, and he is very responsible in many cases, but he is not very strong. This is Happy's biggest weakness. Carla in the later period even learned the magic to turn into human in the later period, but Happy is still the same, so Asahi felt that it would be better to stimulate this guy. What Happy cares most is companion. For the sake of companions, Happy, like Natsu, can risk his life. So Asahi didn't mind helping him, but after helping him, he lectured Happy to grow stronger himself. I understand. I will work hard. After Happy said that, he put the fish away directly, as he decided that he must train hard. As a male cat, he needs to have his own sense of responsibility instead of relying on others for everything. After being told by Asahi, Happy no longer intends to pester Carla, but intends to show his own excellence first. Very well, you have energy source now, which will make your strength grow continuously. You just need to work a little harder. Maybe you can't catch up with Lily, but increasing your combat strength is not a big problem. Asahi nodded. Now that Happy has also grown up, it is very good. Later, when dealing with Nirvana, he will make Happy become violent Happy again. In addition, with this guy's thick skin, it is not a big problem to win Carla over. We hope that you can find Orashin Cease's position, but don't alarm them, because we still have our trump card. Orashin Cease is very dangerous. Although the people here are not weak, we might suffer if we fight them head-on. Our Blue Pegasus has prepared a magic bomber. As long as we find their location, we can directly attack them with our magic bomber, so everyone, please be careful. After talking about the information of the Orashin Cease's members, except for Angel, who has been considered solved, everyone felt that the other is very difficult to deal with. Moreover, some of their trump cards are still not clear at all, which gave them a disadvantage. Even for Ursa, if she fights alone, she can't be certain that she can win. But now with Akaya's explanation, as long as they find the other party location, they can bomb them directly. To be honest, this method is indeed a good method. But they didn't account of one important thing. That is, there's actually someone eavesdropping them from a few kilometers away. So that's the case. You plan to use this method? If so, then we will destroy your magic bomber in advance, and see how else would you deal with us. Although it was several kilometers away, Cobra's ears are very useful, as he completely listened to the plan. Then, he passed the information to Brian and others. Brian and the others did not hesitate, as they directly used thought projection. As for their main bodies, it did not move. They felt that the thought projection is already enough, as it has half their power. Chapter 403 Counter Ambush. Knowing that Cobra had heard the information, Asahi waved his hand to gather everyone. Now, listen to what I say. I'll be supplementing the information about Toraishin Cease just now. After saying that, Asahi directly activated his archive and transferred all the information he knew about Toraishin Cease into everyone's members, including all the information about Toraishin Cease's members. Since they want to fight, then both sides should be fair. Asahi is also a little puzzled. Since the other side is often active in this world, why is it impossible to determine the other party's attack method? He wondered if no information was leaked because Toraishin Cease is very strong. Or maybe it's because the mages of other guilds are too rubbish, causing them to have no information at all, and even the other party's attack methods are not known. So Asahi simply exposed the information about these guys, the magic they use, their weaknesses and so on. This Cobra, he can actually hear from far away, so just now. After hearing Cobra's ability, Hibiki couldn't help but stunned. Relax, I have temporarily blocked the surrounding voices. The other party is indeed eavesdropping us, so I will only say these things once, so you should remember it clearly. Otherwise, the other party will become suspicious after not hearing from us for a while. The other party has indeed heard of your plan just now, and is planning to attack the magic bomber. You can do whatever you want, go there and ambush them. I will make a few fakes for you to go out with. After Asahi finished speaking, he created fake bodies for everyone, which is a kind of thought projection, but it was created separately. Under Asahi's operation, these fake bodies charged out, and then the real ones directly boarded the magic bomber, waiting for the opponent to attack. At the same time, Cobra saw the opponent rushing out, so he contacted his companions again. He also used his thought projection to follow them, and then he found the position of the magic bomber. That angel is a waste, Cobra is more reliable. This thing is indeed very powerful. If we are suddenly bombarded with it, then we might be finished. Looking at the magic bomber staying on the ground in front of them, Brain's face is not very good. Fortunately, there is an intelligence master on his side. Otherwise, relying on Angel's words, although they will not be bombarded since they are with Cobra, it is always dangerous to let this thing stay intact. Brain can't guarantee whether this thing will have any effect on Nirvana, so he can only destroy this thing in advance. Take advantage of those guys' mindless rush and destroy this thing first. We'll destroy it directly from the inside. After he finished speaking, Brain took the lead to enter the magic bomber. The door was blasted open, and then they entered the interior, but after entering, a series of explosions suddenly occurred, and they flew out from the interior. This time, since they thought there shouldn't be people in here, they only sent their thought projection. But as soon as they opened the door, they were directly blasted out by the people waiting in ambush. You guys actually want to sneak attack on Christina. Ikaya is a little angry, after all, this is their Blue Pegasus's trump card. If it is really destroyed, he will feel uncomfortable. Although Blue Pegasus's money is basically earned by him now, by relying on perfume to make money, as it is also very powerful to accumulate capital, but it is still a big expense to have the magic bomber destroyed. At any rate, although he's a local tycoon, he will not use money casually. But it has to be said that Ikaya's perfume business is indeed good. At least it made a lot of money, and its power is also good. Even Jura can be knocked down by this magic. However, the limitation is too big, as Ikaya's combat power is almost zero when he does not use perfume. He was captured by Angel directly in the original work, and he didn't even have a chance to use the perfume. It was kind of tragic. There is an ambush, Cobra, what's going on? After seeing this scene, Brain was also a little surprised, and then he looked at Cobra with a gloomy face. This is the information that Cobra heard, but now, it seems that the information is false. Impossible, I can't hear their existence at all, and I also can't hear their movements and inner thoughts. After Cobra activated his super hearing skills, he realized that his hearing was ineffective against these people. It is still useful on his companions, and it is only ineffective for these people. Your magic is ineffective? It seems that our information has been completely leaked, and the other party has a way to deal with you. Brain was a little helpless, but he was also feeling a little fortunate. Fortunately, they only sent their thought projection this time, otherwise, the situation would be really troublesome. Iron Rock Fist. Jura didn't wait for the other party to react and attack directly. Jura was still the 10 Wizard Saints. Even if he is the last one, his combat power and reaction speed are extremely fast. So his attack was launched first, and the Rock Fist slammed towards the enemies. Liquid Ground. However, Hotai doesn't give him this opportunity. Hotai's magic can be said to be the complete opposite of Jura's. Jura hardens rocks and earth, while Hotai can soften them, which is completely two extremes. Get rid of these guys first. After Racer finished speaking, he suddenly started running. Happy. After Natsu yelled, Happy immediately understood and directly grabbed Natsu, and flew into the air, trying to go out of the range of Racer's magic. Racer seems to run very fast, but in fact, he is not that fast. His magic is a perception type. He's slowing down the opponent's reaction, so with that, his speed is naturally equivalent to fast. But after leaving the magic's range, the opponent will recover. After Natsu was taken into the air by Happy, he naturally left the range of Racer's magic. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu spewed out a big mouthful of fire, forcing Racer to run around. Sure enough, our information has been leaked. It's really troublesome. Brain frowned. He is now certain that their information has been known by the other party. But when he was still in a daze, Mirza and the others had already attacked. Amazing, if only my Dragon Slayer magic is that powerful. Seeing Natsu showing off his power, Wendy was a little envious. Although she has learned a lot of usage about her Dragon Slayer magic from Asahi, she still hasn't been trained in combat. Your magic is of the sky attribute. You can also use the sky to attract the wind. You must know that the attack in this aspect is not weak. Don't underestimate yourself. I will teach you how to use it later. Asahi shook his head. Wendy's attack power is strong, but she can't use it. Chapter 404 Lily's Noble Phantasm. Yeah, Wendy, don't think too much, you are also very amazing. Carla and Wendy have been together for so long, and she has long regarded Wendy as her companion and best friend, so how could she just stay silent when she saw Wendy look depressed? Hearing Carla and Asahi's encouragement, Wendy no longer underestimates herself. After all, she still has her role as her healer. At this moment, the members of several guilds has their combat power exploded, as they have figured out all of the enemy's abilities. Moreover, the opposite Toration ceases members itself is just thought projection. Now that their strength is greatly reduced, they can't do anything at all. It only takes a few minutes for them to lose. Lily, get rid of them all in one go, they are just thought projection, their real bodies are not here. After Asahi saw the current situation, he asked Lily to take action. Lily's hand had the noble phantasm he gave, true 9 lives, true shooting the 100 heads in the form of a big sword. It looks like a very strange weapon, but its power is quite terrifying. Strictly speaking, 9 lives can be said to be a skill type noble phantasm, but the ones in Gate of Babylon is a weapon type that can change shape. The shape Lily is holding now is the same as the one made by Shiru. Wendy and Carla were shocked when they heard Asahi asking Lily to take action. They felt that even if such a kitten has combat power, it will be very weak, but in the next second, their eyes widened in shock collectively. Lily's body suddenly swelled, and he turned from a cute cat form to a devil muscle cat form in an instant. His height is more than 2 meters, and the big sword on his back also changed along with him, and became a lot bigger. But Lily doesn't care about this. He directly pulled out the sword on his back, and then activated the noble phantasm. His body disappeared instantly, and he shuttled among the enemies at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. After facing Lily's 9 lives, the enemies couldn't resist at all. After all, Lily's 9 lives can almost cut thousands of times in a second. Everyone could only see countless sword lights flashing, and then the earth shattered, and a gap was torn in the forest behind. As for the thought projection of Arashin Cease's members directly disappeared after being chopped off. The power of this sword is very destructive. And after using it, Lily also feels that his magic power has been consumed by a lot, but fortunately, he has energy source now, so it recovers quickly. Wow! Amazing, it's too powerful. The fairy tales people didn't think much of it, after all, they had seen Lily's power before. When he got this weapon, Lily also tried it in front of everyone, and the result was the same as the one everyone saw now. But Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, and Wendy don't know it, so this scene can be described as too shocking. The power of 9 lives is really strong. Elisa looked at this scene with some yearning. Of course, she was just yearning about it, as she had already obtained 2 noble phantasms, which was enough. However, she is an armor and weapon freak, so she still couldn't resist this temptation. Wait, the Orishine Cease were all bombed to pieces. Akaya suddenly realized a problem. These person are humans, so even if they are bombed, there should be still some traces. It's just their thoughtful projection. As for their real bodies, they are still in the sea of trees. Lily retracted the 9 lives, and then he also returned to his cute cat from his current appearance, it is completely invisible to tell that this cat is the huge muscly cat just now. Except for the fairy tales people, the others just stared at Happy and Carla. What are you looking at? I don't have that ability. My ability is to predict the future. Carla was a little guilty, but quickly used this excuse to escape, so the eyes of others were placed on Happy once again. Even Carla did the same. Carla didn't understand Exceed, and thought that Exceed all had their own abilities. She can see the future, and Lily can transform, so what about Happy? I can do it too. Happy glanced at Asahi, and Asahi gave him a wink. Then Happy's size began to increase rapidly, and he soon broke through 3 meters. He stopped just a little over 3 meters. However, the enlarged version of Happy is like a huge toy. There is no such sturdy muscle like Lily, but he looks good. But the truth is, Lily can also do such thing, but in order not to hurt Happy's self-confidence, Lily chose to be silent this time. Amazing, the cats are so strong, we have to keep working hard. Jura's face once became very serious. This is how this guy always be, inexplicably persistent. Now that he saw such scene, he suddenly felt that he was not working hard enough, as the abilities displayed by these cats made him yearn for it very much. As a human, he is not even as good as a cat, which is kind of depressing, so he plans to continue to train hard. As expected of Jura-san, no wonder that you can become the 10 wizard saints. I will also train hard after we go back. Lion respected Jura, mainly because he was repaired by Jura, but now, he also knows that what he lacks is hard work. Jura is one of the 10 wizard saints, but he is still working so hard, so what qualifications does he have to not work hard? He didn't even think about it, and planned to follow in Jura's footsteps, train hard to become stronger. Moreover, the others were also driven by the two's enthusiasm. It can only be said that their focus suddenly shifted to other thing. Isn't the most important thing now Orashin cease? Are you still going to fight against them? Even Carla couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, she also felt a little ashamed of herself. Although her ability is very powerful, she knew she couldn't control it. She even regarded her vision as an order for a while, which is simply too shameful. Just take a look at the other two. One has explosive combat power, and the other is not clear, but at any rate, he can control his own power, which is very good. So she thinks it is better to transfer this topic decisively. Speaking of which, Asahi Dano just said that their goal is Nirvana, a forbidden magic item from 400 years ago, which is sealed in this sea of trees. But the sea of trees is too big, so we can only separate temporarily. Jura said with a frown. They must separate to find the enemies, otherwise, the sea of trees would be too big to search for them. Then, let's separate first. We need to at least find Nirvana first. If possible, destroy Nirvana to prevent it from being controlled by Orashin cease. Riza also nodded. She knew that this magic item is not a good thing and must be destroyed. Chapter 405 Nirvana is activated soon. The group of people separated, but Asahi chose to get Wendy and Carla to follow him. After all, he had promised Grandine to take good care of her, so I had to bring them with him. As for the others, they had to show their talents. Natsu chose to go with Happy. As for Lucy, because Lucy was weak in combat and she almost got hurt in a later stage, Asahi asked Lily to follow her to prevent Lucy from being overwhelmed. After all, Shirley is a woman that is on the verge of being blackened at any time. In the original work, Nirvana unsealed because of Gel. Although Gel had turned to the good side at that time, and he wanted to use Square of Self-Destruction to bring Nirvana to death, it is a pity that this magic is taught to him by Brain. So in the end, his plan failed. Nirvana was not destroyed, and the other party found it. This time, Asahi wants to see if Brain can find this thing because he is amazing, or maybe because of the plot. At any rate, Gel has already been killed, so they have to find another way to find Nirvana. Asahi-san, is it okay for us to separate from the others? Wendy asked a little hesitantly. She was good at healing, and even if she couldn't help much, she could at least heal everyone, so that everyone would not get hurt, but now, she wondered if it's okay to separate with everyone. Don't underestimate those guys. They are more than just hot-blooded idiots. We just need to wait for the news. Asahi shook his head. Dealing with Orashin cease might be troublesome before, but now, such a thing is easy. Almost a few minutes later, there was a violent explosion in the sea of trees, and it was basically certain that the battle had begun. But Asahi didn't feel much about these minions, since they are just from the Dark Guilds under Orashin cease. Their strength is not very good, and only the few stronger ones can provide him with experience. As for the others, they are all noobs, so he doesn't care. As time passed, Wendy is still a little anxious. As for Carla, she is much calmer than Wendy. After all, she basically already knows some of Asahi's methods, so she has no doubt about what Asahi said. As for Wendy, she is anxious because she is too kind. Almost an hour later, a beam of light burst into the sky, and there was still some black energy mixed in the beam. This is the scene where Nirvana is activated. And once it is activated, people who are on the edge of good and evil will be affected. Without a firm will, good people will become evil people, and evil people will become good people. Wendy in the original work was also almost hit by this. It's because Jella was treated by her, which led to Nirvana's activation. At that time, she thought that she was causing trouble to the others, and when she was at the most vulnerable time, if she hadn't been knocked out by Hibiki in time, she would have turned to the evil side. This magic plays with human nature, so the result will naturally not be good. Boom. The beam of light quickly disappeared, and was replaced by a big earthquake. Almost half of the sea of trees was lifted, and the huge body of Nirvana finally appeared in front of everyone. It is an enlarged version of the spider. Seeing this, Asahi directly brings Wendy and Carla into the air, and they saw the decayed and ruined city on Nirvana's back. Nirvana turned out to be a huge moving city. What were the people from 400 years ago thinking? Creating such a thing? Before Wendy could speak, the mature Carla spoke first. After all, this thing is beyond her imagination. The people of 400 years ago were much crazier than the people now, and they could do anything. Although Asahi hasn't seen what happened 400 years ago, he knows one thing, that is, the world was really crazy more than 400 years ago. After being constantly oppressed, Dragon Slayer magic appeared. They were constantly doing various things and wanted to deal with the dragons, but they undoubtedly failed, until some dragons helped create the Dragon Slayer magic. The birth of the Dragon Slayer magic brought the dragon clan to an extinction, and all of this was done by the dragon race themselves. At that time, even though the dragon crisis had passed, the madness of mankind had not disappeared. On the contrary, it had become even more terrifying. As a result, a series of peculiar things appeared, and eventually caused disasters for future generations. Humans are really terrifying. They even created a mobile city. Carla also thinks that humans are terrifying, as she would never imagine about creating such thing. That's why humans are called humans. By the way, everyone else seems to have reached Nirvana. After Asahi took a look, he found that everyone had already on Nirvana, but after standing on top of Nirvana, Natsu immediately felt dizzy. Although Nirvana is a city, moving city is also equivalent a means of transportation. After standing on top of Nirvana, everyone's battle started again. This big thing has started to move, but where's it going? Carla asked with some doubts. A place you know very well, but since this thing has left, then these guys need to be dealt with. After all, they are all members of the Dark Guilds. Asahi looked at the sea of trees. Most of the Dark Guild's members have done unforgivable things. Although the original works didn't show much of the Dark Guilds in this world, after all, there are some things that cannot be said, but the reality is very cruel. Therefore, Asahi snapped his fingers directly, and dense golden circles appeared in the sky. At this moment, the time was approaching dusk, and the sky has begun to darken a lot, but under the lights of the golden circles, the entire sea of trees has become like 100 days. Countless weapons spewed out from the golden halo, covering the entire sea of trees. After that, loud noises that resounded through the world rang, then the entire sea of trees was completely shrouded in the explosion, and an incomparably huge mushroom cloud rose up. In a flash, the entire sea of trees was erased from the map by Asahi, along with those Dark Guild's members. The experience gained is not much, but at least he can get some. The terrifying storm triggered by the explosion of the sea of trees has affected even the people above Nirvana. After all, Asahi's attack was not only sudden, but also very terrifying. Chapter 406 Everyone is defeated. This is Lord First's means. He actually blows up the sea of trees. Looking at Asahi's actions, Mirza and the others felt ashamed. They also know that Asahi did this because he does not intend to let those Dark Guild's people go. After a wave of blasting, everything was dealt with. Although the destructive power is indeed great, they are not in a city. If they were in the city, Asahi would not use such exaggerated means, and Brain and the others were in a cold sweat when they saw this. At this moment, they felt chill in their hearts. They can't understand if the other party is so strong, why would they let them unseal Nirvana and bring Nirvana out? It was only after Nirvana was brought out did they destroy the sea of trees. They wondered if such thing is necessary. They are all caught in deep doubt at this moment. Why don't you do it from the beginning? At this moment, Midnight had already come back to his sense, and he looked at Urza and asked with some doubts. Perhaps because Lord First wants us to experience it ourselves, so he doesn't plan to deal with the enemies casually. Urza said, as this is the only answer she could think of. Is that so? How ridiculous, so we are your whetstones. Doesn't he know? If the whetstone is too hard, the sword will easily be broken. After he said that, Midnight immediately twisted Urza's armor, but Urza already know about his ability, so she instantly replaced her armor with the stretchable clothes like in the original book. Moreover, Urza didn't intend to play around and defeat the other party directly this time. She knew that reflector magic can only distort one object at a time. With multiple attacks, he won't be able to distort it, and what's more, Midnight's reflector magic is simply useless against Gaidirg. At this moment, Mirza also knew this, and she directly took out Gaidirg, and then rushed towards Midnight quickly. However, Midnight didn't know about Gaidirg, so he planned to use reflector magic to twist the other party's weapon. But using reflector magic, he was stunned to discover that there is a problem with his reflector magic. The scarlet spear in the other party's hand didn't seem to be distorted at all, and it rushed directly in front of him. Because it was too unbelievable, Midnight almost failed to avoid the attack, and was grazed by Gaidirg. Midnight was very frightened. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he managed to draw some distance from Urza. How is it possible? My magic actually failed. Midnight stared at Urza, still in disbelief. He is wondering how could his magic failed. I know that your magic is reflector magic, but this weapon in my hand can nullify some magic. And the reflector magic you used is in this list. Urza said calmly. There is actually such a thing? But even if the reflector magic is useless, so what? I never rely on just one magic. I can just kill you with other magics. After saying that, Midnight's body became distorted and started swelling, and soon, he changed from a normal human to a hell-like existence. The huge body gives people a full sense of oppression, but Urza doesn't feel much about this oppression. Give up, it's useless. I already know about your magics, and your illusion magic is very rough. After all, there are some things that can't be simulated casually with illusion. Urza said. Then with a wave of Gaidirg in her hand, the Midnight in front of her disappeared, and the monster turned into normal Midnight again. It's just that Midnight's face at this moment is not very good, and there is a feeling of being scared. The monster just now was just an illusion. In addition to the reflector magic, Midnight can also use illusion magic. Everything is fake, and since Urza knows his information, it's easy to crush him. Soon, Midnight was directly shot down by Urza with Gaidirg, which can be regarded as defeated by Asahi himself. But on the other side, something went wrong. Natsu was stunned because of the transportation, and maybe because of a butterfly effect, he was also poisoned at this moment. But because of his strong body, he just passed out, and his life would not be in danger. However, even without Natsu, Cobra's hearing was completely invalid because Asahi gave everyone a layer of protection. But he still had the poison dragon slayer magic, so he teamed up with Racer and defeated some of the Alliance Guild members. There are also some problems on Hotai's side. He was not affected by Nirvana, so he was still in the dark side. Originally, Jura could completely bully Brain, but against Hotai's magic, he was soon defeated. Hotai was simply Jura's nemesis. In this way, except for Rosa defeating Midnight, all the others were defeated. Even Akaya and the others were sneak attacked by Shirley, as Shirley turned to the dark side because of Nirvana. As for Lucy and Lily, they didn't face the Orishin Cease's members at all, otherwise, the battle will be over. I don't know if the luck of these guys is good or bad. Asahi used space magic to gather everyone into one place, and then healed them at once. After waking up, Jura and others were ashamed. After all, it was their problem, but they failed. As for Natsu, he was clamoring for revenge. After all, he was defeated because of poison. Although I didn't defeat the enemy, I still got some news. Their destination is Kate's shelter, but I don't know what their ultimate goal is. Jura learned about the other party's destination, but he wondered why the other party would want to go there. He planned to find out, but was disrupted by Hotai. The two sides fought for a while, and the result was that Jura was defeated. Kate's shelter? Why are they going to our guild? Wendy and Carla are shocked. They didn't understand why would the enemy target their guild. I know a little bit about their purpose. But before that, Happy, are you ready? I will hand over this big guy to you later. Asahi intends to give Happy a chance to show off. When Happy heard this, he immediately jumped up, while Natsu and Lucy directly remembered of the violent Happy back then. They felt that Happy at that state is indeed very powerful. Chapter 407. That day, Brain remembered the fear of being dominated by Happy, smash. Asahi threw a noble phantasm to Happy. When Nirvana was about to reach Kate's shelter, Asahi directly enlarged Happy, and Happy's size instantly surpassed Nirvana's. At this moment, Nirvana is only half of Happy's huge body, and Happy is also holding a golden hammer in his hand. The size of Nirvana is equivalent to a small city, and Happy has now surpassed the size of this city. Rupal was already shocked when he saw Nirvana appearing in front of him, but when he saw Happy, he was dumbfounded. This is the first time he has seen such a huge cat, and not only him, the other people on Nirvana are also shocked. Happy has become so big. Although I have seen it once before, it has obviously become weirder this time. Looking at Happy's huge body, Lucy started to complain, but it was indeed very strange. After all, it is different from giant magic. After using giant magic, Even Mikarov's small body will become muscular. That is the characteristic of this magic. It is not only as simple as making the user bigger, but also makes the user possess terrifying combat power. So after using that, their huge size would look terrifying, but Happy is different. He was directly enlarged by Asahi. Although he is extremely large now, his proportions are still the same as his normal state. There is no muscle at all, and he's just like a doll that has been enlarged countless times. What the hell is that? Brain looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Their loss is not very serious this time. Although there is no angel at the beginning and Midnight was defeated by Urza, there are still a few others left. But the current scene has shocked Brain. He has seen the huge size of Nirvana, and thought that Nirvana would be invincible, but seeing Happy at this moment, he couldn't understand what's going on anymore. But before anyone could answer his question, Happy suddenly raised the giant hammer in his hand. Boom! The giant hammer slammed towards Nirvana, making it fall onto the ground. It is said that only by destroying several nodes at the same time can Nirvana be destroyed, but to put it bluntly, that destruction method is just a choice for those without strength. People with strength will not need to do such a thing. They can just destroy this thing directly and violently. The current Happy has this strength, and once the hammer's ability is activated, a huge shockwave will erupt. This shockwave is not something Nirvana can't bear. Even though it can heal itself by absorbing magic power from the ground, it can only be limited to a small area, and it is completely impossible to resist this kind of super-wide bombardment. The moment the hammer fell and the golden shockwave erupted, Nirvana was smashed to the ground, and its back was completely crushed. Even the muzzle can't function anymore. Although it is recovering, the speed of recovery is quite slow at this moment. No, this is Nirvana, a magic item that claims to be able to change the world. Why is it so vulnerable? At this moment, Brain wanted to save Nirvana through the operation panel, but it was a pity that Happy would not give him a chance. Seeing that he hadn't destroyed Nirvana with one strike, Happy raised a giant hammer again. A golden shockwave that is more terrifying than before wrapped around the hammer and slammed onto Nirvana. Boom! The roar that was even more terrifying than before, and Nirvana's huge body was smashed by Happy's hammer. This time, Brain and the others were not spared, and they are all seriously injured. Although they did not die, they have lost the ability to fight. Ha 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 ha, that's amazing, great job Happy. Natsu, who had left Nirvana a long time ago, yelled at Happy, and Happy naturally saw Natsu as well, and then gave his thumbs up. The silly catchphrase made everyone a little amused. Sure enough, Happy will always be Happy, no matter how huge he is, Happy will never change. As for Carla, the way she looks at Happy is completely different now. She thought that the other party was just a super unreliable guy, but now, Carla's impression of Happy has changed. Although it was Asahi who helped, Happy in this form is also not bad. Let's go and see those Orashin Cisa's members. They are not dead yet. After saying that, Asahi took back the magic from Happy, and Happy returned to his normal size again, and then he flew around everyone. As for the hammer, Asahi gave it to Happy. It was not a big deal, and Happy could help him fight big monsters in the future, and harvest experience for him. How is it possible? Nirvana is gone. At the same time, the four people and a snake lying in the ruins all looked at this scene in bewilderment. On this day, Brain will never forget, and can never forget the fear of being dominated by Happy. Happy will probably become a very big shadow in his life. Nothing is impossible. To put it bluntly, Nirvana was also created by people, so it naturally can be destroyed by people. You who treat this kind of thing as a trump card are simply a trash. After Asahi arrived in front of Brain, he said ruthlessly. There is nothing to say about this person. Everyone else can be forgiven, but he alone can't. Basically, everyone else was brought out by him from the Tower of Heaven, and this guy himself is heinous and commits all kinds of evil. The research institute, where Ultra was sent by at the beginning, was also controlled by this guy. In short, the things this guy has done are enough for him to die 1,000,000 times. As for the others, they are not completely hopeless. Because of that, Asahi plans to imprison this guy in the hell of the Bleach world, and use it as an experience pack in the future. Trash? Ha ha ha, you can really say it. But you still make a mistake. You shouldn't have defeated all Orashin Cisa's members. Brain suddenly laughed, and the seals on his face began to fade quickly. The Orashin Cisa's members represents the 6 layers of seals, and now, following their defeats, the seals began to be lifted. Although you can change to another personality, do you think that with your strength, you can do anything even if your other personality increase your strength by 10 times? If it's just a trash body, even if it got a better personality, it is just a better trash. At any rate, it is still a trash in essence. Asahi, who is very disgusted with Brain, said speechlessly. The essence has not changed. It can be said that his body's limit strength is 10, but Brain can only use 1 or 2 by himself, so this combat power is nothing, and it's no big deal even if his personality changes. Chapter 408 Poaching People Again. You know Zero's existence? Brain's whole person is not good. He believed that Zero's existence is something that only him and the other Orashinsea's members know, and Zero's strength is the strongest among them. He is the guild master, and he is also another personality of Brain. But this personality cannot be controlled, and will do some outrageous things, like destruction and destruction. In terms of personality, Zero is similar to Agnologia, but in terms of strength, he is not at the same level at all. That's why Brain thought of a way to seal Zero. If someone wanted to let Zero come out, they can only defeat them, and this is considered their trump card. His idea is also very simple. If he dies, he wanted everyone to die together. After all, even if he falls, Zero will take care of the rest. But now, he suddenly realized that his thoughts seemed a little too naive, as the other party clearly knew his trump card. And compared to the violent Happy just now, Brain suddenly felt that it is useless even if Zero came out. Damn it! After shouting angrily, Brain's consciousness became blurred, and Zero took control of his body. What a waste. He was defeated by someone else and made my body like this. Brain is always a waste. After Zero appeared on the stage, the nature of his magic power changed, and there's also some change in his appearance. Zero at this moment seems as if he has rabies, as his eyes are red now. However, the injuries that Brain has suffered is now given to him when he controlled this body. After all, their body is one, and it is not possible to change bodies after their personalities change, so now, Zero is seriously injured. In this case, Zero's combat power is damaged, so he is naturally very upset. He is a trash, and you are just the same. Now that you have come out, then don't even think about leaving. As soon as Asahi said that, he snapped his fingers and chains shot out from the golden circles in the sky, which is none other than Enkidu. Although strictly speaking, the stronger the divinity, the stronger this chain will be, but even if it's dealing with a guy who doesn't have a divinity, it's still pretty good. At least, it's impossible for Zero to break free. Zero didn't have time to react and was bound by a large number of chains, and can no longer move. What? With surprise, Zero used his own magic power to break the chain, but his magic power was unable to do anything except moving the chain. After all, Enkidu is not something he can destroy. Immediately after, Asahi snapped his fingers again. This time, Zero disappeared from here and was teleported to the Bleach world's hell. As I said, no matter which personality it is, you are always a trash. Before Zero disappeared, Asahi's words were still lingering in his ears, but at this moment, he had come to a very special world. This place is very special, and after he entered, a chain directly penetrated his body. Hell has been transformed, and now, even people with physical bodies can be chained and their physical bodies can also be restored. Seeing Asahi get rid of Zero, the last 3 Orashinsea's members felt cold in their hearts. Don't worry, that guy is a special one, so the treatment is also special, but I won't do anything to you casually. The 3 of you haven't reached the point of being hopeless, and by the way, Hotai, your brother, Wally is in Fairy Tail. He has a good life now. Surrender to me, and then you can see each other. Asahi first act on Hotai, as this guy is the same as Angel. One is trying to find his younger sister, and the other is trying to find his younger brother. Wally? You mean, Wally is really in Fairy Tail? Hotai's whole person didn't feel good in an instant. He didn't expect after constantly looking for him, his brother is actually in Fairy Tail. Of course. You will see him later, and you will definitely recognize him. After all, you two, how should I put it? A bit square. Asahi felt that these 2 brothers seem to have been smuggled over from Minecraft. Hotai is a little better, as his square is not particularly obvious, but Wally is the real deal, as the edges and corners looks very clear. I see. As long as I see Wally, I can do anything. Because of the butterfly effect, Hotai was not reversed by Nirvana, but this is not necessary, as it's already enough to touch his weakness. Very well, then you should go and join a guild called Crime Sorcerer. I will give you the contact information, and by the way, Angel is also there. After Asahi finished speaking, he turned his attention to Cobra and the snake beside him. Being glanced by Asahi, Cobra was flustered. Zero has disappeared, and he also didn't know Midnight's life or death. As for Hotai and Angel, they were recruited by the other party, so it was his turn now. But although he was flustered, he would not compromise casually. This is his thought. Although he was defeated, he still has his own pride. Cobra, right? Do you know that the snake next to you was turned into this way by someone else's magic? She is not a snake, but a little girl. Asahi looked at the snake next to him. This snake also joined Fairy Tail in the later stage, but it is a human. It was removed in the later period, and after she turned back into a human, she joined Fairy Tail. What did you say? Cobra was a little confused. This snake can be said to be his most valued companion. Unlike other Orishine Cease's members, who he only regarded as colleagues at best, this snake is his treasured companion. I will help you remove the magic on her, but you, like Hotai, must join Crime Sorcerer. How about it? Asahi said. As long as he holds the weakness of the other party in his hand, there is nothing that can't be done. If what you say is true, then I promise you. Cobra said resolutely. After Hotai's example before, he believed in Asahi's words. And Asahi naturally didn't try to fool him, and directly transformed Cubelios back into her human form, a little girl with purple hair. The magic of this world is indeed very special. Such things often occur, as there are all kinds of special magic, and even time and space can be involved casually. No, she really is a human. After watching the snake turn into a human, Cobra was shocked, and after communicating with the other party, he understands the other party's situation. Because of this, Cobra at this moment has also become Asahi's subordinate. And if there's no accident, you will definitely become a die-hard loyalist in the future. Now that Cobra and Hotai are done, Asahi sets his sights on the last person, Racer. At this moment, Racer didn't know why, but he suddenly became a little curious at how the other party would solicit him. He asked himself, and he knew that he didn't seem to have any weaknesses that can be grabbed. He is completely different from Hotai and Cobra. Chapter 409 Rubal, choose for yourself, would you join the Crime Sorcerer or be sent together with Zero by me? Looking at Racer, Asahi didn't talk nonsense anymore, as he really couldn't find a weakness of this guy. After all, this guy's obsession was a little too strange, that was, to run faster. At the beginning, he thought that he was caught and brought to the Tower of Heaven because he was not running fast enough to directly run away from his captors, and because he was not running fast enough, he blindly pursued speed. However, the magic he used was actually to weaken the perception of others, and strictly speaking, it was not speed magic. That's why Asahi doesn't want to talk nonsense with him, although Asahi does have the kind of magic that can speed up the user. But to deal with Racer, that kind of thing is not a bargaining chip, so in the end, he just let him choose. This guy is not the kind that is too bad. And he can be saved. He is different from the other two hard-headed people with weaknesses, so he can be taken care of with just direct threats. Hey, why did it become like this when it comes to me? Racer almost stared out his eyes, just as he thought, he has no weaknesses, so the other party simply threatened him. You haven't given me the answer yet. I will only give you 3 seconds to choose. If you didn't choose, that means you reject my offer and you will go with Zero. After Asahi glanced at Racer, he started counting down, and Racer really panicked at this moment. Surrender, I choose to surrender. Although there are all kinds of cursing in his heart, Racer doesn't want to be with Zero. After all, that bastard is super abnormal. He can have a good life later, so why would he choose to suffer? Because of that, he decisively compromised. In this regard, Asahi also nodded in satisfaction, and directly threw the things for contact to the 3 of them, and asked them to contact Ultra on their own. With this, the scale of Crime Sorcerer is getting bigger and bigger now. After taking care of these guys, Asahi found Natsu and others, as they are still waiting for Asahi to tell them the result. As for the Council's army that should appear in the original work, they didn't come this time. Because they did not experience the previous disintegration, there was no new council. And after knowing the appearance of the fairy tale in the battle against Orishine Cease, they didn't even dare to show up, and they could only stay home honestly. It's done, the Orishine Cease have been completely eradicated. As for Nirvana, it has become a pile of rubbish. Looking at everyone, Asahi gave the final announcement, after which everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This place is not far from our Kate shelter. Everyone, why don't we all go to Kate shelter to rest? Wendy sent out an invitation. Her guild was very close from their current location, so the others naturally raised their hands in agreement. The group of people came to the Kate shelter so quickly. There were a lot of people in Kate shelter, but these people were all created by Rubal's illusion. When he first saw Asahi, Rubal couldn't help being taken aback, but he didn't say much. After the others rested, Rubal went to meet Asahi alone. Asahi-sama, have you rested? Rubal, who was standing outside the door, asked. Come in, I knew you would came to me tonight, after all your obsession has been eliminated. Asahi spoke, and then, Rubal walked in. I didn't expect to be able to see Asahi-sama in this era. 400 years ago, I only heard about Asahi-sama, and have only saw Asahi-sama's projection. I have never met you face to face like this. Rubal said. 400 years ago, it was the Dragon's era. And in that era, human beings could only live in the cracks. But because they were struggling constantly, countless outstanding talents appeared. It can be said that the dragon is the catalyst, as without the dragon, Zeref's family will not be killed. If that didn't happen, perhaps Zeref would not have embarked on the path of a mage, nor would he be cursed, nor would the Alvarez Empire appear in the later period. Without the dragons, humans would not have researched such a wonderful thing like Dragon Slayer magic, which finally created Agnologia. It can be said that dragons are the catalyst that caused countless troubles. From Rubal's words, Asahi knew that he had never seen this guy 400 years ago, but there should have been many people who knew his appearance back then. After all, the magic projection is just like the photo, which makes it much more convenient for people to see his appearance. You are amazing. You have stayed in this world for 400 years with such condition, and your tribe is also crazy enough to dare to make things that blaze with human nature. You guys are simply impatient to live. Asahi said with a nod, and Rubal smiled bitterly when he heard this. Indeed, they paid a heavy price, and the Nervit tribe has disappeared completely. If we could do it all over again, our tribe would never touch this kind of thing, but unfortunately, we have no chance for that. Right now, my obsession has been eliminated, and after the obsession in me is eliminated, I can no longer stay in this world. But Wendy, I don't feel relieved. Unlike the other members I created, this guild was created for Wendy. Once I disappear, this guild will also disappear. Asahi-sama, can you help me take care of Wendy? Rubal asked. I will take care of her even if you don't need to tell me. After all, I have already promised Grandini before. Asahi didn't refuse, but said Grandini's name, which also made Rubal startled. After hearing Asahi's answer, Rubal was grateful and left the room. Although he didn't know Grandini, he knew that if Asahi has promised so, then there is no problem. Now that his last bit of obsession has completely disappeared, he planned to say goodbye to Wendy the next morning. In this way, the time flies to the next morning, and then, it happened the same as the original work. Rubal exposed his identity and eliminated all the illusion he had created. Seeing this, Wendy finally understood why the guild never recruited members from outside, and only she and weren't the Nervit. It turns out that this is because everyone is fake. And Rubal also surprised everyone else. After all, a person who has been dead for 400 years can still create so many lifelike illusions. This is simply horrifying to the extreme. After all, even Jura would never be able to do so. After Rubal finally disappeared, Wendy started crying. Don't be too sad, you should be happy for him. After all, he had waited for 400 years just for this moment. From now on, you will be a member of our fairy tale. Asahi comforted Wendy and announced the final decision. Chapter 410 Guild Arts' Return. Such a little girl is actually a dragon slayer too? With this, our guild has 4 dragon slayers. After Wendy came to the guild, the whole guild was boiling. Speaking of which, Wendy on Edolas seems to be a big sister type. I didn't expect Wendy on our side to be a little girl. They are completely the opposite. After that, the group of people began to study the differences between the guild members of the 2 worlds. Wendy was shocked when she learned that there was actually another self of her in another world, and it is also a big sister type. She was shocked at first, and then, she blushed. Thinking of her own appearance when she grew up, Wendy is full of confidence for the future. Strictly speaking, the current Wendy has been treated as the youngest sister by the other members of the guild. It is estimated that Wendy will be adored by everyone as a treasure in the future. After all, who told her to be so cute? Cute is justice. What a noisy guild. Carla Lulu felt a little helpless about the joyful atmosphere of this guild, but she felt very warm. However, she is always full of tsundere attributes, so she will not tell the truth. Carla, this guild is very good. Everyone is very happy. By the way, you should also prepare later, Carla. After all, you will finally see your mother. Wendy said with a smile, but Carla's body became stiff immediately. It's not because her body is stiff, it's mainly because she really doesn't know how to deal with this mother who she has never met. After all, for a child who has grown up outside for a long time, it's too strange to let her suddenly see their own parents. Even if she matured early, knew a lot of things and was arrogant, but in the face of her biological mother, she was still a little helpless. But she also can't not see her mother. After all, she also has some obsessions. In short, she is quite entangled at this moment. Okay, don't worry too much. There shouldn't be any problems. I heard from Lily that they send you into this world to protect you, so she must still love you. Wendy comforted Carla, and Carla had nothing to say about it. She will just deal with it when they meet. Just as everyone was reveling, countless small speakers appeared over the entire Magnolia. This is a kind of magic used to notify the townspeople. They are repeating a sentence repeatedly, and everyone can hear it clearly. That is, the town will activate the guild arts shift. To be able to make the town transform just for him, it can be said that guild arts is really awesome. Of course, Magnolia's people are also the existence that Asahi admires very much. After all, they actually transform the town for one person, which takes too much money. It's guild arts is back. Everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild started to cheer wildly, but for the group of newcomers, they are confused. Who is guild arts? Lucy, Wally, Milyena, and Hugh, who joined later, were a little confused. After all, they have never heard of this person before. He should be the rumored Fairy Tail's strongest mage. At this time, Juvia spoke. She and Gagiel were both from Phantom Lord. And in order to deal with Fairy Tail, Phantom Lord checked all the information clearly. So they also know some information about guild arts, and it's because guild arts has been away for several years, including the absence of Lexus and others, that Phantom Lord dared to act on Fairy Tail. The rumored Fairy Tail's strongest mage? What do you mean? Isn't Urza and the others the strongest in Fairy Tail? Lucy was shocked. When she came before, she had heard that there were several strongest candidates in Fairy Tail. I won't dare to compare with guild arts, after all, the difference is too big, Urza said, and her words gave other people another wave of shock. It's fine if we're shocked, but how can you two also shocked like that? Seeing Gagiel and Juvia shocked together, Lucy began to complain crazily. Well, we just know a little bit, that's all. How could I know that the other party is so powerful? Gagiel and Juvia, who knew Urza's strength, were actually very shocked too. After all, Urza was known as Titania, and her combat power is not something they can compare to. Moreover, Gagiel has challenged Urza some time ago, and was beaten into doubting life. After knowing Urza's actual strength, he naturally feels terrible. Urza is already a monster, how can there be even more terrifying monsters? I also heard Makarev say that in terms of combat power, Guild Arts' combat power is even higher than his. Asahi said. Guild Arts' combat power was severely damaged from his first appearance because of his battle with Agnologia, but he's still so strong. Asahi estimated that Guild Arts' strength has actually reached the level of Spriggan 12 before he left for the 100 Years quest. He's actually so powerful? But what does this Guild Arts shift mean? Lucy was also shocked to hear that Guild Arts was actually even stronger than the veteran 10 Wizard Saints. It's a very special mode. To put it simply, the entire town has been modified. To be honest, it is really impossible to guess what these guys are thinking about in their minds. Asahi couldn't understand in the end, as the town was rebuilt for Guild Arts. It can only be said that this guy is also a super destructive king. Although they heard Asahi's explanation, Lucy and the others were still very agitated if they didn't see it with their own eyes. They soon came outside the door, and then saw the whole town changing rapidly like a transformer. After that, the originally winding street opened up a road that leads directly to the outside of the town. This is the great path that was prepared for Guild Arts, and Lucy was stunned when she saw it. Wow! So awesome! Even Wendy wanted to complain after seeing this, but she thought it would be impolite, so she held it back and replaced it with compliments. It's really stupid, these townspeople are really crazy. As for Carla, she didn't hesitate to start complaining after seeing this. She really can't understand, how can there are so many crazy people in this town? From the perspective of a normal person, this town is simply hopeless. Just when they were complaining wildly, Guild Arts finally slowly swayed towards Fairy Tail, but as he walked, this guy was still in a daze. Chapter 411 Guild Arts' Injuries. I'm finally back, it's really tiring. Because of Asahi's intervention, the guild was not destroyed this time, so Guild Arts did not fail to recognize the guild. Now that he recognized it, he also knew that he had returned home. This guild was indeed his favorite place. It seems that there are a lot of new faces. Are they all newcomers? Guild Arts, who was originally serious, entered the goofy mode in less than a second. Guild Arts, how is your mission? At this time, Makarev asked, and the others turned silent. Lucy and others had also learned about Guild Arts from Urza and Myra before, so they were looking forward to it. After all, it is a mission that has not been completed in 100 years, who knows how difficult this mission is. Gahahaha sorry, I failed, this mission is too difficult for me. After Guild Arts scratched his head, he opened his mouth and said. He was also very helpless about this. In fact, if he did this mission normally, he might be able to do it, but he happened to meet Agnologia during the mission. However, he is already really lucky to be able to come back alive. So it's like that. I don't blame you, after all, this mission is indeed too difficult, and you are the only one who is able to came back alive after going for this mission. The others are already dead. By the way, come here and let me introduce you. This is the Lord First Guild Master of Fairy Tail. You can call him Lord First. Makarev gave Guild Arts an introduction. Lord First, hello, I'm Gilda. Wait, Master, Are you sure it's Lord First Guildmaster? How many generations is it from you? Guild Arts, who was planning to greet Asahi, was stunned in an instant, and then he looked at Makarov with a confused look and asked. Sure enough, it's still like this. In desperation, Makarov could only introduce Asahi again, and Wendy and Carla also learned about it. After all, they have just joined the guild. Before, they actually had some doubts about other people calling Asahi Lord First. But they didn't ask at the time, and now, they finally learned about the truth. But even after learning it, they still felt it is a bit too exaggerated. Lord First Guildmaster, it's really amazing. You have lived for more than 400 years. Hello Lord First, I am Guild Arts. Guild Arts also introduced himself again, as this kind of thing can't be too sloppy. This guy and Shanks are completely carved out of the same mold. Both of them are red-haired, both look like uncles, and they are usually unreliable, but are very reliable at critical moments. The most important point is, both of them are crippled. It can be said that it is not too much to say that they are brothers. By the way, I'm a little tired after coming back, I'm going back to rest. Natsu, you should come to my house too, I have a gift for you. After saying that, Guild Arts planned to leave. You really intend to just leave with that kind of fatal injury? What Asahi suddenly said made everyone stunned. Ah, have I been seen through? But I can't help it, that guy's power is too corrosive. And it's fate that my life can be saved. Guild Arts scratched his head and said helplessly. He was indeed miserable, but he couldn't do anything, as Acnologia was too terrifying. Although he has the combat power at the level of Spriggan 12, but for Acnologia, defeating Spriggan 12 is as simple as playing, and even his human form can kill the other party in seconds. Guild Arts, you were injured? Makarov and others were also shocked, immediately asked. I wanted to hide it, but now it seems that there is no way. After saying that, Guild Arts threw away the cloak on his body, revealing the injuries on his body. One of his hand and foot are missing, which are replaced with magic prosthetics, and there's also a lot of bandages wrapped around his body. Moreover, there is also a dark and corrosive energy that can be felt in the bandage. I was very unlucky. During the mission, I encountered the world-destroying black dragon recorded in the Book of Apocalypse. In just an instant, I became like this. And the reason why I can survive is because he is not interested in me, as if I was just an ant. Just like humans don't care about ants, the other party's attitude toward me is the same. That's why I survived, but you have all seen the cost for my encounter. Guild Arts said helplessly. The gap was too big, and he didn't even have the will to resist back then. Instant. It's a joke, right? Looking at this terrifying injury on Guild Arts' body, Natsu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Guild Arts can easily defeated him with one hand, but even he couldn't do anything against the Black Dragon. Black Dragon Agnologia. To be able to survive after meeting him, you are indeed very lucky. Everyone knows the name of the Black Wizard, Zeref, right? Zeref and the Black Dragon exist at the same level, but if we just look at the destructive power and combat power, even Zeref will is under the Black Dragon. Asahi shook his head and said. Agnologia's combat power is too strong. Even if he is killed by a forced plot, the protagonist party needed to separate his soul from his body, and then use the power of the entire continent to defeat this guy. Even so, it can just be regarded as a plot kill. These two characters, Agnologia and Zeref, have been shaped too powerful by the author. They are almost undefeatable existences, so there's only plot kills to defeat them, rather than being able to defeat the other party fairly. Lord First, you know this guy? Hearing Asahi's words, everyone looked at Asahi. But after thinking about it, they felt that it is indeed true. After all, how could Asahi, who is a 400-year-old monster, not recognize these characters? Of course I do. That guy is actually not a dragon at birth, but the first generation of Dragon Slayer Mage. He just trained with the Dragon Slayer magic to the extreme, and finally turned into a black dragon. More than 400 years ago, the dragons were destroyed by the hands of this guy. Asahi revealed Agnologia's background. After all, it's not a big secret. What? The entire guild was shocked. The dragon is dragon, and humans are just humans. How can humans become giant dragons? They all thought that black dragon is a real dragon. Don't be so loud. The Dragon Slayer magic itself is taught by the dragon, but you can rest assured that you will not become dragons. Even if you become dragons, you can change back. There won't be any big problems. Asahi comforted the few dragon slayers, as only Luxus could become a dragon. Although it is possible for the others, the probability is almost equal to none after the antibody is completed. Moreover, even if they transformed into a dragon, it is not that they cannot be changed back. Regarding the sequelae, maybe even Zeref can't solve it, but he can. He has completely surpassed the limits of this world, and there is no need to worry about the sequelae of dragon transformation. Chapter 412 Treatment. That monstrous black dragon turned out to be the first-generation dragon slayer mage. It's unimaginable. Gildarts, who has personally experienced that kind of terrorist attack, knows exactly what kind of monster this Agnologia is. But such a giant dragon turned out to be a human being, which is really unacceptable for him. More than 400 years ago, dragons ruled over mankind. No, ruling is inappropriate. To be precise, it should be captive. Humans are nothing more than rations and toys for dragons. But in that era, there were also some very strange dragons who cared for humans just like humans care for small animals. They believe that humans can get along with dragons, so they created a magic called Dragon Slayer magic together with humans. However, their final result was not very good. After Agnologia successfully mastered the Dragon Slayer magic to the extreme, he became a dragon. Not only he slaughtered all the dragons that targeted humans, he also slaughtered all the dragons that helped humans. This has also led to human beings becoming the protagonists of the era, not dragons. Asahi talked about the affairs of Agnologia once again. After transforming into a dragon, this guy also became a lunatic. He doesn't care about those dragons that help himself. After transforming into a dragon, it has something to do with the dragon, he will definitely slaughter them all. In Tenru Island, after Agnologia was attracted there, the one he was targeting are Natsu and the other dragon's layers. As long as they have a relationship with the dragon and are discovered by him, he will not let anyone go, even a dragon's lair. That guy is completely crazy and nothing can stop him. That guy is too crazy. After listening to Asahi's introduction, everyone felt that Agnologia was a crazy lunatic. It was no problem to kill other dragons, after all, those dragons are targeting humans, but how can he also slaughter the dragons who were close to humans? Natsu, Gajiel and Wendy didn't think that there are problems with their parents. After all, from what they knew, Neil and the others have been with them until they disappeared a few years ago, so they can't be killed by Agnologia. But even if they think so, it is inevitable that they still have some concerns. Brother Asahi, Grandini, she. Wendy suddenly asked, but after saying halfway through, she didn't dare to continue. Grandini, Neil and Metallicana are still very safe and not dead. You can rest assured about that. Asahi also knew what Wendy wanted to ask, so he gave a guarantee. His words were like a needle for calming the sea, instantly stabilizing everyone's morale. The dragon slayers all breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But if I can become a dragon, can I become like Neil? Natsu asked with some excitement. Asahi also said that after becoming a giant dragon, he can return to human form. In this case, Natsu have nothing to worry about, so he is looking forward to it. Don't think about it. Moreover, besides Luxus, the chances of you becoming dragons are very small. Neil and the others have left something on you to prevent you from becoming dragons. Do you think there is no sequelae after becoming a dragon? Trust me, you probably don't want to see the sequelae of the dragon transformation, but if Luxus continues to train Dragon Slayer magic, there is almost 100% chance of him becoming a dragon. Of course, it doesn't matter if he transformed into a dragon, as I can solve the sequelae. After Asahi said that, he glanced at Luxus. Luxus didn't have the dragon that helped him make the antibodies. Unless Luxus abandons the Dragon Slayer magic from now on, otherwise, as long as he does not die, transforming into a dragon is a matter of course. Luxus and Makarov, who were a little worried at first, were also relieved when they heard Asahi's words. Fortunately, even after transforming into a dragon, he can still recover. I didn't expect to hear such a big secret. As expected of Lord First. Gildarts also nodded. He didn't expect that Agnologia had such a history. Let's put those things aside for the time being. We can't just leave your injuries alone. Take off your prosthetic limbs, I will help you recover. Asahi took a look at Gildarts. It can be said that this guy has remained disabled from the moment of his appearance to the end. But even in this state, his combat power is extremely strong, and no one can take the fairy tale's strongest mage until the end stage. You can restore my limbs? Gildarts was completely stunned. If the injury can be recovered, he can understand, but his hand and foot have actually disappeared. Can this kind of hands and feet that have been severed and disappeared can be restored? It's not a big problem, so hurry up. Asahi urged, and Gildarts didn't hesitate much, immediately took off the bandages and prosthetic limbs on his body. After he took apart these things, everyone saw the horrifying injuries on his body. Moreover, there is a faint black magic power on the wound. This is the magic of Agnologia, which attaches to the wound like a tarsal maggot and inhibits the recovery of the wound. When the others saw the injuries, they gasped in shock. Kana even burst into tears. After all, Gildarts is her father. However, Due to Guild Arts' title as Fairy Tail's strongest mage, she never dared to tell her real identity to Guild Arts. In other words, it is fear that he will not recognize her, that she is too weak, and will be abandoned by Guild Arts. Kana had this kind of thought from the beginning, so she didn't dare to tell the truth to Guild Arts. To put it bluntly, it was because she didn't know about Guild Arts. After taking a look at Kana, Asahi plans to take care of this matter in one go today. However, the key is still to recover Guild Arts' injuries. The energy in Asahi's body was poured into Guild Arts' body, and Agnologia's power was directly wiped out with almost no resistance. As expected of Lord First. It took me a long time to expel just a little of that monster's magic power. I didn't expect that Lord First would get it done in an instant. Guild Arts also sighed with emotion, as expected of a character from more than 400 years ago. In fact, Guild Arts is also a little puzzled now. He wondered if the difference between himself and these people from more than 400 years ago really so big? Agnologia effortlessly defeated him in an instant, and now Asahi can easily wipe out Agnologia's power from his body. Are they, the magicians of later generations, were really too weak? But when Guild Arts thought about their age, he gave up thinking about this issue. With more than 400 years old, there is simply no comparison. Chapter 413. Let me introduce you. This is your daughter. He didn't say anything to Guild Arts. After wiping out Agnologia's power from Guild Arts' body, Asahi activated time magic, and the time of Guild Arts' wounds and the position of his hands and feet kept moving backwards. As time went back, Guild Arts' wounds quickly disappeared, and his hands and feet quickly recovered under everyone's eyes. The ability to manipulate time is indeed very useful. After a few seconds, Guild Arts' injuries have completely disappeared. How did this happen so quickly? My severed limbs are completely recovered. Guild Arts' 3 views were also greatly impacted. Of course, it was not just him, as everyone else was also dumbfounded. It's a kind of time magic. I have reverted the time of your wounds, hand and foot to the state before you were injured. Of course, it's better to not use this kind of magic casually. The more time is reversed and the larger the scope, the more magic power it will consume. After your magic power is exhausted, if you still dare to continue, then it will consume your vitality. In other words, your lifespan. For the time I spent returning time of Guild Arts wounds, using Riz's magic power as the template, it will consume at least 30 years of Riz's life. I don't know if you will encounter this kind of magic in the future, and learn this kind of magic, but remember, don't use it casually. Asahi warned everyone. If there was a deviation due to his butterfly effect, and someone really learned this magic, they might kill themselves when using it, so he felt that it's better to explain everything now. What an exaggerated sequelae. It absolutely can't be used. The boys felt terrible, let alone the girls. Thinking that if they learned this kind of magic and used it too much that makes them turned into an old lady, the blow would be a little bit too much, so they didn't dare to think about it anymore. I guess we will never encounter this kind of magic in our lifetime, but it feels really good to recover. Guild Arts shook his recovered arm. This feeling is so good. Although the previous prosthetics can be controlled easily, it is always fake, and it is incomparable to the real. Guild Arts, now that you have recovered, accept my challenge. After Natsu finished speaking, he rushed over, but after Guild Arts saw Natsu, he waved his hand and defeated Natsu in less than a second. The strength gap is too big, let alone Natsu hasn't really used his magic, but even if it does, the result will still be the same. To celebrate Guild Arts' return, let's have a banquet. Makarev suddenly shouted, and the others immediately echoed and started shouting crazily. In an instant, the guild became lively again. Before that, Guild Arts, you should deal with your private affairs. However, Asahi spoke again at this moment, suppressing everyone's voices, and causing everyone to look at him again. Private affairs? What private affairs? Guild Arts asked in a daze. He didn't remember any private affairs he had. In the guild, I sense that someone has a blood relationship with you. And not just blood, as even your magic signature is almost the same. There is only one result of this, that is, someone here is your immediate family member. Are you not going to recognize your daughter? Asahi decided to tell him in advance, otherwise, the father and daughter's situation would be really awkward. Hearing Asahi's words, everyone else looked like they had seen a ghost, and Kana was so scared that she kept backing away, planning to find a chance to run away. She couldn't guarantee that Guild Arts will recognize her. If he dislikes her because she is too weak, then Kana can't imagine what she would do. Are you planning to leave like this? Do you think your father is someone who will dislike his own daughter because of her strength? Seeing that Kana was planning to run away, Asahi uttered a word again, making Kana's movements stiff. At this moment, everyone followed Asahi's gaze and saw Kana who was about to run away. Kana, you are Guild Arts' daughter. Wait. I remember that when you first came to Fairy Tail, it was to find relatives. It turned out to be guild arts. Guild arts, you bastard, you don't even recognize your daughter here. Mikrov angrily kicked guild arts directly. When Kana first joined the guild, he also knew some of her purposes, but at the time, he didn't know that Kana's relatives were in the guild, and it was actually guild arts. Now that he knew it, he was so angry. After all, guild arts hadn't recognized his own daughter for so many years. He immediately thought that this was guild arts' fault. Mikrov, how can you be so irritable? Guild arts himself probably doesn't know this. Kana thought that because of guild arts' strength, he won't recognize her, so she didn't dare to tell him her identity. After all, guild arts is Fairy Tail's strongest mage, and this guy really left her mother for a long time, otherwise, there would be no such thing as having a daughter and not knowing it. Kana is probably preconceived and thinks that this guy values strength, so she didn't dare to say it until she reached a certain level. Asahi glanced at guild arts. It can be said that he is a playboy, but he is also a dedicated person, because he only loves one person, other times it's just playing around. When he went to find the woman he liked, he found that the other party was already dead, and Kana had came to Fairy Tail at that time. In this case, it can be seen how long this guy has left. However, judging from the situation of the missions he did, it basically takes a few years at a time, so it is not difficult to understand his reason. When Kana told him her identity, he said Kana's mother's name with deep affection, which can only be achieved when his love towards her is deep. Otherwise, if guild arts is really a playboy, he will not be able to say Kana's mother's name. After Asahi explained this matter, guild arts broke out at his fastest speed and hugged Kana directly. After that, there was naturally a beautiful scene where the father and daughter finally identify each other, and then guild arts went from a philandering uncle directly to an old father. As an old father, he naturally wants to protect his daughter's safety. So guild arts stood directly around Kana. If anyone wants to strike up a conversation with her, the girls are okay, but men will be greeted with his murderous gazes. Of course, it is estimated the situation will only continue for a few days, and it will not continue to be like this in the future. There are people who wanted to drink with Kana, but in the end, they were all glared by guild arts into backing away. Although Kana thought it was a bit funny, the feeling of being cared for by someone is indeed very good. Chapter 414 The stunned Misthogun Fairy Tail started a huge party again because of guild arts' return, recovery, and the recognition of father and daughter. On the other side, there was a person who was already dumbfounded, and this person is Misthogun. Misthogun is Jewel from the Adola's side. He used to constantly hinder anime from taking magic power from Earthland in the past. He can be regarded as a messenger of justice, but recently, Misthogun has been a little confused because he found that anime's reaction has disappeared. At first, he thought there was some error with his sensing, so he didn't think too much about it. But as time went by, Misthogun found that it became more and more weird, as anime's reaction really disappeared. During this period of time, he hadn't even returned to Fairy Tail, and he had always been investigating this matter all the time. In the end, he is certain that anime has really stopped, and he thought his father is about to make a big move. He believed that the other party planned to accumulate enough magic power and then attack in one strike, so he stayed in this world to observe and prevent accidents. However, as time went on, he found that he was wrong again. Even if anime can accumulate energy, it is not unlimited. In this period of time, it is probably enough to fill in the magic of the entire Adolas. However, even after that, the super magic anime was still not activated, which made Misthogun really confused. In desperation, he decided to return to Adolas and take a look. After returning, he is also very cautious. After all, his identity was an exiled person, and even if he is a prince, he is also exiled. It has to be said that Misthogun is also a genius, as he was able to find the way to Earthland. Moreover, he can also create medicines that allow people to use magic on Adolas. God knows how he can make them, and he can also freely travel through the world, which is very strange. But after Misthogun quietly returned to his homeworld, he found that the situation had changed. The people in the city all talked with laughter and happiness, and there were also various electrical appliances. However, the time were too short, so it can't be popularized. Otherwise, it is estimated that the streets would be full of cars now. Since there is not enough time, these concepts have not been introduced for the time being, so this kind of thing like car and so on hasn't appeared yet. But for electric lights, telephones, etc., those series of things have appeared, and in the city, there are various things being built at this gym. Seeing this kind of change, Misthogun can just stare in a daze for a while. Misthogun was also quickly spotted by the other people. The main reason is that his dressing is too weird. Just think about it carefully, as someone dressed as a mummy, standing on the street bound to attract attention. Because of that, the kingdom's magic war division quickly set their sights on Misthogun and passed the news to the current queen, Night Talker. He is finally back? Although he is no longer a prince, it is better to let him handle the old king himself. Mirza didn't think much about it, and directly sent someone to invite Miss Togan to the palace. After contacting the Magic War Division, Miss Togan wanted to run away immediately, but after hearing that the king had changed, he did not continue to run, but gritted his teeth and followed these soldiers to the palace. Mirza, you are the current king? What the hell is going on? The moment he saw Mirza, Miss Togan collapsed. In the entire Magic War Division, if he was asked who is the most loyal to the kingdom, he will definitely answer Mirza without hesitation. But now that this king is Mirza, he is a little dazed. Come with me to see the old king first. I will tell you everything that happened on the way. After Mirza finished speaking, she took Miss Togan to the dungeon. Along the way, Mirza told Miss Togan what happened in this world. Upon hearing Mirza's explanation, Miss Togan finally understood why Anima suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was not trying to make a big move, nor was the old king found his conscience, but because the nature of the kingdom had changed. In this regard, Miss Togan also considers the condition of the people of this world, so he didn't say much. Judging from the current situation in the kingdom, he thinks that Mirza is doing very well as a queen, at least, she's much better than his father back then. After all, the only time his father can make everyone happy is when he stole magic power from Earthland. Regarding magic power, the old king longed for it to the extreme, even to the point of madness, but it's also because of the magic power that he was defeated. Asahi-sama has told me to let you deal with the old king. So for this period of time, we have just imprisoned him. After arriving at the prison, Mirza didn't go in, but let Miss Togan enter by himself. Seeing that his father has turned into a prisoner, Miss Togan's expression was not good, but to be honest, he actually didn't have much affection for his father. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own children, but this old king, he has brought the fact that the emperor has no brothers and no children to the extreme. When Miss Togan was a child, Miss Togan was exiled. If he hadn't been saved by Lily, the gel of this world would have died a long time ago. This guy can be said to be extremely cruel to Miss Togan. However, Miss Togan was still too kind. Now that he saw his father become like this, he felt pity towards him. He could never blame his father himself. After that, he talked with the old king for a while and made a decision. In the original work, because of the general trend, he exiled his father, but this time, he is not a king and does not need to bear this kind of responsibility, so he finally told Urza how to deal with him. That is, to let him take the old king to Earthland, and live a new life there as an ordinary person. After all, in this world, if the old king comes out again, he will probably be hammered to death by the citizens. In the original work, Natsu and the others became villains after performing the drama, but this time, under Asahi's operation, instead of others, it was the old king who became the villain. Therefore, in the eyes of other people, if there's 1 to 100 favorability for this kind of thing, everyone's favorability towards the old king would be 100. Mirza also agreed to this. After all, how Miss Togan dealt with the old king was Miss Togan's matter. She wouldn't be nosy. After all, if she really cared, she would have dealt with the old king a long time ago. Mirza will just do what Asahi said, and she will not disobey Asahi's words, as she is full of gratitude towards him. After all, the people in this country now have a very good life, and this kind of thing are also built in other cities. In a few years, this kind of thing should be fully popularized in this world. Chapter 415 Yajima's restaurant opens in the end. Miss Togan took the old king out of Edoas and returned to Earthland through the door in the Fairy Tales building. In fact, Fairy Tales people don't plan to care about the other party, and they have already let go of it. After arriving in Magnolia, Miss Togan prepared a house for his father, and after that, he only needs to be responsible for sending money over on a regular basis. This can be regarded as his last bit of filial piety. In doing so, Miss Togan had done his best, but after the old king was awake, he also changed. He knew that he was at fault and his son has done his best to help him, so he planned to find something to do on his own, such as starting a small business. Then, after returning to Fairy Tale, Miss Togan also removed his disguise and announced his real identity. He was extremely grateful to Asahi. After all, he doesn't need to care about those things now, and can really blend into the fairy tale. But to be honest, his appearance is still a bit problematic. After all, Jelil is a real villain in this side. Of course, this is not a big problem. After that, Asahi removed the birthmark from his face. Having a tattoo and not having a tattoo are completely two different concepts. Right now, no one could tell that Miss Togan, who had no tattoo on his face, was Jelil at all. After all, because of the tattoo problem, when others saw Jelil, they were instantly attracted by this strange tattoo. Few people care if there is any chance of Jelil removing the tattoo himself. After getting rid of the tattoo, Jelil became a young boy with a typical handsome face. Of course, For the convenience of doing things, he still threw away the name Dell and used the name Mustogan forever. The name is not bad, at least everyone is used to it. Of course, when the banquet was held in the future, Mustogan would inevitably be brought down directly, not with fighting, but with drinking. It must be known that the people in the guild still have a bit of hatred towards him. After all, in order not to reveal his identity, this guy will hypnotize everyone every time he comes back. It's also because everyone wasn't on guard, otherwise, it is estimated that Natsu and the other strong mages would not be knocked out so easily. It will be like this every time he come back, and the others are naturally unhappy, so this time, they filled his glass with a lot of alcohol. As a result, Mustogan fell directly, the first to fall. Lord First, are you free today? The next day, Mikuro found Asahi directly. I'm free, what's the matter? Is your party for the elderly about to start again? Asahi asked a little curiously. Mikuro's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. What do you mean party for the elderly? And even if it's a party for the elderly, aren't you already more than 400 years old? Mikuro is quite speechless. No, it was at Gyojima. He sent an invitation letter, inviting us to visit his restaurant. Mikuro spoke and took out an invitation letter. Yajima? I remember that guy should be a member of the council, right? He retired? Asahi was a little surprised. The reason why Yajima retired from the council in the original work was because of the Tower of Heavens incident. In fact, he didn't have any blame at that time, but he felt too tired, so he went out to open a restaurant. But now, it seemed that nothing happened, so Asahi wondered why would he retire? That guy has always wanted to open a restaurant. But as an old friend of mine, he stayed in the council to help us. But since you came, Lord First, the council has not dared to do anything to our fairy tale, so he simply retired and opened a restaurant in the city where he lives. Now that the restaurant has just opened, he invited us over. Mikuro explained. Then let's go. I want to taste that guy's craftsmanship. Asahi didn't think much about it, so he chose to go there to relax. Is it delicious? I want to go too. At this time, Natsu suddenly popped out of nowhere. Well, it seems that old man Yajima has also issued a mission to recruit some temporary waiters, and work there until he finds enough waiters. Riza also came out with a mission notice. Then you can add me, I have experience in that area. Myra also jumped out, and since Myra appeared, Elfman and Lisan naturally also appeared. And then Gray, Lucy, and a series of people appeared, all expressing their willingness to take this mission. Wait, you guys, take us too. Mikao and the others took a step slower, but at this time, Riza raised the mission notice in her hand. Sorry, there are already enough people, if you go, it will become too chaotic. Ursa's words caused a group of people to grieve with while covering their heads. But who told them to be late to the party? Everyone, go back and prepare. We will go over in the afternoon to see if there is anything else we need to help with the opening. As soon as Mikuro gave the order, the others immediately went back to prepare, and Riza once again took out her luggage that was too much. Seeing this left Asahi speechless. Riza's equip space actually can hold so many things, but she still need to bring such a huge amount of luggage with her every time. And it also didn't matter if she brings it. After all, every time she arrives at the mission location, these things will disappear, and when she come back, these things will be brought back again. It is simply too magical. After everyone went back to prepare for a while, they set off collectively. And because Happy knew the importance of training, he has been training for a while. In order to leave a deep impression on Carla, he can already grow to a size of 10 meters, so there is no problem in letting the group of people ride him. In fact, the main purpose is to accommodate Natsu. Wendy can eliminate her motion sickness by herself, and of course Natsu's motion sickness can also be eliminated by her. But in order not to take the transportation, Natsu still asked Happy. And Happy naturally knew about Natsu's situation, but he regarded Natsu as his best friend, so he would still agree to this small request. It can be said that Natsu and him have completely established the kind of bond that cannot be separated. Because they are riding Happy, their speed was much faster than normal transportation. And when they arrived at the city where Yajima was located, it was just time for dinner. When everyone found Yajima, Yajima was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be so much help coming this time. Originally, he planned to delay opening the restaurant for a period of time to recruit enough waiters. Now that someone takes the mission he posted, there is no need to delay it. And a few days are enough for him to recruit other waiters. Chapter 416 Domineering Waiter, Mirza. Speaking of which, Yajima, since you are the chef, are you sure you can open such a big restaurant? Asahi looked at Yajima speechlessly. Although Yajima was also a magician, and his strength was not weak, it's not a big problem if he only cooks for some people, but if the restaurant becomes popular, Yajima will be very busy. And if he is too busy, he might lose interest in cooking. Many people are interested in cooking, but if they cook every day, make every meal, or even one meal for 100 servings, or even 1,000 servings, they would be very tired. Although he can do it, it doesn't mean much if he doesn't like cooking in the future, right? It should be okay. My restaurant should not have many customers at the beginning. And if there are too many people later, then I can just recruit more chefs. Yajima made his own decision, so Asahi didn't say much about it. If the business is good, then it would be hard for him, so he will definitely need other people's help. At night, Yajima cooks and everyone tastes the dishes he made. They all felt that the taste is indeed very good. It seems that Yajima has done a lot of research on this. Mikuru and Asahi are here as guests. As for the others, they are here to help. Early the next morning, even Happy, Carla, and Lily changed into the very small version of waiter uniform, which was specially modified by Yajima at night. Using a cat as a waiter is probably a feature for the restaurant. Moreover, the cat can fly. And when the clothes are worn by Risa, Myra and other girls, it is a real charm. It is estimated that most of the eyes of those who come in for dinner will be on them, but fortunately, the clothes are very conservative. Yajima thought that the staffing is good enough, so he opened the restaurant early the next morning. The newly opened restaurant had a certain discount, so there were a lot of people coming, but after that, some problems were exposed. Why you two big men only eat 2 dishes? Are you still man? Eat more. This is Riza's words. Although she is a waiter, she is also the queen of waiter. If it is placed in the real world, who dares to act like this? Even if they are a beauty, they will definitely be fired by the boss not long after. But this kind of thing happened in the anime world. So these 2 guests were directly conquered by Riza and became her underlings. It can only be said that Riza is very domineering, which also reminds Asahi of the original work when Riza directly robbed a pirate's ship, and get the other party send her to Galuna Island. Moreover, she also taught these people to be good people, and they didn't even dare to have bad thoughts anymore. Now, these 2 guests were also overwhelmed by Riza's queen aura, and ordered a large table of dishes in one breath. It can be said that Riza is indeed very powerful. Of course, the other girls are not weak. For example, Myra's black belly personality also stunned others. As if starting to compete with Riza again, Myra took advantage of her black belly personality to make others submit. If they don't order food, Myra's black aura will start appearing. This feeling is like being stared by a powerful lion, which is uncomfortable. Although it is different from Riza's overbearing queen aura, Myra also used her own black belly personality to overwhelm others. As for Lucy, this girl is trying to act cute. And because she is indeed good-looking, the customers didn't say much. Juvia's operation is even more exotic. She directly touches the customers with her tears. If they don't order, she will cry, and if they order less, she will also cry. For others, it is very difficult to cry, unless something is really sad. But Juvia is different. Her magic and physique are all water, so she can cry easily whenever she wanted, which makes the customers feel uneasy. This group of girls seems to have started the competition in a very tacit understanding. In an instant, Yajima, who in the kitchen, was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that there were only dozens of customers who came in, but seeing that the dishes ordered have reached hundreds, he wondered what's going on. Yajima has some doubts whether the food intake of these customers is wrong. After all, how can they eat so much? But he didn't have time to think about it, and immediately started cooking quickly. If they continue like this, it is estimated that Yajima will stay in the kitchen until the restaurant close. Asahi almost laughed to death when he watched each girl's unique operations. Mikuru also looked at the kitchen where Yajima was located, with some pity. Of course, this was just the beginning. After the first wave of dishes was finished, before Yajima had time to catch his breath, another pile of orders rushed in, and he was dumbfounded when he saw this. The people who ate outside originally ordered so many things that they couldn't eat them fast, but faced with the operation of Riza and the others, they eventually started to activate their party mode. After that, they needed help from the others to leave the restaurant. This is definitely the most brutal restaurant I have ever seen. If this continues, although Yajima can make a lot of money right now, it is estimated that there will be no more customers in the future. Seeing the people who seem to be pregnant for 8 months and leave with their big bellies, Asahi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Such a waiter is indeed good enough, but when those people come back to their senses, they will not dare to come again in the future. It should be fine in a few days. I wondered what happened to them. Mikuru shook his head helplessly. Natsu and the boys, who were responsible for carrying the ingredients, were also a little confused, as the ingredients were consumed too quickly. So they immediately went to carry the ingredients. It can only be said that Riza and the other girls are really terrifying. In this way, from the morning until noon, the business continued to bloom. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that it finally stopped. Yajima, how do you feel? Looking at Yajima, who was very tired, Makarov asked with some amusement. On the other hand, Yajima rolled his eyes at Makarov, and then lay on the chair and didn't want to move anymore. The first time he had a sense of fear about cooking, and this was the result of asking for Riza and the other girls' help. Chapter 417 Asahi takes action. After a day of frenzied devastation, Yajima successfully finished his job, and until the next day, Yajima continued to be in strange state. Even if Asahi and the others got rid of his fatigue, there was already a shadow in his heart, which caused him to tremble when he saw the kitchen. Under such circumstances, this chef basically crippled, and the culprit was the group of competing waiters. After knowing what happened to Yajima, Mirza and the others were extremely embarrassed. But since things have come to this, they can't do anything. They can only watch as Yajima lost his passion in cooking. Seeing everyone like this, Asahi also shook his head helplessly, and simply went into the kitchen by himself. He also changed the menu outside, as he wanted these people to taste what is the real delicacy. Lord First is going to cook himself? I wonder how Lord First's craftsmanship tastes like. Seeing Asahi directly replacing Yajima's position, Makarov was a little shocked. To be honest, he thinks that with his identity, Asahi should not enter the kitchen casually. After all, he is very strong. If he wants to be a chef, he can just find others to cook for him. Mages like them should spend their time training magic. But Asahi let him see that he really has the energy to study other things. Why have I never heard of any of these dishes? Looking at the dishes on the menu, Yajima wondered if he was a fake chef. He really doesn't know any of the dishes on these menus. Let alone seen them, he has never heard of them. It's quite peculiar, but based on Lord First's knowledge, these dishes should be very good. Makarov said confidently. Asahi has lived for so many years and has traveled everywhere, so in terms of knowledge, he must be better than everyone here. When everyone was talking about the menu, there was a burst of tasty fragrance in the kitchen. And this fragrance can be said to be dozens of times better than Yajima's craftsmanship yesterday. The scent is just like something that only appears in gourmet shows, and the fragrance alone has already made people lose themselves. The restaurant hasn't opened yet, but the fragrance has diffused for several kilometers around, attracting countless people. Isn't this the overbearing restaurant yesterday? How could there be such an alluring fragrance? It shouldn't be. Let's go in and have a look. Are you crazy? Have you forgot what happened yesterday? Outside the restaurant, some people are eager to go in, but some were worried that the situation of yesterday would happen again. When it was evenly spread, everyone was forced to eat 5 servings of food each. Even thinking about it now makes them want to cry, and there is a shadow in their hearts. Bullshit, with such a fragrance, no matter how much it is, I can eat them all. As the fragrance became more and more intense, a group of people poured directly into the restaurant. The people who rushed first were fine, but those who came in late had no seats, but even if they didn't have seats, they still wouldn't leave. My God, how many people are there? There are dense crowds of people in the restaurant, and then outside, the crowds are also too scary, as almost the streets outside are fully crowded. Hurry up and greet the customers. We will talk about our meal later. Mirza and the others originally planned to wait to taste it first, but with so many guests coming, they can't just watch and do nothing. Then, countless orders quickly entered the kitchen. Mirza and others thought that Asahi would be very distressed with so much orders coming. However, after an hour has passed, they are all a little confused. They have already tried their best and have no time to rest at all, but the speed of Asahi's cooking is called fast, and all the orders comes out in just a few minutes. Orders sent in can always be sent out without taking too much time. Unlike Asahi, Mirza and others are busy outside, not to mention them, even Elfman and Natsu are so busy that they were dizzy. Although they are doing their best, the rate Asahi consumes the ingredients is too fast, which makes them too late to keep up. How did Lord First do it? We are all very busy, but he can make all dishes by himself. Everyone was shocked, and came to the kitchen, but when they arrived in the kitchen, they were collectively stunned. Because they saw that Asahi didn't look tired at all, but rather calmly sitting around while drinking tea and eating cakes, as if he didn't work at all. And the kitchen is also neat and tidy. There is no chaos at all, and it is clean, just like when it was cleaned after the end of the day. Sho. Lord First, how did you do it? Makarov asked with a dazed expression. As for Yajima, he almost doubted life. Why? Is there a problem? I just used thought projection to cook, so I can just watch them work without moving. Asahi asked with some doubts. Using the thought projection to cook dishes, can anyone else think of using it like that? Can the thought projection be used like this? Then why are the dishes so fast? Don't some dishes take time to cook? Yajima asked his own question. Even if he racked his brain, he still doesn't know how the cooking speed could be so fast that it was almost seamless. Yajima felt that even if he has 10,000 thought projection, he still can't do it. After all, the speed of cooking depends on the cooking time of the dish, not the amount of people cooking. It's very simple. I speeded up the time here by 100 times, so that the dishes that take more than an hour to prepare can be done in less than 1 minute. Isn't it convenient? Asahi said amusedly. There is nothing that can withstand the acceleration of time. Accelerating the time naturally increases the speed of the cooking. Time magic. Yajima was really sluggish this time. He had never seen such an operation in his entire life. He is really incomparable. Even if he can use thought projection, he doesn't know this kind of time magic. Even if he could use time magic, he wouldn't dare to use it casually like this. Let alone the horror of magic power consumed. Once the acceleration is too excessive, maybe his lifespan will be eaten. Sure enough, this is not something that ordinary people can do. Moreover, there's also the taste of the dish. Yajima wanted to go directly to acknowledge Asahi as his teacher, but after he raised this point, he was directly rejected by Asahi. How could he accept Yajima as his apprentice? But Asahi still threw the recipe to Yajima. After all, it's a pity that no one promotes the development of these good things. He has revised the concept of food in several other worlds, and it will continue to spread. Chapter 418 S-Rank Promotion Test. In the next few days, Yajima's restaurant was also full of people, but he didn't have Asahi's skills, so he could only make the dishes slowly. Moreover, the number of customers he served is also limited, which also makes his restaurant not as busy as before. Following the advice Asahi gave him, a reservation system was implemented, and then Yajima discovered that the reservation had been rushed to a month later, making Yajima extremely ashamed. During this period, he also recruited many employees, replacing the position of those from Fairy Tail. After returning to the guild, the wizard of Fairy Tail began to become a little crazy, and started accept missions frantically. And during this period of time, countless commissions rushed into the guild as if snowballing. If there is such a quantity in normal times, it is estimated that it will be backlogged for a long time, but during this time, these entrustments was picked up just after coming in, so it can be said that the number of commission never increased. What the hell is going on here? Why the hell does everyone suddenly become so hardworking? Seeing all the people who were almost crazy about doing missions, the new people who didn't know what's going on were all stunned. They wondered if it is because of a lack of money. But how is it possible? Since Riza started to control them, the destruction has almost disappeared. Under such circumstances, the guild's finances have begun to warm up, and the wallets of everyone have also bulged. In this case, how can they still be short of money? It's a bit inconceivable. It's not that there is a lack of money, but Fairy Tail's S-Rank promotion test is about to begin. The premise of S-Rank promotion test is they must have enough mission experience, that is, to do more missions, just like what they are doing now. Asahi shook his head. He naturally knew what would happen, and Alter has also sent him a message. Next, the Grimoire Heart will do things when they are on Tenru Island. In fact, Asahi also intends to seal Natsu and the others for 7 years. After all, many things will not unfold until 7 years later, so it would be boring to end the matter early, and there are also many people have not yet grown up. As for how Asahi would spend these 7 years, it would be much simpler. He can just do some research on other things. Moreover, he can also take out the guys, who can only share blessings and cannot share adversities, from Fairy Tail, as keeping them here would just be an eyesore. S-Rank promotion test, huh? No wonder these people became so hardworking. Lucy and the others also understood what's going on. In fact, because of Asahi's intervention this time, many new people have been added, such as the people from the Tower of Heaven, and Mest has also returned, so even he doesn't know how it will develop. After Asahi finished saying this, Simon and Sho quickly went to pick up mission. As for Wally, this guy became lazy. After seeing his brother, he stopped working hard, as if everything had nothing to do with him. As for Milyana, she is not strong enough, but she has been pestering Happy, Lily, and Carla all day long. This girl is an authentic cat lover, and she even prepared a lot of new clothes for the 3 cats. In this way, after the newcomers knew the situation, they also joined the others taking missions, but the result was not very good, as the missions were almost all robbed by the others. There are only some unimportant ones, and they don't know what the specific requirements of the mission are, so they could only choose them randomly. But what they don't know is that those quests are useless at all, only better quests are useful. Sufficient level of mission accumulation is needed to participate in S-Rank promotion test. So most of the missions they took were to find people, finding things, or fighting monsters, as it would take much faster time to finish. So it's normal for them to brush off other long-time missions. After a month of scrambling for missions, it finally came to the time for the announcement of the S-Rank promotion test. Asahi also saw the list from Makarov, and there was no big change from the original work, as only a few were squeezed out. So this time, they naturally had nothing to do, but after going through various personnel ratios, the people in the original work were still included. Although some are not eligible to participate in such assessments, they can still be invited by others. So a group of people were involved in it like this. On the contrary, Gagiel, because he didn't have much relationship with Levi, was invited by Mest, and Levi went to find Wendy. It is unknown what they are thinking. After all, both of them are supports type, but they still teamed up. Although Wendy can be regarded as a violent support, but there's still her character. Although she has mastered the Dragon Slayer's secret art faster, but if she fights, Wendy will still be soft. The current Wendy is not the Wendy after the death of Grandini in the later period. At that time, Wendy is the truly strong Wendy. Makarov, let's change the S-rank promotion test this time. Asahi also found Makarov. What do you mean, Lord First? After hearing Asahi's words, Makarov couldn't help but froze. I also know your selection. Only one person can become an S-rank mage at a time, but now, there are several qualified to become S-rank mages. Their strength and experience have already reached the standard, and blindly protecting them is not a good thing, so Makarov, I will make the judgment later. There is no limit in the number of people passing. Asahi felt that there was a problem with Fairy Tail's selection system. Moreover, in the original work, the test was stopped because of both Agnologia and Grimoire Ironheart. Otherwise, those who failed the exam this time would still be ineligible to accept S-rank missions. This is no longer protecting them, but suppressing their growth. After all, growth requires constant training. And Makarov's way of doing things will cause many people who meet the standards to fail this S-rank promotion test. Is that so? I understand, Lord First, then what about the test itself? Makarov asked after taking a look at Asahi. The test will continue as usual. I will determine their strength based on their performance, and then give them a score. Then, I will announce it when they reach S rank. During this period, don't tell them about it. Let them work hard for the test. After Asahi finished speaking, Makarov also nodded. In Fairy Tail, there are indeed a large number of people who have grown up now. Unlike Myra, Mirza and the others in the past where there were only a few people in their group, the number of people has increased too much in one breath now. Their strength is indeed not weak, and if it is based on the assessment standards of the other guilds, all of these people would have already be called S-rank mages. However, by doing this now, the level of Fairy Tail's S-rank mages will be much higher, and even the current S-rank mages have the strength no less than that of Jura, that is, the combat power of the 10 wizard saints. And when they explode, even Jura would be surpassed in minutes. Chapter 419 11th Generation Guild Master Lord First, Guild Arts, because we are going to set up the examination venue in advance, we will go there one day in advance. Do you want to go together? Makarov asked Asahi, and Asahi also planned to see Mavis. Right now, Mavis' body is still in the crystal below, but after 7 years, Asahi will directly release her. Asahi didn't plan to act with the others either, so he followed the people who went to Tenru Island first. This time, Lixus was not expelled, so he came to Tenru Island too. However, among this group of people, it is estimated that Riza is the most difficult to deal with. It's because Riza is very rigid. Unless they defeated her, they would never pass the test. But Riza wouldn't hold back, so encountering her could be considered a failure. There's no need to think about this at all. After all, Riza has the strength of the 10 magic saint in full force. Under this situation, no matter how strong the examinees are, they still can't defeat Riza. The same is true of Lixus, but he's not as bad as Riza. Of course, this time, it is Asahi who will score the examinees. After a day of sailing, everyone finally came to Tenru Island, which is a very special island. There is a huge tree on it, and there is a lot of magic power in this tree. As the symbol of Fairy Tail, the magic power of the Fairy Tail's members will be weakened to a certain extent when this tree collapsed. But after it was recovered, their magic power can be quickly restored within the island. You can go and set up the examination venue. I will leave first. After saying that, Asahi left directly, as he planned to see Mavis and Ziraf. Mavis was supposed to be the first generation guild master, but this time, because of him, she became the 11th generation. Mavis certainly didn't know him very much, and as for Ziraf, if there's no accident, he should know Asahi. Asahi is also planning to meet Mavis, but now Mavis has become a soul-like existence, and only people with Fairy Tail's marks can see Mavis, others can't. After becoming Fairy Heart, Mavis has been sleeping here to kill time. Come out. When he came to Mavis's tomb, Asahi found that there were not only Mavis's tomb, but also 10 others. There is even one that belongs to him. These are the tombs of the 10 generations of Guild Master before Mavis, but among these tombs, only Mavis's tomb has soul in it. After Asahi arrived, he directly awakened the soul inside. You are Lord First. Mavis screamed when he saw Asahi, but it also made Asahi a little puzzled. You know me? Asahi is a little confused. Mavis is not a character from more than 400 years ago, so how can he know me? I have seen Lord First's portraits in the historical records of Fairy Tail, as there are portraits of you in it. After Mavis explained it, Asahi suddenly realized. He finally remembered that Mavis is good with her brains. In addition to being the guild master of Fairy Tail, Mavis is also known as a fairy tactician, so it can be said that she is very good at planning. As long as she is given enough intelligence, Mavis will calculate a large number of possibilities as quickly as an artificial intelligence. And she will abandon other unreasonable possibilities and leave what can be said to be future sight. This ability might be even better than artificial intelligence. Because of that, remembering his looks shouldn't be a problem for her. In the final battle, it was always because of the great disparity in strength and unequal intelligence that her calculations were almost completely wrong. After all, not to mention Zeref, even Irene and August are abnormal enough. Especially Irene, who could directly restructure a continent, which is very awesome. After that, Asahi talked with Mavis for a while, and then insinuated something out of her mouth. It seems that because of the butterfly effect he caused, Mavis only regards Zeref as a teacher. Asahi can judge whether the other party has lied or not, so there shouldn't be any error in the matter, but he wondered what the hell is going on with August. Asahi is also a little confused, but knowing that the two are not in a relationship, he didn't worry too much. Asahi also plans to use Zeref as a high-level experience package, and this villain and Technologia won't be killed, as they are all experiences. Since they are experiences that are sustainable, he will send Zeref and Technologia to hell in the future. But if these two are sent there, he needs to reinforce them, otherwise, the hell really won't be able to hold these two. Originally, Asahi planned to go and see Zeref, but after thinking about it, he chose to abandon the thought. Zeref at this period has no experience in fighting, and this guy didn't have any rebellious mentality, so there's no need to meet him. Because of that, Asahi will be in charge of watching the show. After that, he can just let Mavis release the fairy sphere. In this way, by chatting with Mavis, time flies and the next day comes. This time, the S-rank promotion test is really lively. In the past, there were a few people at most, but this time, there are so many people. Mavis was a little surprised. She would always come out to see the excitement during the S-rank promotion test. However, although they used to take the examination on Tenru Island, there were very few people who came here. But this time, there was a group of them, making her quite shocked. The guild is constantly growing after all. By the way, some people are coming to make trouble. There is also an old acquaintance of yours. Do you want to go and have a look together? Asahi asked, as Ultra sent him a message that Grimoire Ironheart was about to arrive. An acquaintance? Who is it? Mavis asked in surprise. Your old acquaintance, the 12th generation guild master of Fairy Tail, Pret, but now, he has become the guild master of the Dark Guild, Grimoire Ironheart, with the alias, Hades. After Asahi said the name and the specific situation, Mavis fell silent. Pret was one of their group of 4 at the beginning. Yuri died early, and Ward had a long lifespan because of the magic he practiced. As for her, because of using the super magic law, she violated the taboo, and was cursed by Angstrom. In order to help her get rid of the curse, Pret spent several years creating Fairy Heart. But because he couldn't make any progress in the later stage, he chose to fall into the darkness and follow in Zeref's footsteps in an attempt to continuously approach the abyss of the magic way. It can be said that this guy is frantic to the extreme, as he's planning to use Zeref to create the ultimate magic world. This result will cause the death of people with insufficient magic power in their body, which means that the world's population will be directly reduced by 90%. Chapter 420 Change of the Test's Content. It's been some time since the start of the test, and after the first round is over, Grimoire Ironheart has also reached the border of Tenru Island. Lord First. Wait, you are the 11th generation Makarov. He was shocked after seeing Mavis. Although Mavis would watch the test before, she would not take the initiative to appear in front of the others. So even Makarov didn't know that Mavis was here all the time. Makarov had seen pictures of Mavis and also Fairy Heart, so it was not too much of a problem for him to recognize her. But Makarov is really confused at this moment. Fairy Heart should still be under the Fairy Tales building. What's going on? Mavis is a soul now. As for her body, you should also know where it is. Besides, someone is coming. Asahi pointed to the sky, and a magic airship appeared in front of everyone. They really dare to come. Has Master Pret really become Hades? Asahi told Makarov about the specifics, but Makarov still couldn't believe it. How can such a very good person become like that? He never expected that Pret would become the guild master of a dark guild. Not only that, The order issued by Hades was passed back by Ultra to Asahi. Hades's order is that once Fairy Tail's people try to stop them, then they will directly kill them, and they should leave no one alive. For him to give such an order, it can be said that he has become crazy. But think about it carefully, Hades intends to pull the entire world into the ultimate magic world, so that people who don't have enough magic power will be killed directly, leaving only people with strong magic power. With this kind of personality, it can be said that there is more than enough guilt for him to be sentenced to death. Most of the other villains destroy the world for the sake of world peace, so their sin can be atoned, but this guy can't no longer be cleaned, so Asahi plans to let him and the other 7 kin of purgatory to honestly be an experience package for him, as it can be regarded as making the best use of them. Won't you understand it if you look at it for yourself? Just let the others to get on the island, it won't be a big problem if I keep an eye on them. As for Hades, after the others leave, you can aim at the magic airship behind him. Destroy the devil's heart inside, then he won't be your opponent. And we can also let the others train with this. After Asahi finished speaking, Makarov also nodded. Actual combat is the easiest way to improve. As for the danger, since Asahi has said so, Makarov will not worry too much. Looking at the magic airship above, Makarov launched his own magic. It has to be said that Fairy Tail's combat power system is indeed very high. Just take a look at Makarov. At this moment, his body size has rose to the height of half of the Tenru tree in just an instant. The height of the Tenru tree is not a joke, so it can be said that Makarov's height just directly broke through 1 kilometer. Even though Grimoire Ironheart's airship is so big, it is still a toy in front of Makarov's current size. Moreover, Makarov's body after becoming huge, not only his explosive power has increased countless times, but even the defense power is increased by countless times. Even the bombardment of magic airship's artillery could not cause much damage to Makarov, and there's not even skin injury on him. Makarov in this form can be said to be his full strength. Then, I will also revise the content of the test. Asahi started writing in the air, and a paragraph of text appeared in front of everyone. The meaning is very simple, that is, the test's content has been modified, and their test has turned into defeating the intruders. As soon as this information came out, the group of battle junkies immediately became excited. It happened that they hadn't played enough. Natsu was intimidated by guild arts, but guild arts' intimidation was indeed very useful to him. At least Natsu knew that even if he was in fear, he had to stand up. In the final battle with Hades, even Riza gave up, but only Natsu stood up, and his willpower can be said to be very amazing. Makarov. You all can go directly to the island, I will handle this boy. Hades opened his mouth and said. Although Makarov is very strong, he does not think that he is not Makarov's opponent. Reasonably speaking, if Makarov really wants to compete for a position that is suitable for him, then it is estimated that he has entered the ranks of the 4 gods of Ishkar. After all, Makarov's combat power is not a joke. Under Hades's order, everyone else went to Tenru Island immediately. As for himself and some others, they stayed on the magic airship. Boy, I can't let you blow up the Tenru tree. Asahi sensed that someone was mobilizing the huge magic power on the Tenru tree, and he knew who it was. Using lost magic, Great Tree Arc, Azuma uproots the Tenru tree in the original work. It's a pity that Ultra was moved by Fairy Tail's power of friendship, so she reversed the destruction of the Tenru tree with her Arc of Time. But this time, Asahi had no reason to let Azuma uproots the Tenru tree. After finding Azuma, Asahi put down countless trigger-type magic circles around him. Once these magic circles are activated, they will detonate a large number of magic bombs, which will be enough to take care of him. After the arrangement is complete, Asahi doesn't care about Azuma anymore. After being bombed to half-dead state, Asahi would just throw him to hell directly. At this time, Makarov and Hades has already started fighting. In the original work, Makarov suffered because he did not know the details about Hades, but this time, the situation is different. Hades didn't know that his everything had been exposed. Makarov found an opportunity, and bombarded Hades with his light magic. Then, taking advantage of Hades's temporary loss of sight, Makarov directly hit the magic airship with a punch. The huge magic airship was shot down directly, and then, Makarov kicked it up again, and the huge magic airship was destroyed to pieces. And the devil's heart inside was also destroyed in an instant. Not good. Feeling that the magic power in his body is constantly weakening, Hades also knows that he is at disadvantage. And now, unlike in the original work, Ultra is not here. Of course, even if Ultra is here, she will not help him. So he is completely confused at this moment. He never thought that his details would be exposed, and Makarov would directly attack his magic airship. Without the devil's heart, he is really not Makarov's opponent. Although he walked earlier on this road, Makarov's talents surpassed him, so his current situation is tragic. Chapter 421 Pitiful Hades Makarov. Hades was so angry at this moment that he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. After taking a look at the situation, Asahi snapped his fingers and projected a noble phantasm. This noble phantasm is a slash type, and after Asahi magnified countless times, the weapon fell in front of Makarov. Lord First's weapon. Seeing the noble phantasm, Makarov's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the sword. It's a golden sword, and the moment he grabbed it, Makarov knew how to release it, and the way he looked towards Hades became very ominous. As for Hades, before he could finish getting angry, he saw Makarov standing coldly in front of him. But with his current condition, he has almost no resistance against Makarov, as right now, his magic is no longer unlimited. Makarov waved the noble phantasm in his hand, and slashed it below, and a huge slash left an unfathomable gully in the sea. Even the seawater could not fill it in a short time. Hades, who saw this scene, finally becomes scared. If it was before, he still has infinite magic power, so he might be able to resist it, but now, it is not infinite. If he is cut by the sword in this situation, the consequences can be said to be unimaginable. Asahi and Mavis were watching the show from the sidelines, but Mavis's complexion is a bit bad. After all, Mavis and Pret were companions back then. But Hades is not the Pret of the past, so her mood is very complicated. Soon, there were bursts of explosions and roars from the Tenru tree. What's going on? Did someone have done something to the Tenru tree? Mavis couldn't help being shocked. The Tenru tree was the most important treasure of the fairy tale. Once it was destroyed, the consequences would be disastrous. It was the defensive method that I put down. Someone did act on the Tenru tree, but it also triggered the defensive method I put down. Asahi said, and then, with a wave of his hand, a scorched guy who was bombed appeared in front of him. He not only put a magic bomb in it, but also put a lot of noble phantasms. Once it is triggered, then there is no need to think about the result. At this moment, Azuma was left with his last breath. He originally planned to blow up the Tenru tree to destroy the defense of Fairy Tail's people. But the result turned out to be a tragedy. He was bombed so that he didn't even know what's going on. This guy is so miserable. Even Mavis couldn't help but side with emotion. Azuma is indeed miserable, as right now, there is almost no human form can be seen from his appearance. But Asahi wouldn't let this guy die. He throws him into hell, so that he directly recovered, and wouldn't need to afraid of death anymore. Because of that, Azuma quickly disappeared. Anything that could provide experience would be thrown directly into hell by Asahi. As for those who can't, it's useless to be sent there. Asahi also plans to go back to hell and harvest a wave of experience after the Tenru Islands incident is over. Because of the change, it has become a physical resurrection mode. It's okay to kill the other party, but it will take them a while to recover, and they won't be resurrected instantly. Although it has some drawbacks, it can be regarded as a stable way to provide experience points. The battle between Hades and Makarov was also coming to an end. Faced with Makarov's crazy slash, Hades, who had little magic power left, was quickly beaten into half-dead state. As for the other members of the Grimoire Ironheart, many of them have also been defeated. The guy called Blue Note should have fought Guild Arts in fierce battle, but because Guild Arts recovered, he was defeated by Guild Arts quickly and easily. After all, the healed Guild Arts is not so weak. In addition, there's also help from Luxus, as he's already on the island from the start, unlike in the original work. The members of the Grimoire Ironheart were defeated, and then picked up by Asahi to be thrown into hell. Alter and Merity were the only ones left. Everything is proceeding according to the original rhythm, and Hades has also lost so pitifully this time. Who told this guy to plot such stupid thing? Asahi naturally wouldn't let him off casually, and threw him to hell. What Asahi told others was to throw these guys into a big jail. Although this big jail was very special, it was better than killing them, which also made Mavis breathe a sigh of relief. It's impossible to completely release Pret, but it's better to be in a prison now than to kill him, right? But what Asahi didn't expect was that when they were fighting, the aftermath affected the ships, causing all the ships to be destroyed. And after Hades and the others were dealt with, a dragon's roar came to everyone's ears. That guy Acnologia is already here? Is it another butterfly effect? Asahi is a little speechless. He didn't expect that Acnologia would come out just after they finished their battles. So now, it seems that the Fairy Tail's people really have no choice. Mavis, go and gather everyone else. Acnologia is here. You should find a way to protect them. I will drag Acnologia. Asahi left after speaking. He then went to drag Acnologia. Now that there is no other ship they can use to leave, Mavis should activate Fairy Sphere to protect Tenru Island if there's no accident. At the same time, Zeref, who saw Natsu on the island, sensed the aura of Acnologia, so he left directly. He didn't want to face Acnologia yet, because both of them couldn't do anything against each other. The strength of the two sides is similar, and his death aura is only effective against the weaker existence. For a powerful existence like Agnologia, his death aura is useless. So he didn't want to confront Agnologia yet. He chose to leave after feeling Agnologia's aura, and did not meet Asahi. On the contrary, at this moment, Asahi and Agnologia finally met, and Agnologia suddenly started speaking. Asahi, I haven't seen you for more than 400 years. I didn't expect you to be alive. Agnologia felt a little surprised. For more than 400 years, after becoming a dragon, he has a long lifespan, that's why he can survive until now, but Asahi is a real human being, so he didn't expect him to be still alive even now. Agnologia, you still remember me? How is it? Do you want to fight with me? Asahi is very curious. He wondered if Agnologia has ever fought with him before. And now, he can test it. More than 400 years ago, I was not your opponent. But this time is different, because now, I am the Dragon King. Infinite fighting intent erupted in Agnologia's eyes, which made Asahi very surprised. Did something happen before? But without waiting for him to think about it, Agnologia has already rushed over, and its huge body slammed towards him like a bomb. Chapter 422 The Time Fluctuation of the Fairy Sphere Dragon King? What bullshit. Don't forget that you have always been a human. Seeing Agnologia rushing over, Asahi didn't panic at all. He only felt that Agnologia had a big problem with his brain. After all, only did he like to blindly destroy things, but he is also completely unable to recognize his own identity. Agnologia has always been a human being, and even if he trained in Dragon Slayer magic and become a giant dragon, he is still a human. In essence, Agnologia has never been a dragon, and was only upgraded later. But this guy yelled all day long about how he is a Dragon King. Simply put, there was a problem with his brain. Asahi thinks that the sequelae of this guy is not only affected by the killing, but also has something to do with his brain. Roar. However, even though Asahi complained this time, Agnologia didn't plan to care about Asahi's words anymore. The moment he rushed over, he opened his big mouth wide, and blasted out a roar, but Asahi just moved to the side, and the roar passed through his side and hit the surface of the sea. Agnologia's roar was so powerful that it set off huge waves on the sea, and the seawater erupted due to the explosion was much larger than the Tenru Island itself. Such a powerful force also made the people of Fairy Tail on the island look horrified. But the biggest problem now is that they can't escape, as the ships are all gone. And if they rushed out now, they might be hit by Agnologia's roar, and ended directly. Therefore, the Fairy Tail's people were also in a stalemate for a while. At this moment, Mavis stepped forward. She used the magic power of all the Fairy Tail's people to use the Fairy Sphere. Fairy Tail has 3 great fairy magics. One is a group attack, one is a single attack, and one is an invincible defense. However, she is still not in her complete form, and the fairy sphere she used could not be removed after the magic is launched. Mavis sank the entire island to the bottom of the sea, and Asahi was not surprised to see this scene. Mavis used the fairy sphere as he expected. Afterwards, by waiting for 7 years, he can get those useless leeches on Fairy Tail to leave, as there are too many of them mixed in the guild. If they can't even share in time of adversity, then there is no need to keep them in the guild. And to be honest, even if they all left, Fairy Tail will not weaken. After all, even though the trump card of some guilds is their mages, there are still many ranks of them. It's just that without the main force, the lives of those left behind will definitely have a certain impact. Asahi even seriously doubts whether the main characters of Fairy Tail has plundered all the lucky halos. Otherwise, the remaining Fairy Tail's people left behind won't have such big problems. It is definitely possible to survive without problems, but Mikao and the others all rely on borrowing money to live their lives, which is too abnormal. Of course, Asahi is too lazy to take care about them now. However, Tenru Island has sunk into the bottom of the sea, so the crazy dragon in front of him needs to be dealt with. To deal with Agnologia, Asahi snapped his fingers, and countless noble phantasms spewed out like a torrent of treasures. He took out all the noble phantasms he could use now. The impact of the noble phantasms directly sent Agnologia into the sea. But Asahi knows that this guy has magic resistance attribute, so he should still survive. And after countless noble phantasms hit Agnologia, they are recovered by him, and shot at Agnologia again. This torrent of noble phantasms lasted for several minutes, and Agnologia's defenses had been completely blasted open. It's mainly because in these noble phantasms, there are more high-level ones, and there are also those with Dragon Slayer attributes, which is the type that Agnologia can't stop. Moreover, there are too many noble phantasms, so there is no chance for him to react or resist at all. It can be said that Agnologia has been in an absolute passive stage since being hit by the noble phantasms. One of his huge wings was directly blasted off by the noble phantasms, and his back was also quite messed up. If it wasn't for the usefulness by keeping him alive, Asahi would have killed him now. But for the time being, this guy is still needed, so Asahi left him with some vitality. After the torrent of noble phantasms disappeared, Acknowledgia was also afraid. He wouldn't be afraid of battles of evenly matched strength, but he really couldn't handle this type of complete crushing, so he chose to retreat as soon as he fell to the bottom of the sea. Regarding this, Asahi also shook his head. He originally wanted to fire the king's signal cannon on this guy, but he ran away. However, the power of the king's signal cannon is indeed enormous. After all, it is equivalent to mass-produced version of Amiya's Destroyed Illusion. Using the noble phantasm as a cannonball, and it is really destroying it, which is terrifying. It is also because the Golden Tyrant, Gilgamesh, is the one who uses it, otherwise, no one else would be able to use King's signal cannon. However, in exchange, the power is extremely huge. After Acknowledgia ran away from Asahi, Asahi came to the sunken Tenru Island near the sea. Sorry, Lord First, I didn't expect that after using this magic, I wouldn't be able to remove it. After Asahi approached the place, Mavis got out. After all, although she was the one who initiated this magic, she has no magic power. By borrowing the magic of Fairy Tale's members, it would take her 7 years to unblock it. It's not your fault. After all, it's not clear what that crazy dragon will do. Who knows what trouble he will cause? Asahi shook his head and said. This is what he wants to see. After 7 years of being frozen in time, when they are unfrozen again, it was when the world was turbulent again. Of course, Asahi intends to study the fairy sphere. After all, this thing is related to time, and it may also be useful to him. Knowing that Asahi didn't try to blame herself, Mavis also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, she saw Asahi started studying the fairy sphere, so she thought that Asahi was trying to solve the fairy sphere. But when Mavis was watching, Asahi suddenly disappeared from her directly. What's going on? After being stunned for a moment, Mavis began to look for Asahi's trace, but it didn't matter where she looked, she couldn't find a trace of him. At the same time, Asahi came to a peculiar place. It's a space where slides keep flashing. Asahi himself didn't know how he suddenly got here. He was studying the special time and space fluctuations of the fairy sphere just now. Then, he suddenly appeared in this place without knowing what was going on, and before Asahi had time to react, the surrounding scenes changed again. This time, Asahi found that he had appeared in a forest, and it was no longer the previous peculiar space. Even with Asahi's current strength, he is actually a little confused inside that peculiar space, and his consciousness is also not very clear. Chapter 423 400 years ago. What exactly is going on? Asahi was dumbfounded. This is the first time he had encountered this situation, but he also felt a trace of familiarity from it. Soon, Asahi remembered that when he first used Ramyaku, he seemed to have this feeling too. It's just that this time, it seems to be even more peculiar, at least, his mind is still a little confused now. Roar. Just when Asahi tried to figure out the situation, he heard a loud dragon roar, which was somewhat similar to Acknowledgia, but from the roar, it could be felt that the owner of the roar is somewhat different from Acknowledgia. Dragon roar? What the hell is going on? Asahi didn't have time to think too much about it, so he directly rushed into the sky, and then, he saw a small town outside the forest. At this moment, the town is being attacked by a blue giant dragon, and it can be said that the place has become a hell on earth. Dragon? Could it be that I have traveled to 400 years ago? Asahi's whole person is not good. At first, he thought that he came to more than 400 years ago by relying on the Eclipse Gate. After all, although Asahi is very powerful, his time ability is still limited to casual use, and he cannot travel through time and space casually. So, he can basically be sure that he will use the Eclipse Gate to come to this time and space in the future, but he did not expect that this time, he had made a mistake. It turned out that the time attribute of the fairy sphere caused him to come to this time and space. If Asahi didn't guess wrong, this time and space is indeed more than 400 years ago, then, the peculiar space he entered before should be in a space similar to the turbulence of time. Thinking of this, Asahi couldn't help but broke in cold sweat. After all, his consciousness was fully awakened there. That means, such a place is extremely dangerous, but fortunately, he is still alive. Asahi swears that he will never touch time casually, at least, not touch things related to time. He can just wait until he becomes much stronger. After all, this thing is really not something ordinary people can handle. As for how to go back, Asahi has already thought about it. He can just use Zeref's Eclipse Gate. After all, even if he could only go back to year 777, it will be much better than waiting in this place for 400 years. Time is so peculiar that Asahi can't figure it out. Of course, Asahi plans to find the information of this era. It happens that the people in that village and this giant dragon are the key for that. Thinking of the tens of thousands of dragons in this time and space providing experience for himself, Asahi wanted to laugh at this moment. It's just like blessing in disguise. After all, with the experience from tens of thousands of dragons, one-time harvesting would be enough for him to complete his current skill. Without thinking about it, Asahi directly came to the top of this blue giant dragon, then activated the soaring spear that strikes with death. At the next moment, large number of spears fell like raindrops. This giant dragon is obviously not very strong, and faced with the bombing of the noble phantasm, it was almost killed without any resistance, and it was directly nailed to the ground. The dragon at this moment is also stunned, and he can't understand what happened to him. There was a special attack suddenly, moreover, it's an attack he couldn't resist, so that he was nailed to the ground. The severe pain from his body made him howl in pain after he came back to his sense. After all, in this time and space, humans are very weak against giant dragons. Even a powerful wizard can only fight against low-level and intermediate-level dragons. As for facing high-level dragons and dragon kings, all humans are not their opponents. Dragons also did not exterminate humans, as they were kept in captivity like livestock. After all, dragons like to eat humans. In this time and space, many dragons regard humans as food, and the reason this dragon rages in this small town, one is for looking for food and the other reason is for having fun. But he never expected that he would be seriously injured by an attack that appeared inexplicably when he was just playing around. Who dares to attack me? The dragon's huge eyes glared at in front of him. At this moment, he could not move, but his arrogant personality made him very stubborn. Is there any problem with how I attack you? Asahi suddenly appeared in front of the dragon, patted his head with one hand and asked. Human. It turned out to be a human. You dare to attack a dragon like me? Do you want to die? When this dragon saw Asahi, he immediately growled angrily. There are powerful humans that can indeed slaughter the weaker dragons. But those humans won't suddenly attack dragons at will. It is because, once it is known by other dragons, this human will become the enemy of all dragons. Dragons are very proud creatures, and they also take pride in themselves, so they would be angry if there are other creatures killing their kin, even if they are the weaker ones. It is normal for them to be killed if they are weak, but they cannot let their compatriots tarnish their reputation. Especially when the humans they regarded as food were the ones that killed the dragon. This kind of thing is not allowed to happen. Humans can kill dragons, but once they are discovered, they would definitely die. And in this time and space, humans also shows their bad nature. Someone fights with the dragon in order to save their fellow humans. However, after other dragons come to the door, those people who are saved will not hesitate to sell the people who saved them. In this period of time in this world, the inferiority of human beings and human nature can be said to be very thoroughly expressed. Just look at Irene's fate. As the savior of the world, Irene created the Dragon Slayer magic, and she can be said to be a hero that saved the mankind, but the fate of this hero afterwards is also very sad. Whether I want to die or not is not up to you. Now, let me look at your memory. Asahi directly read the memory of this dragon, and from the memory, he almost determined the timeline of this world. During this time, some big things are happening between the dragon and humans. For example, the dragon has already separated into factions. One is those who are close to humans, and the other is raising humans as livestock. There are 100 times different between the number of dragons in the two factions. Most dragons are arrogant, and they hate humans. Of course, there are some neutral dragons. They don't join any factions, but like to fight alone. In short, they are loners outside the factions. Among them, Gnil is the most famous, because Gnil can be said to be the strongest among dragons, and there is no dragon that can compare to him. Although he is only the Fire Dragon King, in terms of combat power, other dragon kings are not his opponents at all. But Gnil is an independent dragon, and he didn't want to be involved with the two factions. Chapter 424 Human Nature. The factions have already been separated, but the Dragon Slayer magic has not appeared in this dragon's memory. Asahi also read the memories of the other humans, but there was still no information about the Dragon Slayer magic. In this way, Asahi concluded that the Dragon Slayer magic should not have been developed yet. Of course, it does not rule out that these people are too low in status, so they won't know such important things. It must be known that the Dragon Slayer magic is the foundation of mankind, and after it is created, it must be concealed. Otherwise, if other dragons know it, this Dragon Slayer magic will probably die prematurely. So even if it is created, except for the first batch of users, it is estimated that no one else will know about the news. However, since the factions have been separated, it is estimated that the ex-human dragon war will soon happen. Moreover, Asahi also found some special memories in this dragon's mind, the demons. The demons created by Zeref are not weak, moreover, the strongest among them is no less than the Flame Dragon King, Neil. In addition, the strength of the Underworld King, Mardgeir, is only a little weaker than the average Dragon King. Although the strength of the other demons varies from good to bad, their strength should not be underestimated, especially since there are demons on par with average Dragon Kings. The dragons bully humans, as human beings are easy to bully. As for the demons, they didn't dare to touch them without any reasons. The dragons are divided into different groups, and the known strongest demon has strength which is about the same as that of Neil. In this case, it would be very dangerous to provoke the demons casually. Especially, behind these demons stood the powerful black wizard, Zeref. In this case, the dragons would not touch this hard iron spike. Since there are soft persimmons to squash, why would they try to touch the hard iron spike? That's why dragons dare to bully the humans, but didn't dare to touch the demons. From this dragon's memory, Asahi found that Etherius Natsudran Neil has not disappeared, and he has not yet become Natsu. Of course, in addition to some useful things in the dragon's memory, Asahi has also read some of these humans' memories. It also included some of their inner thoughts. And after reading these things, to be honest, Asahi was completely disgusted. This dragon doesn't care whether he dies or not, as he already regards Asahi dead, but these humans have different ideas. There is no doubt that Asahi saved their lives, but they didn't care about this life-saving grace. Asahi doesn't expect to came to save people casually to make them grateful, but the heart of these guys is actually much worse than not feeling grateful. These guys are thinking of keeping Asahi in the town. Because Asahi provokes the dragon, sooner or later, there will be dragons coming to attack them, so in order to save themselves, the best way is to hand over Asahi. Moreover, they are also thinking about squeezing Asahi dry first, by helping them rebuild their homes and creating some wealth along the way. When the other dragons found him, they wouldn't hesitate to sell Asahi. It's not just adults who think this way, as even the children think this way, which can be said to be an eye-opener for Asahi. In times of crisis, human nature is really eye-opening, and there is really no bottom line at all. Asahi is a little speechless. He knew himself that he is not a good person, and he is also a selfish person, but if someone else saves his life, he will not betray them. To be honest, if he has no strength and encounters such a thing, then in order to save his life, he will pack up his things and fled the town directly. As long as you flee, you will not only save your own life, but you will also not betray others. But these people's ideas are completely different. None of them want to run away, instead, they want to squeeze his last bit of his power, and then throw him out as a sacrifice for the dragons. There is even some who has some idea with the dragon's body. Asahi really has nothing to say, and to be honest, he doesn't know what he should say now. Taking a look at these disgusting people, Asahi shook his head. He directly killed the dragon in front of him, and then collected the dragon's body, and his whole figure disappeared. Since this dragon was killed here, the other dragons would definitely come back here to find trouble. And since these people can't take out the murderer, even if they are not the murderer, they would still die. Asahi didn't directly send these people to go on away with his own hands. After all, there are other dragons who will help him do that. Since the dragons couldn't find any news they wanted, the dragons would naturally kill the people here to vent their anger. But Asahi didn't bother to care about it. In this time and space like the Doomsday World, human nature is completely worthless. Many people have long lost their humanity in order to survive. It can be said that this is the craziest time and space in the fairy tale world. As under the oppression of the dragons, the human nature has been completely exposed. At this moment, the location Asahi went to was not where Irene was, but the demon's lair. From what he sensed, Zeref is there, and he wants to see if Zeref's eclipse gate has been completed or not. This time and space is really fucked up, so he would say hello to Zeref now, and then borrow his eclipse gate. As for whether the other party is willing to borrow it or not, there's no need to think about it. After all, he can just grab it if that happens. Although Asahi can also use the previous method to go back, the risk is too high, so it is better to choose the safer way. He doesn't want to play this kind of high-risk thing. Asahi at this moment is sitting on top of Vimana, the golden boat, but this thing is not as simple as in the original work. In addition to flying, there is also a very powerful weapon system on it. The most important thing is that he can also drink and rest on the Vimana, which is so convenient. It is estimated that there are not many people who can be as comfortable as him on the road. It happens that he wanted to look at the scenery along the way, as it is a bit too boring to always use the space ability to go on his way. At the speed of Vimana, it didn't take long for him to reach the demon's territory. Along the way, Asahi passed many human settlements, but without exception, most people's eyes were full of numbness. This era is indeed terrible. Asahi can't imagine how boring he would be if he lived in this era. Only a few people still have some hope. Sure enough, after being oppressed to a certain extent, humans are like this. But Asahi doesn't care about this. After all, he is only saying so because he has power. If he has no power, he would probably become like this too. Chapter 425. So that's how we met each other. After arriving at the gathering place of the demons, Asahi also saw a disgusting scene. The demons did not use magic, but a kind of ability dissected from magic, called curse. The power and weirdness of curse surpass ordinary magic, but they are not so easy to use. It is because the use of magic requires magic power, and the source of curse power is all negative emotions, like resentment, hatred, despair, etc. If they want to obtain curse power, they naturally need to give the other party pain. After giving the other party pain, the demons can easily collect these so-called curse power. After a lot of experiments, the demons found that it is the best these curse power from humans. It is because human beings are different from other creatures. Even if other creatures possess intelligence, they cannot be compared with humans' thinking, or in other words, they cannot be compared with the complexity of human nature. So after the demons discovered this, they raised a lot of humans in their own territory. To obtain enough curse power, they continuously exerting pain on humans. It can only be said that the human beings in this world are really a bit too pitiful. In this time and space, human beings are completely suppressed existences. They're not only being oppressed by the dragons, but also oppressed by the demons. It can be said that they are completely living in the cracks. Ziref is now in the base camp of demons. And Asahi estimated that he is trying to find a way to kill himself. In fact, if Ziref didn't resist, then killing him would be very easy. Just like in the later stage, after Natsu obtained the power residue of Gnil, although its power can only be used once, it can also directly kill Ziref. As someone as strong as Gnil in his heyday, E.N.D. should be able to do so too. Moreover, Aetherius Natsu-Dram Gnil is different from other demons. He has a higher intelligence, because he himself was created by Ziref according to his brother's template. So Ziref gave him enough autonomy, although he still had the order to kill Ziref. And in order to make these demons can kill him unscrupulously, Ziref created the personality of the demons to be extremely cruel and cold-blooded, without the slightest notion of companionship. That's why there are such things as curse, but Aetherius Natsu-Dram Gnil is not stupid. He knows that after he kills Ziref, he will not be able to live. As the life created by Ziref, once Ziref dies, they will die with them. So this was not what Aetherius Natsu-Dram Gnil was looking to see. Then he thought of other methods. Curse is one of them. He's trying to use it, and slowly get out of Ziref control. After completely out of control, he can then kill his creator. But all this is just a joke in Ziref's eyes. Ziref is very clear that this is impossible. Because Aetherius was created with magic as the basis and can't be born independently. The only thing Aetherius Natsu-Dram Gnil can do is to become stronger, but he would unable to completely escape from his creator's control. Now that both sides are in a stalemate, it is estimated that when the Dragon Slayer magic appears and Agnologia starts his massacre, Ziref will take Aetherius Natsu-Dram Gnil's consciousness away. Asahi, who came here, also saw what the demons did. Although he didn't like human beings in this era, he was always a human being, so Asahi snapped his fingers very hard, and countless noble phantas fell. The lives of a lot of the demons and humans ended by the attack, and after a bombardment, the demons have suffered heavy losses. Who dared to run wild in our demons' territory? After a wave of bombardment, a magic power flashed, and then a huge figure appeared in front of Asahi. Lullaby. Interesting, so I met you at this time, then, I'll spare your life for now. Asahi was a little amused. He didn't expect that he would be seeing an old friend here. However, Asahi also intends to leave this product to his past self, so he won't kill him. Of course, even though Asahi didn't plan to take Lullaby's life, this guy didn't plan to just let Asahi go. When Asahi was about to leave, this guy activated his soul curse song magic. This magic uses the form of a curse song to harvest souls, but this kind of magic is only useful for some weak trash, and it is not a problem for people with a little bit of strength. You ungrateful animal. As soon as Asahi snapped his fingers, 4 golden apertures appeared on Vimana, and 4 streams of light flashed away, causing Lullaby's hands and feet directly separated from his body. The huge body hit the ground directly, but Asahi didn't bother to look at this guy afterwards, and left directly. At the same time, Lullaby looked dumbfounded. He felt that the intruder seemed a bit too strong. He had just started the cursed song, but his opponent has already severed his hands and feet. Although for him, a demon, this is not a big injury, and he can recover very easily, it will inevitably make him a little dazed. He only knew that the other party had the ability to easily kill him, but he didn't do it. Lullaby felt that this might be for the sake of other demons and Ziraf. In short, he was extremely frightened, and immediately manipulate his magic power to grow his hands and feet back, then left this place. He doesn't want to die here. Although the opponent has already left, who knows if the opponent will kill him later. When the time comes, won't he really die? After getting back his hands and feet, Lullaby ran away. Of course, he didn't forget to tell the demon's base camp what happened here. He is just a low-level demon, and it is incomparable with those demon at the base. So he passed the message back quickly. After receiving the news, the demons were also a little shocked. It was not that they shocked the other party to defeat Lullaby, but that the other party dared to come to the demon's territory to go wild. It must be known that even the ordinary dragons can only go around the demon's territory, as the dragons will not have too much advantage if they really fight. Furthermore, even dragons can destroy all demons, they can't guarantee that they can kill Ziraf and Mardgeir. Therefore, even the dragons dare not provoke the demon's territory casually. But now, someone rushed in and attacked the demon's territory? Isn't he looking for death? Chapter 426 Killing Jackal. There are actually people who dare to come to our demon's territory to make trouble? Which of you want deal with this guy? After learning about this matter, Aetherius not Sudran Neil was also a little interested, but he was only a little interested. For so many years, people who dared to trouble the demon could only be counted with one hand, and these people have all died. Aetherius not Sudran Neil thought that no one would dare to come, but he didn't expect another one would appear now, but he didn't plan to take action himself. Even if he is interested in ants, but it does not mean that he will deal with the ants himself. Leave it to me, let me blow him to pieces. Jackal immediately stands up. These senior demons are all very strong, and their abilities are also amazing. The most important point is that, as long as their main body is not damaged, they can be resurrected even if they die. Low-level demons don't even have the qualifications to be resurrected. Only high-level demons are qualified to be resurrected. Now that Jackal has stepped forward by himself, Aetherius not Sudran Neil naturally won't stop him, and let him go. After Jackal left, Aetherius not Sudran Neil also projected Jackal's current situation. The Devil's territory is neither big or small, so it only took a few minutes for Jackal to encounter Asahi, who is riding in Vimana. This magical airship is good. Seeing Asahi's gorgeous Vimana, Aetherius not Sudran Neil's eyes can't help but lit up. No matter humans or demons, they are both greedy. He didn't care about the value of this thing. He only knows that it looks good. Notify Jackal, so that this guy won't break this thing. After Mardgeir heard this, he immediately asked someone to contact Jackal and told him Aetherius not Sudran Neil's order. Since it is the magic airship that the boss wants, then I will definitely get this thing. Jackal is a little excited at this moment. Aetherius not Sudran Neil is the boss of all of them, and it can be said that their worship towards him has reached the peak. After all, curse has just been created, and with their character and circumstances, using curse is more suitable than magic. Moreover, after using curse, they also acquired some special abilities, so there is no need to say much about their worship towards Aetherius not Sudran Neil. If Aetherius not Sudran Neil wants something, they will naturally think of various ways to get it. They actually fancy my Vimana. Before Asahi had time to make a move after the encounter with Jackal, he heard this guy said such a sentence, which made Asahi a little speechless. But it is not a surprise for them to fancy Vimana after all. With Vimana's gorgeous appearance, it is easy to attract attention of others. If you want my Vimana, you can try to take it, but a mere Jackal seems not enough at all. After Asahi finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and threw out some low-level noble phantasms, but this time, Asahi didn't just simply throw them. After these noble phantasms flew in front of Jackal, they exploded directly. That's right, Asahi used trick-like destroy delusion with these noble phantasms. After all, he knows Jackal's tricks. Once he uses his explosion, these trash noble phantasms will be useless. If this is the case, it is better to explode these noble phantasms by himself after they reach Jackal. These violent explosions stun Jackal. After all, he has always been the one blasting others, but this time, he was blown up by others. Moreover, the power of the explosion is also great. It must be known that this is a noble phantasm's explosion, and the power of a noble phantasm's explosion is not a joke. Even the lowest level noble phantasms will explode with explosive attacks that are dozens of times stronger than normal attacks. In short, this is enough for taking care of Jackal. The violent blasting allows Jackal to enjoy the feeling that Agnologia had tasted before. He is completely suppressed, and there is no resistance at all. Jackal can control explosion, so he can control the explosion when he encounters anything. Even if the opponent meets him, they would taste his explosion, but now, these weapons really make him lose his temper. It stands to reason that when these weapons hit him, he can control these weapons to explode. But the situation is different now. These weapons detonated on their own when they touched him. He didn't even have the opportunity to leave a mark, and he was constantly suppressed by the explosion, so naturally he was injured. After continuous explosions, Jackal was already maimed. It seems that your strength is not as strong as your arrogance. Until now, you haven't even touched me. Asahi looked at Jackal with a little amusement. Jackal's ability needed touch, and if he can't touch it, then he is completely crippled. Right now, Jackal is doubting life. He can't understand why the other party has such a weird method. The weapon used is made of gold, but it also comes with a blasting effect. It's completely suppressed his ability, leaving him with no chance of resistance at all. Why don't you speak anymore? If you don't speak, I'll send you off. Knowing that these guys can be resurrected, Asahi will naturally kill them unscrupulously. He then blasted Jackal to pieces with a shot of the noble phantasm. At this moment, in the hall where the demons gathered, all the demons were silent. After all, the scene just now was too miserable. Jackal that was completely suppressed, without any resistance, then he was easily slaughtered by the opponent. Although he can be resurrected, it is still embarrassing enough. Jackal's ability is restrained by him. I will get rid of him. Tempester opened his mouth and said. His ability is a long-range one. He can control the storm, and even if he is dead, he can release magical barrier particles. This kind of thing is ineffective against their demons, but it has a terrifying lethality to humans, just like a plague. In the original work, Lixus defeated him, but before he died, this guy released the magical barrier particles, causing Lixus to be weakened by the attack. Even if he was treated later, because he took the initiative to inhale a large number of magical barrier particles, there are still after effects. Otherwise, in the last battle, he will not become so passive. At this moment, the demons have also played the RPG troop. They obviously can rush to deal with the other party together, but they chose this unreliable behavior. Sending themselves one by one would never yield good results, and except for sending experience to the protagonist, no substantive results can be obtained. Anyway, as long as it is a villain, they will all act like this. It might be because they want to maintain a compelling character. Chapter 427 A group of lovely experienced babies. Just after Jackal was killed, Tempester came out, so Asahi was stopped again before he could move forward. As for Tempester, the ability used by this guy is a little different from that of Jackal, as it is a long-range attack. To be honest, Asahi feels that Jackal's ability is completely useless, as it makes everything he encounters can explode. Wouldn't it better for him to carry some small steel balls with him? Even if he can't bring it, can't he just grab a handful of dirt on the ground and throw them out? Wouldn't there be a lot of explosions? But this guy doesn't know how to use his power, and he has to fight hard with others in close combat. As for Tempester, the magical barrier particles are completely useless against Asahi. As for using other abilities to attack, although it is long range, it is also useless. Asahi didn't even need to avoid it, as he can just use Ro Aiaz to cover the sky. And this Ro Aiaz is a genuine product. Asahi wondered how weakened the Gilgamesh that appears in the Holy Grail War. He can just throw some weapons from his Gate of Babylon. Even though other people's noble phantasms are really terrifying, many of those things disappeared without their real power used. In the end, he was killed by 2 Amnesia. He can be said to be completely drunk. In the face of the Ro Aiaz covering the blazing sky, Tempester's attack was completely useless. It just hits the petal shield without causing any splash. On Asahi's side, just shooting out a few noble phantasm is enough for the other party to die. The fighting power on the two sides is not on the same level. Tempester is over. It looks like we have encountered a tricky enemy. After this scene, Aetherius not Sidranil knew that the demon on his side was no longer the other party's opponent, and it seemed that the other party had hidden some cards. After seeing 2 of his subordinates defeated, Aetherius not Sidranil intends to go over and take a look in person. The group of demons rushed out under his leadership, and soon arrived at the battlefield where Asahi and Tempester were. It looks like your backup is coming, but you should leave early. Knowing that these guys are coming soon, Asahi directly killed Tempester with a wave of noble phantasm rain, giving no chance at all. Whether it is Natsu or Luxus, they both have a little problem, that is, they don't know to kill. Without knowing whether his opponent has any trump cards, Asahi would always kill his opponents directly. Otherwise, the result will be like Natsu and Luxus. Natsu is okay, as he got help from Happy, but Luxus is really out of luck. If Tempest wanted to release the magical barrier particles, he had to release it on his own initiative, so Asahi directly blasted him into pieces. In this case, Tempester will not be able to release the magical barrier particles. Although it does not matter to Asahi if it is released, it still pollutes the air. You're so quick to end the battle. Who are you and what are you doing in the territory of the demons? When the others arrived, They just saw Tempester being blasted into pieces. At this time, Asahi hadn't moved and sat on top of Vimola and threw his weapons casually, but then the enemy was easily resolved. My name is Asahi, I am an unknown little person. I am here to find Zeref, please get him to come out. Asahi said with a smile, as if the one that killed 2 demons is not him. In an instant, blue veins appeared on the other demons' foreheads, mainly because Asahi's appearance made them furious. Although there is no concept of companionship among the demons themselves, and there is also a resurrection device, so they don't have to be sad when their members died, but the way Asahi is talking right now is looking down at them very much. After all, it is hitting them in the face, even if he doesn't care, they still care. Moreover, the person who killed their members wanted to find Zeref. To put it so lightly, he is completely looking down on their strength. In this case, it is strange not to be angry. It depends on whether you have this ability to find Zeref. Aetherius Natsudran laughed a little, but he didn't think it was funny, but he was angry and just laughed at it. He didn't expect that this human appeared here, made trouble, and then told them that he wanted to find Zeref and asked them to report back. Is he regarding them demons as watchdog? Although the other demons is indeed Zeref's watchdogs, it does not mean that he is one himself. At this moment, Asahi looked at the one in front of him and left saved a picture directly. He planned to show Natsu in the future. This guy has Natsu's face, but he is really unaccustomed seeing such an evil Natsu. But it can't be helped. After all, this guy was created by Zeref using his younger brother as a template. However, Asahi thinks that Zeref is also a bit weird, or that his childhood is not good. After all, he only created Natsu, but did not create his own parents. He didn't even have any thought to resurrect them like Natsu. He's just thinking about his younger brother Natsu. Asahi felt that he is seeing another super Brokon. I have the skills, do you want to try? Asahi smiled and looked at Aetherius Natsudran and the others. In his opinion, these guys are not fierce demons, but a bunch of lovely experienced babies, so Asahi will not be angry when facing experienced babies. As soon as he snapped his fingers, an overwhelming golden halo appeared in the air, covering almost the entire sky. I know that you can be resurrected, so there is no need to leave the last words or anything. This is the first time I have used this trick. Come and taste it, Malamute Danger. Asahi exploded the low-level noble phantasms, and countless low-level noble phantasms blasted towards the demons. You want to beat us with this kind of thing? Although Aetherius Natsudran knew that Asahi has such an attack, he doesn't expect that this attack has much power. Jackal and Tempester have blocked a lot before, and his strength is much stronger than these two. Moreover, there are other demons. So he didn't care about the reign of this noble phantasm, but in the next second, the entire demon's territory was directly destroyed. This time, he used a Malamute Danger, a super-enhanced version of the Destroyed Illusion. Emiya uses the Destroyed Illusion, which is breaking noble phantasm one by one collapse, but Asahi now is breaking thousands of noble phantasms at once. The power of the noble phantasms after the explosion is just simple explosions, so low-level noble phantasms are not enough to seriously injure them, but now, they are dominant in number. Thousands of noble phantasms exploded, tens of kilometers around were shrouded in a huge explosion, and the aftermath of the explosion spread to the entire demon's territory. Countless black smoke continues to rage with flames, forming a storm, and its power is so powerful that even Asahi was speechless. Chapter 428 Fighting Aetherius Natsudran Although this attack power is not as powerful as a small sun formed with sunshine, it is only a low-level noble phantasm after all. To be honest, Gilgamesh's ability has little influence on Asahi's current strength. It's just that he needs to get the percentage, otherwise, he doesn't need to use the Malamute Danger. With the combination of the mystic eyes of death perception and the noble phantasm, he can just massacre everyone. Moreover, the noble phantasm will not continue to grow stronger with the power of limiter, so to put it bluntly, it is just giving him a treasure trove. But it's so much fun to play with this thing, and Asahi seems to know why Gilgamesh didn't release the noble phantasms he used. Why bother activating them when he can just throw them away? By throwing these noble phantasms, he can defeat the enemies without moving by himself. How comfortable it is. Tree of the Underworld. Fire Curtain. Just as the explosion was raging, strands of vines formed a giant tree and shot out of the explosions. After the giant tree rushed out, countless flames enveloped the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Asahi is not surprised. Although there are a lot of them, it is impossible to kill demons whose strength is close to that of the Dragon King with the strength of these low-level noble phantasms. However, the other demons were basically finished, and Asahi gained a lot of experience. As expected of the best among the demons. The strength is good. Seeing the somewhat tattered marred gear and almost unscathed Aetherius not Sidran appearing in front of him, Asahi clapped his hands. I admit that your strength is good, and your means are indeed very special, but it is too naive to want to defeat me with this kind of trick. When talking, Aetherius not Sidran was angry. Although he was not very afraid of this attack, the attack still suppressed him for a short time, so he was quite unhappy. Is that so? Let's do another wave, but this time, you have to be careful, after all, you might die. Asahi snapped his fingers again. This time, only 10 halos appeared, but this time, he activated the mystic eyes of death perception. Of course, he knew the situation of these two people, so he didn't plan to hit their dead points or other weak points, but if the dead line of their hands and feet was cut, then he can't be blamed. However, these demons are always only a product, so even if their dead line is cut, it can be recovered, but it needs Zeref to take action. After all, the demons itself is his creation. Of course, he can't hit their dead point, otherwise, it will be useless even if Zeref comes. This is different from cutting the dead line. The dead line and a dead point are equivalent to killing the opponent conceptually. It would get rid of the other party's existence, so if he killed them, then there is no possibility of recovery. The reason why they are said to be able to recover from severed arm and severed leg is because they are demons. It is like a person whose arm is cut off and cannot recover, as they can still use prosthetics. This concept of death will not prevent them from using this kind of thing. And Zeref created the demons, so it is equivalent to building a doll with tools. So even if the doll's arms or feet are gone, then he can just change to a new one. But if they are hit at the dead point, it is estimated that there will be no future, so Asahi thinks it is better to take it easy. This time, he only aimed at the opponent's hands and feet, not the vital points, otherwise, they would be dead. It must be known that Asahi can also control the actions of the noble phantasm shooting out very easily, just like swordsmanship. Seeing the 10 noble phantasms, this time, the two really panicked, because they felt the aura of death from these noble phantasms and Asahi. They have only experienced this kind of feeling from Zeref. Although the number of weapons is not as much as before, the aura of death is getting stronger and stronger. Even Aetherius not Sidran was a little timid unconsciously, which made it unbelievable, including marred gear. But Asahi didn't give them time to continue thinking about their timidity. After snapping his fingers, the 10 noble phantasms shot out again. Dodge, we must dodge it. At the moment the noble phantasms was shot, Aetherius not Sidran was still in my own hypnosis and felt that this feeling was nonsense. In an instant, he felt as if a sharp blade was placed directly on his neck. It was completely uncontrollable. His brain was running wildly and he wanted to avoid the noble phantasm's attack. After the noble phantasm fell, they did succeed. The noble phantasm did not directly hit them, but pierced into the ground behind. Soon, a handful of noble phantasms fell, and as the number began to increase and the attack direction changed, they were also somewhat unable to dodge. Soon, one of Margear's arm was hit, and then his arm snapped and turned into nothingness. Aetherius not Sidran eyelids twitched when he saw this. He could feel that these weapons were not very strong, and even after they fell on the ground, the effect made him know that his defense was higher than these noble phantasms' attack power, but they really made him feel the aura of death, which made him really confused. As the noble phantasms continued to fall, Margear soon was beaten and lose one of his arms and feet. After being hit, Aetherius not Sidran finally knew why this thing was so dangerous. Obviously, they didn't have much attack power, but after touching his bodies, it actually caused his body to collapse directly, like a kind of energy destruction. Moreover, he also couldn't perceive this kind of energy, couldn't control it, and couldn't resist it. In a moment of effort, his arm was gone. The feeling this gave him was very unreal. He had fought against Gnil, the strongest Dragon King, more than once. Their strength are about the same, and they can't do anything against each other. It can only be regarded as a tie, but he knows very well that his strength is very strong and he is already at the top of this world. But now, encountering this abnormality, he didn't expect the intruder can defeat himself so easily. Even his own resistance seemed quite weak, however, he did not completely give up. While avoiding the attacks, he is also trying to get close to Asahi. In his opinion, Asahi's strength depends entirely on his weapon, so he should be very fragile. As long as he is given a chance to get close, he will have the chance to kill the opponent. Asahi naturally knew about Aetherius not Sidran thought from the beginning, but in order to give this guy a little confidence in resistance, Asahi let him come. Soon, in the process of not avoiding the weapons, Aetherius not Sidran managed to get close to Asahi. Go to hell. Seeing that the distance is very close, Aetherius not Sidran finally revealed his fangs. His flame formed a huge spear and blasted towards Asahi. This is the strongest attack that can be used now, And this flame spear can even instantly pierce through hundreds of mountains. Chapter 429. The first time I saw Zeref was actually 400 years ago. The flame spear blasted out and directly broke through the sound barrier within a short distance. In the blink of an eye, the flame spear hit Asahi. But before Aetherius not Sidran could do other things, the situation has changed a bit. His attack has been blocked. And the other party didn't actually do anything. The spear has indeed shot towards the location of the other party's heart, but it didn't even pierce the other party's clothes, as it was simply blocked out. Asahi's body surface is no longer pierceable by this level of flame. As for his clothes, Asahi covered it with a layer of energy. His energy level is much higher than Aetherius not Sidran magic power, and the amount is also terrifying. In this case, the attack naturally cannot penetrate his body, and even the clothes cannot be damaged. It's a good attack, but it's a pity that it's too weak. It's not even as good as a mosquito. Asahi's right hand flicked on the flame spear, and the flame spear shattered directly, turning into a little spark and disappearing into the air. It's rude not to give back after receiving. Since you attack me like that, I won't take advantage of you. I will attack you with flames too. After Asahi snapped his fingers, a golden spear appeared in the golden halo, and then a flame of flame wrapped the spear. Asahi didn't use the mystic eyes of death perception, but used the flame of the sunshine. Of course, he still needs to control the intensity, otherwise, the flame of sunshine can directly burn Aetherius not Sidran soul. After controlling the power to a minimum, the spear shot out, almost exactly the same as the scene of Aetherius not Sidran using the flame spear just now. But the spear that Asahi shot was more powerful and faster, and Aetherius not Sidran eyes couldn't catch up, so his body was directly brought to the ground and nailed to the ground. The flame instantly enveloped his body, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes and disappeared, but his soul was not damaged. It will just take a little time for him to recover, but even so, Mardgeir's eyes widened. After all, it was the first time he saw Aetherius not Sidran suffered a loss other than against Zeref. But before he had time to say anything, he was also pierced by the same spear and then disappeared. After watching for so long, don't you plan to come out and say a word? I slaughtered all the demons you created. Although it can be resurrected, don't you, as a creator, want to come out and say a word? After Asahi killed Mardgeir, he spoke to the void, and then, a figure appeared in front of him. Dark Wizard Zeref, I've been admired for a long time. Asahi looked at Zeref with a little amusement. After all, the first time he saw Zeref was not in Tenru Island, but 400 years ago instead. He has to say that this is indeed very strange. You are strong. Can you kill me? He didn't care about Asahi's words. Zeref only looked at Asahi, his eyes burning at the moment, purely for death. The combat power Asahi showed was enough to kill him, so he wanted to die in Asahi's hands. You sure about that? After you die, those demons will also die, including the ones you created. Asahi looked at Zeref and said. Not surprisingly, Zeref is already creating the Eclipse Gate. He already has his own plan. If he really wants to die, he can die in the hands of Gnil. After all, Gnil is enough to kill him. But he still did not choose to die directly, but sent Natsu and Gnil to 400 years later. What do you know? Zeref frowned. He did have certain thoughts, but he was just thinking of something now. After all, the Dragon Slayer magic hadn't come out yet, and he hadn't made a complete plan. But what Asahi said made Zeref a little stunned. I know a lot, I know some things you know, and I know some things you don't know. This time, I came here for the Eclipse Gate you are creating. After you complete it, I want to borrow it. Asahi said with a smile. In any case, there seems to be ability to predict the future in this world, so he can just pretend to be a prophet. You know about the Eclipse Gate? How do you know that I am creating this kind of thing? Zeref was a little confused. Even though he had put forward concepts about these things to the teacher of the Magic Academy, he was still stunned. After all, the people at the Magic Academy have all died because of Angzrim's curse in his body. So right now, there should only be very few people who know these things he proposed, and these things were just concepts of what he said. But now, Asahi actually knew that he was already in the process of creating it, which is a bit unbelievable. It's not a big secret, right? So, can you let me use your Eclipse Gate? Of course, it's not without cost. After your plan fails, how about I help you out? Asahi asked again. It is obviously impossible to get what he wanted for nothing. As for Zeref's plan, it's nothing more than sending Natsu to 400 years later. To let him leave this era, and then grow up to kill him. This plan can be said to almost succeeded. If it wasn't for Happy, Natsu and Zeref would have died together. Sure enough, you know a lot of things. So you went to the demon's territory with great fanfare and killed so many demons, just for this? Zeref is a little puzzled. He felt that the other party is a bit too willful. It's good that his demons can be resurrected, otherwise, it is estimated that no one will be willing to trade with Asahi. What's the problem? At any rate, those demons can be resurrected, so it's fine to beat them once or twice. What's your answer? Asahi shook his head. The group of demons that can be resurrected casually, so killing them is not a big problem. You are very smart, mysterious, and strong. I promise to agree to your request, but don't forget your promise. Zeref knew that Asahi borrowed the Eclipse Gate to leave this era, but that didn't matter. After all, there is a way out now. After his own plan fails, the other party can still kill himself, so why not do it? Understood. If your plan fails at that time, then I will kill you. By the way, you can contact me with this thing. Asahi said as he threw a lacrima, then, he left directly. As for Zeref, he shook his head helplessly and returned to his lair. The demons are also continuously resurrecting from the instruments in the Plutogram. Regarding Aetherius Natsudran Neil and Mardgeir being killed, the demon who was in charge of manipulating the instrument was shocked when he saw them resurrecting. Chapter 430 Creating Fairy Tale Asahi, who left the territory of the demon, came to the kingdom where Irene was located. Irene is undoubtedly one of the most crucial characters in this era. She teamed up with Belsirion to create the Dragon Slayer magic, and she herself changed her surname to Belsirion. But it has to be said that Irene in this period is really silly and sweet. Is Irene wrong? Of course she is, it's because she is defenseless. This era can be described as an era of cannibalism. She is a queen, has good magic and has good strength. Moreover, when there is a dragon invading at any time, Irene, who cooperates with the dragon, has undoubtedly become a pillar. She is the main key person to withstand the pressure of the dragon. However, after getting rid of the foreign enemies, she was betrayed by her husband. Human beings are all like this. Once the foreign enemy disappears, everyone will start a crazy internal fight. To be honest, although Asahi has become the master of several worlds, it's all because of his strength. He also knows the heart of the characters in the plot, so he has a good grasp of everything. If he doesn't know the characters of these people, he wouldn't be able to stay in this position. He is just a shopkeeper now, but there is no doubt that he has everything in control of all those in power. Irene is different. She doesn't have this ability and she is intrigued by what humans like to play most. Irene, who is also silly and sweet, has the strength to dominate everyone, but doesn't know how to directly rule the country with majesty. Then, she was thrown into the prison and tortured for 3 years. She obviously had the strength to directly resist and regain everything, but she didn't do anything and just accepted such mistreatment. Asahi wondered what is in her mind. After arriving in the royal capital of the Kingdom of Dragnov, Asahi sensed that a large number of powerful men gathered in the palace. Out of curiosity, Asahi went there directly, but he concealed his own existence, and no one could find him. After arriving at the palace, Asahi discovered that the second half of the palace was isolated, and there are a lot of hidden magic barriers here. If it wasn't for Asahi's strength, he wouldn't be able to detect them. Moreover, there are many powerful people here. They are all training crazily, and next to them are some giant dragons and Irene is also training constantly. And the content of their training is very familiar. Sure enough, the Dragon Slayer magic has been created. Looking at this scene, Asahi knew that this was the training for the Dragon Slayer magic, but the Dragon Slayer magic has only just been created. So among these people Asahi senses, the strongest one is none other than Acnologia. The human form of Acnologia is a bit wild, and Asahi can even sense his intense anger and the traces of murderous aura. In this era, many people have been attacked by dragons, and they who survived in the cracks, so their hatred of dragons can be imagined, and the same is true for Acnologia. But his hatred is indiscriminate. After all, Acnologia's target of revenge is the existences with dragon attributes. After all, after the end of the war, he directly countered and killed the dragon that helped humans. Although there was a big battle and most of the dragons have fallen in the war, but Acnologia, the crazy guy, doesn't care about it. He just killed them all, until there is no one left. Even now, Asahi can feel that Acnologia was the strongest among the humans. There are indeed some other strong humans, but they're not as strong as him. It can be said that Acnologia was born for destruction and killing. After observing for a period of time, Asahi was too lazy to care, and chose to leave. He did not want to have too much contact with these people. He came here only to determine the time and progress. Now that it has been determined, there is no need for him to stay here anymore. Asahi plans to go leveling. After all, it's more than 400 years ago, the era where it's best to leveling. In this era, because of the suppression of dragons, if humans want to survive, they must become stronger. Even after becoming stronger, they are still not the opponent of the dragon, but their probability of survival after becoming stronger will be greater. This is their purpose in pursuing strength, in order to live better. Therefore, they are much stronger than later generations. Heroes are born in troubled times. This is not for fun. In this era, under constant pressure, the potential and strength of the outbreak are very terrifying. Why are almost all legendary characters appearing in this era? By removing the halo of the protagonist in the later period, this era is the era where legends are most likely to appear. So their strength is strong. Similarly, monsters are also constantly striving to become stronger under the dual pressure of dragons and humans. This era is a bloody era, the law of the jungle not only applied to beasts, but also to humans. So there is no reason for Asahi to leave such an experienced farm to be left untouched. If it goes well, after killing a large number of dragons this time, Asahi's percentage can be directly reached maximum. At that time, he can extract another ability. After leaving human territory, Asahi plunged directly into the wild. The dragons basically have their own territory, except for a small number of dragons who don't want to mix with factions. The other dragons are all gathered together. So Asahi's journey this time is basically kill whatever he encounters. Of course, Asahi is not just killing all the way, but has also come into contact with some people. He remembers that he is the first guild master of Fairy Tail. So he needs to create Fairy Tail in this era. Time flies, and several years passed in a flash. Over the past few years, Asahi has traveled all over the world, and has also found Tenru Island overseas. Tenru Island is the base camp of Fairy Tail, so he must find it. On the way, he also found a lot of people who still can be saved. He doesn't look at talent so much, but more about character. In this era, character can be said to be the most important thing. After several years of searching, Asahi found more than 100 people. Among the more than 100 people, there are some with good talent and some with relatively bad talent, but without exception, they are all of the kind who have passed the test of character. In this era, it is really not easy to find a few people who pass the test. In a few years, Asahi found more than 100 people. After that, Asahi created Fairy Tail and passed on some magic, but he did not teach them the 3 great fairy magic. That's Ziref's job. He only needs to become the first guild master of Fairy Tail. Chapter 431 The Dragon is coming. After the creation of Fairy Tail, with Asahi teaching these people and opening their second origin, their strength has also increased a lot. Asahi is just creating a magic guild, so he didn't create the energy source for them, but only opened their second origin. But even these is enough to make their strength skyrocket. Coupled with Asahi's teachings, they have become master of magic. After only a few years of use, many powerhouses have appeared on Fairy Tail. These people are all real combat masters. Compared with the people of later generations, the training methods of people in this era can be said to be destructive. They will even start a life and death battle in the training between the two sides, and they will only stop when they are in their last breath. Under such a squeeze-style training method, it is difficult not to become a strong person. Even those with poor talent can be considered above average among humans. As for those with good talents, they have directly stepped into the high-level combat power of human beings. Of course, Asahi has not only been teaching students in the past few years. He has also done a lot of things himself. For example, he became famous as a dragon hunter, and the number of dragons that died under his hands exceeded hundreds. But 90% of these dragons were killed by him when they attacked humans. The remaining ones are also very arrogant. In the past few years, Asahi has also met Gnil. Because his huge reputation, Gnil has also come to his door. After all, although the dragon race is strong in power, it is not strong in fertility. After so many years of development, the total number of dragons has only exceeded 10,000, and Asahi has slaughtered more than 1% of them. In this case, Gnil, who is the Fire Dragon King, couldn't just sit idly by. After he found Asahi, the two fought, but there is no need to say more. Gnil suffered a disastrous defeat. He is not Asahi's match at all, and was beaten by Asahi to the point of doubting his life. But it's also because of this battle that the two have actually become friends instead. After knowing the situation of the dragons who Asahi killed, Gnil didn't care about them anymore. He does not agree with the same kind to attack humans. Of course, he will not directly stand on human side. His attitude towards mankind is neutral, but those dragons finds trouble with others, and is slaughtered by others. They provoke others, but don't allow others to fight back. Gnil disdains this kind of behavior. It is normal for you to fight against the things you provoke yourself, and it's your own fault to be killed by them. Because of this, Gnil and Asahi have a better relationship, and the two became friends. During this period, Gnil also introduced some of his dragon friends to Asahi. Regarding the dragons who died, Gnil didn't care anymore. Since Asahi has already tell him his reason, Gnil wouldn't say more about it. because it was done by themselves. The reason why Gnil wanted to kill Acnologia was mainly because of the face of the dragon race. If a human has become powerful through training and killed a large number of giant dragons in human form, he wouldn't care. However, the other party has become a dragon too, but he does not intend to let go of any of the dragons go. That's why Gnil wanted to kill Acnologia. Otherwise, it is estimated that Gnil will not be too nosy about this matter. In the eyes of Gnil, it was no big deal for Asahi to kill dragons. At any rate, everyone is not from the same faction. It's just like among human beings, when a heinous criminal is killed, what will other people say? They will only applaud and clap their hands, and they will not do anything else. In the past few years, Asahi's reputation has also spread throughout the world. Almost everyone knows that there is a guild named Fairy Tail on Tenru Island. Many people want to join, thinking this guild is powerful enough. After all, the guild master of the guild is a peerless expert who has killed hundreds of dragons, so who doesn't want to hold his thigh? But if they wanted to join, they must pass the assessment. And the first test is to test their character using illusion magic. In this era, there are not many people who can pass the first test. Therefore, there are not many people who joined afterwards. In this case, Asahi would rather be short-handed than excessive. However, after his reputation became too huge, he naturally provokes a lot of things, the biggest of which is the dragons. These dragons all wanted to kill the murderer who have killed hundreds of their fellow dragon race. After his fame spread, they naturally focused on him. In fact, in the past few years, it's not that there are no dragons trying to seek revenge, but there is no need to say more about the result. There are only those who left, and no one ever returned. This also allowed Asahi to accumulate a lot of dragon corpses. These corpses were completely solidified with time magic and placed in Gate of Babylon. However, he still left a few of the dragon's lacrima for the others in Fairy Tail. Since the Dragon Slayer magic has not been fully disclosed, these lacrima were also sealed by them. None of the dragons seeking revenge can leave alive, which made other dragons start to think of other ways. In the past, those who came to seek revenge basically acted alone, and at most, they were in groups of 3 or 5. But this time, the situation is different. The entire sky above Tenru Island is full of dragons, and the number has reached hundreds. Master, what should we do now? There are too many dragons coming. Even you can hardly deal with them. Let us help you hold them back. You need to escape, and then avenge us later. As the first guild master, Asahi has long been regarded as the pillar of the guild because of his good character. They also thank Asahi for teaching them magic and for everything he had given them. But this time, there were too many dragons, so they already had the determination to die, to hold back these giant dragon, and let Asahi run away. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. These hundreds of giant dragons are no different from hundreds of ants in my eyes. Asahi shook his head. Who are they kidding? How can he be afraid of these weaklings? Regarding these guys coming over, except for sending him experience, what else can they do? Right now, his experience is almost full, so he can use some of the powerful noble phantasms. For example, Heroic Spear, Vedra, and the other noble phantasms at this level. After his experience is full, he can even release all the noble phantasms in the Gate of Babylon in an instant. But for now, it's still not enough. Moreover, once it's full, he can extract new ability. These noble phantasms are actually just for acting cool. When he really fights with those on the same level, he won't use these noble phantasms, but with his current strength, it is very difficult to find opponent on the same level.